Chapter 1. Congratulations to the host for winning Kola. In the Tianlan continent, within the Tianqing Empire, lies the city of Juyou as the imperial capital of the Tianqing Empire. Juyou City spans an immeasurable area. Renowned for its connection to the majestic Juyou mountain range, this mountain range is home to a myriad of mythical beasts and countless coveted spiritual herbs. Drawing numerous cultivators to converge here, it is rumored that within its depths lie many mysterious ancient ruins. From the towering city walls, one can behold the bustling shops within the city. With streets filled with throngs of people, such a spectacle is indeed a rare sight, even across the entire Tianqing Empire. However, in stark contrast to the city's vibrancy, there exists a rather desolate shop nestled within a small alley in the eastern part of the city, despite the flourishing nature of Juyou City. The seclusion of this shop has rendered it virtually devoid of customers. At this moment, the young proprietor of the shop, named Luo Chuan, rests his chin on his hand behind the counter. Although his gaze drifts towards the lively streets outside, his eyes lack focus, clearly lost in a daydream. Luo Chuan was once an ordinary university student on Earth, who, due to a tragic fate of sudden death from staying up late, unexpectedly found himself in this world. It has been nearly a month since Luo Chuan traversed into this realm. Yet all he possesses is this nearly deserted shop. Congratulations! The strongest shopkeeper system has been successfully bound. The shop security system is fully operational. Would you like to initiate the first product draw now? Suddenly, a genderless, indifferent voice echoed within Luo Chuan's mind instantly. The environment of the shop transformed dramatically. With all the clutter vanishing without a trace, the counter and walls were replaced with transparent glass and shimmering silver metal, exuding a distinctly modern, sci-fi aesthetic. Luo Chuan was taken aback, and soon tears of joy welled in his eyes after waiting for an entire month. He had finally received the quintessential golden finger that every transmigrator dreams of. However, what exactly is this strongest shopkeeper system? Despite his inner confusion, Luo Chuan maintained a composed expression and nodded affirmatively. Let's begin. As the words left his lips, a fleeting sense of disorientation washed over him, and the surroundings swiftly transformed once more. Upon surveying his surroundings, Luo Chuan discovered himself in an inexplicable space. Engulfed in boundless darkness, before him floated an immense lottery wheel, seemingly infinite in size. Please spin the wheel, host. The system's voice resonated in his mind, adding, you may control it with your thoughts. Understanding dawned upon Luo Chuan, and he focused intently on the wheel with a mere thought of spin. The colossal wheel began to rotate slowly, the speed rendering the displayed items a blur. Stop! After a few breaths, Luo Chuan commanded in his mind, and the wheel's rotation gradually slowed. What will he draw? With hopeful anticipation, Luo Chuan watched as the wheel finally came to a halt, the pointer landing on a golden yellow section. Congratulations, host! You have drawn Kola, and the procurement channel for Kola has been activated. Kola? Are you certain, system, that you are not jesting with me? As a bewildered expression crossed Luo Chuan's face, he felt a flash of light before he found himself back in his humble shop. However, unlike before, a display case made of glass now showcased a neatly arranged row of Kola bottles. Chapter 2. Invincible Buff Newbie Task. Beneath the Kola, a price tag read, 10 spirit crystals. Upon seeing this price, Luo Chuan couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. It is well known that in the Tianqing Empire, the common folk predominantly use copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins, with an exchange rate of 10 to 1. Spirit crystals are the currency frequently utilized by cultivators. Containing vast amounts of energy, 1 spirit crystal can be exchanged for 10 gold coins. A single gold coin is sufficient to sustain an ordinary family for an entire month, illustrating the immense value of spirit crystals. System, are you certain you haven't mispriced this? Luo Chuan pondered, asking earnestly. The products of this system are truly worth their price. There is absolutely no possibility of mispricing, given that this is the host's first inquiry. A warning is all that will be issued, the system replied. Luo Chuan. Following the system's response, a stream of information regarding the Kola appeared in Luo Chuan's mind. Origin brand Kola. Primarily made from the essence of primordial spirit spring water. Upon consumption, it can instantly heal non-lethal injuries. Reading the system's description, Luo Chuan's eyes widened in astonishment. Instantly healing non-lethal injuries? This is akin to possessing an additional life. Imagine a battle where both sides are utterly exhausted, only to unveil a bottle of Origin brand cola. The outcome is easily predictable. Moreover, although Luo Chuan was unfamiliar with the essence of Primordial Spirit spring water, it certainly sounded exceptional. Should I try it first? After a moment of contemplation, Luo Chuan retrieved a bottle of cola from the rear counter. Unscrewing the cap, a rush of gas escaped with a hiss. It doesn't seem particularly special, Luo Chuan remarked with a furrowed brow, but I should taste it first. Tastes like cola sweet. Taking a sip and smacking his lips, Luo Chuan made this assessment. Why is there no effect? After waiting for a while, without any change within his body, Luo Chuan's brows furrowed in confusion. The host, being an ordinary person without injuries, would not perceive any changes in their body. The system replied, its tone carrying a hint of exasperation. Luo Chuan, as the host and shopkeeper, you may use the products in your shop for free, the system continued. Luo Chuan understood, realizing that these must be the benefits conferred by the system. A newbie task has been issued. Sell your first item. Remaining time: 6 days, 23 hours, and 59 minutes. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Subsequently, a faint blue panel materialized before Luo Chuan. Strongest shopkeeper system. Host: Luo Chuan. Identity: 1-star shopkeeper. Cultivation: none. Current commission rate: 10%. Newbie task in progress. Evaluation: a weakling among weaklings. Will the host not hasten to improve their strength? Gazing at the information on the panel, Luo Chuan, well-versed in countless system novels, was not unfamiliar with such a setup. However, what exactly did that final evaluation mean? Is the system attempting to provoke me? Luo Chuan surveyed the information on the panel and inquired, system, I am merely an ordinary person. Shouldn't I have some means of self-defense? What if someone causes trouble in the shop? The system explained, this system has already installed a security system in the shop. The host is in an invincible state within a 10-kilometer radius of the shop. Chapter 3. The first customer. Time slipped away quietly, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had elapsed. At the entrance of the shop, Luo Chuan lay in a rocking chair, seemingly at ease. Yet as he gazed at the throngs of people flowing by outside, he could not help but sigh inwardly. 5 days. A full 5 days, and he had not sold even a single bottle of cola. However, this was hardly surprising. The shop was situated in this remote alley, so the lack of customers was to be expected. Why now? Dusk had settled in, and as he looked towards the horizon where the sun was setting, a hint of helplessness flickered in Luo Chuan's eyes. Then it appeared that yet another day would pass without a customer. Just as he was about to rise and close the shop, a gentle "oh" drifted from the alley's entrance. Fei, opening a shop in such a small alley. You truly are an interesting proprietor. A young man clad in dark silk garments approached the store, offering this remark. Upon seeing the youth, Luo Chuan's heart leaped with joy. It seemed that business was finally on the horizon. As the saying goes, the fragrance of wine fears not the deep alley, as long as the product is of exceptional quality. Customers will naturally be drawn in. Luo Chuan regarded the young man, maintaining his composure, and replied coolly. The youth was momentarily taken aback by Luo Chuan's words, savoring the meaning behind his casual remark. The fragrance of wine fears not the deep alley. Excellent. I did not expect the proprietor to be such a person of character. I, Bu Li Go, have decided you shall be my friend. Bu Li Ji's eyes gradually brightened as he relished Luo Chuan's words. Bursting into hearty laughter, if a commoner were to hear this name, they would undoubtedly be taken aback, for Bu was the surname of the Duke of Southern Town in the Tianqing Empire. And apart from him, there exists no one else with the surname Bu in the entire Juyou city. Thus, the identity of this youth named Bu Li Go was all too apparent. The sole young master of the Duke of Southern Town. Naturally, Luo Chuan, having only traversed into this world for a little over a month, was entirely unaware of these intricacies. Since that is the case, why not come inside and take a look? Luo Chuan suggested casually. Of course, Bu Li Go nodded, a cheerful grin on his face. You are quite amusing. I imagine the goods you sell must be equally remarkable. As he spoke, Bu Li Go stepped into the shop. Upon surveying the decor within, a profound sense of astonishment filled Bu Li Ji's eyes. As the son of the Duke of Southern Town, he had seen much of the world, yet he had never encountered such extravagance in a shop. Such pristine glass could easily be featured in an auction hall, and here it was merely serving as a counter and shelves. Was this world truly so insane, or was he still dreaming? One must understand that given the production capabilities of the Tianqing Empire, glass was a rather precious commodity, a luxury reserved for the royal elite and even cultivators. What kind of person is this proprietor? Bu Ligu pondered, his gaze landing on Luo Chuan, a wave of curiosity rising within him. The items in the shop are on the shelves over there. Feel free to browse. Luo Chuan pointed towards the glass display. Bu Ligu snapped back to reality and walked over to the shelf where the cola was displayed. 1, 2, 3. Luo Chuan silently counted in his mind. Moments later, as anticipated, Bu Ligu's exclamation of astonishment rang out. What? Upon reading the description of the cola on the shelf, Bu Ligu's eyes widened in disbelief, his expression akin to that of someone seeing a ghost. Are you joking, proprietor? Do I look like someone who would joke? Luo Chuan replied earnestly. Bu Ligu scrutinized Luo Chuan for a moment, then decisively shook his head. But this effect is simply too terrifying to believe, he exclaimed, value for money, with no deception towards the young and old alike. To complete his system task, Luo Chuan was unwilling to let such a potential customer slip away. The young master of the Duke's household. Bu Ligu was certainly not short on funds. And soon he made his decision. Bu Ligu picked up a bottle of cola and promptly placed 10 spirit crystals on the counter. Luo Chuan nodded, then with a wave of his hand. The spirit crystals vanished into thin air. This display immediately elevated Bu Ligu's impression of Luo Chuan from an interesting proprietor to that of a reclusive master. Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice task and earned 1 lottery draw opportunity. The system's notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. By the way, let me remind you, this cola is a type of beverage. A beverage. Bu Ligu was taken aback. You mean to say that this item, with such effects, is merely a beverage? In this world, there are pills, elixirs, and various alchemical concoctions, but I have never encountered a drink with such terrifying additional effects that in that moment, Bu Ligu felt as though his worldview had been profoundly shaken. Indeed, Luo Chuan nodded. You can drink it after twisting off the cap. As he spoke, he also opened a bottle of cola, gesturing for Bu Ligu to observe. With a hiss, Luo Chuan popped the cap and gulped down half the bottle in one go. Instantly, a wave of icy refreshment spread from his mouth and stomach throughout his entire body. Indeed, this cola is also chilled. Is that so? Following Luo Chuan's lead, Bu Ligu twisted open his own bottle, hesitating only briefly before taking a small sip. After all, this so-called cola looked rather like a dark potion, leading him to subconsciously assume it would taste unpleasant to him. However, as the cola hit his palate, Bu Ligu's eyes widened in astonishment. As the bubbles burst in his mouth, the icy sensation surged down his throat, enveloping his entire being, causing him to tremble uncontrollably. This cola, why? Why is it so delicious? I, Bu Ligu, have never tasted such a beverage. Bu Ligu's expression was one of disbelief, his eyes reflecting a momentary daze. What did it matter that he was the young master of the Duke's household? Had he not idly wandered into this alley, he might never have encountered cola, a beverage considered the pinnacle of earthly delights. Luo Chuan chuckled inwardly. The power of this happy drink was not something beings from another realm could resist. My body and my injuries? Bu Ligu suddenly became aware of a change within himself. His expression shifting once more. As the son of the Duke of Southern Town, Bu Ligu had narrowly escaped an assassination attempt months prior. Though he had preserved his life, he bore the burden of grievous, lingering injuries. The Duke had been furious upon returning to Juyou City, causing an uproar for an entire week, yet ultimately, he had failed to uncover the assailant. However, after consuming the cola, those once near-terminal injuries vanished as swiftly as they had come, leaving Bu Ligu questioning whether his senses had betrayed him. This cola restores all non-lethal injuries upon consumption. Luo Chuan casually revealed its effects. Think this could actually be true. Bu Ligu sighed, unable to conceal his astonishment. Initially, he had believed the previous claims about the cola to be exaggerated. The ability to instantly recover from all non-lethal injuries was a power that rivaled the most advanced pills and potions. How could it possibly be bought for merely 10 spirit crystals? Chapter 5 The Shop's Rules Proprietor. I'll buy 10 more bottles of cola. Bu Ligu exclaimed excitedly after downing the remaining cola and letting out a satisfied burp. To obtain such effects from merely 10 spirit crystals is like finding money on the ground. However, Luo Chuan shook his head that I'm afraid that each customer can purchase only one of each item per day. This was a rule that the system had just conveyed to Luo Chuan. Why? Bu Ligu asked, somewhat perplexed. Such are the rules of the shop. Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly. Very well. Observing Luo Chuan's demeanor, Bu Ligu understood that there was no room for negotiation. With a reluctant sigh, he cast a lingering glance at the glass shelves filled with cola, bid farewell to Luo Chuan, and exited the small shop. As he watched Bu Liji's retreating figure, a sigh of relief escaped Luo Chuan's lips. The novice task had finally been completed. Congratulations, host. You have completed the novice task. The corresponding earnings have been distributed. Would you like to begin the lottery draw now? The system's voice chimed in. Luo Chuan nodded, and in an instant he found himself once again in that wondrous space. Celestial beasts, 10-star weapons, divine martial arts. Gazing at the enormous spinning lottery wheel before him, Luo Chuan silently prayed. Soon enough, the wheel came to a halt. The pointer landing in a red zone. Congratulations, host. You have drawn spicy strips. The supply channel for spicy strips has been opened. The system's voice echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. Returning to the small shop, Luo Chuan beheld a new row of spicy strips adorning the shelves. Falling into deep contemplation, there's something wrong with this system. Why do I keep drawing such bizarre items? Luo Chuan could not help but murmur to himself. Please refrain from speaking ill of this system. Otherwise, it reserves the right to withhold rewards and earnings from the host. The system's voice rang out in Luo Chuan's mind. Having had his inner thoughts exposed, Luo Chuan felt a slight flush rise to his cheeks and coughed lightly a couple of times. System, do you think I am the type to speak ill behind your back? Luo Chuan retorted vehemently. The system doesn't respond. If it chooses to remain silent, so be it. He then muttered to himself before calling up the system panel. Ultimate Shopkeeper System. Host, Luo Chuan. Identity, 1-star shopkeeper. Cultivation level, 1st stage. Current revenue share ratio, 10%. Evaluation, barely at the threshold. The road ahead is long, and the youth must strive harder. Is my power already at the 1st stage? Luo Chuan pondered, gazing at the panel's information and sensing an inexplicable energy within his body. In the Tianlong continent, the term cultivator is rather vague. It encompasses a variety of professions, including the more common ones like cultivators, alongside numerous obscure training systems. However, the classification of power levels is largely consistent, as far as Luo Chuan knew. These levels included body refinement, spirit sensing, creation, divine soul, return to origin, Tao inquiry, venerable, and sage, with each major level further divided into 9 ranks. What truly puzzled Luo Chuan was how he had come to possess energy. Could it be a consequence of completing the novice task? Yet the system had not mentioned energy in the rewards. After the host sells items, their cultivation will naturally increase in accordance with the revenue share, which is related to the shopkeeper's star level. The system's voice resonated in Luo Chuan's mind. Chapter 6. New product, spicy strips. The host strength is linked to the amount of spirit crystals earned. After completing a transaction, the spirit crystals obtained will be automatically converted into the host's spiritual cultivation according to the revenue share. The system continued earnestly. Currently, the host is a 1-star shopkeeper with a revenue share of 10%. As the star level increases, more privileges will be unlocked, and the revenue share will also rise. Luo Chuan felt a surge of astonishment. Spirit crystals had such utility. However, upon reflection, it made sense, as spirit crystals are essential items for cultivators. The system's approach merely spared Luo Chuan the steps of cultivation. So, does this mean that the more products I sell, the stronger I become? A smile crept across Luo Chuan's lips, and a slight curve appeared in his eyes. To upgrade to the 2nd stage requires 100 spirit crystals. For the 3rd stage, 10,000 spirit crystals. For the 4th stage, 100,000 spirit crystals, the system replied. Luo Chuan remarked, it seems the path to becoming stronger is fraught with challenges. Following the system's explanation, Luo Chuan understood that his 1st stage was roughly equivalent to a major level in this world. What about the star level? He inquired. The host may complete special star upgrading tasks issued by this system to enhance their star level. The system responded. Special star upgrading tasks will be assigned after the system evaluates that the host's revenue meets the required standards. With a sigh, Luo Chuan expressed his anticipation for the days to come. He casually picked up a pack of spicy strips, and information about it appeared in his mind. Spicy strips, when consumed, can temporarily elevate the energy within the body by one small level, stacking up to 5 times, but cannot cross major levels. Duration: 1 minute. Price: 100 spirit crystals. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged, and he felt a wave of calm wash over him. He had grown accustomed to the peculiar items the system presented. He deemed it necessary to test the efficacy of the spicy strips. Upon tearing open the package, a familiar spicy aroma wafted toward him. As he tasted the spicy strip, he felt as though a flame ignited within his mouth. He exhaled, a hint of surprise gleaming in his eyes, in his perception. The scant energy within him surged significantly after consuming the spicy strip. Delicious. Luo Chuan nodded in approval, then consumed the remaining spicy strips. After a moment of careful observation, Luo Chuan discovered that his energy indeed returned to normal after 1 minute. And then there was nothing more. He mused. System: are there no side effects? Luo Chuan inquired curiously. In his memory, methods that temporarily enhance strength in novels often bore harmful side effects. This system's products do not carry such side effects. Furthermore, please do not compare this system's products with those inferior items. The system replied. Luo Chuan nodded. No side effects. That's rather alarming. Task issued: sell 100 bottles of cola and 100 packs of spicy strips. Reward: 1 lottery chance. Current progress: cola 0-100. Spicy strips 0-100. At this opportune moment, the system's notification echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. As night fell, the streets grew increasingly sparse, and lanterns flickered to life in Juyou City, resembling stars. Stifling a yawn and feeling the encroaching fatigue, Luo Chuan closed the shop door, ascended to the 2nd floor, and after a brief wash, retired to bed. Meanwhile, after leaving Luo Chuan's shop, Buligou made his way back to the Zhennan Marquis mansion. However, Buligou was still savoring the delightful taste of cola, and with his hidden injuries now healed, a smile occasionally graced his face. The mansion was bustling with servants and maidens, yet upon encountering Buligou, they instinctively stepped back a few paces. Fortunately, Buligou, lost in his reverie, paid little heed to this reaction. Once Buligou's figure vanished, the servants quickly huddled together and began to whisper among themselves. What is up with the young master today? He seems quite strange, indeed. Especially the expression on his face. It looks rather lewd. Oh dear, the handsome image I had of the young master has completely crumbled. Chapter 7. Boucher E. Upon returning to his room, Buligou remained oblivious to the peculiar gazes he had attracted on his way back, still immersed in his own delight to the young master of the Zhennan Marquis mansion. His prowess was not to be underestimated. He was at the 8th rank of spirit sensing, merely a step away from the 9th rank. However, due to his lingering injuries, he had been unable to make any breakthroughs. Yet after consuming the cola purchased from Luo Chuan's shop, not only had his hidden injuries healed, but his spiritual energy had also returned to its peak state, making a breakthrough imminent. Now, I just need to break through to the 9th rank of spirit sensing. Buligou's gaze sharpened as he swiftly made a decision. He closed his eyes and sat cross-legged on the cold jade, waves of powerful energy emanating from him. Before long, a cracking sound pierced the air, and Buligou's body jolted, slowly opening his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing within. At the same time, his aura surged, and he extended his hand, a swirling mass of ethereal energy coiling around it. Feeling the multiplied spiritual energy coursing through his body, Buligou was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a wide grin, laughing heartily. Haha, I have directly broken through to the creation realm. Due to his optimal state, Buligou had jumped straight past the 9th rank of spirit sensing and directly entered the creation realm. Buligou, what are you shouting about? However, before Buligou could revel in his triumph for long, the tightly shut door was suddenly pushed open, and a melodious voice, akin to a lark, filled the room as a graceful woman entered, dressed in a pristine white gown, with bright eyes and white teeth. Her long, raven hair cascaded down, complemented by a water-blue veil, rendering her extraordinarily beautiful. Sister, you're here. Upon seeing the visitor, Buligou exclaimed with a broad smile, gazing at her somewhat unreliable younger brother. Boucher Yi's eyes reflected a hint of helplessness. Did you wander around Juyou City again today? Did you find a way to heal your injuries? She inquired casually. That it had become routine for Buligou to meander through Juyou City in search of a remedy for his injuries. Uncharacteristically, he nodded. I found it. You found it? Don't worry, Li Go. Your hidden injuries will heal in due time. Bu Shuri instinctively prepared to offer words of comfort, but then quickly regained her composure, staring at Bu Li Go in disbelief. What? You actually found it? Of course, Bu Li Go chuckled, gathering his spiritual energy in his palm, a visible orb of spiritual light shimmering softly. The ability to manifest spiritual energy was a unique trait of the creation realm. Spiritual energy manifesting? You actually broke through to the creation realm? A look of profound astonishment washed over Bu Shuri's face. Months prior, Bu Li Ge had sustained hidden injuries from an assassination attempt, causing no progress in his cultivation. The Jinnan Marquis had sought countless spirit herbs to no avail, ultimately resigning to despair. That it was precisely due to this that Bu Shuri was so astonished. Li Ge, you didn't resort to any self-destructive methods because of your lack of progress, did you? Suddenly recalling something, Bu Shuri's expression hardened as she spoke in a grave tone. Sister, am I really that unreliable? Bu Li Ge shrugged his shoulders, slightly exasperated, and dissipated the orb of spiritual energy. Bu Shuri nodded lightly to Li Ge. You truly are my dear brother. Bu Li Ge felt a surge of frustration. Chapter 8. Please strive, host, stop the banter. Quickly tell me what exactly happened. Observing the demeanor of Bu Li Ge, Bu Shuri couldn't help but smile lightly, her heart buoyed by the recovery of her younger brother from his hidden injuries. Subsequently, Bu Li Ge recounted the incident of purchasing cola at the Luochuan shop to Bu Shuri. Are you saying that your ability to recover from your hidden injuries and directly transcend to the creation realm is largely due to a beverage called cola? Bu Shuri raised an elegantly arched eyebrow, a smirk playing on her lips. However, Bu Li Ge remained oblivious to the shift in atmosphere, nodding enthusiastically, excitement gleaming in his eyes. 10 spiritual crystals. A bottle of cola is only 10 spiritual crystals. I can hardly believe that the owner isn't losing money with such a giveaway. Oh, if that's the case, why didn't you purchase several bottles? Bu Shuri inquired, her tone teasing that if it weren't for the shop's rule of 1 bottle per person each day, I would have emptied the store already. Bu Li Ge replied casually. That I see, Bu Shuri remarked, her slender fingers playfully grasping Bu Li Ge's ear, giving it a slight twist while coldly chuckling. You've grown bold, haven't you, to even attempt to deceive your sister. A bottle of cola can yield such remarkable effects, surpassing the efficacy of those spiritual medicines in our estate. Feeling the sharp pang of discomfort radiating from his ear, Bu Li Ge was nearly on the verge of tears. Why don't you believe me when I'm speaking the truth? Sister, why would I lie to you? Everything I've said is the absolute truth. As Bu Shuri's grip tightened, Bu Li Ge felt tears welling up. I didn't deceive you. I swear on my conscience. Very well, I'll tentatively take your word for it, Bu Shuri said, releasing her hold on Bu Li Ge's ear, which he promptly rubbed in distress. Tomorrow, take me to this shop of yours. I'm quite intrigued by its enigmatic owner, she added, narrowing her eyes slightly. The following morning, as dawn broke, Luochuan opened its doors early. Reclining in a rocking chair, he basked in the warmth of the sunlight while idly conversing with the system in his mind. System, don't you think this task is a bit unrealistic? Selling 100 bottles of cola and 100 packets of spicy strips within a month. Do you really believe that's achievable given the foot traffic in the store? Please, host, make an effort. That can't you extend the deadline a bit? Or perhaps promote our shop in some manner? Please, host, make an effort. Is there nothing else you can say? The system fell silent. Boss, I'm back. Luochuan's eyes opened a crack, revealing Bu Li Ge's face before him. Beside him stood a woman, her bright eyes and white teeth contrasting with her flowing black hair. Resembling a celestial being descended from the heavens, Bu Shuri frowned, scrutinizing the store behind Luochuan. Establishing a shop in such a secluded alley, with the imposing words Origin Mall emblazoned on the sign, coupled with this seemingly unreliable owner. She began to harbor doubts about the truth of Bu Li Ge's claims. Are you the owner of this establishment? Bu Shuri inquired, her voice melodious, akin to the chime of silver bells. Luochuan nodded calmly, yes. Chapter 9. Care for some spicy strips? Bu Shuri ceased her inquiries, gracefully stepping into the shop, with Bu Li Ge eagerly following suit. As anticipated, upon witnessing the store's decor, Bu Shuri's reaction mirrored that of Bu Li Ge. Surprise flickering in her autumnal eyes. The sheer purity of the glass used as shelves was astonishing. This little shop was indeed more than it seemed. All items are on the shelves. Feel free to help yourselves. Luo Chuan yawned from his rocking chair, gesturing towards the interior door. By the way, we've just stocked spicy strips. You two might want to take a look. Spicy strips? Bu Li Gu exclaimed, scanning the store until his eyes landed on several red package bags on a shelf. Sister, let's go check it out. His excitement was palpable as he tugged Boucher E along, that if cola has such terrifying effects, one could only wonder what these so-called spicy strips might do. Though Boucher E felt a twinge of resignation, she maintained her composure and followed Bu Li Gu to the spicy strip display. Spicy strips, when consumed, can temporarily elevate one's energy level by one small rank, stacking up to 5 times but cannot exceed major ranks. Duration: 1 minute. Price: 100 spiritual crystals. Boucher Yi's lips parted slightly as she read the description aloud. They exchanged a glance, momentarily silent, yet both could discern the shock reflected in each other's eyes. However, Boucher E quickly regained her composure, picking up a packet of spicy strips, and directed her inquiry to Luo Chuan. Boss, I wonder if the effects of these spicy strips truly align with the description. Are there any side effects? Boucher E suspected that an item capable of temporarily enhancing energy levels would undoubtedly carry significant side effects. To her surprise, Luo Chuan shook his head, his voice calm. The effects are precisely as described. If they do not align, feel free to take it up with me. As for side effects, there are none. None? Typically, methods that stimulate one's potential, whether elixirs or techniques, invariably come with some degree of side effects. Yet here was the owner of this modest shop asserting that the spicy strips had no adverse effects at all, piquing Boucher Yi's interest. Li Gu, how many spiritual crystals do you have? Boucher Yi turned to Bu Li Gu, inquiring. Bu Li Gu blinked in surprise before responding. Exactly 101 spiritual crystals. Excellent. Boucher Yi nodded, a smile gracing her features. With a flourish, she produced a silver-white ring that appeared in her palm. Bu Li Gu stared, bewildered, and glanced at his own hand, nearly in tears. Sister, that's my space ring. Space rings are a rather rare item in the Tianlan continent, providing a space to store belongings. The larger the space, the rarer the ring. Consequently, their prices are substantial. According to Luo Chuan's knowledge, a space ring of about 1 cubic meter would cost at least several thousand spiritual crystals, often being rare and hard to come by. This indicated that Bu Li Gu and Boucher Yi's backgrounds were likely extraordinary. However, Luo Chuan was merely curious and did not dwell on their identities. With 101 spiritual crystals, I'll take 1 packet of spicy strips and 1 bottle of cola. Boucher Yi retrieved a packet of spicy strips and a bottle of cola from the shelf, advancing towards Luo Chuan while extracting a small pile of spiritual crystals from the space ring. Luo Chuan nodded and accepted the crystals from Boucher Yi. Sister, aren't you going to taste it? Chapter 10. Delicious. Gazing at the spicy strips and cola in Boucher Yi's hands, Bu Li Gu swallowed hard, vividly recalling the delightful taste of cola that had lingered in his memory ever since he first tasted it yesterday, with its refreshing coolness and the delightful sensation of bubbles bursting in his mouth. Boucher Yi nodded slightly. Indeed, when spending over 100 spiritual crystals, one must ascertain whether it is worth the value. Then, under Bu Li Gu's eager gaze, Boucher Yi slowly tore open the packaging of the spicy strips. Instantly, a rich, aromatic scent wafted through the air, tantalizing their senses. Inside the package lay a single spicy strip, its red oil glistening enticingly. Indeed, there was only 1 strip in the package, upon first seeing it. Luo Chuan even questioned whether the system had intentionally shortchanged them on the quantity. Boucher Yi delicately pinched the strip between her slender fingers, hesitating momentarily before, under Bu Li Gu's eager gaze. She brought it to her lips. She chewed gently. An explosion of spicy flavor surged into her mouth, followed by a sensation akin to a flame igniting within her belly, rapidly igniting her internal spiritual energy. Delicious. Boucher Yi slightly narrowed her eyes, offering her assessment. Sister, how does it taste? Bu Li Gu, watching Boucher Yi's expression, struggled to suppress his own saliva. Bu Li Gu was already regretting not bringing more spiritual crystals with him. Exquisite, Boucher Yi replied casually. Moreover, the effects are indeed as the owner stated. My cultivation level has genuinely ascended to the 6th tier of the soul realm, as she felt the surge of strength within her. Boucher Yi couldn't help but reflect, the daughter of the southern town marquis. Boucher Yi was renowned for her stunning beauty, being among the most striking figures in the entire Jiuyue city. Many young men regarded her as their goddess. Despite being a woman, her prowess was formidable, having already reached the 5th tier of the Soul Realm. At such a young age, her level of cultivation was indeed a rarity. Even within the entire Tianqing Empire, it is said that spicy strips pair well with the joy of indulgence. Cola seems to complement them perfectly. Beside them, Luo Chuan timely spoke up, and Bushi nodded poetically. Then unscrewed a bottle of cola and took a gentle sip that Bushi's eyes widened. She took another sip and then yet another. Moments later, the entire bottle of cola was consumed by Bushi. Burp! A loud belch echoed, and a faint blush appeared on Bushi's face. Luo Chuan remained unperturbed, maintaining his composure in front of the beauty, an essential quality for any charismatic man that Li go. Let us depart, she said, giving Luo Chuan a slight nod before pulling the dazed Bu Li Gu away from the small shop. Thank you for your patronage, and we welcome you to visit again, Luo Chuan said, nodding slightly in return. Sister, how was the food? As soon as they stepped out of the shop, Bu Li Gu asked with an expression of utter disillusionment. The Bushi turned back to glance at the shop. Her autumn water-like eyes filled with deep confusion. I truly did not expect both items to be as described. Now you see that I was not deceiving you, Bu Li Gu replied proudly. Bushi nodded slightly. Indeed. But speaking of which, who exactly is the owner? What is his purpose in opening a shop in Juyao City? Bu Li Gu waved her hand dismissively. Sister, why concern yourself with such matters? As long as we can purchase items from this store, what does it matter who the owner is or what his capabilities might be? Upon hearing Bu Li Gu's rather straightforward response, Bushi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. You are right. As long as we can buy things here, why bother with anything else? Chapter 11. You are welcome to smash the shop anytime after Bushi and her companion left. Luo Chuan continued to bask in the sun on his lounge chair. However, it seemed fortune was on his side, for not long after, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Are you the owner of this shop? Luo Chuan opened his eyes to see a woman clad in sleek black attire, her figure curvaceous, with long, jet-black hair tied into a ponytail, exuding an air of vigor. Origin Mall, what grand aspirations you have, she commented while gazing at the shop sign. Luo Chuan maintained a stoic expression, offering no response, perhaps finding it somewhat dull. The woman frowned. I ask again, are you the owner? Speak, will you? Finally, Luo Chuan replied, his tone calm. Yes. May I inquire what you wish to purchase? Perhaps healing elixirs or something of the sort? Given that your shop is called a mall, surely you must have such items? She contemplated aloud. The Juyao Mountains nearby are home to numerous beasts and spiritual herbs, attracting many practitioners seeking to make a living, and Wei Qingzhu is one such individual. Luo Chuan remarked that he nodded. No. We do not have any as Wei Qingzhu prepared to leave. Luo Chuan's words prompted her to halt. We may not have elixirs, but I assure you that the items I sell are far superior to those. Such a bold claim for a young shopkeeper. Wei Qingzhu chuckled, intrigued by Luo Chuan's assertion. Now I find myself quite interested in what your shop offers than as expected. Mere seconds later, Wei Qingzhu's exclamations of astonishment filled the shop. What? The shelves are filled with glassware. How wealthy are you, owner? Luo Chuan secretly rolled his eyes, choosing not to respond. Only in this otherworldly realm would glass be treated as a treasure, Wei Qingzhu thought, taking a deep breath to suppress her resentment towards the affluent, before beginning her examination of the goods on display. What she discovered was astonishing. A bottle of cola was priced at 10 spirit crystals, and that spicy strip costs a staggering 100 spirit crystals. Are you robbing us blind, owner? Wei Qingzhu exclaimed, glaring fiercely at Luo Chuan. Unfazed, Luo Chuan replied coolly. All items in the shop are of exceptional value. There is no question of arbitrary pricing. Upon hearing Luo Chuan's explanation, Wei Qingzhu became somewhat incensed. Nonsense. This is the first time I've encountered a proprietor like you in Juyao City, who blatantly overcharges. Luo Chuan shook his head. Please take a look at the descriptions beneath the items. Descriptions? Wei Qingzhu frowned skeptically, having previously only focused on the prices. After pondering, she approached the shelf again, scrutinizing the details regarding the spicy strips and cola. After reading, she gasped in disbelief that if the descriptions were accurate, the prices could be considered a steal. Owner, these descriptions are all true, aren't they? Wei Qingzhu asked, somewhat incredulous. Luo Chuan replied, I assure you, We are honest in our dealings. Very well. I shall buy them. Gritting her teeth, Wei Qingzhu swiftly made her decision. Thank you for your patronage. Your total comes to 101 spirit crystals. That a subtle smile finally graced Luo Chuan's face. Wei Qingzhu took a bottle of cola and a pack of spicy strips, placing 101 spirit crystals on the counter. Just as Luo Chuan was about to accept the payment, Wei Qingzhu suddenly placed her hand over the crystals. Luo Chuan looked at her in confusion. Owner, if these items do not match the descriptions, not everyone is as affluent as Buli Ge. 101 spirit crystals is not a trivial sum for me. Luo Chuan replied calmly. You are welcome to smash the shop anytime. Chapter 12. The Amethyst Magic Wolf. After Wei Qingzhu departed, Luo Chuan opened the system interface. Task progress. Cola 2100 spicy strips 2100. Looking at the data, Luo Chuan couldn't help but sigh. At this rate, completing the task would certainly take considerable time. After leaving Origin Mall, Wei Qingzhu made her way to the Eastern City Gate. Shortly after, two other women approached, both as striking as Wei Qingzhu. Their names were Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang, friends who had ventured into the Jiao Mountains alongside Wei Qingzhu. Are you all prepared? Song Qiuying smiled faintly. I have just received news that our target this time is an amethyst magic wolf at the Soul Realm. Wei Qingzhu and Lin Wanshuang's expressions shifted at this revelation. The amethyst magic wolf, renowned for its protective amethyst crystals, boasts formidable defense and achieves Soul Realm strength upon reaching adulthood. Meanwhile, the three of them were merely at the transformation realm, with Wei Qingzhu being the strongest at the 8th level of transformation. Qingying, can we handle the amethyst magic wolf? Wei Qingzhu furrowed her brow. Song Qiuying chuckled softly, shaking her head. Qingzhu, I am well aware of our capabilities that this. Song Qiuying glanced around before whispering to the two of them. However, it appears that the amethyst magic wolf's strength has diminished due to injuries, and it has fallen to around the 8th level of transformation. Lin Wanshuang squinted her eyes slightly and nodded. 8th level of transformation? I believe we can give it a try. Qingzhu, the decision is yours. Considering her companions, Wei Qingzhu pondered for a moment before nodding. If that's the case, let us take the gamble. Deep within the dense forests of the Jiao Mountains, a rustling sound suddenly echoed. Approaching, they could see 3 figures cautiously advancing. Strangely enough, I feel there are many more beasts than usual along the way. How far are we from the amethyst magic wolf? Wei Qingzhu asked in a hushed tone. Not far, it's in this vicinity, Song Qiuying responded quietly. Sniffing the air, Lin Wanshuang's eyes suddenly brightened. There is a scent of blood. Sure enough, in a thicket ahead, they spotted a beast lying prone on the ground. The creature was several feet in size, its back adorned with crystals emitting a purple glow. Most striking was the glaring wound on its abdomen, revealing its writhing innards. It seems the amethyst magic wolf is gravely injured, Wei Qingzhu murmured. When we engage in battle, let us adopt the previous strategy. Qiuying and I will be the main attackers. Wanshuang, you find an opportunity to distract it. Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang nodded in agreement. Onward. With Wei Qingzhu's command, the three finally ceased concealing their presence, launching themselves like a sharpened blade at the amethyst magic wolf. Roar! Sensing danger, the previously prone amethyst magic wolf instantly opened its eyes and let out a deafening roar. Perish! Wei Qingzhu shouted. Her weapon was a dark green longsword, shimmering with radiant light, perhaps due to its injuries. The amethyst magic wolf's speed was hindered, and it was struck directly by Wei Qingzhu's attack. Clang! A crisp sound rang out as the sword collided with the amethyst on its back, but it merely ricocheted off. What formidable defense! Wei Qingzhu exclaimed, retreating to evade the wolf's vicious bite. Beast, look here! At that moment, a furious voice echoed nearby. Song Qiuying, her palm emanating golden light, delivered a punch to the amethyst magic wolf's abdominal wound. Chapter 13. This thing is called Cola Roar. In an instant, the amethyst magic wolf let out a frenzied roar, its back crystals flashing violently. Qing! Be careful! Upon witnessing this, Wei Qingzhu and her companion gasped in astonishment. Lin Wanshuang wielded a long whip, which at a crucial moment ensnared the limbs of the amethyst demon wolf. Song Qiuying secretly exhaled in relief, intending to retreat when a sudden sound of rushing air erupted behind her. With a piercing sound, a violet tail pierced through Song Qiuying's shoulder, eliciting a cry of pain from her lips. In an instant, blood stained her garments crimson. Qiuying, Wei Qingzhu, and Lin Wanshuang's eyes instantly filled with rage. Lin Wanshuang swung her whip, temporarily restraining the amethyst demon wolf, seizing the opportunity to rescue Song Qiuying. Wei Qingzhu inhaled deeply, retrieved a packet of spicy strips, tore it open, and directly stuffed it into her mouth. Spicy strips, huh? If you're deceiving me, I want to let you off lightly. In the next moment, Wei Qingzhu's complexion flushed crimson as a violent energy enveloped her, reaching the pinnacle of the creation realm. It is actually true. Wei Qingzhu marveled at the surge of spiritual power coursing through her body. Her form seemed to transform into a fleeting shadow, and in the blink of an eye, Wei Qingzhu appeared beside the amethyst demon wolf, bringing her sword down in a decisive strike. Instantly, the amethyst demon wolf's body froze in place, its eyes reflecting disbelief. It could not comprehend why this human strength had surged so dramatically in an instant. A line of blood appeared at the wolf's neck, its massive head severed and its body collapsing to the ground. Qiuying, drink this. Wei Qingzhu, in a state of panic, brought the cola to Song Qiuying's lips. After several breaths, witnessing the wound on Song Qiuying's shoulder heal completely, the three women were engulfed in profound astonishment. Such an injury, even with the aid of spiritual medicine, would typically require months to recover from. Yet now, it had mended before their eyes in mere moments. What on earth was that black potion? Sister Qingzhu, what did you give me to drink? Song Qiuying, still in disbelief, exclaimed. And that thing you just ate, it caused a massive surge in your spiritual power. Returning to her senses, Wei Qingzhu recounted her experience at the shop in Luochuan. This thing is called Cola. 3 days later. As usual, Luochuan basked in the sun on a recliner at the entrance of his shop. Oh, boss, sunbathing again. A familiar voice rang out, unmistakably belonging to Bu Ligay, who had come once more. For the past few days, Bu Ligay had visited Luochuan's shop daily, purchasing a bottle of cola and a packet of spicy strips. For someone who was financially well off, Luochuan was more than happy to oblige. However, there was one thing that left him somewhat dissatisfied. Despite Bu Ligay's frequent visits, he had not brought any customers along. Moreover, Bu Ligay's sister, Bu Shi, had not shown up even once during these days. Luochuan vowed that he wasn't merely interested in seeing beautiful women. He simply wished to sell more cola and spicy strips. Yet, in Bu Ligay's eyes, the fewer people who knew about Luochuan's shop, the better. After all, if too many people came, what if all the products sold out? He wouldn't be able to get any spicy strips or cola. Everything is on the shelves. Help yourself, but remember to place the spirit crystals on the counter, Luochuan said without even opening his eyes. Got it, Bu Ligay replied, expertly grabbing a packet of spicy strips and a bottle of cola. Then placing the spirit crystals on the counter. Indeed, every day a bottle of happy water makes one feel like a deity, Bu Ligay remarked, downing a significant gulp of cola. The name Happy Water had been coined by Luochuan in a casual moment, and Bu Ligay had memorized it since. Chapter 14. I'll buy this shop. Boss, since the store is called a mall, don't you think having only 2 types of products is a bit lacking? Bu Ligay remarked after finishing the cola and spicy strips. While delicious and potent, he felt the sole critical flaw was the insufficient quantity. This shopkeeper is also at a loss regarding the lack of products. Do you think I don't want new items? Luochuan rolled his eyes at Bu Ligay's words. Although he thought this internally, he replied, new products will be available in the future. Boss, you've said that 3 times already. Bu Ligay pouted. Luochuan chose not to respond. After some more idle chatter with Luochuan, Bu Ligay eventually departed from the shop. That moment, a lavishly adorned carriage slowly entered Juyo City through the east gate. The carriage was drawn by a Qinglin horse, emanating an intimidating aura. The Qinglin horse was said to possess a trace of dragon blood, achieving the strength of the creation realm upon maturity. Passers-by, both cultivators and commoners, quickly made way, their expressions filled with respect. The front of the carriage was a striking emblem, a silver crescent moon. The residents of Juyo City were well acquainted with this symbol, as it represented the Silver Moon Manor, a prominent sect near the Tianqing Empire, rivaling its power. Well, I never expected this young master to find himself in Juyo City. The young master, the manor lord, has instructed us to come ahead and secure a suitable place to stay. However, the strength of the Tianqing Emperor is not to be underestimated, so I advise you to act with caution. Understood. Understood. Inside the carriage, a conversation unfolded as the carriage entered the city. A commanding officer at the city gate, with a serious expression, ordered, "Quickly report to His Majesty. The people from Silvermoon Manor have entered Juyo City." Yes, through the carriage window, the young man observed the bustling crowd outside, his eyes betraying a blatant disdain. As the carriage progressed, it passed by a narrow alley, and upon witnessing the scene within, the young man's eyes brightened. "Stop." The carriage came to an immediate halt. "Young master, what is the matter?" The elderly driver, puzzled, lifted the curtain. "How interesting it is to have a shop in a place like this. Fu Bo, come, let us take a look." The young man descended from the carriage and entered the alley, with Fu Bo hastily following behind. Soon, the young man arrived at the shop's entrance, Origin Mall. Upon seeing the name on the sign, he paused momentarily before sneering. What an audacious name! His gaze then fell upon Luo Chuan, who lounged on a recliner at the entrance. Sensing no fluctuation of spiritual energy from him, he shook his head in disappointment. Just a mere mortal. However, living such a mundane life could be considered a clever choice in its own right. But when the young man looked inside the shop, his pupils constricted. Glass. It's all exquisite glass. The young man's expression brightened with delight that he had merely intended to pass the time, but unexpectedly stumbled upon such fortune. Although glass was merely a common item, it was aesthetically pleasing and favored by most wealthy merchants and cultivators that a sufficiently pure piece of glass, palm-sized, could be worth hundreds of spirit crystals if he could acquire all the glass from this shop. He'd never have to worry about pocket money again. "Wake up! I'm buying this shop," the young man shouted to Luo Chuan. Chapter 15. "I'll buy it all," hearing the voice beside him. Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes and scrutinized the young man. Dressed in a dark brocade robe and wielding a flamboyant folding fan, he noted the impressive strength of the elderly man beside him, indicating he was of fifth-tier prowess. What influential family does this young master belong to? Luo Chuan mused internally. That I'm not selling. Luo Chuan shook his head, responding coolly. 100 spirit crystals. To the young man, 100 spirit crystals seemed an exorbitant fortune for this mere mortal. Luo Chuan remained silent, yet his slightly furrowed brows indicated growing impatience. 1,000 spirit crystals. The young man raised the price tenfold. Luo Chuan chose to ignore this unknown individual, closing his eyes once more to bask in the sun. Seeing this, the young man seemed to have an idea, a cold smirk spreading across his face. "Boss, isn't this supposed to be a shop? Why don't I see any products?" the young man remarked as he peered into the shop. "Everything is inside. Help yourself, Ditto, and after you take the items, remember to place the spirit crystals on the counter. Each person can only buy one of each type," Luo Chuan stated without opening his eyes. Due to Luo Chuan's demeanor, the young man felt a flicker of anger rising within him. He shot Luo Chuan a cold glare, as if he were looking at a lifeless body. "Fu Bo, go inside and take a look." The young man beckoned to the elderly man behind him and stepped into the shop. Fu Bo scanned the premises but found nothing amiss. "Cola, spicy strips? Is this what the shop sells?" The young man approached the glass display. Curiosity piqued. Upon reading the descriptions, he couldn't help but scoff. "Boss, did you make this up? Directly restoring all injuries, elevating one minor realm, and it can be stacked 5 times? As far as I know. Even high-grade elixirs can achieve that. Whether it's true or not can be determined by a simple test," Luo Chuan replied coolly. The young man narrowed his eyes, taking a packet of spicy strips and handing it to Fu Bo. "Check if it's real." The elderly man known as Fu Bo had long attained the 5th rank of the Tao-seeking realm, rendering him impervious to the so-called poisons of the mundane world. Fu Bo nodded slightly, accepting the spicy strips, tearing open the packaging, and an intense spiciness instantly permeated the air. This aroma. Not only did the youth widen his eyes in astonishment, but even Fu Bo could not help but slightly stare, for the scent was simply irresistible. Extracting the spicy strips, Fu Bo hesitated not a moment before consuming them. As the spicy strips entered his mouth, it felt as though a flame had erupted within, compelling Fu Bo to savor the experience. Nevertheless, he recalled the youth's words and promptly devoured the entire batch. Mere seconds later, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy radiated from his surroundings. Fu Bo's eyes suddenly widened. Filled with unmistakable shock, Meanwhile, the young proprietor, who had been reclining in a rocking chair, had inexplicably appeared in his shop, locking eyes with him. "How is it?" the youth inquired, taking a deep breath that Fu Bo nodded in response. A surge of exhilaration coursed through the youth's heart. This truly had an extraordinary effect that if he were to bring such a quantity of spicy strips back to Silver Moon Manor, the combat prowess of the entire sect would multiply manifold. "Boss, I shall purchase every last spicy strip in your store. And I want all that cola as well," the youth, suppressing his excitement, called out to Luo Chuan. Although he had yet to test the cola's efficacy, he sensed that the description was likely accurate. Chapter 16. Please depart with grace. Such a wondrous item, being sold for a mere 100 spirit crystals, was indeed an astonishing bargain. Contrary to the youth's expectations, Luo Chuan shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "In this establishment, the rule dictates that each customer may only purchase one of each item per day." The youth furrowed his brow. "What if I offer double the price?" 200 spirit crystals for a pack of spicy strips seemed exceedingly reasonable to him. Luo Chuan shook his head once more, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, and uttered a phrase destined to echo through the ages. "In truth, I have no interest in spirit crystals." Upon hearing this, the youth was momentarily stunned, then erupted in furious laughter. "Ha! Excellent!" A glint of malice appeared in his eyes. "Now I inform you. Not only do I desire the spicy strips and cola, but I shall also claim this establishment. Remember, it is a claim, not a purchase. Were it not for the confines of Jiuyao City, your life would have long ceased to belong to you." The youth regarded Luo Chuan with a cold gaze, a sinister smile adorning his face. To him, it was evident that Luo Chuan had likely discovered these items within a cave left behind by some cultivator. Such occurrences were not uncommon in the Tianlan continent. Clearly, however, this proprietor was a fool who undervalued his wares, selling them at such a paltry price that as for Fu Bo, he continued to stand silently behind the youth, making no move. Yet it was apparent that should Luo Chuan exhibit even the slightest sign of hostility, Fu Bo would strike without hesitation. "Please exit with grace," Luo Chuan stated, pointing towards the door with an expressionless face. "Exit with grace?" The youth was momentarily taken aback, clearly puzzled by the implication. However, after a few breaths, he finally comprehended. This proprietor was essentially telling him to leave. Taking a deep breath, the youth coldly declared, "Today, even if the Emperor of the Celestial Stars were to arrive, he could not save your life. You can only blame yourself for provoking the wrong person. Prepare to die." As the words left his mouth, a silver light enveloped the youth's fist, hurtling directly towards Luo Chuan's head. Waves of spiritual energy surged forth, indicating that the youth's strength had at least reached the pinnacle of creation. Moreover, judging by the youth's demeanor, it was clear he was intent on delivering a lethal blow. Luo Chuan furrowed his brow. How dare this fellow lay hands upon him? With the system's augmentation, he had yet to test the extent of his own strength. And this youth presented an excellent opportunity for experimentation. Observing Luo Chuan's lack of reaction, the youth inexplicably felt a sense of foreboding creep into his heart. Thud. Just as the youth's fist was about to strike Luo Chuan, a muted sound echoed. The youth felt as though he had collided with an invisible wall, unable to advance an inch. Faintly, a crisp sound emanated from his arm. The proprietor before him had not even flinched. "Do you understand the consequences of causing a disturbance in my establishment?" Luo Chuan remarked coolly. The youth felt as though his body was ensnared by an invisible force, rendering him immobile. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, half from pain and half from fear. Fu Bo, without hesitation, the youth called out for the elder behind him for help, but if this proprietor could bind him so effortlessly, then he was undoubtedly at least of the Tao-seeking realm, far beyond the youth's capacity to resist. Chapter 17. The rules of this establishment boldly. Do not harm the young master. At the moment the youth called out, a terrifying wave of spiritual energy erupted from Fu Bo, his form vanishing in an instant. When he reappeared, he was at the youth's side. That it must be said, as the youth's protector, Fu Bo remained remarkably composed, making the choice to act without delay. For him, the safety of the youth was paramount. Fu Bo reached out to grasp the youth's shoulder, preparing to transport him away. However, Fu Bo's expression shifted drastically as he realized a critical issue. He was utterly unable to move the youth. How could this be? He was of the 5th rank in the Tao-seeking realm. Why could he not budge this young proprietor? Could it be that his strength surpassed his own for a moment? An unusual sense of dread flickered in Fu Bo's heart, but he swiftly cast it aside. His mission was to safeguard the youth. Should anything happen to him, Fu Bo would undoubtedly face dire consequences. Silverlight Palm. Fu Bo decisively shifted his target, striking towards Luo Chuan with a force that far surpassed that of the youth's earlier attack. The silver light shimmering at the edges of his palm even revealed faint. Dark fissures, too slowed to Fu Bo's astonishment. Luo Chuan's dispassionate voice resonated beside him. The Fu Bo's body stiffened. The figure of Luo Chuan ahead began to dissipate, revealing it to be merely an afterimage. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan's hand lightly descended upon Fu Bo's shoulder, unleashing a terrifying wave of spiritual energy. A barely perceptible sound emanated, and Fu Bo's expression froze in shock. In the next instant, a gentle breeze swept by from outside. Fu Bo's form appeared to age countless years, disintegrating into dust. You actually killed Fu Bo. The youth watched in horror, his face a mask of disbelief. If a practitioner at the Dao-seeking realm could be so effortlessly slain, how formidable must this proprietor be? At the pinnacle of Dao-seeking, a venerable sage, or perhaps the legendary saint? The youth dared not contemplate further. He regretted ever wandering into this alley. However, when one perceives a threat to their life, they often resort to unexpected actions, and the youth was no exception. Upon noticing Luo Chuan's gaze fixated upon him, he took a deep breath, striving to maintain his composure. Senior, it was the fault of the junior earlier. I am willing to offer you compensation. Yet Luo Chuan remained unmoved, his indifferent voice cutting through the air. One must always pay the price for their actions. The rule of this establishment is clear. Those who cause disturbances shall die. With those words, the youth's fate was sealed. Hearing this, he could no longer maintain his calm facade. Terror etched upon his features. No, you cannot kill me. Do you know who I am? I am the young master of Silver Moon Manor. If you slay me, my father will surely not let you off the hook. No, I beg you, spare my life. Luo Chuan paid him no mind, casually placing his palm upon the youth's form. Luo Chuan's brow arched slightly. Unlike before, a jade pendant at the youth's waist suddenly radiated a brilliant light, blocking Luo Chuan's hand. Simultaneously, an overwhelming aura began to coalesce. Ha! Seeing himself enveloped in light, the youth burst into laughter, his gaze towards Luo Chuan filled with venomous disdain. This pendant contains a trace of my father's spiritual will. You cannot kill me. My father is at the pinnacle of Dao seeking. Prepare to die. As the pendant emitted its radiant glow, it transported the youth outside the shop. The presence of a spiritual will within the pendant clearly indicated the manor lord's considerable regard for the youth. In that moment, the youth forgot Luo Chuan's terrifying prowess, his heart swelling with exhilaration. Fueled by confidence in his father's strength, the youth felt not a shred of the fear he had previously harbored towards Luo Chuan. A classic case of forgetting the pain after the wound is healed. Chapter 18. What does invincibility feel like? Interesting. Observing this scene, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in Luo Chuan's eyes, that he could sense that the pendant was not attempting to assist the youth in fleeing, but rather transporting him to safety. Meanwhile, a spiritual will was firmly locking onto Luo Chuan. Who dares to harm my son? A furious voice erupted from the jade pendant at the youth's waist, a silvery glow shooting skyward, transforming into a colossal figure towering 1,000 feet tall. The heavens and earth shifted in color. A heavy aura of pressure enveloped the entire Juyo city almost instantaneously. Countless ordinary citizens and cultivators stared at the figure in the sky, their expressions shifting dramatically. What terrifying presence could this be? Has a senior expert descended upon Juyo city? I am at the realm of spiritual consciousness. Yet under this oppressive aura, I find myself unable to muster even a hint of defiance. Who could possibly have provoked such an existence to manifest here? Rest assured, everyone, a voice echoed. As the imperial capital, Juyo City possesses a protective city formation. Even a master of the Dao cannot breach it. Simultaneously, within the royal palace of Juyo City, a man with sharp brows and starry eyes, exuding an emperor's aura and clad in a yellow dragon robe, suddenly opened his eyes wide. This man was none other than the emperor of the Tianqing Empire. Emperor Ji Wei. His cultivation had already reached the pinnacle of the Dao. Ji gazed intently at the ethereal figure in the sky, a grave expression crossing his face. Chu Yongping, why has that fellow's spiritual projection come to this place? Your Majesty, a white-robed elder with graying hair replied from behind Ji Wuhui. The city guards reported earlier that the young lord of Silvermoon Mansion, Chu Yunfei, has arrived in the city. The elder appeared unremarkable, indistinguishable from an ordinary person. However, upon closer examination, his eyes resembled black holes capable of devouring one's spirit. Chu Yunfei. It seems that Chu Yongping is indeed concerned about something within the Juyou Mountains. A faint smile appeared on Ji Wuhui's face. Very well. It seems that Chu Yunfei has provoked a formidable being drawn by something from the Juyou Mountains, but if he were to be killed like this, it would pose a problem for me. Elder Bai, I must trouble you to take a trip. Elder Bai nodded and vanished from sight. Everyone is eager to seize a piece of the pie. Yet before that, they ought to weigh their own strength. Ji Wuhui's voice resonated softly throughout the royal city. Is this the spiritual projection? Luo Chuan murmured, gazing at the towering figure above. That I must say, it is indeed quite intimidating that at this moment, Luo Chuan was closer to the spiritual projection than anyone else, enduring a pressure that ordinary individuals could hardly fathom. Yet now, he appeared utterly unfazed, exuding not the slightest hint of distress. This brings to mind the invincible buff provided by the system. Luo Chuan was convinced that as long as he remained within a 10-kilometer radius of the shop, even a legendary sage would be incapable of withstanding a single punch from him. Invincibility can indeed be quite lonely at times. Father, he not only killed Uncle Fu, but also seeks to take my life. Not far away, Chu Yunfei pointed at Luo Chuan, shouting without mentioning that he had instigated the trouble for greed. Under the towering spiritual projection of Chu Yongping, the figure of Luo Chuan appeared no larger than an ant. Die. A cold, indifferent voice rang out, sealing Luo Chuan's fate. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and a radiant full moon emerged. The moonlight resonated with the distant sun, releasing an aura of destruction that swept through the air. Chapter 19. The silver moon descends. Swish. The silver moon flickered, and a beam of light, seemingly tangible, shot directly towards Luo Chuan. As the beam passed, the space trembled, and spiritual energy erupted. Silver moon descends. What madness has Chu Yongping descended into? Elder Bai, rushing from the palace, was immediately taken aback, hastily retrieving a jade seal from his bosom. The seal was the key to activating the protective formation of Juyou City. With Elder Bai's immense spiritual power pouring into it, the entire Juyou City underwent a transformation. Faint golden light flickered around the city walls, and it seemed as if a dragon's roar reverberated through the imperial city, that a golden light shield materialized, enveloping the entirety of Juyou City. However, the formation speed of condensation was evidently lacking, failing to completely cover the area where Luo Chuan stood. At that moment, the beam had already arrived before Luo Chuan. Chu Yunfei, not far away, wore a look of exhilaration, ready to burst into laughter. Do you truly think you can kill me, a mere shopkeeper? How absurd! Ultimately, it will be your own life that is forfeit. But upon witnessing what transpired next, the expression on Chu Yunfei's face instantly froze, his laughter caught in his throat. Following his line of sight, Luo Chuan merely extended a finger before him. The beam abruptly halted midair, as though an invisible chasm lay before it, rendering it incapable of advancing even a fraction. It must be noted that Chu Yongping possessed the strength of a Dao pinnacle expert. And the Silver Moon Mansion's ultimate technique, Silver Moon Descends, was not something cultivators of equal standing would dare to confront head-on. Even if it were merely a spiritual projection, the Silver Moon Descends still wielded a fraction of its original might. Yet now, this young shopkeeper effortlessly blocked it. In an instant, a sense of foreboding surged within Chu Yunfei's heart. Ding! Luo Chuan flicked his finger, and a crisp sound echoed through the heavens. Accompanying it was the sound of shattering. As the beam was suddenly riddled with cracks, then exploded into countless luminous fragments, creating a fantastical spectacle that in midair. Chu Yongping observed Luo Chuan's casual dissolution of his attack, his brows furrowing slightly, the moment Luo Chuan struck. Chu Yongping had not sensed even a hint of spiritual energy, leaving him perplexed. Then, Chu Yongping shifted his gaze to the shop where Luo Chuan was located, narrowing his eyes slightly. Could it be that this inconspicuous shop harbors a fortifying formation? Moreover, the formation appears to be of considerable rank, able to enable an individual to effortlessly withstand his assault. Rarely, a glimmer of greed flickered in Chu Yangping's eyes. Annihilate! A cold command rang out, and the silver moon in the sky erupted with dazzling brilliance. Hundreds of beams of light coalesced, carrying an aura of destruction towards Juyo City below. Lord Chu, please show mercy. Elder Bai's expression paled in alarm at this sight. This moment, the protective formation had yet to fully activate. Should such an assault land within the city, it would likely reduce a large portion of Juyo City to ashes. Witnessing the celestial phenomenon, the residents of Juyo City trembled in fear. Heavens! How could we possibly withstand such an attack? The heavens have forsaken us. I refuse to accept this. Why must we, the powerless ordinary people, suffer the consequences? Humph. Is this the law among cultivators? The lives of the weak are worth no more than weeds. However, Chu Yangping paid no heed to Elder Bai, his spiritual projection exuding an air of indifference that in his eyes, the lives of those within Juyo City held no more value than that of ants. Chapter 20. Who gave you such confidence? Silver Moon Mansion. What overwhelming power they possess. For the first time, a ripple of emotion crossed the typically placid expression of Luo Chuan, an icy glint igniting in his eyes. He could see clearly that Chu Yangping intended to eliminate him, showing no concern for the safety of Juyo City. According to the rules of the Origin Mall, those who attack this establishment shall meet their demise. Though the words were not loud, they resounded throughout Juyo City. Countless individuals heard the proclamation, their expressions a mix of confusion and curiosity. They could hardly fathom that amidst the pressure of the celestial spiritual projection, someone dared to utter such words. Yet upon reconsideration, it was not difficult to surmise that the voice belonged to the adversary of the projection, the Jinnan Marquis Mansion under the oppressive aura of Chu Yangping's spiritual projection. The entire Juyo City remained shrouded in its weight. Naturally, the Jinnan Marquis Mansion was no exception. The individuals within the Jinnan Marquis Mansion gazed solemnly at the distant spiritual projection in the sky, not daring to move a muscle. That voice? Is it the boss's? As the voice echoed, Buligay's face displayed a look of astonishment. It truly is. Bushi nodded slightly, her eyes filled with profound astonishment. She could hardly fathom that the mysterious shopkeeper had managed to provoke such a terrifying expert at the Dao realm. From the aura exuded by this projection, it was likely that even Emperor Ji Wuhui of the Tianqing Empire would not compare. May the boss be safe. Otherwise, where will I buy spicy strips and cola? Buligay prayed earnestly, Bushi, at an inn in the eastern part of the city after returning from the Juyo Mountains. Wei Qingzhu and her companions had been recuperating there. The materials from the purple crystal magic wolf were quite valuable, earning them a substantial fortune in spirit crystals. That voice, doesn't it sound like the shopkeeper? Naturally, Wei Qingzhu and the others were also affected by the pressure, and upon hearing the voice, their expressions changed. The shopkeeper. Is it the place where you buy spicy strips and cola, Sister Qingzhu? Song Qiuying inquired curiously. After consuming the cola, her injuries healed in mere moments, making her particularly interested in the shopkeeper, Luo Chuan. Wei Qingzhu nodded that a shopkeeper capable of selling such items must be extraordinary. Could he be a hidden master? Lin Wanchuang pondered that if there's a chance, Sister Qingzhu, please take us to that shop you mentioned, of course. Without much thought, Wei Qingzhu acquiesced. Trusting in the defensive array of Juyo City, they felt little concern. According to rumors, centuries ago, a beast of semi-respectable level had emerged from the Juyo Mountains, and Juyo City naturally bore the brunt of it. However, even such a formidable beast could not breach the city's protective array. Although the might of the soul projection currently before them was indeed terrifying, it paled in comparison to that of a semi-respectable being on the other side. Upon hearing Luo Chuan's words, Chu Yangping let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, "What arrogance!" Under such an onslaught, he firmly believed that even strong individuals at the 7th or 8th rank would be reduced to ashes, and this young proprietor before him appeared to be no older than 20. How powerful could he truly be? He wondered who had instilled such confidence in him that a faint sigh echoed. For reasons unknown, a sense of foreboding suddenly arose within Chu Yangping. Nevertheless, he quickly dismissed this minor distraction from his mind. Trusting in the prowess of his own technique, He did not believe that this insignificant proprietor had any means of turning the tide, that at this moment. Hundreds of beams of light had already converged above the small shop. Chapter 21. This technique is named Heavenly Obstruction. Quaking stars, concentrate. A soft voice resonated, seemingly imbued with boundless magic, as if time and space were directly confined. Luo Chuan raised his hand and pointed into the void. Ding, ding, ding. A series of crisp sounds rang out, akin to the most exquisite music, striking a chord in the hearts of all present. Yet with each note that resounded, a beam of light erupted into a myriad of sparkling fragments. How is this possible? Not far away, Chu Yunfei's face was etched with shock. The soul projection of Chu Yongping in the sky also emitted waves of fluctuation, clearly caught off guard by how easily his assault had been dismantled. It is only polite to reciprocate that in just a few breaths. All the beams exploded, and Luo Chuan's gaze fell upon the soul projection of Chu Yongping in the heavens. Chu Yongping's heart trembled involuntarily. With a casual gesture, Luo Chuan grasped the air, causing the previously intangible silver moon in the sky to tremble violently. Chu Yongping's face changed drastically, for he realized that he had lost control over the summoned silver moon. The supreme technique of the silver moon manner, silver moon descending from heaven, relied on the projection of the silver moon to unleash terrifying attacks. Now that he had lost the silver moon, his most formidable means of offense had been rendered ineffective. Moreover, in his astonished gaze, the mere projection of the silver moon began to solidify slowly. This technique is named Heavenly Obstruction, quaking stars, as the soft voice echoed. Luo Chuan audaciously appropriated the name of a famous technique from a popular character of his previous life. The silver moon, solidified in the sky, gradually expanded in the sight of all. To be precise, it was because the silver moon was drawing nearer. An overwhelming pressure bore down upon Juyou City below, with the soul projection of Chu Yongping, suspended in midair, being the first to bear the brunt. It was evident that the soul projection flickered erratically, much like a television screen with poor reception. At this moment, the defensive array of Juyou City was fully activated, enveloping it in a translucent shield. Unfortunately, the soul projection was not under the protection of the array. Yet, despite the presence of the protective array, the residents of Juyou City shuddered in fear at the sight of the descending silver moon. Such a force of nature could not possibly be withstood by mere mortals. Such a terrifying technique. Could it be that there exists a hidden powerful being of respectability within Juyou City? This assault would surely overwhelm the city's defenses, wouldn't it? It's over. We're doomed. This is a conflict between deities, and mortals suffer. Countless faces reflected bitter dismay that in the Imperial City, the Empress of the Celestial Star. Ji Wuhui abruptly stood, her gaze fixed intently on the distant silver moon, her once imposing visage now stripped of calm. This aura likely surpassed the realm of inquiry. I did not expect such a powerful being to exist in Juyou City. Perhaps drawn here by the allure of the Juyou Mountains, that I can only hope this elder can temper the might of their technique. For my Juyou City cannot withstand much turmoil. As she spoke the last words, a hint of bitterness tinged her tone. Though the Celestial Star Empire may seem an unrivaled behemoth in the eyes of the common folk, Ji Wuhui understood all too well that, in the vast expanse of the Tianlan continent, the Celestial Star Empire was but a mere inconspicuous star among the multitude. Chu Yongping gazed at the swiftly descending silver moon, alarm bells ringing in his mind. Danger! Extreme danger! He felt the specter of death looming over him from the silver moon. Chapter 22. The Strategy of the Silver Moon Manor. Yet, Chu Yongping found himself unable to flee, for the aura of the silver moon had completely locked onto him. The silver moon moved with astonishing speed, trailing a 100-meter-long tail of flame as it approached directly above Chu Yongping. The terrifying pressure descended, causing visible depressions in the protective array of Juyou City, as the head of the Silver Moon Manor and a peak being of inquiry. Even though he could not escape, Chu Yongping would not simply resign himself to fate. The colossal soul projection, towering at 1,000 zhong, finally sprang into action, its massive arms lifted as if attempting to prop up the crashing silver moon. The silver moon was at least 10,000 zhong in size, making the soul projection seem like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Boom! A thunderous roar echoed, leaving countless inhabitants of Juyou City momentarily deafened. Blinding silver light erupted from the silver moon, waves of destruction radiating outward that in an instant, the arms of the soul projection shattered, and the very space around it began to twist and collapse under the immense pressure, leading to complete annihilation. Indeed, it was annihilation. The space fragmented, dissolving into utter void. Where the silver moon collided with the arms, an area of utter darkness emerged. Of course, this was not the end, but merely the beginning. The silver moon continued its descent towards the ground, while Chu Yongping's soul projection was utterly incapable of offering any resistance. His astonished expression morphed into one of utter destruction. Yet, this minor incident was of no concern to the residents of Jiuyou City. For all their attention was fixated on the encroaching silver moon. Dispersed that a soft voice suddenly resonated, its volume modest yet echoing throughout Jiuyou City. The word seemed imbued with magic, causing the silver moon to freeze midair. In mere moments, it dissipated into the most fundamental form of energy, vanishing from sight. At the Silver Moon Manor, in the assembly hall, all the elders and core members had gathered, with Chu Yongping, whose visage seemed somewhat familiar, leading the assembly. They convened here regarding the matter of the Jiuyou Mountains. During the discussion, Chu Yongping's expression suddenly shifted, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. His complexion turned ashen, and his aura dwindled. "Lord, Lord!" Cries of alarm erupted from the surrounding crowd. Chu Yongping's face was a mask of coldness. The consciousness within the protective talisman I gave Yunfei has been extinguished. At these words, the expressions of all present shifted dramatically. To erase the consciousness of a peak being of inquiry like Chu Yongping was no trivial feat. Just then, a woman burst into the assembly hall, her face awash with panic. "Not good. Yunfei's life lamp has been extinguished." The woman was none other than Chu Yongping's wife, her gaze toward him filled with despair. "What?" Chu Yongping was instantly struck with shock, nearly collapsing to the ground. Though Chu Yunfei was notoriously unruly, he was still his bloodline, and thus he had always indulged him. When the consciousness was extinguished, Chu Yongping had suspected that Chu Yunfei was likely facing a formidable foe. Yet, he never imagined that in such a brief span, his only bloodline would perish within Jiuyou City. Chu Yongping's countenance turned icy, a murderous aura enveloping him. The surrounding crowd fell silent, fearful of incurring his wrath, though they did not comprehend the full extent of the situation. Chu Yongping sensed that the location of the extinguished consciousness was indeed within Jiuyou City. "Relay my orders. All elders of the manor, follow me immediately to Jiuyou City. I intend to see what explanation Ji Wuhui has for me." Chu Yongping issued his command directly. "Lord, the matter of the Jiuyou Mountains is of great significance. Advancing directly into Jiuyou City may be somewhat." An elder hesitated, finally voicing his concerns. "Never mind. I will bear all consequences." At this moment, Chu Yongping was utterly consumed by rage, paying little heed to the consequences. Moreover, their Silver Moon Manor was merely the vanguard. The treasures within the Jiuyou Mountains would undoubtedly stir the entire Tianlan continent. Chapter 23 Old Bai enters the shop. "Thank you, esteemed elder, for your mercy." Upon witnessing the silvery moon vanish into the ether, the elder Bai wiped the cold sweat from his brow and solemnly clasped his hands in the direction of Luo Chuan. In response, Luo Chuan merely nodded faintly. Despite having remained within his shop during the earlier tumultuous battle, he had sensed that the city's protective formation was indeed activated by this elder. Thus, it was evident that the elder held a significant status within Jiuyou City, likely connected to the royal family. Given that his establishment was situated in Jiuyou City, it was prudent to exercise some deference towards those of royal lineage. Thereafter, Luo Chuan paid no further heed to the elder Bai. Reclining once more in the chaise lounge at the entrance to how could he forget? The earlier figure, Chu Yunfei, had been reduced to mere dust when the silvery moon descended, for such terrifying waves of energy were beyond the capacity of a soul at his level to withstand. Luo Chuan's indifference left elder Bai in a state of inner turmoil. After much contemplation, he gritted his teeth and approached Luo Chuan's shop. The sight of such a formidable being operating a shop in the seldom trodden alleys of Jiuyou City filled elder Bai with astonishment and a profound sense of trepidation. The presence of such an individual as the proprietor raised concerns about potential disturbances from the city's wayward officials and their offspring, that he shuddered at the thought. However, it was indeed peculiar that this powerful figure had established a shop in Jiuyou City without any awareness from the royal family. The Origin Mall truly exhibited grand ambition. Observing the signboard at the entrance, Elderby gazed at Luo Chuan with eyes filled with reverence. This was the undeniable advantage bestowed by strength, had an ordinary person named their establishment thus. It would merely come across as boastful. Senior, Elderby respectfully addressed Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan, reclining in his chair, waved his hand dismissively and replied coolly, I am no senior. That my name is Luo Chuan. Simply call me boss. Yes. Yes, Elderby responded promptly that he understood that such reclusive powerhouses often possessed eccentricities, and individuals like Luo Chuan, who took on the role of a shopkeeper, were a rarity indeed. That I am a royal patron. Known as Bai Hong. Might there be any tasks you require of me, boss? Elderby inquired cautiously. That a patron. Luo Chuan regarded Elderby with curiosity. At the 8th grade of the way, your strength is quite acceptable. In Luo Chuan's eyes, those at the way's threshold were merely average. He wondered how Elderby would react to such a revelation. None, Luo Chuan waved his hand dismissively, uttering nonchalantly. Having said that, he returned to his internal dialogue with the system. Luo Chuan. System. Would it be feasible for me to enlist this individual to promote my shop in GUS City? System. Not permissible. Host, you must trust in your own capabilities. You will undoubtedly accomplish your tasks through your own strength. Luo Chuan. Elderby, seeing that Luo Chuan had ceased to engage with him, turned his gaze towards the interior of the shop. His curiosity about the establishment run by such a powerful being was piqued. Upon observing the array of glassware within, he was struck with astonishment at the sight of the cola and spicy strips displayed. The notion of such potent items being sold for no more than 100 spirit crystals seemed akin to giving them away for free. After a glance at Luo Chuan, Elderby suppressed his intrigue. Beings of such caliber often had peculiarities, and it was hardly surprising for them to engage in such ventures that they asked for the authenticity of the spicy strips and cola. Elderby had never entertained doubts. Strong individuals possessed their own pride. He could not fathom that Luo Chuan would stoop to the level of deceit. Boss, may I sample a pack of these spicy strips? Elderby inquired, lifting a package from the glass display. Certainly, came Luo Chuan's voice. After procuring a pack of spicy strips, Elderby retrieved 100 spirit crystals from his spatial ring and placed them upon the counter. Upon tearing open the packaging, a spicy aroma wafted forth, causing him to inhale sharply. That a glimmer of astonishment flickered in Elderby's eyes. While he had encountered numerous spiritual herbs capable of enhancing strength in a short span, never had he experienced something that ignited his appetite merely by scent. Swallowing hard, he extracted a spicy strip glistening with red oil, and without hesitation, placed it in his mouth. The flavor, upon entry, Elderby's eyes widened as if a conflagration had erupted within his mouth, causing his spiritual energy to surge rapidly. His realm ascended at a visibly accelerated pace, reaching the 9th grade of the way in mere moments. After carefully attuning to the shifts in his spiritual energy, he opened his eyes and exhaled deeply. 1 minute. The intensity of his spiritual energy at the 9th grade persisted for a full minute. Furthermore, once the effects of the spicy strips waned, Elderby felt no adverse effects in his body. As a patron of the Tianqing Empire, Elderby's thoughts naturally turned to the military, that if these spicy strips were utilized within the ranks, the price of 100 spirit crystals per pack was trivial for him. However, when considering the entirety of the military, the implications were staggering. If employed solely among the esteemed leaders, the overall prowess of the army would undoubtedly see a substantial enhancement. After all, in the Tianlong continent, strength reigned supreme, and a formidable individual could easily best 100 foes. Vanquishing enemy commanders amidst a sea of soldiers was no mere fantasy, though he had yet to sample the cola. Elderby held firm belief in the veracity of the provided information. Boss, could the spicy strips and cola be supplied in bulk to the Tianqing Empire? A surge of excitement coursed through Elderby. Since ascending to the realm of the Wei, few occurrences had elicited such a response from him. However, Luo Chuan's subsequent words dashed Elderby's hopes. Our shop's rule permits each individual to purchase each type of product only once per day. This marked the second time Luo Chuan had conveyed this message today. That's so. What a pity. Elderby sighed, a sense of regret washing over him. Yet, upon reflection, he understood. After all, Luo Chuan likely possessed a limited supply. Should he provide for the entire Tianqing Empire, would this shop even remain operational? The answer was evident that in Elder Bai's estimation, the peculiar rules of Luo Chuan shop were entirely reasonable. Moreover, the advantages of this establishment being located in Jiyue City for the Tianqing Empire were undeniable. Yet, as Luo Chuan uttered these words, he felt a pang of heartache. Though his demeanor remained composed, a keen observer would discern a hint of discomfort in his eyes that if he were to collaborate with the Tianqing Empire, how much revenue could he generate daily? It would likely start in the tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Given a 10% share for a one-star shop owner, he would be entitled to thousands of spirit crystals each day. The heartache, the discomfort. As a man destined to become the strongest shopkeeper in this world, the system interjected with a wave of motivational words. Host, you must adhere to your principles and not be swayed by the allure of wealth. Ha! Luo Chuan scoffed. Subsequently, having already indulged in a pack of spicy strips, Elder Bai purchased a bottle of cola. However, as he made his payment, he keenly sensed that Luo Chuan's mood seemed less than favorable, prompting him to tactfully make his exit. Within the imperial city, Ji Wuhui observed the returning Elder Bai, curiosity evident on his face. That it would be no exaggeration to say that Jiyue City had experienced several life-threatening crises in the brief span of time prior. Bai Hong, what transpired? Enlighten me, Ji Wuhui urged. Elder Bai smiled wryly and recounted the events that had unfolded, upon learning that such a reclusive powerhouse had opened a shop in a secluded alley of the imperial city. Ji Wuhui could not help but feel bemused. This senior truly, Ji Wuhui mused, nodding. Indeed, a unique character. Your Majesty speaks true. That senior exhibits none of the airs typically associated with powerful figures. However, I suspect that he has most likely crossed the threshold of the way. Reaching the fabled realm of the Venerable, Elder Bai replied. The Venerable, you say? Ji Wuhui sighed, a hint of exasperation on his countenance. Though the Tianqing Empire was vast and formidable, its most apparent powerhouse remained the Tianqing Emperor, who was at the 9th grade of the way that, of course, the empire had existed for 10 millennia, and its depth was beyond mere numbers. However, since this senior had chosen to establish a shop in such an obscure alley and had instituted such complex rules, it was likely he wished to avoid undue disturbances. Ji Wuhui furrowed his brow in contemplation. Elder Bai, it is imperative that we strictly seal information regarding that esteemed individual opening a shop in Jiyue City. Bai Lao nodded in agreement that if Luo Chuan were to discover the decision made by the two of them, he would likely spit out a mouthful of blood in frustration. After all the effort he had expended, it was to ensure that the people of Jiuyao City were aware of the shop's existence. Yet here they were, sealing off any information about it with just a few casual remarks. Truly, they were two exceptional individuals. Suddenly, Bai Lao recalled something and retrieved a bottle of a dark substance from his spatial ring. What is this? Ji Wuhui inquired curiously. This is a product sold in the shop, known as cola, Bai Lao explained. According to the information provided, consuming it can instantly heal non-fatal injuries. Moreover, it is quite reasonably priced at only 10 spirit crystals. What? Ji Wuhui's eyes widened in shock. The Tianqing Empire was indeed powerful. And with Jiuyao City nestled beside the Jiuyao mountain range, spirit herbs were abundant. However, items like spicy strips and cola, which could perfectly fulfill a specific therapeutic effect, were exceedingly rare. That wasn't the son of the Duke of Zhennan recently attacked. I heard that his injuries have yet to heal. You should send this cola to him. Ji Wuhui quickly deduced the best use for this bottle of cola. It's merely a matter of expending 10 spirit crystals, and it could potentially win over a faction like the Duke of Zhennan. One must admit, Ji Wuhui's imperial acumen is indeed impressive. However, he could never have imagined that the first customer in Luo Chuan's shop would be Bu Ligu. Bai Lao nodded again, though his gaze towards Ji Wuhui was tinged with hesitation, as if he were on the verge of speaking but held back. Bai Lao, is there something else on your mind? Ji Wuhui asked with a smile. Bai Lao glanced at Ji Wuhui and said, If I tell you, Your Majesty, please do not be angered. Ah. Ji Wuhui burst into laughter. Bai Lao, feel free to speak. As an emperor, I possess the requisite composure. That esteemed senior killed the young master of the Silver Moon Manor, Chu Yunfei, in Jiuyao City. Ji Wuhui gasped, coming back to his senses, and involuntarily drew in a sharp breath. Feeling a headache coming on, he now understood why Bai Lao had warned him that he would be upset. It was quite evident. The young master of the Silver Moon Manor had died in Jiuyao City. Even if it wasn't directly at the hands of someone from the Tianqing Empire, they could not evade responsibility. However, since the perpetrator was that formidable senior, Ji Wuhui couldn't possibly seek retribution against him. After much contemplation, Ji Wuhui felt that he had no choice but to bear this burden. Forget it, he sighed. The young master of the Silver Moon Manor has met his end in Jiuyao City. That old fool, Chu Yongping, will undoubtedly not let this matter rest. However, the Tianqing Empire is not a place where they can act with impunity. If they dare to stir trouble here, I would not hesitate to activate the city's protective array once more. Your Majesty is wise. Once the battle concluded and the protective array dissipated, the sky returned to its clear state. The residents of Jiuyao City breathed a sigh of relief, sensing that the crisis had passed. Although nearly everyone had witnessed the earlier grand battle, they remained unaware that one of the protagonists, Luo Chuan, was hiding in a small alley in the eastern part of the city. How regrettable. Had I known, I would have projected a soul image as well. That would have seemed so impressive. Reclining in his chair and reflecting on the earlier skirmish, Luo Chuan felt a twinge of regret. He was certain that he had not acted merely to advertise the shop system. He called out in his mind, feeling somewhat bored. "Yes, host, what is your request?" Came the system's response that I have just repelled the enemies of the shop. Shouldn't you reward me with some kind of lottery or something? Luo Chuan inquired earnestly. The system fell silent for a moment before replying. Rewards have been distributed. Please check, host. Luo Chuan had braced himself for the system's indifferent refusal. But upon hearing this response, he was momentarily taken aback. As expected, the system understands me. Luo Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. The system remained silent, retreating into the background once more. Yet Luo Chuan did not mind. After all, one must learn to be content. "Hey boss," still basking in the sun. A familiar voice and its signature phrase reached his ears. Without even opening his eyes, Luo Chuan knew who had arrived. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld Bu Li Ji's figure. Casting a casual glance at Bu Li Gu, Luo Chuan chose to ignore him. However, Bu Li Gu was undeterred and hesitantly asked, "Boss, was that ruckus earlier caused by you?" "An ignorant fool dared to target my shop, so I dispatched him with ease," Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly. Just like that, Bu Li Gu felt a wave of exasperation wash over him, utterly speechless from the intensity of the soul projection alone. The opponent was at least a peak practitioner of the Tao. Yet what was the outcome? They were crushed like an ant before the boss. Bu Li Gu cast a deep glance at the seemingly languid Luo Chuan in the rocking chair, realizing the lesson that one must never be deceived by appearances. The boss, though appearing amiable, showed no mercy when it came to action. After meandering through the shop, Bu Li Gu emerged with a bag of spicy strips and a bottle of cola. Of course, the spirit crystals in his spatial ring had diminished by over 100. If an ordinary practitioner were to spend spirit crystals like Bu Li Gu, they would have likely gone bankrupt long ago. But who could blame Bu Li Gu, the son of the Duke of Zhennan? Some people are destined to traverse a path filled with thorns, while others glide along a smooth road. "Boss, when will new products arrive in the shop? I'm starting to get a bit tired of these 2 items, he remarked, though his expression betrayed the enjoyment he derived from them. "Are you not tired of them? Why do you eat them so happily?" Luo Chuan mused, recalling the system's mention of a lottery opportunity. "New products will be available in due time," he assured. "Really?" Bu Li Ji's eyes widened in surprise, his face lighting up with excitement that he had merely asked casually, yet it seemed the boss was genuinely preparing to sell new items. What could they be? How would they taste? As he departed, Bu Li Ji's steps were light and buoyant. Before long, night descended. Upon entering the shop, Luo Chuan took a deep breath and opened the system panel that a faint blue light screen appeared before him. And unlike before, a new message appeared at the bottom. One special lottery opportunity available. Special lottery. What could be different from the previous 2? Curious, Luo Chuan pondered the nature of this special lottery. The ordinary lottery involved a spinning wheel in a unique space. What could the special lottery entail? "System, commence the special lottery," he commanded. With a loud clang, a sound suddenly erupted beside him, startling Luo Chuan. When he turned to see the source of the noise, a bemused expression crossed his face that a transparent glass dome contained several spherical objects. Accompanied by a red button at the front, "Is this not a gumball machine?" "System, does this contraption function like a gumball machine?" Luo Chuan asked, his expression devoid of emotion. "Yes, host is correct," the system confirmed. Luo Chuan inwardly scoffed at the system's taste before pressing the button. Immediately, the gumball machine whirred to life, producing a cacophony of sounds. Moments later, with a plop, a water-blue sphere rolled out of the machine. Congratulations, host. You have drawn a special item. Cheonjiang Lu. Cheonjiang Lu, brewed from the fountain of life. Effect: revives the dead. Must die, cannot die, and the soul is retrieved from the underworld. Price: 100,000 spirit crystals per vial. Note: Cheonjiang Lu refreshes once every 7 days. After the lottery concluded, the gumball machine vanished. Luo Chuan gazed at the exquisite cold jade vial in his hand, unable to suppress a smacking sound with his lips. The jade vial felt incredibly smooth to the touch and emitted a rich aura of spiritual energy, indicating it was far from an ordinary item. Yet, what did the Cheonjiang Lu contained within? Unlike cola, which merely healed injuries, this Cheonjiang Lu could actually restore life. Life, by definition, was the essence that allowed beings to exist. Why do humans experience birth, aging, illness, and death? It is due to the gradual depletion of the life force within their bodies. If one could supplement sufficient life energy, then perhaps the notion of immortality would not be mere fantasy. As for the phrases must die, cannot die, the soul is retrieved from the underworld, Luo Chuan suspected they were not mere embellishments. In that case, referring to this Cheonjiang Lu as a life-giving elixir would not be an exaggeration. However, its price was a different matter. It would likely deter 99 of practitioners from even considering it. 100,000 spirit crystals could rival the total fortune of most practitioners at the Return to Origin realm. Brood, you say? Could it be that this Cheonjiang Lu is akin to wine? Gazing at the introduction provided by the system, Luo Chuan felt a flicker of curiosity, his hesitation giving way to resolve. Good things must be savored, and as the proprietor of this establishment, it was only fitting that he be the first to indulge. Moreover, with the benefits bestowed upon him by the system, he could enjoy this delicacy without spending a dime, an exquisite opportunity not to be missed. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chuan slowly unsealed the cold jade bottle. Unbeknownst to him, a refreshing, ethereal fragrance had already pervaded the entire shop, that as the captivating aroma wafted through the air, Luo Chuan felt as if he were transported to a vast, enchanting forest. Following the initial floral notes, he was met with a rich fruitiness, hundreds of distinct fragrances intertwining seamlessly, creating a symphony of clarity. Finally, a robust scent of alcohol enveloped him, rendering him momentarily entranced. The liquid within the bottle was crystal clear, reflecting a dreamlike glow under the light. Although Luo Chuan was not a connoisseur of fine wines, he could nonetheless appreciate the exquisite nature of this divine nectar. Pouring the liquid into a prepared cold jade cup, the intensified aroma struck him anew. Eagerly lifting the cup, he took a delicate sip. The moment the liquid touched his lips, a wave of rich fruitiness cascaded through him, followed by an invigorating chill. In an instant, he felt every pore of his being open up, filling him with an unparalleled lightness. "What a marvelous wine!" he exclaimed, unable to suppress his admiration after downing a cup of this heavenly elixir. Yet this left the residents of Jiuyo City in a state of despair. Across the city, nearly everyone caught a whiff of the intoxicating scent wafting through the air, yet none could discern its source. What wine could be so fragrant? If only I could have a taste, I would have no regrets in this life. Such thoughts echoed in the hearts of every wine enthusiast. However, it was painfully clear that they were fated to miss this opportunity in their lifetime. 100,000 spirit crystals. Such a sum could likely only be mustered by the wealthiest of cultivators. Suddenly, a clap of thunder shattered the air, followed by the sound of torrential rain, that as he stored the divine nectar away. Luo Chuan decided to pull up a small stool and sit at the entrance of his shop to observe the rain outside. The downpour brought a refreshing coolness, and as he watched the rain cascade down, splashing into droplets, an inexplicable sense of unreality washed over him. As if he were in a world apart, that it is said that rainy days stir the deepest memories within one's heart. Despite Luo Chuan's generally carefree nature, a twinge of melancholy surfaced within him that it had been over a month since he arrived in this world. He wondered what Blue Star was like now. Would his friends mourn his sudden departure? As an orphan, did he even have a gravestone? Life extinguished like a candleless flame. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before the traces of his existence on Blue Star faded into nothingness. Chapter 29. Yao Zian. The sky was cloaked in dense clouds, and lightning flickered ominously. Under the majesty of heaven and earth, the countless beasts of the Juyou mountain range cowered in their lairs, too fearful to make a sound. Yet amidst the darkened skies, a shadowy figure darted swiftly, leaving behind the sound of shattering space. Behind this figure followed several others, shadowing its every move. Yao Zian, if 5 of us at the Dao Inquiry Realm cannot bring you down, then I might as well have wasted the last century of my life. Yao Zian, the demon clan is too preoccupied with its own affairs. Do you still expect them to come to your aid? Yao Zian, surrender now, and we may yet allow you a complete corpse. The shouts echoed from behind. The name Yao Zian held great renown throughout the Tianqing Empire and its neighboring regions, a legendary figure. The first on the elusive Shadow Killers list, even earning the title of King of Assassins. Yet she bore another identity, a member of the Royal Beast Clan of the Juyou Mountain Range. Beasts that engage in cultivation typically possess inner cores, which are immensely valuable to humans. The violent spiritual energy within these cores is beyond human capacity to refine. Consuming them directly results in explosive demise. Thus, humans often utilize the inner cores of beasts for body tempering and spirit weapon forging, with the potency increasing alongside the beast's rank. Yao Zian bit her crimson lip, her delicate features etched with frost. Months prior, during an assassination mission, she had inadvertently revealed her clan's identity, attracting the attention of human experts. Beasts at the Dao Inquiry Realm could already assume human form, and their inner cores were treasures rarely found. Recently, Yao Zian had finally breached the threshold of the Dao Inquiry Pinnacle, preparing to face the tribulation for ascension to the esteemed realm. It is worth noting that beasts face far greater dangers during tribulations than humans. Just as Yao Zian completed her tribulation and found herself in a vulnerable state, these Dao Inquiry experts launched a surprise attack, severely injuring her. The location of her tribulation had never been disclosed to humans, which implied betrayal within the Beast Clan. The thought ignited a fierce rage within Yao Zian's violet eyes. Suddenly, a flash of golden light streaked past her periphery. Yao Zian barely managed to dodge, only to be struck directly. The impact sent her reeling, a spray of violet blood escaping her lips. The golden light retreated, revealing a golden bowl. But an otherworldly monk swooped down, tucking the golden bowl into his robes, his dark red cassock billowing like congealed blood. Who would have thought that the infamous demon monk Wuxiang would also intervene? Wiping the blood from her lips, Yao Zian's stunning visage twisted into a mocking smile. A rare inner core of the esteemed realm. Indeed, Wuxiang's face contorted into a sinister grin as he licked his crimson lips. The Wuxiang demon monk held considerable notoriety in the Tianlan continent, with strength at the second rank of the esteemed realm. Facing this esteemed individual while surrounded by 5 at the Dao Inquiry Realm, Yao Zian inhaled deeply, determination flashing in her eyes. Not good. Retreat quickly. Sensing the energy radiating from Yao Zian, Wuxiang's expression shifted dramatically. Only someone at the esteemed realm could comprehend that when a royal beast faced life-threatening peril, it could unleash an attack far exceeding its current rank at the cost of a significant portion of its life force. A beast core, resembling a purple jade, emerged from Yao Zian's mouth, radiating a mesmerizingly destructive aura. Boom! Space shattered, and the void trembled in an instant. The 5 Dao Inquiry pursuers met their demise, their bodies assimilated by the terrifying spiritual energy. Wuxiang's cassock disintegrated as he hastily dove into the golden bowl, escaping into the chaotic void. At this moment, the beast core had completely dimmed. After swallowing it, Yao Zian's complexion paled instantly, her aura sharply diminishing, and she plummeted to the ground. Her long hair danced wildly in the air, her heart filled with sorrowful resignation. Is this truly the end? Chapter 30. A person falling from the sky at the entrance of the shop. Luo Chuan gazed at the ominous clouds above, a look of confusion crossing his face. In that fleeting moment, he had glimpsed a brilliant violet light shimmering within the clouds, captivatingly beautiful. Unaware of the preceding events in the sky, Luo Chuan's perception was limited to a radius of merely 10 kilometers around his shop. What is that? He exclaimed softly, noticing a small black dot rapidly descending from the heavens, its landing point seemingly his very location. As the dark speck approached, Luo Chuan was astonished to discern that it appeared to be a woman. Clad in a black robe, her eyes tightly shut and her body marred with wounds. The most striking feature was her cascade of violet hair. But why had she fallen from the sky? What connection did the violet light in the clouds have with her? Despite the myriad questions swirling in his mind, Luo Chuan would not stand idly by. Stepping forward, he vanished from the shop entrance, reappearing midair, where the rain poured relentlessly, yet not a drop touched him. At that moment, the young woman fortuitously fell from in front of Luo Chuan, who swiftly reached out and caught her in his embrace. Immediately, Luo Chuan's expression shifted slightly as he heard a faint cracking sound emanate from his hands. Although he sustained no injuries, his lips involuntarily twitched. Indeed, even with the invincible buff granted by the system, one must never underestimate the situation at hand. Previously, he had merely extended his arms, employing the strength of his spiritual realm, yet he had grossly underestimated the impact of the young woman's descent, nearly dislocating his arms. The young woman appeared weak, her complexion ashen. Without a moment's hesitation, Luo Chuan carried her into the shop, gently placing her onto the bed before commencing an examination of her condition. To his astonishment, the severity of her internal injuries far exceeded his expectations. Her organs were displaced, her internal injuries critical, her meridians blocked, and her spiritual energy in turmoil. She had lost an excessive amount of blood, and her bones were shattered in at least a dozen places. Even a practitioner at the Tao-seeking realm would likely have succumbed to such injuries by now. Yet within her, there was a purple energy persistently mending and suppressing these wounds. However, the most critical issue was not the injuries themselves. Luo Chuan was taken aback to discover that the fundamental reason for the young woman's unconsciousness was the lack of vitality within her. Clad in simple black attire, her torn garments revealed her fair skin, delicate and stunning. Lying on the bed, she appeared pitiful. Even in his previous life on Blue Star, her beauty would have been exceedingly rare. Akin to a celestial being fallen to the mortal realm, this young girl seemed even younger than himself. Luo Chuan scrutinized her. She was undeniably lovely, evoking a sense of compassion, yet she lay unconscious. Suddenly, he sensed something amiss. An anomaly appeared amidst the dark clouds, and the girl had plummeted from the heavens. Could it be that the earlier commotion was caused by her? A bold conjecture took shape in Luo Chuan's mind. Could this seemingly delicate young woman be a hidden master of unparalleled prowess? The more he pondered, the more plausible it seemed. After a moment of fanciful thoughts, he couldn't help but chuckle softly. Regardless of her abilities, could she possibly outmatch him within this establishment? For others, the young woman's injuries might have been insurmountable. Yet, as the proprietor of the Origin Mall, Luo Chuan found these matters rather easy to resolve. He retrieved a bottle of cola from the glass shelves downstairs and administered it to the young woman. It must be said that the effects of the cola provided by the system were remarkable, in mere moments. The gruesome wounds upon her body visibly healed, leaving no trace of scars. The broken bones realigned under the pull of the muscles. Accompanied by audible cracks, the young woman's furrowed brow relaxed, likely due to the cessation of her pain. However, she remained unconscious, a consequence of her lack of vitality. Had this been a few days prior, Luo Chuan would have been utterly at a loss in such a situation. However, he had just drawn the precious essence of life from the system. What was the purpose of this essence? Was it not to replenish life force? Luo Chuan now found himself questioning whether the system had anticipated that he would be saving a girl deprived of vitality tonight, leading him to draw the essence. Once a cup of the essence was consumed, a tempest of life force surged within the young woman, her complexion blossoming with color, rendering her breathtakingly beautiful. Just as Luo Chuan prepared to offer her a second cup, her brows twitched slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. A pair of violet irises met Luo Chuan's gaze. With her violet hair and eyes, there was an undeniable strangeness about her. But who was Luo Chuan? He was undeniably a Blue Star native, having once been a university student. He had some understanding of comic conventions and anime to him. This young woman merely appeared somewhat extraordinary. Their eyes locked in silence. An awkward atmosphere enveloped them. Luo Chuan felt a pang of uncertainty about what to say. How does one explain? I'm merely a shopkeeper who happened to notice you falling from the sky and decided to save you. It all seemed so out of place, unbeknownst to him. The young woman, Yao Zian, was also engulfed in a tempest of thoughts. Previously, her attack had been driven by a resolve to perish alongside her adversaries, and her life force had nearly been exhausted. Yet now, not only had her injuries healed, but her lost vitality had also been restored. Yao Zian's gaze fell upon the essence in Luo Chuan's hand, her eyes betraying her astonishment. Such a profound force of life. Surely it surpassed even the springs of life in their beastly royal lineage. It was clear that she had been healed by this enigmatic man before her. Gratefulness surged within her, as most demon beasts were known for their straightforward nature, often reciprocating kindness with fervor. "Thank you for saving my life," Yao Zian said earnestly, drawing a deep breath. Yet, a sense of confusion soon washed over her. Though her injuries had healed and her vitality restored, her cultivation remained impaired, and she had no idea how long it would take to return to her former state. Moreover, she was uncertain if the enigmatic monk, Wu Xiang, would pursue her again, with her clan preoccupied due to the emergence of relics. She found herself utterly alone. However, Luo Chuan paid little heed to her turmoil. Then he nodded. "No need for concern. You simply fell from the sky, and I happened to save you." After a moment's thought, he added, "Allow me to introduce myself. I am the owner of this establishment, Luo Chuan. You may call me Boss Luo." After a brief hesitation, Yao Zian replied, "My name is Yao Zian." It seemed both were not particularly talkative, and an awkward silence descended upon them. Chapter 32. The System's Stubbornness. Before long, the silence was broken by a gurgling sound. Yao Zian's cheeks flushed crimson as she recalled that since her ambush and subsequent flight, several days had elapsed without a morsel to eat. Though cultivators could rely on the energy of heaven and earth to sustain themselves, it was not a sustainable solution. Furthermore, while Yao Zian's injuries had healed, her mental fatigue would not easily dissipate. "Are you hungry?" Luo Chuan asked, observing the bashful expression on the young woman's face. Yao Zian could only nod, her cheeks still flushed. To deny her hunger at this point would have seemed overly pretentious. With a sigh, Luo Chuan made a decision. "Wait here. I will prepare something for you." That he then proceeded to the kitchen of the small shop. Ordinarily, Luo Chuan relied on nearby restaurants for his meals. Now, with Buligay contributing to the shop as profits daily, he was not lacking in funds. From the shopkeeper's 10% share, he had set aside a tenth as a savings. Gazing at the modern kitchen, Luo Chuan felt a twinge of reluctance that he had never cooked before. He always relied on street-side eateries. Who would have thought he would need to cook now? He even began to suspect whether the system had anticipated such a day, thoughtfully equipping the room with a kitchen. "All right, I'll make scrambled eggs with tomatoes and boil some noodles." With that, Luo Chuan resolved to proceed. However, tomatoes were not a plant native to Tianlan continent. System transformed 2 tomatoes into existence, along with 2 eggs, Luo Chuan called out in his mind. "Please be advised, this system is the ultimate shopkeeper system, not a vegetable vending system." The system replied with a righteous tone. "Understood, understood." Luo Chuan nodded seriously. "Just hurry and produce the tomatoes and eggs." Eventually, the system complied, conjuring the tomatoes and eggs, along with a portion of noodles. Moments later, a delightful aroma wafted through the kitchen. "Here, eat up." Luo Chuan presented the noodles and scrambled tomatoes and eggs before Yao Zian, while his culinary skills could not rival those of a master chef. To Yao Zian, it was a feast fit for royalty, that if one was starving, even a plain bun would taste heavenly. This was an immutable truth. "Thank you," Yao Zian whispered softly, her usually tranquil heart, akin to a still ancient well, was stirred by ripples of emotion. In moments of utter helplessness, extending a hand of assistance is the easiest way to touch the heart of another, and that was precisely the case before her. However, it was evident that Luo Chuan, who had remained single in 2 lifetimes, was blissfully unaware of this truth. Initially, Yao Zian felt somewhat restrained, but once the food entered her mouth, she cast aside her reservations and quickly devoured the tomato and egg dish along with a bowl of noodles, leaving nothing behind. After observing Yao Zian finish her meal, Luo Chuan rose to his feet, tidied up the remnants, and stated, "The washroom is nearby. Let us rest here tonight, that I will take my leave now." With that, he exited the room. After all, Luo Chuan had saved Yao Zian purely on impulse, with no ulterior motives. Watching Luo Chuan's retreating figure, Yao Zian's lips quivered slightly, yet no words escaped her that Luo Chuan's actions had significantly altered her previously hate-filled heart towards humans. In her eyes, Luo Chuan was akin to a hidden master dwelling within the city. She began to realize that while there indeed existed deranged human practitioners, there were also those who bore kindness towards demon beasts. Indeed, Yao Zian surmised that Luo Chuan had likely already discerned her identity as a demon beast, given how unmistakable her purple hair and eyes were. Hence, when she acted as an assassin, she always cloaked herself in a black robe. Chapter 33. New products in the shop. The night was deep, and the chaotic sound of rain echoed outside, yet the shop remained eerily silent. The system's renovations had indeed significantly improved the soundproofing of the establishment. Upon returning to his room, Luo Chuan lay down on the bed, covered himself with a blanket, and soon drifted into slumber. Meanwhile, Yao Zian lay in bed, her mind a whirlpool of thoughts. After a lengthy duration, she finally succumbed to a deep sleep. The next day, Luo Chuan awoke, stifling a yawn. Opening the window, the fresh air that followed the rain greeted him, invigorating his senses that it was yet another splendid day. After a simple wash, Luo Chuan descended the stairs and opened the shop door. Unlike usual, he paused in surprise at the sight outside. 3 women were quietly waiting. One of them, Wei Qingzhu, was somewhat familiar to him, having purchased goods from his shop not long ago. "Good morning, boss," Wei Qingzhu exclaimed with a smile. "These are my friends, Song Qiuying and Lin Wanchuang." Both Song Qiuying and Lin Wanchuang greeted Luo Chuan while discreetly sizing him up. They speculated that this mysterious proprietor was likely the formidable figure responsible for the terrifying phenomenon that occurred the previous day in Jiyue City. However, upon seeing Luo Chuan, they nearly doubted their own eyes. If he were truly so powerful, how could he appear so youthful, seemingly younger than they? Yet, despite their confusion, such thoughts remained unspoken. "Thank you for the cola you sold," Song Qiuying expressed earnestly. "Without it, my injuries may not have healed so swiftly." Luo Chuan merely shook his head and replied nonchalantly, "There is no need for thanks. I am but an ordinary shopkeeper to an ordinary shopkeeper." "Do you truly believe that?" In an instant, the 3 women exchanged glances, their expressions reflecting a mixture of amusement and disbelief. "Boss, when I visited last time, there were only 2 items in the shop. Have you acquired anything new?" Wei Qingzhu inquired with curiosity. Considering it is named a marketplace, it seems a bit unreasonable for there to be only 2 offerings, does it not? Luo Chuan nodded and stepped aside. "Of course, new products have arrived. Please come inside." As the 3 entered the shop, they were inevitably taken aback by the scene before them. The glass shelves were an extravagant touch. Yet, upon recalling the identity of the shop's owner, everything began to feel rather justified. That a store owned by such a powerful being would indeed be strange if it lacked uniqueness. Come. Here are the spicy strips and cola I bought earlier." Wei Qingzhu beckoned her friends to a glass display. Spicy strips and cola. Had I not seen the effects with my own eyes, I would have never believed it. Lin Wanchuang exclaimed in awe. If one could carry spicy strips and cola with them, it would be worth more than a life. Song Qiuying nodded in agreement, having personally experienced the cola's remarkable healing properties. This what the boss refers to as new products. Just then, Wei Qingzhu's attention was drawn to a singular white jade bottle on the shelf. Unlike the cola and spicy strips, this white jade bottle stood alone, exuding an air of exclusivity. The 3 women gathered around the bottle, perusing the description beneath it. Chapter 34. Meeting the boss's wife unbeknownst to them. The price listed, 100,000 spirit crystals, caused Wei Qingzhu's mouth to twitch. Such a price was exorbitant, even if she were to sell herself. She could scarcely afford it. She could only utter, "Excuse me," and chuckled. "Boss, do you truly believe we are capable of affording such a luxury?" Song Qiuying rolled her eyes at Luo Chuan from a distance, unable to contain her exasperation. Divine elixir? Fountain of life? 2 unfamiliar names. Lin Wanchuang pondered, though the concept of a life-restoring substance was entirely new to her. Suddenly, Lin Wanchuang's eyes widened in realization, a sharp intake of breath escaping her lips. "Wanchuang, what is it?" Wei Qingzhu and Song Qiuying asked, puzzled by her reaction. Lin Wanchuang could not suppress a wry smile, realizing her own limited perspective. "Consider this. What happens to those adept practitioners at the returning yuan and asking Dao levels as they age and fail to break through?" She posed. What else could happen? Naturally, they face depletion of life force and the eventual end of their lifespan. Wei Qingzhu retorted with a roll of her eyes. Song Qiuying nodded in agreement. This was common knowledge among practitioners. Wait, life force depletion? Restoration of life force? Could it be that the divine elixir possesses the ability to prolong life? With this thought, the trio's gaze towards the divine elixir transformed. This was no mere elixir. It was a dazzling gem of spirit crystals. If reclusive masters nearing the end of their lives learned that this little shop offered something that could restore their life force, would they not come rushing in, eager to acquire it? Was 100,000 spirit crystals costly? Indeed, it was exorbitantly so. Yet for those individuals, no matter the price, they would surely procure the spirit crystals. What was more valuable than their very lives? In an instant, the women envisioned a tumultuous future for Jua City. Boss, your audacity is truly remarkable, Wei Qingzhu remarked with a wry smile. Luo Chuan maintained an impassive expression. Is this truly remarkable? I believe there will be items even more extraordinary than the divine elixir that I will procure in the future. However, I wonder what the Tianlan continent will resemble by that time. The mere thought of it thrilled him. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed through the air. The three women turned towards the source of the sound. Momentarily stunned, descending the staircase was a woman, not particularly old, clad in black attire that did little to conceal her alluring figure. Her beauty was ethereal, reminiscent of a celestial being. Yet what captured their attention most were her striking purple hair and eyes. Having frequently hunted demon beasts in the Jiyue mountain range, they were well acquainted with such traits. Moreover, the trio possessed knowledge of secrets unknown to ordinary practitioners. Purple hair and eyes were the hallmarks of the demon beast royal lineage. Years of combat instinct nearly compelled them to act, but upon recalling the mysterious strength of the shop's owner, it seemed rather unremarkable to have a member of the demon royal family within the establishment. However, since this woman had descended from the second floor, presumably the proprietor's resting area, it was evident what her identity must be. We meet the boss's wife. The three exclaimed in unison, exchanging incredulous glances. Initially, Yao Zian had been gracefully descending the staircase when those words caused her to falter, almost tumbling down. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged, though a flicker of delight danced within him. These three women were indeed impressive. However, Yao Zian felt differently. Being a woman, a flush of crimson quickly spread across her cheeks, rendering her earlobes a vibrant red. Chapter 35. The shop is quite desolate today yet, having traveled across the Tianlan continent for so long. Yao Zian swiftly composed herself. You misunderstood. I am merely a friend of the boss, here to rest for a night, she smiled. Understood. Understood. We completely comprehend. Wei Qingzhu and her companions chuckled, exchanging knowing glances at Luo Chuan. How did you sleep last night? Luo Chuan knew it was time for him to step forward. Recalling the events of the previous night, a subtle ripple of emotion crossed Yao Zian's eyes. Very well. Thank you for your hospitality, boss. Yao Zian solemnly expressed her gratitude, and Luo Chuan responded with a faint nod. The shop felt rather desolate. Then Luo Chuan muttered to himself, feeling that if he continued to be so lackadaisical, he would be unable to complete the system's tasks even in 3 months, let alone 1. However, speaking of which, after that old fellow by returned to the palace yesterday, he must have informed the elusive Tianqing Emperor. Right. It had been a day already, yet there were no signs of any members of the royal family visiting. Wei Qingzhu, Song Qiuying, Lin Wanshuang. Even Yao Zian looked at Luo Chuan in confusion, unable to comprehend why he suddenly spoke those words. Boss, what are you saying? Yao Zian inquired, somewhat perplexed. The shop felt quite empty. Luo Chuan expressionlessly repeated himself to that moment. Wei Qingzhu finally seemed to come to a realization. She thought to herself that if she had been wandering aimlessly that day, she likely would never have discovered this hidden shop in the alley. Moreover, after all these days, it seemed the Origin Mall still lacked popularity. Remaining as barren as ever. Don't worry, boss. Once we step outside, we will definitely advertise for you, Wei Qingzhu declared, patting her chest. Indeed, boss, we will surely bring more customers your way. Song Qiuying and Lin Wanshuang chimed in with smiles. Luo Chuan maintained an unchanged expression and nodded. System, I never asked her to help me advertise. She said that all on her own. Fortunately, the system remained silent, seemingly acquiescing to Luo Chuan's actions. Boss, Wei Qingzhu suddenly raised an eyebrow at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan. I know I'm handsome, but you don't need to act like this. Seeing that Luo Chuan did not respond, Wei Qingzhu became somewhat anxious. Ahem. Wei Qingzhu cleared her throat. Boss, considering we are ready to help you advertise, could you perhaps offer a slight discount on this spiritual crystal? Luo Chuan looked at Wei Qingzhu with a deadpan expression, his eyes conveying a message of incredulity. Ultimately, the three of them were unable to persuade Luo Chuan to give them a discount. However, when they left, each purchased a bottle of cola and a pack of spicy strips, contributing a total of 330 spiritual crystals to Luo Chuan's revenue, as for the exquisite liquor. They could only gaze longingly at it. Meanwhile, Yao Zian had been quietly standing aside, remaining silent. Ever since waking from her stupor last night, she had been speculating about Luo Chuan's identity. Was he a peerless powerhouse hidden in Juyo City? Or perhaps a mysterious expert drawn by the allure of the ruins? Moreover, Yao Zian could not detect even the slightest trace of spiritual energy emanating from Luo Chuan, which was beyond her comprehension. It was worth noting that Yao Zian had already attained the first rank of the Venerable Realm. If she could not sense him at all, it suggested that Luo Chuan's strength must surpass that of a Venerable. Could it be that he had reached the legendary realm of the Saint? With that thought, Yao Zian's gaze towards Luo Chuan transformed. Chapter 36. My shop is in need of a staff member. What are your plans? Observing Yao Zian, Luo Chuan inquired. Plans? Upon hearing Luo Chuan's question, Yao Zian fell into contemplation. Now that her identity had been exposed, she could no longer venture to the shadow kill list. Furthermore, there were traitors within the demon clan, making it an unsuitable refuge. Additionally, with the ruins about to open, the tranquility of the Geo mountain range would not last much longer. For a moment, Yao Zian found herself at a loss for a place to seek shelter. Noticing her expression, Luo Chuan had already gleaned a general understanding of her thoughts. Task released. As a man striving to become the strongest shopkeeper, one cannot remain a mere lone operator. Please recruit a staff member for the Origin Mall. Reward: 1 chance at a lottery draw. Just then, the system, which had been lurking in the background for a while, finally made its presence known. Recruiting a staff member? Luo Chuan thought to himself, glancing at Yao Zian, and realized that the system had already identified a suitable candidate. Yao Zian, regaining her senses, shook her head and sighed softly. I don't know. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment before saying, my shop is in need of a staff member. Would you be willing to take on the role? Ding. Detection complete. Name: Yao Zian. Identity: member of the Demon Beast Royal Family. Rank 1 on the Shadow Kill list. Cultivation: Venerable first rank. Luo Chuan fixed his gaze upon Yao Zian. A unique information panel appeared beside her, visible only to him, resembling the character information in domestic online games that a member of the Demon Beast Royal Family. At that moment, Luo Chuan seemed to grasp something significant. Did this not imply that Yao Zian was, in fact, a transformed demon beast? However, Luo Chuan was merely mildly surprised. As a well-educated youth from Huaxia, he had seen his fair share of extraordinary events. Moreover, he had numerous historical figures to look up to, such as Su Xian and Ning Kaichen. Perhaps I digress. Nevertheless, although he was unaware of what the Shadow Kill list was, it certainly sounded formidable. Furthermore, this girl possessed considerable strength, having already reached the Venerable Realm. Luo Chuan cast a look of astonishment at Yao Zian. System prompt: this individual meets the recruitment criteria. It is recommended that the host appoint her as the shop mistress. Luo Chuan. System: you have changed. You are no longer the innocent system you once were. System. Luo Chuan chose to ignore the system, flipping his palm to conjure a blank sheet of paper out of thin air. It was as though an invisible pen was inscribing words upon it, and lines of black text began to appear on the paper. Yao Zian's pupils constricted suddenly, and a look of astonishment crossed her face. Just a piece of white paper, yet she could sense the power of rules emanating from it. Luo Chuan handed the paper to Yao Zian, saying, this outlines the requirements for becoming a staff member. If you agree, simply drop a drop of your blood on it. Yao Zian had never intended to refuse. Upon receiving the paper, she examined it closely, although she could not read the characters inscribed. She understood their meaning at first glance, which delighted her. The content was not complicated. It merely detailed the rights and responsibilities of an employee at the Origin Mall. Yao Zian hesitated slightly before pricking her fingertip, allowing a drop of purple blood to flow forth. Upon closer inspection, it even sparkled with starlight. This extraordinary blood phenomenon could only be possessed by the most pure-blooded members of the demon beast royal family. Luo Chuan watched the scene unfold quietly, his expression calm. Chapter 37. Yao Zian's shock. The blood fell onto the paper, leaving a purple mark. Then the paper trembled, radiating light. The next instant, it transformed into a beam of light and entered Yao Zian's body. Yao Zian paused for a moment, not sensing any abnormalities within her body. The only difference was the feeling she had towards this shop, that it was a rather marvelous sensation. Here, Yao Zian felt an inexplicable sense of security, akin to being beside a guardian in her childhood. Contract successfully signed. Congratulations, host, for successfully acquiring your first staff member. Rewards have been issued. Please check. The system detected that the current character did not match the recommendation. Name: Yao Zian. Current position: staff member of the Origin Mall. Recommended position: shop mistress. Would you like to make modifications? A series of system prompts echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. System, are you enjoying this little jest? No, Luo Chuan replied in his mind. The recommended position does not match the current position. Please confirm again. Confirmed. Luo Chuan rolled his eyes internally. Confirmation successful. A friendly reminder. Yao Zian's position can be modified at any time. Luo Chuan. Observing the constant changes in Luo Chuan's expression, Yao Zian cautiously inquired, Boss, what's wrong? Luo Chuan shook his head. It's nothing. Congratulations on becoming a formal employee of the Origin Mall. Yao Zian nodded with a smile. She realized that it had been quite some time since she had felt such heartfelt joy. Perhaps becoming a part of the shop was indeed a wonderful thing. This thought emerged unbidden in Yao Zian's mind. By the way, Luo Chuan suddenly recalled something. Don't you have a wound? Go grab a bottle of cola to drink. Cola? Yao Zian looked puzzled, as she was unaware of what cola was. That right, I forgot to introduce it to you. Luo Chuan pointed to the glass shelves within the shop and explained, currently, there are 3 types of products in the shop: cola, spicy strips, and exquisite liquor. You should have already seen the exquisite liquor. It's what I gave you to drink last night. The exquisite liquor I drank last night. Yao Zian suddenly remembered that upon waking, she indeed saw Luo Chuan offering her a bottle containing a cold jade-like substance. Gosh, did I just drink something worth 100,000 spiritual crystals? Even Yao Zian, as a venerable, couldn't help but feel a pang of heartache. But you needn't worry, as an employee of this shop. Those are your rightful benefits. You won't have to pay a dime, Luo Chuan continued, stating that the contract signed earlier explicitly indicates that when store employees encounter life-threatening situations, they are permitted to use the store's goods unconditionally. Employees are also allowed to utilize non-consumable items from the store free of charge. As for what constitutes a non-consumable item, Luo Chuan could only speculate, especially since there are only 3 items in the store at present. This arrangement is somewhat akin to the store owner's benefits, albeit with certain restrictions that he then remarked. As for the spicy strips and cola, you've already seen them being purchased by Wei Qingzhu and her companions. There are no inventory limitations on those two, that you can find their descriptions beneath the shelves. Just take a look later. Regarding your salary, Luo Chuan contemplated for a moment before stating, for now, it shall be 1 pack of spicy strips and 1 cola per day. Of course, all meals and accommodations are complimentary. Yao Zian nodded in agreement. Thus, a member of the Royal Beast clan successfully transformed into a mere shop assistant at Luo Chuan's establishment. Subsequently, Yao Zian approached the shelves, diligently familiarizing herself with the product information. Moments later, she gazed at the descriptions, utterly astonished. The cola, priced at merely 10 spirit crystals, could instantly restore all non-fatal injuries, while the spicy strips, costing 100 spirit crystals, could enhance strength in a short time with cumulative effects. The terrifying effects of the divine nectar had already been witnessed and need not be discussed further. Yao Zian, who considered herself well-traveled and knowledgeable after countless years in the Tianlan continent, now felt like a mere rustic who had never seen the world. Chapter 38. Jiang Xingjun. This pricing, combined with these effects, is essentially a gift. However, recalling Luo Chuan's identity as an unfathomable master, she felt a sense of understanding. After all, it was only natural for a formidable expert to possess peculiar interests at that moment. Yao Zian instinctively overlooked her own status as a superlative expert. In the store with Yao Zian as an employee, Luo Chuan reclined on a sunlit lounge chair at the entrance, relishing the pleasantness of life. Sister, I must tell you, The boss mentioned yesterday that new products would arrive today. On the road, Bu Shi and Bu Ligay walked side by side, the latter wearing an expression of excitement, that Bu Shi found herself at a loss regarding her brother. Could it be that he had genuinely become enamored with the items from that shop? Nonetheless, she had to admit, the food was indeed delightful, and recalling it now made her mouth water that, of course, as a lady, she wouldn't wander aimlessly outside the residence like Bu Ligay, which is why she hadn't visited the shop in recent days. Ligay, what do you think the new products will be? Bu Shi inquired. How would I know? Bu Ligay waved his hand dismissively. With a boss like that, I wouldn't be surprised if he brought out artifacts as merchandise. Bu Shi paused, realizing the validity of his reasoning. Due to their striking beauty, the two sisters naturally attracted many gazes as they strolled through the streets. For beautiful women always captivate attention that, Shi, why have you come out from the residence today? Suddenly, a light chuckle interrupted. Turning to the sound, a young man clad in white, holding a folding fan, approached with a smile. Jiang Xingjun, son of the left chancellor. Although he held a prestigious status, Jiang Xingjun did not resemble the typical debauched youths. Not only was he strikingly handsome, but he also possessed considerable cultivation, being at the second level of creation. Consequently, a vast majority of infatuated young women harbored feelings for Jiang Xingjun, though Bu Shi was not among them. Moreover, nearly everyone in Juyo City was aware that Jiang Xingjun had long been pursuing Bu Shi. Yet unfortunately, feelings were unreciprocated due to disparities in strength and Bu Shi's status, which made it impossible for him to force the issue. Casting a glance at Jiang Xingjun, Bu Shi chose to ignore him. She was quite impatient with this persistent suitor who relentlessly pursued her. Jiang Xingjun, you should give up. My sister is not someone you can match with. Go home and take a good look in the mirror. Bu Ligay clapped Jiang Xingjun on the shoulder, a teasing expression adorning his face. Due to a recent internal injury, Bu Ligay had been unable to break through in his cultivation. But now, having stepped into the creation realm, he had long viewed Jiang Xingjun unfavorably, so why not have a bit of fun? As the two walked away, Jiang Xingjun came to his senses. Unable to believe that Bu Ligay had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Was it possible that this fellow had already recovered from his injuries? Jiang Xingjun furrowed his brow in contemplation. After much thought, he could not decipher the reason. Why was Bu Shi, who rarely left the residence, out today, observing their retreating figures? Jiang Xingjun quickly made a decision to follow them and ascertain what they were up to. Boss, you mentioned there would be new products today. Bu Ligay's voice resonated in Luo Chuan's ears, prompting him to open his eyes. His gaze fell upon Bu Ligay and Bu Shi. Regarding Luo Chuan, this mysterious powerhouse, Bu Shi felt she could not treat him with the same coldness she reserved for others. She offered Luo Chuan a slight smile, and in that fleeting moment, her beauty seemed to make the world itself pale in comparison. Chapter 39. You are of the Beast clan. At that moment, Jiang Xingjun, following closely behind, entered the alley and happened to witness this scene. Upon seeing Bu Shi's smile, Jiang Xingjun was momentarily taken aback, only to be overcome by a profound sense of unease. Who was that man? Bu Shi, who typically displayed indifference towards others, was smiling at him. Was he dreaming or still asleep? A series of doubts flooded Jiang Xingjun's mind, and his gaze towards Luo Chuan grew increasingly hostile. This man was an exceedingly dangerous opponent. Luo Chuan, still somewhat puzzled, wondered why this newcomer had fixated on him with such a grim expression. Jiang Xingjun, what do you want with us? Bu Shi inquired, frowning, her melodious voice cutting through the air. Indeed. Jiang Xingjun, why do you follow us wherever we go? Bu Ligay echoed. Equally displeased to his credit, Jiang Xingjun possessed considerable composure. A radiant smile instantly adorned his handsome face as he waved his fan and replied, Bu Shi, what are you saying? I am merely curious about what could possibly attract you to this alley. You've seen it now. You may leave, Bu Shi stated flatly, her expression unyielding. Jiang Xingjun's smile faltered, as Bu Shi showed him no courtesy whatsoever. However, the disparity in their strengths was evident, and he was clearly unable to confront her. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Xingjun suppressed his rising anger, maintaining his smile. Luo Chuan observed the exchange with some astonishment. Could this be what they referred to as infatuation? Jiang Xingjun decisively shifted the topic. I must say, I never expected to find a shop in such an obscure alley. You certainly have a unique taste. Luo Chuan ignored Jiang Xingjun, who felt a twinge of annoyance. His usual restraint was tested more today than it had been in the past month. The store has just received new products, Luo Chuan informed Bu Shi and Bu Ligay. Indeed. Boss, you did not deceive me. A smile blossomed on Bu Ligay's face. Without further ado, he seized Bu Shi's hand and led her toward the store. Sister, I brought plenty of spirit crystals today. It's my treat. That's what you said, that of course. A man's word is his bond. Jiang Xingjun observed Luo Chuan, who had resumed reclining in his chair, then glanced at the store not far away that a gentle breeze swept through, and he felt a twinge of awkwardness. After a moment's thought, he too walked toward the shop. Luo Chuan, as the proprietor, did not impede him. After all, guests were welcome, provided they adhered to the store's rules that moment. Jiang Xingjun was still perplexed. The lively conversation between Bu Shi and Bu Ligay had abruptly ceased upon entering the shop. It was only when he stepped inside that he understood why. Welcome. A melodious voice greeted him, resonating with an enchanting quality that pierced the heart. That in his line of sight stood a woman with purple hair and purple eyes. If Bu Shi was breathtakingly beautiful, then this woman was like a celestial being who had descended into the mortal realm. Exquisite, regal, and exuding an aura that demanded reverence. In no way. Jiang Xingjun suddenly snapped back to reality, his expression drastically shifting. Purple hair and purple eyes, you are a member of the royal beast clan from the Jiuyou Mountains. As the son of the left chancellor, Jiang Xingjun was well-versed in literature and possessed knowledge far surpassing that of ordinary cultivators, allowing him to understand some exceedingly rare information. Moreover, Yao Xian's appearance was distinct enough for him to ascertain her identity immediately. Chapter 40. Why are you not surprised, Beast Clan? Upon hearing Jiang Xingjun's words, Bu Shi and Bu Ligay gazed at Yao Xian with a touch of astonishment. Previously, they had merely perceived Yao Xian's appearance as somewhat peculiar. However, after Jiang Xingjun's reminder, they now understood. The two were unaware of the news pertaining to the demon beast royal family. But upon hearing this name, they instinctively associated it with demon beasts, concluding that it must refer to a demon beast capable of taking on human form. Yet, reflecting on Luo Chuan's identity, wasn't he a member of the demon beast royal family? Was there anything unusual about that? It seemed rather ordinary, didn't it? Observing the nonchalant expressions of the two beside him, it was Jiang Xingjun who began to feel unsettled. The demon beast royal family. In Juyao City, are you not surprised at all? For a moment, Jiang Xingjun found himself questioning his own existence. It is well known that for ordinary cultivators, encountering a demon beast often signifies imminent danger, typically resulting in a life-or-death scenario. The demon beast royal family, and one that can already take on human form, the implications were all too clear. After all, the majority of cultivators in Juyao City survived by hunting the demon beasts in the Juyao mountain range, establishing an unyielding enmity between the two sides. However, Jiang Xingjun felt that his previous understanding of the situation was somewhat skewed. It appeared that not all demon beasts were as ferocious as depicted in literature. Are you an employee of this establishment? Bu Shi inquired curiously. Yao Xian nodded gently, a smile gracing her lips as she replied, Indeed, today marks my first day of work. May I ask you something? Do all demon beasts appear as beautiful as you after taking human form? Bu Ligay whispered to Bu Shi at this moment, gained a new awareness of her younger brother's unreliability. Even Yao Xian was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the question earnestly before shaking her head. The new products are located on that shelf. She indicated that as Jiang Xingjun listened to their conversation, he increasingly sensed something amiss. His gaze then fell upon the shop's decor. Hiss, he gasped, astonished. Such a plethora of pure crystal glass. Surely not even the imperial palace could boast such opulence. Who exactly is the owner of this establishment? Could they possibly be a hidden powerhouse? Suddenly, a thought struck Jiang Xingjun, causing his expression to change. Just yesterday, the soul projection that appeared in Juyao City seemed to have attacked nearby. Could it be that the coincidence is too great? Gazing at Luo Chuan, who was basking in the sunlight at the entrance, Jiang Xingjun swallowed hard. With somewhat stiff steps, he dared not make a sound, cautiously approaching Bu Ligay. Upon seeing Jiang Xingjun's demeanor, Bu Ligay's face was filled with confusion. Young Master Jiang, are you not usually quite arrogant? Why do you appear so timid now? Bu Ligay asked with a hint of amusement. under normal circumstances. Jiang Xingjun would have retorted fiercely, but given the peculiar situation, things were different this time. Bu Ligay, is the owner of this shop the mysterious super expert from yesterday? Casting a furtive glance at Luo Chuan, Jiang Xingjun lowered his voice, wary of being overheard. Little did he know that in this shop, apart from Bu Ligay, his strength was the weakest. The tone he adopted was hardly different from speaking directly into Luo Chuan's ear. Following the fierce battle yesterday, speculations about the mysterious expert had swept across Jiao City, and after the royal family's offering, Elder Bai returned without a word about the incident, leaving no news from the imperial city. Curiosity is inherent to human nature. Thus, the tales of the mysterious expert circulated widely that if you dare to cause a ruckus in this shop, you would be courting death. Even His Majesty wouldn't dare utter a word. Bu Ligay said with a chuckle. Jiang Xingjun, upon hearing this, broke into a cold sweat. Just moments ago, he had contemplated informing his father about the presence of demon clan members in this establishment. But now it seemed he would be courting disaster. Thankfully, it was merely a thought and no actions were taken. In that instant, Jiang Xingjun felt a sense of satisfaction with his cautious nature. Chapter 41. Understood. I comprehend everything. The owner once mentioned he merely wished to be an ordinary proprietor. Therefore, you understand, right? Bu Ligay interjected at the opportune moment. Luo Chuan, who had been resting with his eyes closed at the entrance, felt a sense of satisfaction at this remark. It seemed Bu Ligay was rather perceptive, to wish to be an ordinary owner. Bu Ligay furrowed his brows in contemplation, and then his eyes suddenly lit up. Nodding vigorously, understood. I comprehend everything. Yao Zian, positioned behind the counter, rolled her eyes discreetly at the 2S murmurs. The human world is indeed intricate. What items does this shop offer? Jiang Xingjun inquired. These are spicy strips. And beside them is cola. Detailed introductions are found below, Yao Zian replied. Jiang Xingjun nodded and began to scrutinize the introductions carefully. Bu Ligay and the others regarded Jiang Xingjun with mischievous smiles. As anticipated, once he finished reading, astonishment filled the handsome features of Jiang Xingjun. Hiss, to recover all non-lethal injuries and enhance one's strength. Could it be that even high-grade elixirs do not possess such effects? Jiang Xingjun spoke incredulously. That is indeed the case, Bu Ligay affirmed, nodding to do not compare the products of the owner's shop with those inferior elixirs. They are unworthy. Jiang Xingjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, moreover, the products here not only exhibit remarkable effects, but also boast exquisite flavors. Even the food from Fengxian Tower pales in comparison. Bu Ligay whispered, lowering his voice, is that truly the case? Jiang Xingjun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Absolutely. Ignoring the two, Bushi approached a newly appeared shelf. Her gaze drawn to the lone cold jade vial atop it. Qiongjiang Du, brewed from the spring of life. Restores vitality, that no death, no wandering souls. Surprised, Bushi's eyes widened. The phrase no death, no wandering souls would have been met with disbelief had it been uttered in any other shop. Yet this was the proprietor's establishment. Thus it was highly likely to be true. As her gaze fell upon the price of the Qiongjiang Du, she coughed. 100,000 spirit crystals? Even as the daughter of the Duke of Southern Town, she could not help but gasp at this price. I cannot afford this. Excuse me. Sister, is this the new product the owner spoke of? Bu Ligay inquired curiously as he approached. Jiang Xingjun followed closely behind. Let me take a look. After reviewing it, their expressions mirrored that of Bushi's astonishment. Sister, shall we reconsider? The previous agreement of me treating has been rendered null and void, Bu Ligay said with a wry smile. 100,000 spirit crystals. Even a master of the soul realm would struggle to produce such an amount, right? Bu Ligay glanced at Luo Chuan at the entrance, his eyes filled with deep resentment. Jiang Xingjun cleared his throat, stating ahem, I feel that spicy strips and cola suit me just fine. I'll pass on the Qiongjiang DEWW. By the way, the shop's rule is that each person may only purchase one of each product per day. Yao Zian's melodious voice chimed in. Bushi and Bu Ligay displayed no surprise, as they were already aware of this rule. The shop's regulations. Jiang Xingjun was momentarily taken aback before nodding in understanding. The three then each procured a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of cola, settling their payments with spirit crystals. Mimicking Bu Ligay and the others, Jiang Xingjun twisted open his cola and swiftly drank nearly half the bottle. Instantly, a refreshing sensation surged through him, Countless bubbles erupted in his mouth, causing Jiang Xingjun to widen his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 42. The Hidden Effect of Spicy Strips. Ah, refreshing, Bu Ligay exclaimed after downing most of his cola, while Bu Shi maintained her composure. The three then tore open the packaging of the spicy strips, savoring the delectable taste. Observing their expressions, Yao Ziyan felt a twinge of curiosity. Were these items truly that delicious? The portions of cola and spicy strips were not substantial, and soon they were finished. As they felt the surge of power within them gradually subside, each of the three experienced varying emotions. I feel that if I consume a bit more spicy strips, I might directly break through to the 6th rank of the Soul Realm, Bu Shi remarked, staring at her palm in astonishment. Luo Chuan raised an eyebrow at this statement. System, do these spicy strips possess breakthrough capabilities? Luo Chuan inquired internally. The spicy strips only enable a temporary breakthrough in 1S realm. However, once one experiences the strength of a higher realm, subsequent breakthroughs will become easier. The lower the realm, the more pronounced the effect, the system replied. Indeed, the spicy strips do facilitate breakthroughs. Luo Chuan's voice resonated in the ears of the three, revealing this hidden effect. I've made up my mind. I shall come to buy them every day. Jiang Xingjun declared resolutely. Bu Ligay merely scoffed. I've been doing that for ages. By the way, owner, this morning His Majesty sent me a bottle of cola. Was it purchased from you? Bu Ligay suddenly recalled something and asked that I ask the cola from my shop. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment before recalling Bai Lao from the previous day. Had he not claimed to be a royal patron? Nodding, Luo Chuan affirmed, indeed, it was a person named Bai Hong who made the purchase. That he found it somewhat amusing that the emperor of the Tianqing Empire, whom he had never met, was engaging in such indirect flattery. Noticing that Bu Ligay seemed ready to inquire further, Luo Chuan calmly interjected, in my establishment, the rules are absolute. No one is permitted to breach them. The identities of the three were evident, showcasing their remarkable intellect. From Luo Chuan's statement, they deduced that the royal family likely wished to cultivate a relationship with him, but he had unequivocally rejected their advances. Were he an ordinary cultivator, the royal family's overtures would have surely left him flabbergasted, yet the owner of the shop seemed hardly impressed. Was this the demeanor of a true powerhouse? In that instant, a profound yearning for strength blossomed within Bu Ligay and the others. After exchanging pleasantries with Luo Chuan, the trio departed from the quaint shop. Yao Ziyan regarded Luo Chuan, her expression betraying her hesitation. Luo Chuan had long anticipated her thoughts. You currently earn a daily wage consisting of a packet of spicy strips and a bottle of cola. Yao Ziyan's face lit up with realization. Boss, I understand now. With that, she hastily retrieved the items from the shelf. Ever since the trio's conversation, her curiosity had been piqued regarding the flavors that could evoke such obsession in them. Little did Yao Ziyan know, Luo Chuan had already treated her to a bottle of cola the previous night. As she twisted off the cap, a rush of icy air greeted her. Without much hesitation, she took a generous sip of the cola. The unprecedented sensory stimulation caused her eyes to widen in surprise. Yao Ziyan began to comprehend why the trio had exhibited such expressions. It was simply because the cola was utterly delightful. Upon finishing the cola, her gaze shifted to the spicy strips within reach. Although she had transformed from a beast into a humanoid form, she generally did not favor spicy flavors. Nevertheless, as these were products of the shop, they warranted special treatment. Ripping open the packaging, an enticing aroma wafted towards her, and her mouth began to salivate uncontrollably. Swallowing hard, she took a small bite of the spicy strips. Her eyes gleamed momentarily before she took another bite, and then another. Oh, is that all there is? Staring at the empty packaging in her hand, Yao Ziyan found it hard to believe. I've only just begun to savor the flavor, and it's already gone. This portion is far too scant. Observing Yao Ziyan's bewildered expression, a subtle, barely perceptible smile appeared on Luo Chuan's face. Delicious. The effect is remarkable, Yao Ziyan declared earnestly. Simultaneously, Luo Chuan's enigmatic persona in her eyes deepened further. Chapter 43. Instant noodles that enhance cultivation speed. Time passed swiftly, and before long, a day had elapsed. Following the departure of Bu Ligay and company, no other customers graced the shop for meals, due to Yao Ziyan's appearance and her disinterest in the human world. Luo Chuan had been the one to fetch food from outside establishments. The night deepened, and both returned to their respective rooms. System, do I still have a lottery chance available? Luo Chuan mentally called upon the system. Host has completed the employee recruitment task, earning one lottery opportunity, the system replied. Shall we commence the lottery? Commence. In a flash, Luo Chuan found himself once more in that peculiar space that he gazed at the endless lottery wheel before him and mentally commanded it to spin. The wheel spun with increasing velocity, the items blurring into indistinct images. Stop. After several breaths, Luo Chuan's voice rang out. I wonder what delightful item I shall procure. It wouldn't happen to be something akin to spicy strips or cola again, would it? As the wheel gradually slowed, such thoughts crept into his mind. Although the cola and spicy strips had proven effective, Luo Chuan couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. At last, the wheel came to a halt, the pointer landing in a golden-hued section. Congratulations, host. You have won instant noodles. The procurement channel for instant noodles has been activated. In an instant, Luo Chuan found himself back in his room. System, are you attempting to stir up trouble? Luo Chuan inquired seriously. Host, why do you say that? He retorted. Taking a deep breath, Luo Chuan replied without emotion. Cola, spicy strips, instant noodles. Why do I feel as though I'm experiencing a throwback to the small convenience stores of my former life in Huaxia? Wouldn't you agree, system? The system fell momentarily silent before responding. The lottery wheel is operated solely by the host, and no foul play is involved. Luo Chuan was about to voice further concerns when a sudden influx of information flooded his mind. This contains the probabilities for various lottery items. Please check, host. Check what? Luo Chuan's expression darkened, that a mere glance at the information revealed the overwhelming multitude of items, with the probabilities for each item lost among countless decimal places. As for why he had drawn these 3 items, could it truly be a stroke of bad luck? Taking a deep breath, he calmed his thoughts. Remain composed, as a man destined to become the strongest shopkeeper. Is it not merely a matter of selling cola, spicy strips, and instant noodles? What could be difficult about that? Perhaps sensing Luo Chuan's shift in mood, the system promptly relayed another message. Instant noodles. When consumed, enhance cultivation speed tenfold. Duration, 1 hour. Price, 10 spirit crystals. Instant noodles are a self-service item. The shop has undergone modifications that a hot water dispenser has been added, containing spring water. Each use incurs a fee of 100 spirit crystals. Note, instant noodles are only effective when prepared using the hot water dispenser. System, your foresight is truly comprehensive. Thank you for the compliment, host. Ultimately, Luo Chuan's grievances regarding the system fell by the wayside. The following morning, his biological clock roused him punctually. After freshening up, he encountered Yao Ziyin exiting her room. Good morning, boss, she greeted. Luo Chuan nodded morning. After a moment's contemplation, he decided it prudent to give her a heads up, ensuring she was mentally prepared. There's a new product in the shop. Instant noodles, along with a few modifications. The machine charges 100 spirit crystals per use. Chapter 44. Zhou with that. Luo Chuan stepped out to procure breakfast. Yao Ziyin, however, wore a perplexed expression. Modifications in the shop? And a new product? Wasn't the boss resting in his room all night? When did all this transpire? Pondering in vain, she ultimately chose to dismiss her musings. Upon descending the stairs, she indeed discovered that Luo Chuan's words rang true. In a corner of the shop stood a peculiar silver metallic contraption. Its name was inscribed on a metal plaque. Hot water dispenser. Hot water dispenser. Yao Ziyin mused, could it be a machine that automatically boils water? The boss is truly impressive, managing to acquire such extraordinary items. Naturally, she did not forget about the instant noodles Luo Chuan had mentioned. She wondered, eyeing the rows of bowl-shaped packages on the shelf with curiosity. 10 spirit crystals? That's not overly expensive. I'll wait for the boss to return before deciding. Shortly thereafter, Luo Chuan returned with breakfast, and the two began to eat together. Of course, they tacitly shared a packet of spicy strips as a side dish. After satisfying their hunger, Luo Chuan resumed his leisurely routine. However, contrary to his expectations, the tranquility of the day did not last long. This the place? Yet I don't see any shops around. This should be right. Wei Qingzhu mentioned that the shop was tucked away in a small alley, so it must be nearby. Found it. Come quickly, there's a sunbathing salted fish vendor at the entrance. This must be the place. As 5 cultivators donned in various forms of soft armor approached him, Luo Chuan felt a wave of exasperation. Salted fish vendor. Is that the moniker Wei Qingzhu has assigned to me? He had not anticipated that such a beautiful girl would possess such a quirky sense of humor. However, it appeared that Wei Qingzhu had not deceived him. These individuals were likely summoned by her. It must be noted that Wei Qingzhu, Song Qiuying, and Lin Wanshuang were all strikingly beautiful, and thus, their small team had garnered quite a reputation among cultivators traversing the Jiuyao Mountains. Naturally, these cultivators were also referred to as mercenaries by the residents of Jiuyao City, as they not only hunted beasts and sought spiritual herbs, but also completed tasks issued by various factions. I am the owner of this shop. Luo Chuan rose from his reclining chair and spoke in a calm tone, unlike Bu Li Go, who exuded the air of a wealthy young master. The 5 individuals before him emanated a palpable aura of menace, clearly having endured numerous life-and-death battles. Moreover, after a brief observation, Luo Chuan discerned that the leader among them was the bald man standing in front of him. This bald man, known as Zhou Hu, possessed an impressive cultivation level of the 9th rank of transformation, marking him as a formidable figure among these mercenaries. Zhou Hu regarded Luo Chuan with a measure of caution, unwilling to underestimate him simply based on his youthful appearance. The reason for his wariness stemmed from a statement made by Wei Qingzhu: never harbor any intentions towards the goods within the shop. For even the great Tianqing Emperor cannot save you should you do so. Many mercenaries scoffed at this warning, dismissing the Tianqing Emperor as just a legendary figure, a superpower at the 9th rank of the path, far beyond the reach of a mere shopkeeper. However, Zhou Hu took the warning to heart, fully aware that exercising caution often leads to survival. Boss, might I inquire if the shop has the spicy strips and cola mentioned by Wei Qingzhu? Zhou Hu asked. Yes, Luo Chuan replied, closing his eyes once more to bask in the sun's warmth. Chapter 45. Buy everything. Zhou Hu nodded and beckoned the 4 others to enter the shop. Did I see that correctly? The shop is filled with brilliant glassware. Zhou Hu exclaimed, now somewhat convinced by what Wei Qingzhu and the others had said. The sheer abundance of pure glass was astonishing. One would scarcely find such treasures even within a royal palace. Upon entering the shop, they were nearly blinded by the dazzling array of items on display. Gentlemen, what would you like to purchase? A melodious voice chimed. The 5 turned towards the source of the voice, momentarily taken aback that a girl with purple hair and violet eyes stood behind the counter, smiling warmly at them. She appeared quite young, likely around the same age as the youthful shopkeeper. Could she be the shopkeeper's wife? Among this group, the strongest was merely Zhou Hu, at the 9th rank of transformation, and due to their limited perspective, they were entirely unaware of the girl's true identity. Are you the shop's proprietress? Zhou Hu inquired, curiosity evident in his voice. The expression on Yao Xian's face briefly stiffened. Though it was the second time someone had referred to her as the proprietress, she maintained her composure, shaking her head and smiling that I am merely a shop assistant. Upon hearing this, the 5 men instinctively turned their gazes towards Luo Chuan at the entrance. It was perplexing that such a beautiful girl was merely a shop assistant. One could only wonder what the proprietor was thinking. Zhou Hu, quick to react, cleared his throat and redirected the conversation that we are here to buy spicy strips and cola. The names of spicy strips and cola were both terms they had heard from Wei Qingzhu. Yao Xian nodded, pointing inward. The items you seek are located over there, ditto, and there are new products, instant noodles, available for you to peruse as well. Instant noodles? The unfamiliar term left Zhou Hu and his companions bewildered. They were already unaware of what cola and spicy strips were, and now another strange term had emerged. Could it be a special elixir? Filled with curiosity, the 5 approached the shelves and began to scrutinize the descriptions of the items. After reading, they collectively inhaled sharply, their expressions of shock surpassing their initial awe at the glassware. Now I understand why Wei Qingzhu and the others were able to slay that purple crystal demon wolf. Zhou Hu muttered, somewhat dazed. Captain, shall we buy them? One of his teammates suggested. Spicy strips cost 100 spirit crystals, cola 10 spirit crystals, and instant noodles are also 10 spirit crystals. The prices are rather steep. Ridiculous. Given the effects, how can these prices be considered high? Would you prefer them for free? Another chimed in, laughter punctuating their conversation. Calm down, I was merely expressing my thoughts, he replied with a smile. And they all turned their gazes toward Zhou Hu, knowing he would ultimately make the decision. Zhou Hu, laughing heartily, declared, brothers, is there any need to ask? Buy, boss is mighty. Indeed, our captain is generous, as cheers erupted around him. A smile crept onto Zhou Hu's face. That it was precisely because he was so generous with his brothers that their small team enjoyed such strong cohesion. Each person took 5 bottles of cola, 5 tubs of instant noodles, and 1 packet of spicy strips. After a brief discussion, Zhou Hu reached a decision. As for the exquisite spirit liquid, they instinctively overlooked it. Apologies, but the rules of this shop dictate that each person may only purchase each type of item once per day. Yao Xian's melodious voice interjected at that moment. Da. Is there such a rule? Zhou Hu was taken aback by Yao Xian's words, and the expressions of the other were no less astonished. Where do you find a shop that refuses business when it is offered? Chapter 46. Boss, this is bundling. Yao Xian nodded. Those are the rules. All right then, Zhou Hu sighed in resignation. Let us each take one of each item, which will save us quite a few spirit crystals. Thus, the 5 gathered one of each item, cola, spicy strips, and instant noodles, and approached Yao Xian to pay. What is that? Zhou Hu suddenly noticed a silver machine in the corner and asked with curiosity. That is a hot water machine, Yao Xian explained. With that, she cast a pleading glance at Luo Chuan, who had yet to provide further details beyond the name. That a hot water machine, as the name suggests, is a device for storing hot water, Luo Chuan's indifferent voice carried from outside the shop. Hot water complements instant noodles, enhancing the speed of cultivation, he added. Confusion washed over Zhou Hu and his companions. Enhancing? How does it enhance? Luo Chuan sighed in exasperation. The only downside of this otherworldly realm is that its inhabitants are often unaware of such basic knowledge. He took a tub of instant noodles from the shelf, deftly tore open the packaging, sprinkled in the seasoning, and retrieved a disposable fork. Then he positioned the instant noodles beneath the hot water machine, filling it with steaming, boiling water. All right, simply wait 5 minutes, Luo Chuan instructed. Sealing the lid of the noodle tub with the fork to that moment, he sensed something was amiss. What's wrong? Why does everyone look like that? Not only Zhou Hu and his companions, but even Yao Xian wore expressions of disbelief. Boss, the water that flowed from the hot water machine earlier, Yao Xian gulped, her voice trembling slightly. That it's just ordinary life essence spring water, Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly. Ordinary life essence spring water? Yao Xian felt as if she might spit blood. The life essence spring is the name for the unrefined treasure of the beast royal family before its evolution, yet it contains a richness of spiritual energy that surpasses most spirit medicines by an immeasurable degree. Such water is rarely encountered among cultivators, and whenever it does appear, it is sold for hundreds of spirit crystals at major auction houses. Would you like some hot water? Luo Chuan inquired, fixing his gaze on Zhou Hu and his companions. Yes, they answered almost without hesitation. Yao Xian cast a glance at Luo Chuan, her expression filled with exasperation, yet she felt powerless to protest. After all, he was the proprietor, while she was merely the assistant. Hot water and instant noodles. Each serving cost 100 spirit crystals. Luo Chuan's calm voice continued. Boss, this is bundling. Zhou Hu looked at Luo Chuan's serious expression, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. However, it seemed that the instant noodles required far more life essence spring water than just a single serving. A few moments later, the 5 men lined up at the shop's entrance, each holding a bowl of instant noodles. Watching this scene, Luo Chuan felt an inexplicable sense of déjà vu. As Zhou Hu and his companions peeled back the lids of their instant noodle bowls, a wave of steam wafted towards them. Not only did it contain an abundance of spiritual energy, but the unique aroma was incredibly tantalizing. The 5 exchanged glances and began to relish this delicacy from another world. Filling the alley with sounds of slurping, as for Yao Xian, she was savoring the bowl of instant noodles that Luo Chuan had previously prepared for her, taking small bites. Luo Chuan, who had relied on instant noodles to solve countless meals in his past life, was reluctant to evoke memories of those times. Chapter 47. I'm the first customer of the boss's shop. What is that flavor? Bu Ligu inquired, his nose twitching with curiosity. Alongside him was Jiang Xingjun. Despite their previous discord, they now appeared as the best of friends, visiting Luo Chuan together. Surely the boss has introduced new products, Jiang Xingjun exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Without a doubt, Bu Ligu affirmed. Nodding enthusiastically, the two approached the alley, and their eyes were met with the sight of 5 burly men squatting at the shop entrance. Of course, Luo Chuan could be seen lounging on a nearby rocking chair. Look at what they are holding, Brother Bu. Jiang Xingjun pointed at the instant noodle tubs in Zhou Hu's hands, swallowing hard tea that moment. A particularly enticing aroma wafted through the air, utterly irresistible. The boss is truly something. He introduces new items without even informing us. Bully Gu curled her lips in disdain, silently ridiculing, "Boss, is this a new product?" The two approached Luo Chuan, and Bully Gu curiously inquired. Luo Chuan nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, Ziyin Jie. Let us each purchase a bucket of instant noodles, and we must also get some spicy strips and cola." Upon entering the store, they noticed the enchanting Ziyin, who was indulging in instant noodles behind the counter. And they spoke in unison, "Go get it yourself. And remember to hand over the spirit crystals." Ziyin cast a glance at the two before replying. Subsequently, they made their way to the shelf stocked with instant noodles. Hiss, a tenfold increase in cultivation speed for 1 hour. The items in this shop have never disappointed me. After reading the description of the instant noodles, Bully Gu couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. If I could have these noodles as an aid for my practice every day, as long as my talent is decent, entering the realm of divine souls would be assured. Bugu, I noticed them using hot water for the noodles. Jiang Xingjun recalled the previous scene, frowning. Hot water? Bully Gu echoed, equally perplexed. Having overheard their conversation, Ziyin pointed to the corner with the hot water dispenser. The hot water is there, and it costs 100 spirit crystals each time you use it. Bully Gu and Jiang Xingjun thought to themselves, what a rip-off. Just moments later, they found themselves squatting at the entrance of the shop, each holding a bucket of instant noodles. Their earlier grievances regarding the hot water had vanished without a trace. Ridiculous. Spring water as hot water, merely selling for 100 spirit crystals. What difference does that make to giving it away for free? Did you hear about the shop from Wei Qingzhu? Zhou Hu inquired curiously. Observing the two, of course, it was merely a casual question. The noble aura surrounding these young men was not something mere mercenaries could possess, and their attire appeared quite lavish. Wei Qingzhu? Bully Gu mused that she must be a customer of the boss's shop. No, I found the shop on my own. Bully Gu shook her head and declared, by the way, I am the very first customer of this establishment. At this, a hint of pride swelled within her. I see. Zhou Hu nodded in understanding. Bugu, how did you find this shop? Jiang Xingjun inquired with curiosity. That it was an afternoon with a blood-red sun. Bully Gu gazed ahead, embellishing the events of that day as she recounted them. Everyone listened intently to her story. Their curiosity piqued about the Origin Mall. Chapter 48. News of the ancient relics. Minutes later, the conversation somehow shifted to the Juyou Mountain Range and Juyou City. Alas, the life of mercenaries is becoming increasingly difficult. Zhou Hu sighed. The demonic beasts in the Juyou Mountain Range have inexplicably become far more ferocious than before. Beasts that once only appeared deep in the mountains can now be seen on the outskirts. Why is that? Bully Gu frowned and asked. How would I know? Zhou Hu replied with a wry smile, somewhat helpless. Jiang Xingjun, on the other hand, appeared contemplative. Have you noticed that there are more unfamiliar cultivators in Juyou City lately? Just yesterday, there was a battle involving a mysterious expert. Jiang Xingjun suddenly recalled that the mysterious expert he referred to was standing right beside him. He cautiously glanced at Luo Chuan, relieved to see no unusual reaction from him. Could it be that a treasure has emerged in the Juyou Mountain Range? Someone ventured uncertainly. Upon hearing this, the group fell silent. After a few breaths, Zhou Hu broke the silence. Haha, what does the emergence of a treasure have to do with us? If the sky were to fall, there would be tall people to hold it up that don't overthink it. The others chuckled wryly at Zhou Hu's carefree words, yet they couldn't deny the logic behind them. After conversing a while longer, Zhou Hu and the others bid farewell to Luo Chuan before departing. The instant noodles, with their tenfold cultivation speed increase, could not be wasted. The small shop returned to its tranquil state. Ziyin, do you know what has transpired in the Juyou Mountain Range? After some time, Luo Chuan turned to the enchanting Ziyin, who was meditating behind the counter. Slowly, she opened her eyes, a glimmer of purple light flashing momentarily. She nodded. An ancient relic has emerged. Ancient relic? Luo Chuan inquired. Puzzled by the unfamiliar term, Yin elaborated. The Juyou Mountain Range is vast and stretches across nearly the entire Tianlan continent. Juyou City is merely a city situated somewhat closer to the mountain range. Within the Juyou Mountain Range, countless demonic beasts roam, along with endless opportunities and dangers. The ancient relics are among them. That it is said that ancient relics are remnants or trials left behind by sects whose strength is beyond comprehension. Luo Chuan nodded in understanding. By the way, aren't you of the demonic beast royal clan? The emergence of the ancient relic should be quite significant for you, right? Luo Chuan asked. Upon hearing this, a flicker of anger crossed Ziyan's delicate features. However, upon meeting Luo Chuan's gaze, her anger dissipated, transforming into tranquility. Ziyan shook her head and sighed softly. Beneath the allure of benefits, demonic beasts and humans are no different than if it weren't for the emergence of the ancient relic. I wouldn't have had to expose my identity due to the betrayal of those rascals. Luo Chuan fell silent, realizing he had inadvertently touched upon a sensitive subject. For Ziyan, do you require my assistance? Luo Chuan pondered for a moment before asking earnestly, did I ask her employer? It was only natural for him to lend a hand during her time of need. Yes, indeed, Luo Chuan thought to himself, upon hearing Luo Chuan's words. Ziyan regarded him with a serious expression. She was taken aback for a moment, then broke into a radiant smile, causing Luo Chuan to momentarily lose his composure. I feel that life is quite satisfactory now. Let the past remain in the past. Chapter 49. Future development direction of the shop. Observing the smiling Ziyan, Luo Chuan felt as though he had inadvertently helped her unlock a mental barrier. With time on his hands, Luo Chuan contemplated and made a decision that he returned upstairs and re-emerged holding a small whiteboard. Boss, what are you planning to do? Ziyan asked curiously. I intend to write down the shop's rules. We can't have to repeat them to every new customer, Luo Chuan replied. That makes sense, Ziyan nodded, taking the whiteboard from Luo Chuan's hands. Allow me to handle it. Luo Chuan readily handed it over to her. After a moment of thought, Luo Chuan said, let's write 3 rules on it. Point 1, that each person can only purchase one of each item per day. That 2, no disturbances are allowed in the shop. Those causing trouble will bear the consequences. 3, no discounts will be applied to the items in the shop. Boss, it's done, Ziyan announced, pausing her writing, and the whiteboard now displayed 3 neatly written lines in black. Hang it up, Luo Chuan nodded. As time passed day by day, life continued without much turbulence despite the changes in Juyo City. That a week flew by in the blink of an eye, during which, apart from Bu Ligu and Bu Shi as regular customers, Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu's mercenary teams occasionally visited Luo Chuan's small shop. Indeed, Bu Shi had also become a frequent patron, all due to the benefits of the instant noodles, with the 10-fold cultivation speed from the noodles. Albeit lasting only an hour, it could match the results of an entire day's dedicated practice. Today, Luo Chuan finally completed the task assigned by the system. Strongest shopkeeper system host. Luo Chuan identity. 1-star shopkeeper cultivation. 2nd stage current revenue share. 10 task completion progress. Cola 100-100. Spicy strips 100-100 reward. 1 chance for a lottery draw. In merely a week, Luo Chuan's strength had advanced from the 1st stage to the 2nd stage. That if cultivators across the Tianlan continent were to learn of this, it would undoubtedly cause a tremendous stir. To ascend from an ordinary person to the 2nd stage in less than 2 weeks was truly unprecedented. However, Luo Chuan paid little heed to this. After all, what was 2nd stage? Just basic skills, nothing to fuss over. System, commence the lottery. Luo Chuan instructed in his mind. That in a flash, Luo Chuan found himself again in the lottery space. Yet unlike before, the system actually spoke this time. Given that the host has already drawn 4 times, please select the development direction for the Origin Mall. Development direction? Luo Chuan pondered with curiosity. Could you elaborate? System, since it is called a mall. It naturally focuses primarily on selling goods, which can be subdivided into countless categories, such as cultivation, leisure, dining, and entertainment. The host choice will directly influence the future development direction of the Origin Mall. Luo Chuan nodded. Both enlightened and somewhat astonished, it seemed that his so-called status as a shopkeeper held considerable weight. According to the system, he was destined to develop the Origin Mall into a large-scale establishment encompassing numerous categories. After a moment's contemplation, Luo Chuan resolved to select the system, opting for a cultivation direction. That in the Tianlan continent, everything is revered through the lens of cultivators. Thus, choosing a path of cultivation is undoubtedly justifiable. Selection successful. Please, host, commence the lottery. As the words fell, Luo Chuan noticed that the lottery wheel had diminished by an entire circle, and the rewards upon it were now obscured from his knowledge. Chapter 50. An immersive holographic game. Gazing at the lottery wheel, Luo Chuan issued the command to spin it. The wheel began to whirl at a rapid pace. After several breaths, he commanded it to halt. The lottery wheel gradually came to a stop. The pointer landing within a blue section. Congratulations, host. You have drawn the immersive holographic game. Trial Tower. Store renovation in progress. Estimated time. 6 hours. A game? Upon hearing the system's prompt, Luo Chuan nearly doubted his hearing. Playing a game equates to cultivation. System, please do not deceive me. My literary knowledge is limited. Fortunately, having been prepared by earlier lottery draws, Luo Chuan was not overly astonished. Sensing Luo Chuan's thoughts, the system chimed in appropriately. Players engaged in the Trial Tower game will have their acquired experience reflected in their physical form. Luo Chuan. The system is remarkable, gaining strength through gaming. He nearly felt compelled to exclaim, the system is exceptional. Moreover, he was now engulfed in profound curiosity regarding this game, known as the Trial Tower. It was now the depths of night, with 6 hours remaining for the renovation, leaving Luo Chuan with no choice but to await the following day. The fleeting hours of the night vanished in the blink of an eye. And soon it was the early morning of the next day. After a brief morning routine, Luo Chuan descended the stairs with a hint of excitement. That moment, Yao Zian emerged from her room. Observing Luo Chuan's descent with a look of puzzlement, she felt that her boss seemed particularly exhilarated today. It was well known that Luo Chuan typically embodied a stoic and aloof demeanor, yet today he appeared somewhat different. Pondering in vain, Yao Zian chose not to dwell on it, entering the nearby restroom to begin her morning preparations. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan arrived at the store located on the first floor, momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. The once numerous empty shelves had vanished and a new LCD screen had appeared on the wall directly facing the entrance. The right side of the store had undergone a complete transformation, specifically the addition of 10 seats. Each seat was adorned with a silver-white helmet, and in front of them, an LCD display screen, presumably to showcase the game visuals. It was astonishing how a small store could accommodate such an array of items. Yet Origin Mall managed to do so effortlessly without appearing cramped. That if those ancient sects were to witness this phenomenon, they would undoubtedly be astounded, for such an occurrence was a testament to mastery over spatial forces. Perhaps it would be more fitting to refer to it as a spatial formation. Boss, what are these? Yao Zian inquired as she descended from the second floor, her curiosity piqued by the store's transformation. An immersive holographic game, Luo Chuan replied. Yao Zian was taken aback, unable to comprehend. Allow me to demonstrate, Luo Chuan said, taking a seat and donning the helmet. The instant the helmet was placed upon his head, Luo Chuan felt his consciousness detach from the confines of his body, transported to an unfamiliar, pitch-black space. Simultaneously, his physical form solidified, devoid of any spiritual energy, resembling that of an ordinary human body. Detection complete. First-time player login. Would you like to create an account? A mechanical voice echoed, sounding eerily similar to the system's voice. In tandem, luminous text appeared in the dark void, presenting 2 options. Yes or no. Chapter 51. Standard charging method. In Yao Zian's view, she saw Luo Chuan's figure materialize on the display screen before her. Was this a unique spiritual artifact? Yet, why was there not a hint of spiritual energy? Yao Zian furrowed her brow, deep in thought. Clearly, no amount of contemplation would lead her to unravel the mysteries of this otherworldly artifact. In the pitch-black space, Luo Chuan opted for yes. A flash of light enveloped him, and he found himself standing in an expansive grassland. A gentle breeze caressing his face, the air rich with the scent of earth and grass. The Trial Tower has been activated. Current level 1. Mode Easy, Cultivation. None. In the upper right corner of Luo Chuan's vision, a small translucent panel appeared, resembling the system's information panel, detailing his character's name, level, and a small experience bar. In the corner of the panel was a small icon representing the shop. Would you like to commence the challenge? Yes. A sudden wolf's howl pierced the air, causing Luo Chuan's muscles to tense involuntarily. In his line of sight, a colossal gray wolf, over 3 meters tall, charged toward him from a distance. It sprang from the underbrush, lunging at Luo Chuan. Having spotted the giant wolf, Luo Chuan had already begun to flee. It would be absurd to think he could contend with such a beast in his current human form. After all, it is said that 2 legs cannot outrun forward after a few breaths. The giant wolf pounced upon Luo Chuan, and he could smell the putrid stench emanating from its maw. Luo Chuan met his demise. In the next instant, the world reset. The wolf vanished, and its carcass disappeared. Luo Chuan reappeared at the original spot. Quite realistic, Luo Chuan mused, stroking his chin, having genuinely felt the breath of death. Here, he could refine his agility as an ordinary person without the fear of life-threatening danger. The thought was somewhat chilling. As for cultivators, what is most paramount? It is, of course, their own life. To be able to hone one's skills and willpower in an utterly safe environment is a rare opportunity indeed. And where else could one find such a place but at Origin Mall? Having been swiftly defeated in the easy mode, he pondered whether other, more challenging modes existed. System. Are there other modes? Luo Chuan inquired. System. Indeed. The Trial Tower Challenge modes are divided into 7 categories. Easy, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, and Purgatory. Luo Chuan. If the easy mode dispatched me so swiftly, how terrifying could the subsequent modes be? After a moment's reflection, he resolved not to dwell on this disheartening matter. His peripheral vision caught the shop icon in the corner of the panel, and he clicked on it. Instantly, a larger panel appeared before him. Observing the contents displayed, Luo Chuan couldn't help but twitch at the corners of his mouth. The panel prominently featured 2 sections: weapons and cultivation. Most importantly, unlocking these items required monetary expenditure. Truly, it was characteristic of the system. Luo Chuan's thoughts inadvertently escaped his lips. To his surprise, the system began to elucidate. Upon entering the Trial Tower, players may utilize various weapons and even experience higher realms of power. Charging spirit crystals is not unreasonable. As for the cultivation section, charges are applied only when players exceed their current strength. Nodding in agreement after hearing the system's explanation, Luo Chuan found no faults in the reasoning presented. Rather, he felt a sense of approval. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. Charging spirit crystals is entirely logical. Chapter 52, New Items in the Store. Meanwhile, Yao Zian watched as Luo Chuan was vanquished by the giant wolf, her concern momentarily flaring. However, upon witnessing Luo Chuan's immediate resurrection, she felt a wave of relief wash over her. Could it be that this device allowed one to experience battles against beasts? Yao Zian couldn't help but speculate. It could be said that Yao Zian had nearly deduced the truth. Within the Trial Tower, Luo Chuan chose to exit, that a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him as he once again became aware of his physical form. Breathing deeply, Luo Chuan removed the helmet. Exhaling a sigh, he felt a lingering sense of disorientation. One moment he had been in an endless grassland, and the next he was back in the store, a feeling of unreality creeping into his mind. "Boss, was the scene I witnessed through that silver helmet what you saw?" Yao Zian inquired, pointing at the display screen and helmet, her curiosity unabated. Luo Chuan nodded, explaining, "This is an immersive holographic helmet, and that is the LCD display." Yao Zian nodded in understanding. "So this is our store's new product." After a moment's contemplation, Luo Chuan replied, "You could say that. Once the helmet is donned, one is transported into a game called the Trial Tower, where they can engage in combat, with the experience gained reflected in their physical body." Yao Zian was momentarily taken aback, her delicate face adorned with an expression of disbelief. Although she had not fully comprehended the words spoken by Luo Chuan, her astute intellect allowed her to extract the most crucial information. Playing games could enhance one's strength. The notion struck Yao Zian as somewhat absurd. When had the path of cultivation become so effortless? "You could give it a try," Luo Chuan said, pausing slightly. "That it's free." "Free?" Yao Zian exclaimed, surprised. During her days as a shop assistant, she had come to understand that Luo Chuan placed great importance on the shop's rules, never once making an exception. The thought of causing Luo Chuan to break a rule for her own sake made Yao Zian feel a pang of guilt. "That, of course," Luo Chuan nodded. "When we signed the employment contract, it clearly stated that employees are permitted to use non-consumable items in the shop free of charge." Realization dawned upon Yao Zian. She finally understood that, how do I use this immersive holographic helmet? Yao Zian had been intrigued while watching Luo Chuan play earlier, and now eagerly seated herself on a nearby chair, clutching a helmet like a child who had just received a new toy. Donning the helmet and relaxing her mind, she followed Luo Chuan's instructions. After several breaths, Yao Zian felt her consciousness waver. To her astonishment, she found herself in a completely dark space. You have now entered the starting space. The first step is to register your account. Luo Chuan's voice suddenly resonated, causing Yao Ziyan to exhale quietly in relief. The immersive holographic helmet not only transported a person into the game world, but also allowed them to perceive events occurring in the outside world. Of course, one could choose to block out such perceptions if desired. Under Luo Chuan's guidance, Yao Ziyan successfully arrived at the vast grassland on the first level of the Trial Tower. Chapter 53. The boss is too powerful. Is this what an immersive holographic game is like? It hardly differs from reality. Yao Ziyan gazed at the grassland around her, her face reflecting sheer astonishment. Be careful. An attack is imminent. Luo Chuan's timely reminder snapped Yao Ziyan back to reality. Presently, she possessed no cultivation and was merely an ordinary person. However, unlike the previous Luo Chuan, Yao Ziyan grasped a silver-white dagger, which he had retrieved from the shop. The curved blade glinted under the sunlight, reflecting dazzling rays. Luo Chuan intently focused on the screen, observing Yao Ziyan standing on the grassland with her dagger, as if she were one with her surroundings, creating a breathtaking tableau. That it's coming, Yao Ziyan whispered, her lips parting slightly at that moment. A wolf's howl echoed as a massive wolf, over 3 meters in length, leaped into view. Yao Ziyan's expression remained unchanged, her figure transforming into a fleeting shadow. She bent her waist at an impossible angle, evading the giant wolf's attack. Simultaneously, her form glided across the ground, and with a swift motion, her dagger sliced through the air, producing a sharp, whooshing sound. Yao Ziyan straightened, her expression calm, her purple hair dancing in the wind. Thud! A heavy thump resonated as the giant wolf's body collapsed to the ground, its lifeless form severed. In that brief moment, Yao Ziyan had not only evaded the attack, but had also dealt a fatal blow to the giant wolf. At that moment, 3 more giant wolves emerged in the vicinity. Yao Ziyan's expression remained steady as she tightened her grip on the dagger. Her attacks and evasions were executed with grace, akin to an artistic performance. To be honest, upon witnessing Yao Ziyan slay the first giant wolf, Luo Chuan felt a slight twitch at the corner of his eye. The wolf that had been effortlessly slain by him was now dispatched in an instant by Yao Ziyan. Was the disparity between individuals so vast? A profound sense of defeat began to swell within Luo Chuan. That it stung. I was actually bested by my own employee boss. This is truly remarkable. Is this realm a genuine world? Yao Ziyan exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she removed the helmet. System, could this trial tower be considered a distinct world? Luo Chuan pondered, his thoughts tinged with skepticism. The visuals within the game felt overwhelmingly authentic, leading one to question whether it was merely a game at all. From the perspective of the host's current world level, one could indeed conclude that, the system replied. Luo Chuan remarked, it seems the system has adopted a rather aloof demeanor. He glanced at Yao Ziyan, nodding, indeed, that would be a fair assessment. Upon hearing Luo Chuan's response, Yao Ziyan regarded him with an expression of increasing admiration. To be capable of creating an entire world. Just how formidable was her boss? I am heading out for breakfast. You look after the shop, Luo Chuan stated before departing. After some contemplation, Yao Ziyan re-entered the trial tower. The previous experience she had undergone was merely the simple mode of the first level. She was eager to discover what the ordinary mode entailed. The simple mode had featured only standard giant wolves. What might the ordinary mode present? With news of the impending excavation of ruins in the Jiao Mountains circulating, numerous unfamiliar cultivators had begun to converge in Jiao City. Such a concentration of ambitious cultivators, many of whom were proud and arrogant, inevitably led to conflicts. Chapter 54. Lingyun Academy. In response, the Celestial Emperor Ji Wuhei found himself in an exceedingly vexatious predicament. Yet there was little he could do. After all, one could not impose secular laws upon these cultivators, for doing so might jeopardize his position as the Celestial Emperor. Fortunately, the emergence of powerful new sects had managed to restrain the situation, preventing further escalation. To the east gate of the city, the influx of cultivators had markedly increased in recent days. However, today felt distinct from the norm. The recent arrivals in Jiao City seemed to be ever more diverse. A veritable gathering of all manner of beings. ISNT had said that an ancient ruin is nearby. If we can salvage even the remnants discarded by the major powers, we might just ascend to greatness. Hey, look up at the sky. Is something approaching? What are you talking about? Are your eyes deceiving you? No, really, it's getting closer. As if something had been discovered, the cultivators at the city gate gazed skyward, their voices rising in astonishment. Following their gazes, a small black dot appeared on the horizon. Within mere breaths, the dot expanded rapidly, accompanied by a series of sharp whooshing sounds that as the shape drew nearer, the onlookers beheld a colossal crimson-golden divine bird. Its size spanning hundreds of feet, that it was enveloped in terrifying scarlet flames, warping the very fabric of space with its searing heat. This was the crimson golden Xianke, an exceedingly rare beast whose adult form possessed the strength to reach the Tao realm. Rumored to carry the bloodline of the phoenix, is this enormous crimson golden Xianke fully grown? Certainly not, but it appears to be nearing maturity. The crimson golden Xianke was an exceedingly scarce creature, with few sightings across the entire Tianlan continent. The only instance I know of was when the Lingyun Academy acquired an Xianke egg from an ancient ruin several decades ago. Someone seemed to recognize the divine bird, their face betraying their astonishment. Could this truly be the crimson golden Xianke? Wait, look on its back. It seems someone is standing there. Are you joking? How could someone possibly be up there? No, really, at that moment. The crimson golden Xianke soared close to Jiao City, the gusts of wind slapping against the faces of those below like blades. They could distinctly sense the overwhelming pressure emanating from the divine bird, instilling a sense of dread. The guards at the city gate gripped their weapons tightly, fixated on the approaching Xianke, yet they dared not make a move, fearful of provoking its wrath. However, the most captivating sight was the dozen or so figures perched atop the back of the crimson golden Xianke. Most of them were young men and women, clad in luxurious attire, exuding an air of superiority. The weakest among them possessed peak creation realm strength. If one were to encapsulate their essence in a single phrase, it would be domineering. These youths appeared to be led by two individuals at the forefront. Point one was a strikingly cold-faced man dressed in dark attire, while the other was a gentle-faced young woman adorned in a flowing purple gown. Moreover, they bore an identical emblem on the right side of their garments, a pristine white cloud. This was none other than the insignia of the Lingyun Academy. Lingyun Academy, as the name suggests, is an institution dedicated to the cultivation of young practitioners. Unlike sects, which impose restrictions on their members in their future endeavors, an academy does not enforce any binding relationships upon graduation. Nevertheless, humans are not devoid of emotions. Thus, it is not uncommon for graduates to extend their assistance to the academy during challenging times, driven by nostalgia. With a history spanning hundreds, even thousands of years, the profound legacy of such an institution is indeed formidable. Just like Lingyun Academy, it enjoys a notable reputation across the entire Tianlan continent. Chapter 55. Changes in the shop in order to prevent the students within the academy from becoming mere cage canaries. Each year, instructors lead the students to various locations for practical experiences. The opening of the ancient ruins in the Jiao mountain range presents an exceptional opportunity for trial. The two instructors leading this expedition are a man named Ing Wuji and a woman named Murong Haidang, both of whom possess considerable prowess, having reached the 9th tier of the Tao. Besides viewing this journey as a trial for the students, Lingyun Academy certainly does not intend to miss out on the ancient ruins. The group leaped from the back of the crimson gold mysterious bird, entering Jiao City amidst the awestruck gazes of numerous practitioners. The guards at the city gates dared not impede their passage, granting them immediate entry. Such is the power that strength confers. The crimson gold mysterious bird let out a sharp call, taking flight towards the Jiao mountain range. For it, that was the ideal destination. It was utterly unexpected that Lingyun Academy had also arrived. This ancient ruin expedition would undoubtedly be fraught with peril. No more time for lamentations. Form an orderly queue. I was hoping to enter the city sooner. Upon entering Jiao City, the group from Lingyun Academy settled into the largest inn in the city, the Drunken Moon Pavilion. Naturally, these students would not remain cooped up in the inn. After hearing a few words from Ing Wuji and Murong Haidang, they began to disperse in small groups from the Drunken Moon Pavilion. When Bu Ligay and Bu Shi arrived at a narrow alley, they found the familiar scene conspicuously absent. Strange. Where has the owner gone? Why is he not basking in the sun today? Bu Ligay scratched his head. Feeling somewhat puzzled, it was indeed peculiar for the owner to be absent from the doorway. Perhaps a new product has arrived in the shop. Bu Shi speculated that Bu Ligay nodded with a certain conviction. It must be that. Sister, let's hurry and take a look. Upon entering the Origin Mall, the first thing they noticed was the significant transformation of the shop. The first thing that caught their eye was a black panel directly facing the entrance. The shelves on the right side of the shop had vanished, replaced instead by a seating area. Beside the seating area was a silver-white helmet with a slightly smaller black panel placed in front of it. The owner and Yao Zian were each seated on a chair, wearing helmets, with their figures displayed on the panel before them. Yao Zian was swiftly defeating various demonic beasts, while the owner was being overwhelmed by them. Wait, that's not right. Isn't the owner supposed to be the most formidable expert? Why is there such a disparity between them? Surely, the beast the owner is battling must be exceptionally powerful. Buligay and Bushi thought to themselves. Could this be the new product in the shop? Buligay's curiosity was piqued, that it's something new. Even the son of the town South Marquis has never encountered such a peculiar item before. Could it possibly be a special spiritual artifact? Unlike Buligay, who was merely curious, Bushi observed more keenly. She furrowed her brow, surveying the shop. Why do I feel like the space in here has expanded considerably? Hearing this, Buligay glanced around and nodded. It does seem that way. After saying this, Buligay hurriedly exited the shop. Just as Bushi was wondering what Buligay was up to, he returned to the shop to Buligay. What are you doing? Bushi asked, somewhat amused that, of course, I'm verifying what I just said. Buligay replied with an air of certainty. Chapter 56. A game like this exists? Sister, after my observation, the space in this shop is undoubtedly much larger than it appears outside. Buligay asserted confidently. It certainly appears that way. Bushi replied with a serious nod. Earlier, she had formed a bold conjecture in her mind, and now it seemed almost certain. What? Buligay asked, puzzled. The owner's shop must possess a spatial formation. Bushi declared with conviction that if it does, then it does. The owner's capabilities are vast. Is this surprising? Buligay scoffed, appearing dismissive that Bushi was momentarily taken aback. That it seems that is indeed the case. Spatial formations are quite rare in the Tianlan continent. Only sects with profound heritage may possess ancient spatial formations passed down through the ages. However, it would not be surprising for the owner's shop to have such a formation. You have arrived. Luo Chuan had already sensed their presence upon their arrival, that he now removed his helmet, causing the images on the screen to vanish. Owner, is this the new item in the shop? Bushi inquired. Luo Chuan nodded. Indeed, this is an immersive holographic game called the Tower of Trials. The brother and sister exchanged glances, both revealing expressions of curiosity that a game. Such a thing exists in the world. At this moment, Yao Zian also removed her helmet, her long purple hair cascading down her back. Owner, this game is astonishingly realistic. It feels almost indistinguishable from reality. Yao Zian exclaimed with excitement as she looked at Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded and then asked, What level have you reached now? Just the first level. Yao Zian replied with a hint of embarrassment, but she had already completed the simple mode of the first level and was now on normal mode. What about you? Owner, Yao Zian asked curiously, looking at Luo Chuan. Feeling somewhat shy under Yao Zian's gaze, Luo Chuan silently resolved not to let his image falter. He cleared his throat softly and turned the conversation to Bushi and Buligay. Would you like to give it a try as well? Absolutely. The two promptly nodded in agreement, completely forgetting about Yao Zian's previous inquiry. Zian, please explain the specific operation methods to them. I'll go outside to bask in the sun for a while. Luo Chuan said. All right, owner. Yao Zian nodded, now completely accustomed to Luo Chuan's casual manner. By the way, Luo Chuan suddenly recalled something, halting his departing footsteps to this. Bushi and Buligay felt a familiar sensation arise within them. Creating a new account requires a payment of 100 spirit crystals. Luo Chuan's calm voice announced that it costs 10 spirit crystals per hour, and each person can play for a maximum of 3 hours each day. I knew it. Buligay's mouth twitched. Bushi also wore a bemused expression. However, after these past days, they had come to understand that Luo Chuan was simply a straightforward owner. Luo Chuan basked in the sun at the entrance, feeling utterly content. Why engage in battles and killings when one can enjoy the sun? Before long, the astonished exclamations of Bushi and Buligay echoed from within. Is this the immersive holographic game? It is truly marvelous, such a fascinating sensation. I feel as though I have stepped into an entirely new world. Indeed, The control of this body feels no different from my real one. However, there is a lack of spiritual energy, which is somewhat disconcerting. Next, follow my instructions. Do you see the options before you? Since this is your first time playing this game, you must create an account first. Chapter 57. The Misfortunes of Bu Ligay at the Entrance. Luo Chuan listened to the sounds emanating from inside the shop, a subtle smile gracing his lips. Life is becoming increasingly wonderful. Could it be that the owner has created an entire world for a game? Standing in an expansive grassland, Bu Ligay gazed at the scenery around him, which bore no difference from reality, and could not help but ponder. Bu Shi shared the same thought, her delicate face reflecting sheer astonishment. Just then, Yao Xian's voice rang out. The first wave of attacks is about to commence. This reminded the two that they were merely in a virtual world. As her words fell, the howls of wolves echoed in their ears. And a massive gray wolf charged towards them from a distance. Oh no, Bu Ligay exclaimed in alarm. Even though he knew this was just a game, the experience felt overwhelmingly real. Instinctively, he attempted to summon his spiritual power. But his expression changed abruptly. In this game, his spiritual energy had completely vanished. This meant that he was nothing more than an ordinary person at this moment. Damn it, it's just a game. How could I be afraid of you? A surge of anger welled up within Bu Ligay as he charged forward, undeterred. A piercing scream echoed through the air as Bu Ligay fell, while on the other side. Not long after, a gasp escaped Bu Shi's lips. She had slain the first colossal wolf that appeared, only to be surrounded and ultimately overwhelmed by 3 more that followed. The 2 of them removed their helmets, their faces pale. Although it had merely been a game, the terror of death was all too real when it approached. How does it feel? Asked Yao Xian with a smile. It feels no different from reality. Bu Ligay sighed. Sister Xian, is this truly just a game? Yao Xian nodded. Of course, that's what the boss said. Besides, in this game, one can resurrect after death. What is there to fear? A hint of helplessness crossed Bu Ligay's expression. What is there to fear? It was easy to say, but confronting the dread of death was another matter entirely. Bu Shi furrowed her brow in contemplation. I think I am beginning to grasp the purpose of this game. It not only ensures we do not encounter life-threatening dangers, but also allows us to repeatedly experience our limits and transcend them. I always believed that a higher realm equated to greater strength. However, when I lost all my spiritual power in the game, just now, I realized that my control over my own power only allowed me to utilize a mere fraction of it. A smile graced Yao Xian's face. She had long understood this. Ligay, let us dive into the game. Today, I want to see if we can conquer the first level of fierce determination shown in Bu Shi's eyes. With her exceptional talent and commendable character, it was no surprise she stood out among the youth of Juyo City. Sister, if you wish to play, do so alone. Do not involve me. Bu Ligay could not help but exclaim upon hearing Bu Shi's words. You jumped directly from the 8th rank of spiritual perception to the realm of creation. Although you have ascended in rank, your foundation pales in comparison to those who have gradually progressed to the realm of creation. You need to refine your skills, and this is a perfect opportunity. A radiant smile adorned Bu Shi's face. Yet to Bu Ligay, it resembled the smile of a devil. Please no. In response to Bu Ligay's plea, Bu Shi forcibly placed the helmet upon her head. Chapter 58. Students of Lingyun Academy. On the streets of Juyo City to the east, 2 elegantly dressed young ladies walked side by side. The aura emanating from them was immediately distinguishable from that of ordinary cultivators. Naturally, the sight of such distinguished young women drew many gazes, with some cultivators harboring ulterior motives. However, upon noticing the white cloud emblem on their garments, they prudently chose to step aside. It's the people from Lingyun Academy. Best not to provoke them. Sir Isn't it's somewhat inappropriate for us to be out like this? The teacher mentioned that Juyo City is rife with danger. Not long ago, a mysterious expert capable of instantly defeating peak soul projections appeared. Wansheng, what are you afraid of? The teacher has already said we can move freely in Juyo City as long as we don't cause any trouble. Life at the academy is dreadfully dull. We must seize this rare chance to unwind. The laughter of the 2 young ladies filled the air. They were Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wansheng, both of notable lineage. Gu Yunxi was the little princess of the Longshu Empire, a power that rivaled the Tianqing Empire. Jiang Wansheng was the youngest daughter of the Jiang family, cherished as the apple of her family's eye. With 9 older brothers doting on her, The Jiang family boasted a legacy spanning thousands of years and held a significant reputation in the Tianlan continent. As Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang chatted and strolled. They purchased anything that piqued their interest, placing their finds into their spatial rings. The vendors beamed with delight, as such lavish customers were a rare occurrence that, "Oh, sir, look, there's a shop here," Jiang Wanshang exclaimed. Her face alight with curiosity, that Ji Yunxi followed her gaze, a smile blossoming on her face that I never expected anyone would open a shop in such a remote location, that I asked at the shopkeeper. Jiang Wanshang pointed to Luo Chuan, who was lounging in a recliner at the shop's entrance. "That seems likely," Gu Yunxi replied. "Come on, Wanshang, let us go take a look." Without further ado, she pulled Jiang Wanshang along. Hey, slow down, Sierra, why are you in such a rush?" The sunlight was momentarily blocked as Luo Chuan slowly opened his eyes. "Are you the owner of this shop?" a soft voice inquired. Before him stood two exceptionally beautiful young women, effortlessly exuding an air of nobility. Yet, it was evident that Luo Chuan remained unfazed. "Yes, that is correct. I am the owner," he replied. "The Origin Mall? What an intriguing name. You must have quite the audacity to use the term origin," Jiang Wanshang remarked, scrutinizing the sign. "Feel free to continue your business. We'll explore the store ourselves," Gu Yunxi said, leading Jiang Wanshang inside. "Busy? This owner is merely sunbathing." "How is that busy?" Jiang Wanshang thought to herself at that moment. As the two entered the shop, Luo Chuan was taken aback. Such familiarity was rare. Nevertheless, he welcomed the leisure and reclined back in his chair to bask in the sun. After all, with Yao Zian watching over the store and the security system in place, what could possibly go wrong? Wow! Upon entering, Jiang Wanshang and Gu Yunxi's eyes widened, their mouths agape at the lavish decorations within the store. "Did I take back my previous assessment of this shop?" Jiang Wanshang regained her composure, her face now serious. "Even our Jiang family wouldn't be so extravagant as to use this much glass as furniture." Ji Yunxi nodded in agreement. Chapter 59. Why do I feel like I've been cheated? "Welcome!" A melodious voice rang out, akin to the song of a valley oriole. Ji Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang froze upon seeing the owner of the voice, with purple hair and matching violet eyes. Her exquisite features bore no blemish, embodying the epitome of perfection. Even though both were young women, they couldn't help but feel a protective instinct rise within them. The existence of the monster beast royal family was known to only a select few cultivators, most of whom held an indifferent attitude towards them. Moreover, places like Lingyun Academy also had members of the Beast clan. Clearly, neither girl recognized Yao Zian's true identity. "What would you like to purchase?" Yao Zian asked, her gaze softened by the adorable expressions of the two girls. We. Under Yao Zian's warm smile, Gu Yunxi's face flushed crimson, and her words became a jumble, failing to articulate a single coherent sentence. Meanwhile, Jiang Wanshang finally regained her composure and, somewhat surprised, inquired, "Are you the shop attendant? How could such a beautiful lady be merely a shop attendant? What is the owner thinking?" Both Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanshang turned their gazes toward Luo Chuan at the entrance. Luo Chuan sneezed, perplexed that I'm already at the second rank. How could I possibly catch a cold? How strange. Yao Zian nodded lightly. "Indeed, I am the shop attendant." "Huh. What are they doing?" Gu Yunxi noticed Bu Ligay and Bu Shi and asked curiously. At present, Bu Ligay and Bu Shi were fully engaged in a battle against the monstrous beasts within the trial tower, oblivious to the happenings in the outside world that, of course, it was also possible they had chosen to shield themselves from distractions. "This is a new game launched in the shop. You could take a look," Yao Zian explained with a smile. The two nodded and followed Yao Zian to stand behind Bu Ligay and Bu Shi. As they gazed at the scene displayed on the monitor, they were taken aback. Are they truly experiencing what is being shown on this screen? Jiang Wanshang asked, pointing at the monitor. Could this be some kind of special spiritual artifact? She pondered silently. Danger! Gu Yunxi suddenly exclaimed that on the screen, Bu Ligay had just been bitten in the throat by a beast, meeting his demise. That in the next instant, the image flickered and Bu Ligay reappeared, seeing the astonishment on their faces. Yao Zian chuckled and explained, "Didn't I mention earlier? It's merely a game. In this game, dying is just part of the experience. You can respawn right away. Sierra, would you like to give it a try?" Jiang Wanshang tugged at Gu Yunxi's sleeve, Her face brimming with eagerness, it felt akin to watching others play a game in an internet CF. One often assumes that the players are lacking skills. If she were in the game, she felt certain she would evade the attacks and achieve a counterkill, just like earlier when Bulege was defeated. Gu Yunxi smiled and nodded. Of course, I'm quite intrigued by this so-called game. Registering for a game account costs 100 spirit crystals, with a fee of 10 spirit crystals per hour. Each person can play a maximum of 3 hours daily. Upon witnessing the resolution reached by the two individuals, the voice of Yao Zian resonated. Jiu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged glances, both overcome by an inexplicable sensation of having been deceived. However, both were affluent and promptly paid the required spirit crystals, subsequently entering the game under Yao Zian's guidance. Wow! This game is astonishingly realistic. It feels as though I am truly on the vast grasslands, exclaimed Gu Yunxi. Indeed, it is somewhat regrettable, though, that we currently lack any spiritual energy. Caution Jiang Wanchong, be careful. I noticed that the game involves attacks from demon beasts shortly. Chapter 60. Outrageous weapons and items suddenly. 2 exclamations pierced the air. Without needing to look, Yao Zian knew that the two had been swiftly vanquished by demon beasts in the trial tower. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong reappeared on the grasslands, their faces betraying a hint of trepidation, haunted by the image of the giant wolf's jaws closing in on them. Yet, as daughters of heaven, an indomitable spirit ignited within them that I refuse to believe that I cannot defeat a mere demon beast. Gu Yunxi declared. Absolutely. Let us try again. Today, I shall conquer the first level. Thus began a relentless onslaught. We are being slaughtered by the giant wolves. After dying numerous times, Jiang Wanchong could no longer bear it. She removed her helmet and exclaimed in exasperation, I cannot take it anymore. 50 times. I have died a full 50 times. Why can I not overcome the first level? Yao Zian maintained a composed demeanor, though a barely concealed amusement sparkled in her eyes. Earlier that morning, Luo Chuan had advised her that as a professional attendant, one must suppress laughter at the customer's antics, unless one could no longer contain at that moment. Jiang Wanchong suddenly noticed Gu Yunxi's screen and gasped in astonishment. Why can she use spiritual energy and wield a weapon? On the screen, Gu Yunxi gracefully wielded a 3-foot-long sword, elegantly dodging the attacks of 3 giant wolves. Although she appeared somewhat strained, she managed to fend them off. Yao Zian lightly cleared her throat, suppressing her laughter as she remarked, Have you noticed the small icon of a shop in the corner of the information panel at the upper right of the game interface? Jiang Wanchong was taken aback. She had indeed seen the information panel, but had been too preoccupied with battling the giant wolves to notice the shop icon. Observing Jiang Wanchong's expression, Yao Zian understood. She continued, If you could pass the first level with an ordinary person's physique, even in simple mode, it would be enough to reach the pinnacle of the Tao. Jiang Wanchong chuckled awkwardly. Oh, I see now. However, she overlooked a crucial detail. How could Yao Zian possess such knowledge if she were merely an ordinary shop attendant? The Tao realm could be considered the ultimate strength even among those sects with profound heritage. Donning her helmet once more to re-enter the game, Jiang Wanchong promptly accessed the shop icon Yao Zian had mentioned. Indeed, a whole new interface unfolded before her, categorizing weapons and cultivation levels. The cultivation levels range from ordinary to Tao, each tier divided into 9 grades. Jiang Wanchong found herself pondering, could one truly possess Tao-level power within the game? The categorization of weapons was equally intriguing. It was well known that the practitioners of Tianlan continent used weapons known as spiritual tools, which were also graded from heaven to earth, with higher levels boasting greater power, provided one could wield them effectively. Above these 4 grades were the sacred weapons, imperial weapons, and the legendary celestial artifacts. Yet, on the current panel, the highest grade available was merely the sacred weapon. Aside from these items, Jiang Wanchong was perplexed by the remaining options. What was a Gatling? Why did its description indicate it had the attack power of a mysterious grade spiritual tool, yet consumed no spiritual energy in use? And the Star Destroyer, could it truly strike down stars? The grade classification was absurd, as it was on par with the sacred weapon. Chapter 61. The exasperation of Bulege after careful contemplation. Jiang Wanchong selected a mysterious grade long sword and elevated her cultivation level to the 5th grade of body refinement. If she needed to exert more strength against these mindless gray wolves, she would feel that her years at Lingyun Academy had been in vain against these giant wolves that lacked intelligence. Merely reaching the 5th grade of body refinement should suffice. Furthermore, each layer of the trial tower had restrictions. In simple mode, one could utilize a maximum of the peak body refinement level for the first layer. Of course, this was only one reason. The other was that the items in the shop were exorbitantly priced. A yellow-grade weapon cost 1 spirit crystal, a mysterious grade 10 spirit crystals, and an earth grade 100 spirit crystals. With each ascending grade, the cost multiplied tenfold. Although Jiang Wanchong was wealthy, she did not wish to emulate the extravagant spending of the nouveau riche. Spending such a significant amount of spirit crystals on an unfamiliar game would be tantamount to foolishness. As for the tier classifications, as long as they were below her original power level, they were free. Originally, Jiang Wanchong's strength was already at the 3rd grade of soul. Selecting the option to start, she gripped her long sword tightly that a familiar howl of a wolf echoed, causing her body to tense instantly. Here it comes. Jiang Wanchong inhaled deeply, a glimmer of determination flashing in her eyes that I end the next moment. A giant wolf emerged, lunging towards her. Jiang Wanchong's gaze sharpened, her body gliding sideways. With her left arm supporting her weight against the ground, she propelled her right arm forward, raising her long sword. The blade sliced through the air. Striking the wolf's abdomen with a gleaming arc, she could distinctly feel the resistance of the sword as it penetrated flesh. The giant wolf let out a mournful howl before collapsing to the ground. Yet, Jiang Wanchong dared not relax, for she understood that this was merely the first wave of attacks. In the next instant, 3 giant wolves appeared before Jiang Wanchong's line of sight. Die, having perished dozens of times in this scenario. Jiang Wanchong's heart swelled with rage, and she charged forward. Her form danced like a specter through the onslaught of the giant wolves, resembling a graceful sprite. With relentless precision, her long sword carved through their flesh, leaving behind gruesome wounds. After several breaths, accompanied by a resounding thud, the final giant wolf collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Jiang Wanchong panted heavily, a smile blooming on her flushed face. You have successfully cleared the first level of the trial tower in simple mode. Would you like to challenge the normal mode? A message materialized before Jiang Wanchong. Naturally, she would not decline, as excitement coursed through her veins. She nodded affirmatively. I shall challenge it. Daily game time limit reached. The game will forcibly end. Bu Ligay, covered in wounds, faced a giant wolf that stared menacingly at him. Surrounding him lay the corpses of 4 other giant wolves. However, the condition of the remaining giant wolf was equally dire. Its body marred by bloodied wounds and 1 leg broken. Ah, die, Bu Ligay roared, charging forth, his eyes ablaze with madness that he had lost count of how many times he had perished here. Now, only 1 enemy remained. Finally, there was a chance to clear the level. He must seize this opportunity. In a state of intense focus, Bu Ligay failed to notice the notification sound. Just as he was about to strike down the giant wolf before him, a flash enveloped him, and he found himself back in the starting space. Bu Ligay stood bewildered, surveying his surroundings, his expression shifting to one of profound anguish that a lament echoed from his lips. Oh, I was just 1 step away. I was so close to clearing the first level. Chapter 62. A game that can enhance cultivation. Bu Ligay removed his helmet, his face contorted with fury that he was prepared to confront the owner for an explanation. At that moment, he caught sight of Yao Zian's gaze from behind the counter, and he took a deep breath, realization dawning upon him. The anger on his face gradually faded, replaced by tranquility. Demand an explanation? These 2 formidable figures in the shop are not easily reasoned with. Unable to fight back, one could only swallow their grievances to maintain their livelihood. The Bu Ligay wisely halted at the edge of self-destruction. Sister Zian, why did my game close automatically? He inquired, puzzled. Why did it exit by itself? At this, Bushi also expressed her confusion, removing her helmet to look at Yao Zian in bewilderment. Well, it's akin to a critical moment in a game where someone suddenly shuts down the computer. There are rules regarding customers playing in the trial tower. Yao Zian pointed to a small whiteboard hanging on the wall. Originally, it contained only 3 rules written by Luo Chuan, but Yao Zian had just added the requirements concerning the trial tower game. Registering an account costs 100 spirit crystals. Each hour of game time costs 10 spirit crystals, and each person may play a maximum of 3 hours per day. Such rules exist. Bu Ligay bore a somewhat bitter smile as he recalled the earlier words of Luo Chuan. which he had failed to absorb at the time, that it was only now that it struck him. Yao Ziyin, too, sighed in resignation, aware that today's plans were likely thwarted. The rules of the shop set by the boss had never been broken. Suddenly, Yao Ziyin seemed to sense something, and a look of surprise flashed across her delicate face. "Sister, what is it?" Bu Ligu asked, perplexed. Yao Ziyin replied, "Focus on the spiritual energy within you." Bu Ligu nodded and closed his eyes to sense it. The next instant, his eyes flew open wide, and an incredulous exclamation erupted from his lips. "How is this possible? My spiritual energy has increased significantly." Equivalent to a full day of practice. Bu Shuri nodded in agreement, for she experienced the same phenomenon. Upon hearing this, Yao Ziyin's face displayed a hint of astonishment. Could it be that the games in the boss's shop could actually enhance cultivation? The trio turned their gazes towards Luo Chuan at the entrance of the shop, as if sensing their scrutiny. Luo Chuan's calm voice resonated. "The trial tower is not merely a game." Those few words plunged the three into contemplation. If it was not just a game, it meant that the experience and cultivation gained within could also translate back into reality. Realization dawned upon them, illuminating their eyes. "Boss, does that mean experiences gained in the game can also benefit our own cultivation?" Yao Ziyin inquired. "Precisely," Luo Chuan affirmed, causing their breaths to quicken with excitement that a game capable of enhancing cultivation was likely unparalleled across the entire Tianlan continent. By the way, the effect of instant noodles on enhancing cultivation speed also applies to the trial tower. Luo Chuan continued. "Wait," Bu Ligu calculated carefully. "Instant noodles increase cultivation speed tenfold for 1 hour, and playing the trial tower for 3 hours is equivalent to a day's practice. This means the cultivation speed in the trial tower is 8 times that of reality. 8 times 10 equals 80 times. Smack. Bu Ligu's head received a light slap from Bu Shuri. "Sister, why did you hit me?" he complained, rubbing his head in discontent. But Bu Shuri sighed, feeling that her brother was beyond saving. 8 times 10. How could you think so optimistically? That's addition, not multiplication, she retorted, giving him an exasperated look. Yao Ziyin, unable to contain herself, stifled a laugh. She found this sibling duo to be utterly delightful. Though it's only for 1 hour, an 18-fold increase in cultivation speed is still quite formidable, Bu Shuri remarked, taking a deep breath. Yao Ziyin and Bu Ligu nodded in agreement. "Let us buy 2 more cups of instant noodles," Bu Shuri decisively proclaimed. "The items in this shop are indeed pricey." After paying with spiritual crystals, Bu Ligu stared at his spatial ring. Feeling a headache coming on, he had spent a total of 460 spiritual crystals that day. Even though he was the son of the Duke of Zhennan and was accustomed to wealth, the expenditure was still daunting. "Well, I won't be buying any soda or spicy snacks today." Moments later, the instant noodles were ready. Bu Ligu savored them. All previous thoughts vanished from his mind. The price was irrelevant. Practicality and deliciousness were what truly mattered. These instant noodles are delightful. After finishing, the siblings bid farewell to Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyin before leaving the small shop. Unbeknownst to them, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were deeply engrossed in their game, completely oblivious to the happenings in the shop. However, it was evident that such an immersive gaming experience could not last long. Soon, 2 voices filled with frustration rang out. "Ah, so close. I was just a step away from clearing the first level of the normal mode. What just happened? Why did I suddenly get kicked out of the game?" Yao Ziyin caught sight of 2 faces brimming with anger. The shop's rule states that each person can only play for 3 hours a day. Luo Chuan, feeling as if he would rust from lying down too long, had just stood up when he overheard the commotion. He walked into the shop and began to explain to the 2 that there's such a rule. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were taken aback. Luo Chuan nodded. "Boss, it's only 10 spiritual crystals for an hour. That I'll pay double." "No, 10 times the price. Just let me play for a little longer." Gu Yunxi pleaded pitifully. "Yes, boss, rules are rigid. But we are alive. Just let us enjoy the game a bit longer." Jiang Wanchong chimed in eagerly. Yao Ziyin had already anticipated the outcome, knowing that the boss's rules were unbreakable. There were no exceptions. In Luo Chuan's eyes, the 2 girls appeared completely like avid gamers lost in their virtual world. To save these wayward girls, he naturally could not violate the rules. He shook his head, and his words evoked deep dissatisfaction on their faces. No pointing to the small whiteboard on the wall behind them, he added, "There are other rules as well. The two followed Luo Chuan's finger to see a board filled with writing. Your shop has quite a few rules, Gu Yunxi remarked, somewhat bemused after a moment of silence. Regardless, we'll be staying in Jiuyao City for a while longer. We can come back tomorrow. Jiang Wanchong, seeing that Luo Chuan showed no signs of relenting, had no choice but to compromise. That being said, boss, your prices are rather exorbitant. Gu Yunxi couldn't help but exclaim, suddenly recalling how just a few hours had cost her over 100 spiritual crystals. All for the sake of a game. Luo Chuan shook his head, his expression unchanged. Everything in this shop is worth its price. Just sense your own cultivation. Cultivation? Can playing a game really enhance cultivation? That's quite the joke, was the initial thought that crossed Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wancheng's minds. However, upon seeing Luo Chuan's serious demeanor, which didn't seem like a jest, they began to sense their own cultivation. In the next moment, two astonished exclamations filled the air. How is this possible? This must be a trick. To their astonishment, they felt their cultivation genuinely increase, enough to rival a day's worth of their usual practice. Boss, your shop's game can actually enhance cultivation. This is truly incredible. Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with wonder. Beside her, Jiang Wanchong looked at Luo Chuan with a mix of astonishment and disbelief that a mysterious shopkeeper, and an even more enigmatic boss. There are other products in the shop. Would you like to take a look? Yao Ziyin interjected at just the right moment. That of course. The two replied enthusiastically. Luo Chuan contemplated for a moment before stepping aside to enter the trial tower. He did not believe he would struggle to clear even the first level of the simplest mode. After all, in his previous life, Luo Chuan was a master-level player. How could a mere immersive holographic game possibly challenge him? Following Yao Ziyin, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong arrived at the display of goods. These are the items available. Their descriptions are below. Feel free to take a look, Yao Ziyin said with a smile. The two nodded and began to examine the offerings closely. They felt that if this shop could offer such extraordinary games, then the merchandise for sale must surely be anything but ordinary. A black bottle containing a potion, a transparent package holding an unknown item, and a bowl-like paper container. What on earth were these? They were utterly unfamiliar. Oh, over there, there's a Hanyu bottle. Finally, something normal, Jiang Wanchong muttered under her breath. Gu Yunxi waved her hand, calling out, Wanchong, come over. This thing is called instant noodles. Instant noodles? Is it some kind of special noodle dish? Jiang Wanchong became intrigued and hurried over to Gu Yunxi's side. The two carefully read the introduction. Consuming it enhances cultivation speed tenfold for 1 hour? Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged glances, each reflecting doubt in the other's eyes that as cultivators, they were still human and could not possibly practice 24 hours a day. They also needed to eat, sleep, and rest. Did this not imply that after eating instant noodles, practicing for 1 hour would be roughly equivalent to others practicing for an entire day? To be honest, they were skeptical. Yao Ziyin, naturally perceptive to their thoughts, smiled and said, if you don't believe it, you can give it a try. Let us give it a try, Gu Yunxi declared immediately. After all, the price of instant noodles was merely 10 spiritual crystals, which was hardly a burden for them. Once both picked up a cup of instant noodles, Yao Ziyin pointed to the hot water dispenser in the corner, saying, the noodles must be soaked in hot water from there to be effective. There is such a requirement. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were momentarily taken aback. However, using the hot water was no trouble at all. It actually saved them quite a bit of hassle. The usage fee for the hot water dispenser is 100 spiritual crystals. The two pondered the nature of the contraption known as the hot water machine. The enchanting voice of Yao Ziyin interrupted, causing them to halt their movements. The Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong turned to behold Yao Ziyin's radiant smile, which in their eyes was akin to a devil's grin. Chapter 65. The astonishing shop. Isn't this shop a bit too unscrupulous? 100 spirit crystals for a hot water? Gu Yunxi remarked, a blend of annoyance and amusement coloring her tone. She felt as though the shop was treating them as gullible fools. Yao Ziyin, well accustomed to such practices, showed no signs of indignation. With a light chuckle, she replied, once you have used the hot water, you will understand whether that 100 spirit crystals are worth it. If you still feel it is not, you need not pay a single coin. With Yao Ziyin's words hanging in the air, the two felt it inappropriate to decline further. Jiang Wanchong nodded. That sounds reasonable. Under Yao Ziyin's guidance, they activated the hot water machine. They watched the warm water cascade forth, Wisps of steam began to fill the air. Yet, both young ladies were fixated not on the steam, but on the flowing water. Vital spring water. This is actually vital spring water, they exclaimed in unison. Naturally, Yao Zian nodded, having previously stated that the price was justified. The Jiyu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged glances, both noticing the slight twitch at the corners of each other's eyes. To call it a fair value was an understatement. It was a value far exceeding expectations. Moreover, they had no idea just how much it surpassed the ordinary worth. Vital spring water was a rare commodity, typically only appearing at auctions, commanding a hefty price. Even with their status, indulging in such extravagance was simply out of the question. How do you find it now? Yao Zian inquired with a smile. Is the price of 100 spirit crystals still reasonable? The two nodded vigorously. It was not merely reasonable. At this moment, it appeared that obtaining such a quantity of vital spring water for a mere 100 spirit crystals was akin to receiving it for free. Now that the hot water is included, you just need to wait around 5 minutes. Yao Zian remarked that Jiyu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong set aside their instant noodles and approached the shelves. Given the astonishing effects of the shop's instant noodles, they surmised that the other products would be equally impressive. They began to scrutinize the product descriptions intently. Before long, they could not help but gasp in astonishment. Instantly recover from injuries, elevate one's realm, and even replenish vitality. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong's expressions were filled with shock. Each item, if taken to an auction, would surely fetch a high price. Yet here, the cheapest was merely sold for 10 spirit crystals. As for the items capable of restoring vitality, they had never even heard of such things. They realized that the surprises this shop offered were multiplying by the moment. Alas, it is a pity that the shop has a rule. Each type can only be purchased once a day. A look of regret crossed Jiang Wanchong's face. As a young lady of the Jiang family, she could be considered a minor heiress, carrying at least several thousand spirit crystals with her, were it not for the shop's regulations. She would have wished to exchange all her assets for the shop's goods. However, it was unfortunate that the shop's owner was a rather inflexible character. The Jiyu Yunxi, standing beside her, harbored similar thoughts to in unison. Their gazes fell upon Luo Chuan, who was absorbed in the trial tower, their eyes filled with resentment. Inside the trial tower, Luo Chuan, oblivious to the outside world, shivered involuntarily, puzzled by the sensation. Yet he quickly pushed it aside. Refocusing on the magical beasts ahead, "But I'll take a pack of spicy strips and a bottle of cola." Gu Yunxi declared, "Me too," Jiang Wanchong echoed. Simultaneously, they cast lingering glances towards the location of the exquisite wine, which was indeed priced at 100,000 spirit crystals, quite steep and beyond their current financial reach. However, we can borrow spirit crystals, they reasoned, convinced that the other students must carry a substantial amount. Yao Zian nodded, and the two promptly paid the required spirit crystals. Chapter 66. The hidden dangers of the Ying Wujing technique. After acquiring the spicy strips and cola, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong did not indulge immediately. Firstly, they were unfamiliar with the flavor of cola and spicy strips. Secondly, they deemed these items as potential life-saving provisions during critical moments, not to be consumed frivolously. Minutes passed, and it was time to enjoy the instant noodles. They peeled back the lids, releasing an enticing aroma of wheat intermingled with rich spiritual energy that wafted toward them. Just the scent was enough to whet their appetites. Furthermore, having never encountered food that merely required hot water to prepare, they were filled with a sense of novelty. With disposable chopsticks in hand, they initially struggled to adapt to this peculiar utensil. However, as soon as they took their first bite of the noodles, all thoughts were cast aside, replaced by the sounds of slurping. Before long, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong had devoured every last morsel of the noodles, not even leaving a drop of the broth behind. How could they waste broth made from vital spring water? At that moment, they felt an extraordinary clarity within their bodies. Their sensitivity to the spiritual energy of the world heightened manifold compared to before. This, indeed, was the key to accelerating their cultivation speed. After exchanging pleasantries, they hurriedly departed, for they could not afford to waste an hour of tenfold cultivation speed. Yunxi, Wanchong, why are you two in such a rush? Did something happen? In the Zuyu Pavilion, Murong Haideng observed Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong's anxious expressions and inquired with curiosity, "We're fine. Teacher, we're just going back to our rooms to cultivate. Don't mind us." Teacher, Two voices chimed in unison, leaving behind only their elegant backs for Murong Haidang to ponder. Murong Haidang? Filled with confusion, Murong Haidang understood her students all too well upon hearing they were coming to Jiuyou City. Each had been brimming with excitement, weary of the dull life at the academy. Yet, now it seemed that reality was somewhat different. Despite their noble status, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were still so diligent. She had not anticipated that they would be so passionate about cultivation. She would surely have to discuss this with the other little ones later. Murong Haidang mused with a smile and a shake of her head. Beside her, Ing Wujing nodded impassively. Murong Haidang showed no signs of irritation at Ing Wujing's demeanor. Clearly accustomed to IT at Lingyun Academy, Ing Wujing's cold nature was widely known. However, few were aware of the reasons behind his demeanor. The root of it lay in a particular cultivation technique he practiced, which demanded the consumption of vitality from within his body. By the time Ing Wujing recognized the flaws in this technique, it was too late to abandon it. For to discard it would be tantamount to forsaking his cultivation. Such a monumental cost was something Ing Wujing could not accept. Thus, he had no choice but to continue cultivating the technique. As his cultivation level increased, the vitality contained within him also rose correspondingly. Consequently, Ing Wujing became almost consumed by his martial pursuits, devoting his entire being to the art of cultivation, leading to his indifferent attitude towards the outside world. Rest assured, according to the Academy's news, the ancient ruins being opened may very well contain items that can replenish vitality, Murong Haidang offered, hesitating slightly before speaking. Ing Wujing remained expressionless, revealing no excitement or trepidation. He understood all too well how rare items capable of restoring vitality were, as their appearances often incited fierce competition. The opening of the ancient ruins would likely attract countless formidable figures. Chapter 67. The diligent boss of the game, even the boss, is this powerful and still striving to conquer the trial tower. I must push myself harder. Observing Luo Chuan's figure, Yao Ziyan silently resolved. She recalled a prior remark from Luo Chuan. The path of cultivation is merely a beginning for the esteemed. The Tianlan continent is but a trivial speck among the vast universe. Reflecting on this, she recognized its truth. The universe is immeasurably vast. How could the Tianlan continent be the sole realm harboring sentient beings? Taking a seat nearby, Yao Ziyan entered the trial tower. Huff! Luo Chuan gasped heavily, his body marred with gruesome wounds. Yet a rare glimmer of excitement sparkled in his eyes as two prominent characters appeared before him. Past. Indeed, Luo Chuan currently stands at the pinnacle of physical refinement, wielding a profound grade spear, though that is a matter for another discussion. After all, just over a month ago, Luo Chuan was merely an ordinary university student living in a peaceful era. Progress must be made step by step, and Luo Chuan is well aware of his own limitations. Even though he enjoys an invincible buff granted by the system within a 10-kilometer radius of the Origin Mall, he harbors no fears. However, it is worth noting that he cannot remain confined to this small area for eternity. Luo Chuan longs to explore the vast world beyond. Although he has barely passed the simple mode of the first level of the trial tower, he recognizes that his success was merely a result of overpowering his opponents with his cultivation and weaponry. Luo Chuan feels he can achieve even greater heights. He resolves to try again. A rare glimmer of martial spirit ignites in Luo Chuan's eyes as he makes his decision. He intentionally lowers his cultivation by 1 grade to the 9th level of physical refinement, keeping his weapon unchanged. The scene before him flickers and the world resets, restoring Luo Chuan's body to its previous peak state. The monstrous beasts reappear, and with weapon in hand, Luo Chuan charges forth. The best defense is indeed a good offense. Meanwhile, Zhou Hu's mercenary team arrives at the shop. According to them, they are preparing to embark on a mission in the Juyao mountain range. Hence their visit to the Origin Mall to procure some spicy strips and cola for emergencies. They express great curiosity about the newly introduced game in the shop, and each takes a turn to try it. As expected, upon learning that the trial tower can enhance their cultivation, they are taken aback. They never anticipated that a game could actually elevate one's cultivation. Zhou Hu's face is a picture of disbelief. Someone nods in agreement. The boss truly possesses remarkable abilities. The others echo this sentiment, casting odd glances at Luo Chuan, who is engrossed in his gaming. Unperturbed, Luo Chuan remains oblivious to the attention he garners. After some time, they bid farewell to Yao Ziyan. Time flies, and before long, a day has passed. When Luo Chuan emerges from the trial tower, he is greeted by the sight of the setting sun. It's so late? Luo Chuan muses, surprised by the twilight, the trial tower. He had been fully immersed in battle, completely unaware of the passage of time. Perhaps due to his innate talent, within the span of less than a day. Luo Chuan's combat experience has transformed him from a novice into a seasoned warrior. Having faced death hundreds of times within the trial tower, it is not an exaggeration to claim he is battle-hardened. Chapter 68. Let us dine out as the shopkeeper. Luo Chuan is naturally free from the constraint of only playing for 3 hours a day. Likewise, Yao Ziyan, as a shop assistant, shares the same freedom. When there are no customers, she also engages in battle within the trial tower, but unlike Luo Chuan, she remains aware of her surroundings. Forget it, let us eat out today. Luo Chuan sighs and makes his decision. Boss, may I accompany you? Yao Ziyan inquires. Having spent such a long time in the shop, she feels somewhat stifled. Without hesitation, Luo Chuan nods, sure, let us go. The two then leave the Origin Mall side by side. Stepping out into the alley. The evening is a bustling time in Juyao City, and as the two emerge from the alley, they are immediately met with a chorus of lively chatter. Luo Chuan guides Yao Ziyan with ease to a restaurant he frequents. Both maintain their composure, indifferent to the curious gazes of passers-by, unaware of the stir they create. After all, Yao Ziyan's beauty epitomizes the pinnacle of human imagination. This is the place. Luo Chuan soon halts before a grand establishment covering nearly 100 meters. Resplendent with a dignified and opulent atmosphere, the entrance. Many elegantly dressed patrons can be seen. Above, the elegant characters Phoenix Immortal Tower adorn the sign. This is the very restaurant previously mentioned by Jiang Xingjun as the finest in Juyao City. Only the affluent can dine here, and the Origin Mall is merely a few hundred meters away. What a stunning lady! She looks like a celestial being descended from the heavens. Junior sister, look at that girl. She is incredibly beautiful. Senior brother, who do you think is more beautiful, her or me? Junior sister, can we change the topic? Wah! Senior brother, you truly no longer love me. As Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan enter Phoenix Immortal Tower. A murmur of whispers ensues, predominantly revolving around Yao S for Luo Chuan. He is akin to stars obscured by the moonlit sky, fading into the background. Fortunately, Luo Chuan remains unconcerned, and as a respected member of the Monster Beast royal family. Yao Ziyan is equally indifferent to the remarks of these cultivators. Once seated, the noise from the diners in Phoenix Immortal Tower diminishes noticeably, as nearly all patrons direct their attention toward Yao Ziyan. Glancing at Luo Chuan with shades of envy. Why is this guy accompanied by such a beautiful woman? Just because he is slightly handsome. If Luo Chuan were aware, he would simply respond, indeed, being handsome is quite remarkable. Dear guest, may I take your order? After they are seated, a waiter promptly approaches. What signature dishes do you have here? Luo Chuan inquires. Since it is his first meal out with his employee, he wishes to indulge in something special. This is his intention, especially considering the considerable sales figures from the Origin Mall recently. He had stored the shop's earnings just a week prior, knowing that the requirements for advancing to the third tier were exorbitant. It would be wiser to save it for later use. Currently, his assets have reached around 5,000 spirit crystals. Our signature dish at Phoenix Immortal Tower is called Phoenix Dance in Nine Heavens, primarily made from the Leying, a beast of the returning Yuan realm sourced from the Juyao mountain range. The waiter explains proudly. Luo Chuan nods, not even asking the price. All right, we'll have that. Also, please bring a few more of the other signature dishes. Chapter 69. The Wicked Rich. The waiter eagerly nods, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Of course, I'll have the chef prepare it for you right away. He knows he has encountered someone of great significance. So he dares not delay and quickly rushes to the kitchen. Honestly, we don't need to order this many dishes, Yao Ziyan whispers. Luo Chuan shakes his head earnestly. This is my first time treating you to a meal. I can't just settle for something casual. The surrounding diners naturally overhear Luo Chuan's order, and their gazes toward him shift from jealousy to something more sinister, an intense malice. Those wicked rich people. The Phoenix Dance in Nine Heavens alone costs 3,000 spirit crystals. Adding in those several signature dishes means this meal will consume nearly 5,000 spirit crystals. The value of such a meal is indeed staggering. Given that it is made from a beast of the returning Yuan realm, and consuming it would significantly enhance one's sensitivity to the natural essence for a time. Simply put, it is a diluted version of the instant noodles from the Origin Mall. It is worth noting that an ordinary Soul Master's entire net worth is often only about this much. The thought of spending an entire fortune on a single meal is quite terrifying. Of course, Luo Chuan remains blissfully unaware of this. What on earth is my father thinking? They are merely cultivators from the martial world. Is it necessary to treat them with such caution? Why keep me confined within the palace for so long? From afar, disgruntled voices can be heard. Your Highness, the power of cultivators from the martial world should not be underestimated. They come seeking the ancient relics of the Juyao mountain range, and it's best to minimize any potential trouble. A dismissive snort follows, indicating the previous speaker's disinterest in the council. As the voices grow nearer, two elegantly dressed youths soon enter the Phoenix Immortal Tower, exuding an air of nobility that suggests they are no strangers to high status. Waiter, bring me a private room at once. One of the young men calls out. Yes, young Master Li and Your Highness. This way, please. A waiter quickly approaches, bowing respectfully. It is evident that these two are not first-time visitors to Phoenix Immortal Tower, as the staff are already familiar with them. Among the diners, many newcomers to Juyao City watch the two with curiosity. Who are they? They look like they have some significant status. Are you new to Juyao City? The one in front is the second prince, and the one behind him is Li Mu, the son of the Right Chancellor. TSK. One must admit, birds of a feather flock together. These two have used their positions to commit countless acts of oppression and tyranny in Juyao City. What? Is no one going to stop them? Who would dare? One is the son of an emperor, and the other the son of the Right Chancellor. Standing up to them would be akin to courting death. Wait a minute. It seems that a delightful spectacle is about to unfold. When Luo Chuan first glanced at the two newcomers, his curiosity was piqued, yet he found them to be nothing more than two individuals drained by indulgence in drink and pleasure. Hardly remarkable. As for Yao Ziyan, she sat quietly beside Luo Chuan, who, despite their understated demeanor, could not escape the attention of the masses. Drawn to her like moths to flame, Ji Tianhao surveyed the surrounding diners, scoffing internally at the sight of these wandering cultivators, whom he regarded with disdain. Him. They were merely common folk, far beneath the grandeur of the Tianqing Empire. However, as his gaze swept across the room, it suddenly halted, and he found himself rooted to the spot. His companion Li Mu, similarly entranced, Ji Tianhao swore he had never encountered such a breathtaking woman. Merely a glance felt like a spell that ensnared the senses. In her violet eyes, it seemed as though starlight flickered, and her cascading purple hair added an enchanting allure. She was a woman who ought not to belong to the mortal realm. This woman. I must possess her, at this moment. Ji Tianhao's mind was consumed by this singular thought, that Li Mu, too, was captivated, rendered speechless. That Ji Tianhao adjusted his attire before striding over to Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan. Li Mu, regaining his senses, hurriedly followed. Although he was a scion of privilege, he possessed the self-awareness to recognize that this woman was beyond his reach. Upon seeing Ji Tianhao approach, Yao Ziyan's brow furrowed slightly. Though she currently served as a waitress in Luo Chuan's establishment, she remained a formidable figure, the foremost expert on the shadow kill list. Should anyone underestimate her as merely a delicate flower due to her appearance, they might find themselves fatally mistaken. Yet it was evident that Ji Tianhao did not grasp this truth. With a self-satisfied grin plastered across his face, he addressed Yao Ziyan. My lovely lady, might I have the honor of inviting you upstairs for a drink? In his arrogance, he overlooked Luo Chuan entirely. Luo Chuan was a distinguished patron of Fengxian Building, and Ji Tianhao's demeanor suggested he was seeking trouble. Should conflict arise, it would ultimately reflect poorly on Fengxian Building. Your Highness, would you like to retreat to a private room upstairs? The waiter stammered, swallowing hard. After all, Luo Chuan was known for his extravagant spending, and the waiter felt ill-equipped to handle either party. Get lost, Ji Tianhao snapped impatiently. Kicking the waiter aside, Li Mu knew it was time for him to step in. Yao Ziyan remained silent, her expression cold. Clearing his throat, Li Mu pointed at Ji Tianhao, declaring, "This is His Highness Ji Tianhao, the second prince of the Tianqing Empire. Accompanying him would elevate your status immeasurably. However, if you refuse, the consequences might be dire." He then turned to Luo Chuan. As for you, today the prince is in a good mood. Consider yourself fortunate to leave unharmed. Li Mu adeptly played the role of a sycophant, his words laced with both benefits and threats that it was clear that this was not their first encounter of this nature. For an unsuspecting woman lacking connections or strength, the outcome was all too predictable. Unfortunately for them, they had crossed paths with Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan, sealing their tragic fate. The surrounding diners paused in their meals, intrigued by the unfolding drama, eager to witness the resolution of this clash between a notorious scion of Juyou City and a mysterious wealthy patron. Luo Chuan felt a twinge of displeasure. Ji Tianhao's behavior reminded him that, regardless of location, there would always be a contingent of fools. That it also struck a familiar chord, reminiscent of the recent visit from Chu Yunfei, who had similarly abused his status to impose his will. Of course, that encounter had ended poorly for him. With not even ashes left behind, do you understand what it means to refrain from provoking trouble? Luo Chuan's voice was as frigid as winter. Unconsciously, Ji Tianhao and Li Mu shivered. Yet, Ji Tianhao dismissed it as merely a fleeting chill. How curious. Why has it suddenly grown cold? Murmured the diners, puzzled. Provoking trouble? Ji Tianhao laughed heartily. My father is the Tianqing Emperor. Who in Juyou City could dare to harm me? Upon hearing Luo Chuan defend her, Yao Ziyan felt her fury dissipate, replaced by an inexplicable sensation. So this is what it feels like to be protected. Hearing Ji Tianhao's words, Luo Chuan found himself bemused that he had encountered many who were foolish, but none quite so absurd as Ji Tianhao. Given his character and the chaotic environment of Juyou City, it was inevitable that he would provoke someone, even if it were not Luo Chuan. Kneel, sever an arm. Ji Tianhao commanded with an air of superiority, as if wielding life and death at his whim. Yao Ziyan showed no signs of concern, her expression even hinting at amusement that her. Dealing with such a character was akin to crushing an ant. Luo Chuan's expression remained unchanged, save for a sigh that echoed softly. I had no desire to involve myself in royal matters while running my establishment in Juyou City. However, if you dare to provoke me, I shall not hesitate to teach you a lesson. Li Mu, show him who he is dealing with. Ji Tianhao's expression darkened, his voice cold. As you wish, Your Highness. Li Mu grinned maliciously as he approached Luo Chuan, cracking his knuckles ominously to him. Luo Chuan's earlier bravado was merely an act. Who in Juyou City would dare strike against them? To do so would be tantamount to declaring war on Juyou City and the Tianqing Empire. This very belief emboldened both Ji Tianhao and Li Mu in their reckless behavior. A sharp crack resounded through the air, followed by a figure hurtling through the room like a specter. The sound of impact reverberated as the figure collided forcefully with the wall. Upon recognizing the identity of the launched individual, the diners collectively gasped in shock. It was none other than Li Mu, the son of the Prime Minister. In a pitiful state, Li Mu's fair complexion bore the unmistakable imprint of a handprint. Swelling visibly before their eyes, cough, cough. Li Mu coughed reflexively, spitting out fragments of white matter, presumably shattered teeth. The diners winced at the sight, feeling a phantom ache in their own mouths. What a brutal blow. Without proper healing elixirs, it was safe to say that Li Mu's appearance had been irrevocably marred. Fortunately, he had succumbed to unconsciousness, sparing him the agony of his injuries. Did you see how he struck? I didn't catch it. Why does it matter? I possess the strength of a third-tier spirit, yet I sensed nothing. Hiss. Does that mean this fellow possesses at least the strength of the returning origin realm? The diners turned their astonished gazes toward Luo Chuan, their eyes wide with disbelief. The realms of body refinement and spirit were held by the vast majority of cultivators, while the returning origin realm was considered a rarity among experts. Those who reached the path-seeking realm could establish sects or serve as esteemed offerings in major powers. That Li Mu lay in a pitiful state, Ji Tianhao felt a wave of panic wash over him. He had never anticipated that Luo Chuan would dare to strike. Why you stay back? My father is the Tianqing Emperor. As Ji Tianhao met Luo Chuan's gaze, he instinctively retreated, fear etched across his features. The arrogance he once exuded now a distant memory. In that moment, all thoughts of Yao Ziyan vanished from his mind. And no matter how enchanting a beauty may be, one's life holds far greater value. Boss is up to something again. Jiang Xingjun, why didn't you visit the shop today? As they walked along the road, Bully Gu inquired curiously. Because my father ordered me to stay put. claiming Juyo City is rife with danger. I had to plead just to be released, Jiang Xingjun replied, his expression one of indignation. Their destination was Fengxian Building, conveniently located near Luo Chuan's Origin Mall, yet neither entertained the idea of visiting. Luo Chuan had a strict closing time, never deviating even by a minute at sunset. Perhaps due to their frequent encounters at Luo Chuan's establishment, the two had transitioned from adversaries to kindred spirits. What a shame, Bully Gu lamented, shaking his head with a mischievous grin, that you've missed out on all the new treasures at the boss's shop. New treasures. Jiang Xingjun was taken aback. And once he regained his composure, his eyes brimmed with astonishment and curiosity. The boss has actually released a new product? What could it be? A game, Bully Gu replied enigmatically. Jiang Xingjun. With that, Bully Gu chose to disregard the still-dazed Jiang Xingjun and made his way towards Fengxian Tower. Jiang Xingjun snapped back to reality and hurried to catch up to the game. You're not joking with me. Are you? Jiang Xingjun quickened his pace to walk alongside Bully Gu, his face filled with skepticism. Why would I deceive you? Bully Gu shrugged. I am the boss's establishment. Is there anything that could be considered ordinary? Jiang Xingjun nodded in agreement. Indeed, that is true, Bully Gu continued. The games in the boss's store are not merely ordinary games. Playing them can enhance one's cultivation. Jiang Xingjun was taken aback, his eyes widening involuntarily. Such a thing exists, gaining strength through gaming? When did becoming powerful become so effortless? This game resembles a real world where we can engage in combat and enhance our experience. However, I cannot explain it clearly to you. You'll have to see for yourself tomorrow. Jiang Xingjun's heart was filled with intense curiosity, wishing fervently that tomorrow would arrive sooner, so he could experience that wondrous game that it seems something is happening inside Fengxian Tower. Let us go take a look. Bully Gu noticed the commotion emanating from the front of Fengxian Tower, a curious expression crossing his face. As the most renowned and largest restaurant in Juyo City. Fengxian Tower had an immensely powerful background. Those causing a ruckus within were either fools or possessed absolute confidence in their own strength. Just as Jiang Xingjun and Bully Gu entered Fengxian Tower, they witnessed a figure being thrown backwards. Was that not Li Mu? Jiang Xingjun asked, his eyes slightly glazed over. Bully Gu similarly nodded in astonishment, glancing at the companions Li Mu had brought with him. As expected, it was none other than the second prince, Ji Tianhao. How dare he lay hands on someone associated with the second prince? This person must be courting death. This was the initial thought that crossed the minds of Jiang Xingjun and Bully Gu. However, upon recognizing the assailant, the two exchanged glances and silently retracted their previous assumptions. The TO provoked the boss into action. This Ji Tianhao must be living on borrowed time. Indeed, they didn't even consider Ji Tianhao's identity. Discussing status? Under the absolute might of the boss, even the presence of the Heavenly Star Emperor would be of no consequence. Chapter 73. The Wrath of Ji Wuhui. It was evident that not everyone was merely there to spectate. Upon witnessing Luo Chuan make a move, some discreetly slipped away, their intentions all too clear, spreading the news. After all, the Heavenly Star Empire was an unassailable behemoth for the vast majority of cultivators. Seizing this opportunity to curry favor with the Heavenly Star Empire was akin to boarding a grand vessel. What should we do? Jiang Xingjun whispered. What else is there to do? Just watch. Bully Gu rolled his eyes internally, responding quietly. Although their own statuses were quite high, they still paled in comparison here. The most prudent course of action now was to refrain from getting involved. However, it must be said, once someone lays a hand on Ji Tianhao, there would truly be no turning back. Whoever dares to lay a hand on my woman, I will not let them off easily. Tistake, with your paltry cultivation, you'd likely kneel before Ji Tianhao. I swear, do you not believe me? Let us settle this in the woods outside the Juyo Mountains. Let us go. Who is afraid of whom? The surrounding onlookers murmured in hushed tones, their eyes fixed upon Luo Chuan, eager to see whether he would actually dare to confront Ji Tianhao. Upon noticing Luo Chuan's unperturbed demeanor, Ji Tianhao finally panicked that if you dare to strike me, you will be opposing the Heavenly Star Empire. Even now, Ji Tianhao was still intent on threatening Luo Chuan. Have you not yet grasped the situation? Luo Chuan maintained his eternally indifferent expression, rendering it impossible for anyone to discern his inner thoughts. Ji Tianhao gritted his teeth, a flicker of malice crossing his eyes, as he violently smashed a jade pendant hanging from his waist onto the ground. Luo Chuan merely observed this scene with an air of detachment, showing no signs of intervening. That I in the face of absolute power. All theatrics are futile. As the jade pendant shattered upon impact, an invisible wave of energy radiated outward. Instantly, a terrifying aura enveloped the entirety of Juyo City. The defensive array of the city had been activated. In the Imperial Palace, while perusing memorials, Ji Wuhui's hand suddenly trembled, leaving behind an ink mark. Yet he paid it no heed, his gaze fixated intently on the direction of Fengxian Tower. The unique aura of a master of the way uncontrollably emanating from him. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Bai Lao's figure materialized behind Ji Wuhui, but he was perplexed, wondering why the usually composed emperor was exhibiting such a lack of restraint, even failing to control his own aura. The defensive array of Juyo City has been activated. Ji Wuhui inhaled deeply, suppressing the tumult within his heart, and spoke that as his voice fell. An anomaly appeared in Juyo City. A faint golden light enveloped the entire city, signaling the activation of the defensive array. Bai Lao naturally witnessed this spectacle, his astonishment evident. That it is known that only with the Imperial Seal can the defensive array of Juyo City be activated. And that seal is currently in Ji Wuhui's possession. Wait, Bai Lao suddenly considered a possibility that Ji Wuhui places great importance on his bloodline. Each individual possesses a jade pendant meant for protection. Today, the second prince has left the palace. Could it be that the activation of the defensive array is due to some danger that shattered the pendant? Chapter 74. Bai Lao makes his appearance. Bai Lao, I must trouble you to take a trip. That Ji Wuhui had by now regained his composure and spoke calmly. Bai Lao, possessing the strength of an 8th-tier master, was at the pinnacle even amidst the multitude of cultivators gathered in Juyo City. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will ensure the safety of His Highness. Before Bai Lao's voice had faded, his figure vanished without a trace. Whoever dares to assault my son, regardless of who you are, will undoubtedly pay the price. Ji Wuhui's voice was chilling as he gazed into the distance at Juyo City. As an emperor, his hands were stained with the blood of countless foes. The speed at which masters of the way move is indeed astonishing. In but a few breaths, Bai Lao arrived at Fengxian Tower. Upon sensing Ji Tianhao's aura, Bai Lao let out a silent sigh of relief. As long as he is alive, everything can be negotiated. A cold glint flickered across Bai Lao's face as he soared into Fengxian Tower, eager to discover who possessed the audacity to lay hands on a member of the royal family within Juyo City. On the way, it felt as though a fleeting shadow had darted past, leaving no trace of what had transpired at that moment. Ji Tianhao was enveloped in a faint golden glow, resembling a celestial being descended upon the mortal realm. With the protective array bolstering him, Ji Tianhao felt a newfound sense of confidence. Even if a peak master of the way were to attack him, he could withstand it for several breaths. Yet, what he did not realize was that if Luo Chuan truly intended to kill him, even if the array's defenses were multiplied many times over, it would be of no avail. Luo Chuan was neither a bloodthirsty individual nor a saint. If certain unwise individuals provoked him, the consequences would be dire. At this moment, Bai Lao had already entered Fengxian Tower. The patrons within gasped, their expressions shifting as whispers began to circulate. Bai Lao had been by the side of the Heavenly Star Emperor for decades, possessing the strength of a master of the way. With Bai Lao's appearance, it was evident that the Emperor was enraged. If Bai Lao were to intervene, the fate of this individual was all but sealed. Alas, what a pity! The gazes of the patrons turned to Luo Chuan, now filled with sympathy. Bai Lao was a master of the way, while Luo Chuan appeared to be no older than 20. How formidable could his strength truly be? Thus, in their eyes, the outcome was all too evident. Bai Lao, save me. Upon seeing Bai Lao materialize, Ji Tianhao's face lit up with joy. He was utterly terrified of Luo Chuan, who had incapacitated Mu with a single blow. If that fate befell him, just the thought of it sent shivers down his spine. Although the defensive array fortified him, it provided Ji Tianhao with no sense of security. For he noticed that Luo Chuan remained eerily calm. The tranquility emanating from Luo Chuan filled Ji Tianhao with dread. Ji Tianhao's dissipated character had never truly regarded cultivation seriously. Thus he had never comprehended the true power of the defensive array. However, he was well aware of Bai Lao's strength, capable of contending with thousands of troops alone. Thus, upon seeing Bai Lao arrive, Ji Tianhao felt as if he had grasped a lifeline. Yet, the reality was somewhat contrary to Ji Tianhao's expectations. And he also sensed something amiss in Bai Lao's expression. Nevertheless, Ji Tianhao brushed it aside, placing unwavering faith in Bai Lao as strength. Bai Lao, this fellow actually dares to lay a hand on me. I must take his life. Ji Tianhao pointed at Luo Chuan, his face twisted with a sinister expression, wishing he could directly eliminate the audacious individual who dared to threaten him. Chapter 75. What is self-destruction? By the way, Bai Lao, be sure not to harm that beauty beside you. Ji Tianhao suddenly recalled something and cast his gaze upon the enchanting Ziyin, who had been sitting quietly, a lewd glint flashing in his eyes. Upon recognizing who was being referred to, Bai Lao's body stiffened instantly, a sense of dread surging within him. How had the second prince managed to provoke such a formidable being? Bai Lao was acutely aware of Ji Tianhao's true nature. Notorious for his malevolence in Juyao City, where public resentment against him was palpable. However, due to his status, Bai Lao found it difficult to voice his concerns. Yet, as the saying goes, those who frequently walk by the river are bound to get their shoes wet. This situation was precisely that Ji Tianhao, who usually acted with impunity in Juyao City, had finally crossed paths with someone he could not afford to offend. Just as Bai Lao pondered how to persuade Luo Chuan to spare Ji Tianhao's life, Ji Tianhao uttered another statement. Bai Lao's eyelids twitched slightly. What constituted self-destruction? He was witnessing it firsthand today. To dare lay a hand on the woman beside such an entity, it seemed he had no inkling of how to write the word death. With a loud slap, a collective gasp echoed among the onlookers, their eyes widening in disbelief. When Bai Lao revealed himself, they had thought the chaos had come to an end, yet the outcome appeared unexpectedly different. What did they witness? Bai Lao had actually slapped Ji Tianhao. Wasn't Bai Lao a member of the royal family? Had he not come here to assist the second prince? Why had the result turned into Ji Tianhao receiving a slap? A wave of confusion and curiosity washed over all present, except for those aware of Luo Chuan's identity. It must be said that Bai Lao's slap was delivered with considerable force, although it wasn't as filled with hatred as Luo Chuan's earlier slap to Li Mu. Ji Tianhao's face visibly swelled up at an alarming rate. Simultaneously, a few of his teeth flew from his mouth. Ji Tianhao seemed momentarily stunned, dazedly touching his face, followed by a heart-wrenching scream. Bai Lao, at this moment, yearned to deliver another severe beating to Ji Tianhao. He had yet to grasp the gravity of the situation. His survival thus far relied solely on his status. The entire Fengxian building was enveloped in an eerie silence, reverberating with the heart-wrenching cries of the second prince. Luo Chuan's expression remained indifferent as he quietly observed the unfolding scene. Cold sweat trickled down Bai Lao's forehead. Moments prior, he had witnessed Luo Chuan's decisive actions, and it was evident that this formidable being was dissatisfied with the handling of the matter. Kneel, Bai Lao commanded sternly. Upon arriving at Fengxian building, Bai Lao had nearly deduced the cause of the turmoil. It was undoubtedly Ji Tianhao's persistent lasciviousness at play. However, who was Luo Chuan? Was he someone Ji Tianhao could afford to provoke? Thus, Bai Lao made a swift decision, urging Ji Tianhao to accept his punishment to preserve his life. Yet, it was clear that Ji Tianhao failed to comprehend the current state of affairs. Not only did you strike me, but you also demand that I kneel before this guy. Ji Tianhao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief as he stared at Bai Lao. Hadn't Bai Lao come to assist him? Now, to demand that he, the second prince of the Tianqing Empire, kneel before such an unknown individual? Bai Hong, you treacherous wretch, our Ji family has supported you for decades, and this is how you repay your master. Ji Tianhao shouted vehemently. Bai Lao could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief. He never expected Ji Tianhao to utter such words. Chapter 76. Ji Wuhui's arrival. All the diners watched the scene unfold with a mix of excitement. The second prince was actually confronting Bai Lao head-on. What a spectacle! Bai Lao's lips trembled in fury. As a super expert at the 8th level of the Path of Inquiry, he was capable of being a guest of honor in any faction. His presence beside the Tianqing Emperor was merely a matter of repaying a debt of gratitude. Decades ago, the Emperor had unexpectedly saved the severely injured Bai Lao. Given that cultivators have significantly longer lifespans than ordinary people, the debt of gratitude had spanned several decades. However, the power dynamic between the emperor and Bai Lao was not vastly different. And Bai Lao was not a citizen of the Tianqing Empire. Therefore, there was no master-servant relationship between them that Ji Tianhao's words had dealt a severe blow to Bai Lao's pride. While Bai Lao believed he was repaying a favor by staying with the Ji family. To the younger generation, he was no different from a servant. Taking a deep breath, Bai Lao suppressed his anger, allowing reason to prevail. Senior, the second prince is headstrong. Any compensation the Tianqing Empire can offer will be fulfilled to the best of our ability. I only ask that you spare his life. Until now, Bai Lao remembered the instructions given by Ji Wuhui. Simultaneously, he kicked Ji Tianhao's knee. With a resounding crack, Ji Tianhao collapsed to the ground. It seemed Bai Lao's frustration had also flared. And Ji Tianhao's cries of agony echoed through the air. Without needing to look, it was evident that his knee had been rendered useless. Luo Chuan's expression remained as calm as still water. And he did not utter a word. The enchanting Ziyin sat quietly beside him. The surrounding diners dared not make a sound, yet their eyes reflected shock and disbelief as they looked at Luo Chuan. What had they just heard? Senior. Bai Lao had actually referred to this young man as senior. Did this not imply that his strength surpassed that of Bai Lao, who was at the path of inquiry level? And with Bai Lao adopting such a lowly posture, one could only imagine the terrifying power of this young man. The diners dared not utter a single sound, striving to diminish their presence. Fearful of attracting Luo Chuan's attention, Ji Tianhao was no fool. Despite the intense pain radiating from his face and knee, he began to sense that something was amiss. That it appeared that his status as a prince had not altered the circumstances. He closed his mouth and swallowed hard, realizing that he had inadvertently stirred up a significant predicament. With Luo Chuan remaining silent, and Bai Lao not daring to make any moves, the atmosphere was thick with trepidation. As time passed slowly, Luo Chuan finally spoke, his voice calm and detached. Summon Ji Wuhui. Yes, Bai Lao responded promptly, then crushed a jade talisman. Instantly, a ripple of divine consciousness surged toward the imperial city. A single command had the path of inquiry expert bowing in submission. Truly, a peerless powerhouse, it should be so. In the imperial city, upon sensing the sudden influx of divine consciousness, Ji Wuhui's expression changed dramatically. Within the divine message, Bai Lao had already explained the situation. Ji Wuhui understood that he had no choice but to comply. Taking a deep breath, he soared into the air. He certainly did not wish to offend the mysterious powerhouse residing in Juyao City. Recent events involving Chu Yang from the Silver Moon Manor served as a cautionary tale. After several breaths, a figure descended from the sky, landing before Fengxian Building. The visitor's appearance and the dragon robe he wore made his identity unmistakable. Your Majesty, voices rang out as everyone bowed in reverence. In the Tianqing Empire, there was no formal practice of kneeling. True kneeling was reserved solely for heaven, deities, and parents. Chapter 77. Ji Wuhui's decision. Ji Wuhui took a deep breath and entered Fengxian Building. The background of Fengxian Building had long been a mystery in Juyao City. Everyone knew it had significant backing. Otherwise, it would not have become the largest tavern in the city. What few realized was that the royal family was the true owner behind Fengxian Building. Why had His Majesty personally come to Fengxian Building? First Bai Lao, and now His Majesty. Was it possible that Bai Lao could not resolve this matter? Curiosity brewed about what had transpired within Fengxian Building. Why not go in and see for yourself? If you're not afraid of death, then go. At that moment, Fengxian Building had transformed into a forbidden zone. Those inside dared not emerge, while those outside hesitated to enter. Silence reigned within Fengxian Building, the only atmosphere being one of tension. Everyone held their breath, fixated on the young man seated in the chair. Luo Chuan's expression remained impassive, revealing nothing of his inner thoughts. Beside him, the enchanting Ziyin remained silent, her gaze fixed on Luo Chuan, lost in contemplation. The sound of footsteps echoed as the newcomer approached, clad in a dragon robe, exuding an imposing imperial aura. Even those who had never met him could instantly recognize his identity. The Tianqing Emperor, Ji Wuhui. However, at this moment, none dared to speak, for the true focus was on Luo Chuan. Upon entering Fengxian Building, Ji Wuhui's eyes fell upon Luo Chuan. Though he had heard from Bai Lao that the mysterious powerhouse appeared quite youthful, Witnessing it firsthand still filled Ji Wuhui with astonishment. This age looked no more than just having reached adulthood. Naturally, Ji Wuhui had already assumed that Luo Chuan was an ageless ancient being. Luo Chuan remained silent, yet Ji Wuhui understood that this was Luo Chuan offering him a choice. Taking a deep breath, Ji Wuhui evidently made a resolute decision that he stepped forward to Ji Tianhao and delivered a resounding slap across his face. Unfilial son. Ji Tianhao found himself in a state of bewilderment, yet dared not utter a single word. He was acutely aware that he had indeed landed himself in grave trouble. The last time Ji Wuhui had been this furious was several years ago, during the invasion of the Yintian Empire's enemy forces. Luo Chuan remained silent, and Ji Wuhui gritted his teeth, a decisive glint igniting in his eyes. Elder Bai, strip Ji Tianhao of his princely title, obliterate his cultivation, and exile him to the southern frontier. Never to return to Juyao City. Understood, Your Majesty. Elder Bai replied solemnly that a pallor washed over Ji Tianhao's face. The southern frontier was the most desolate region of the Tianqing Empire, a veritable wasteland. It was no exaggeration to call it a savage territory. A person without cultivation could hardly survive there for long. Ji Wuhui's decree effectively severed Ji Tianhao's future. Senior, I wonder if you are satisfied with this resolution. Ji Wuhui inquired cautiously, glancing at Luo Chuan. Although Luo Chuan was unfamiliar with the southern frontier, the expressions of the surrounding diners suggested it was far from a desirable destination. Luo Chuan nodded and replied indifferently, "It is acceptable." This outcome was, for Ji Tianhao, more agonizing than a swift execution. However, Luo Chuan was not a person who reveled in bloodshed. He felt that allowing Ji Tianhao to live and experience life as an ordinary person in the southern frontier was, in fact, a rather commendable fate. Ji Wuhui exhaled in relief. After all, bloodline ultimately paled in comparison to the safety of the Tianqing Empire. Now that Luo Chuan had spoken, it indicated his approval of this decision. Yet Ji Wuhui did not believe this matter would pass so easily. He continued, "Shortly, I shall have Elder Bai compensate with 50,000 spiritual crystals, and furthermore, all your future expenses at Fengxian Tower will be complimentary." Chapter 78. The Legend of the Boss in the Jianghu. Upon hearing Ji Wuhui's words, the surrounding diners could not help but widen their eyes in astonishment. To be frank, when they first saw Ji Wuhui arrive, they expected a confrontation. After all, as the emperor of the Tianqing, he undoubtedly possessed imperial dignity. However, reality exceeded their expectations. The dignified Tianqing emperor had yielded at the first opportunity, adopting such a humble stance. This only fueled their curiosity about Luo Chuan. Who, exactly, was this individual? At that moment, some recalled the battle that had transpired days prior in Juyao City. Could it be that this young man was the mysterious powerhouse? Their gazes toward Luo Chuan had shifted, imbued with a sense of reverence for a formidable being. Bu Li Gu and Jiang Xingjun, upon witnessing this outcome, also breathed a sigh of relief, knowing Luo Chuan's strength. They were keen to avoid any conflict between the two parties, that if a confrontation were to erupt, it would ultimately be they, the bystanders in Juyao City, who would suffer the consequences. Such is the fate of the weak when the strong engage in battle. Ji Wuhui and Elder Bai escorted Ji Tianhao away, and the diners resumed their quiet consumption of the now-cold food before them. Those who had finished their meals sat in silence, with Luo Chuan remaining. They dared not leave. Yet when their eyes fell upon the two figures in the corner, they were filled with profound respect, an awe reserved for the powerful. The ensuing time passed in an atmosphere of utmost stillness. While Li Mu had already been forgotten in the corner. Soon, steaming dishes were delivered by a visibly anxious waiter. It must be said that Fengxian Tower, as the largest establishment in Juyao City, offered cuisine of unparalleled quality. Both Luo Chuan and Yao Zian were thoroughly satisfied with their meal. Of course, whether the other diners shared this sentiment remained unknown. After finishing their meal, the two tore through space, returning to the shop nestled within the alleyway. Indeed, they tore through space, for Luo Chuan understood that had he relied on conventional means to depart, he would have no idea how many cultivators were observing outside. The act of tearing through space was as simple to Luo Chuan as drinking water. Little did they know, a storm brewing in Juyao City was centered around them. The events at Fengxian Tower that night had spread throughout Juyao City in less than a day. Unlike the previous encounter with the mysterious expert, This time there were hundreds of cultivators who bore witness. Did you hear? A major incident occurred at Fengxian Tower last night. What kind of incident? Do tell, no way? Are you joking? The mysterious expert appeared at Fengxian Tower, and even the Tianqing Emperor showed up, yielding without a fight. I suspect you were trying to deceive me, yet I have no evidence. How could I lack evidence? I saw it with my own eyes, just ask this fellow. He was right next to me. Indeed, I can attest to it. Unfortunately, the elder had torn through space to leave, and no one knew where he had gone. In summary, the discussions among the cultivators had taken this form. It is worth mentioning another point. Prior to Luo Chuan revealing his strength, he appeared to be nothing more than a harmless young man. Coupled with the presence of the exceptionally beautiful Yao Ziyan, it was no wonder Ji Tianhao had dared to act against him. Consequently, the children of prominent families and officials in Juyao City were ordered to remain at home. The situation had changed. Juyao City had become a melting pot of characters, and one could never be too certain whom they might provoke. The second prince, well, Ji Tianhao alone served as a cautionary tale. Perhaps due to this unexpected turn of events, the security environment in Juyao City had improved significantly. After all, no one could predict if an ordinary-looking person nearby might be a concealed powerhouse. Chapter 79. The boss grows stronger. The next day, Luo Chuan arose as usual, washed up, and had breakfast. However, rather than basking in the sunlight, he entered the trials tower. Yao Ziyan followed suit. Cultivation is, after all, that simple. The events of the previous night were of little concern to either of them. Luo Chuan was indifferent to such matters, while Yao Ziyan, as a dignitary of the Beast Sovereign clan, paid little heed to rumors circulating among humans. Today, Luo Chuan's goal was to conquer the first layer of the Trials Tower in its standard mode. Unlike the simple mode, in standard mode, one cannot choose their realm. Here, each challenger possesses the pinnacle of body refinement strength, meaning one must rely solely on their true capabilities to succeed. No realm can be leveraged to crush opponents. Luo Chuan took a deep breath, adjusting his state of mind. Although one could revive infinitely within the Trials Tower, the fear of death was undeniably real. That a slight ripple coursed through the air, and ethereal silhouettes began to take shape. In mere moments, two oddly shaped giant wolves materialized before him, their bodies adorned with crystals radiating a purple glow. These creatures were none other than the purple crystal magic wolves of the Juyao mountain range. From the wolves emanated fluctuations of spiritual energy, rivaling Luo Chuan's own strength. Indeed, these were two purple crystal magic wolves at the pinnacle of body refinement. As the name suggests, the body refinement realm involves guiding the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the body to enhance physical form. At this stage, the strength among cultivators is relatively comparable, barring considerations of combat experience. Combat experience often determines the victor of a battle. For instance, a non-cultivator assassin would likely defeat an inexperienced body refinement cultivator in combat. Furthermore, beasts possess an innate advantage over humans in terms of physical strength. If the standard mode is this challenging, what of the subsequent four modes? The battle had commenced, after experiencing hundreds of deaths in the Trials Tower the previous day. Luo Chuan's control over his strength had undergone a dramatic transformation. However, that was merely the beginning. Confronted by the two purple crystal magic wolves of equal standing, the outcome was all but predetermined. Within moments, Luo Chuan found his throat torn apart, leading to his demise. Revive, fight again. Mere moments later, he met the same fate. Revive, death, revive, death. Luo Chuan repeated this cycle ad infinitum. For him, time was the least of his concerns. As the shopkeeper, he had all the time in the world to hone his skills that if one were to observe closely, they would notice that in each new battle, Luo Chuan managed to endure longer than before. Such talent was indeed somewhat terrifying. As time flowed on, Luo Chuan's strength continued to grow. What are they discussing out there? Gu Yunqi asked curiously upon returning to Zhu Pavilion after breakfast. Since her return the previous evening, she had been immersed in her cultivation, only stepping outside during mealtimes. You don't know? Jiang Wanchong exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. This incident has nearly spread throughout all of Juyao City. Stop teasing me. Are you going to tell me or not? Gu Yunqi expressed her dissatisfaction with Jiang Wanchong's response, mischievously extending her hands and exclaiming, Haha, stop it, enough already. I said that's not acceptable. Having finally extricated herself from Gu Yunqi's clutches, Jiang Wanchong shot her a glare, before slowly relaying the information she had gathered. Chapter 80. The second layer of the trial tower. Is there truly such a formidable expert residing within GUS City? Upon concluding Jiang Wanchang's narration, Gu Yunqi's face was alight with astonishment. The fact that even the Celestial Star Emperor at the pinnacle of the path of inquiry treated this mysterious figure with such deference suggested that their strength must at least be at the level of a revered master. However, it was somewhat regrettable that the individual had ultimately torn through the fabric of space to depart, leaving their destination unknown. Jiang Wanchang sighed, her expression laden with wistfulness. Could it be that our esteemed Miss Jiang is experiencing a flutter of romantic emotions? Gu Yunqi teased with a sly smile. You did mention that the expert seemed not much older than us. You impudent girl. Perhaps struck by a nerve, Jiang Wanchang's cheeks flushed crimson, and in a fit of indignation, she launched an attack on Gu Yunqi. Yet, Gu Yunqi was not one to back down easily, retaliating with equal fervor. After a brief bout of playful skirmishing, the two departed from the Ziyu Pavilion, their minds set on visiting the proprietor's shop. The allure of mysterious goods and games capable of enhancing one's cultivation was irresistible. Before long, they arrived at the familiar alleyway. Unlike their previous visit, the proprietor's figure was conspicuously absent from the shop's entrance. Without further thought, they ventured into the alley and arrived at the Origin Mall that as anticipated. The proprietor and his attendant donned helmets, evidently engaged in the trial tower. Just as Gu Yunqi was about to call out to Yao Ziyan, Jiang Wanchang interrupted her. Wait a moment. Let us observe where the proprietor and Sister Ziyan stand in their challenge. Having inadvertently overheard Bu Ligay and others refer to Yao Ziyan in that manner, Jiang Wanchang adopted the same appellation. Gu Yunqi's eyes sparkled with intrigue as she nodded in agreement. The enigmatic proprietor and the extraordinarily beautiful Yao Ziyan piqued both their curiosities. They seemed far from ordinary. Is this truly the second layer of the trial tower? Their opponent is none other than the Golden Crown Serpent from the Jiuyue mountain range. Upon glimpsing the scene on the screen before Yao Ziyan, both women gasped in astonishment. The Golden Crown Serpent, a serpentine beast capable of reaching several meters in length in its adult form, possessed strength rivaling that of a returning essence master. Moreover, what rendered it particularly fearsome was its gregarious nature. Each appearance typically involved dozens of them. Their defining feature was the golden crown upon their foreheads, which also constituted their sole vulnerability. The screen depicted Yao Ziyan besieged by no less than a dozen Golden Crown Serpents. This is impossible to overcome. While the strength of the Golden Crown Serpents was indeed suppressed within the trial tower, they were by no means to be underestimated. Furthermore, the two were oblivious to Yao Ziyan's true identity and power, leading them to believe she would never pass this layer. However, what followed shattered their preconceived notions. The sword appeared to be Yao Ziyan's favored weapon, as she wielded a snow-white blade exuding an aura of coldness. Faced with the encirclement of the Golden Crown Serpents, she exhibited no trace of panic. That it was easy to surmise that she intended to adopt a strategy of isolating and defeating them one by one. Yet, these Golden Crown Serpents seemed to possess a considerable degree of intellect, exhibiting teamwork. Several advanced to attack, while others drew attention and defended. Their roles were distinctly defined. They struck decisively and retreated without greed for additional blows. It appeared they were preparing to employ a strategy of attrition. Yao Ziyan understood that if this continued, she would inevitably be the one to fall, even if her true strength were that of a revered master. The outcome would remain unchanged. Thus, Yao Ziyan made a swift decision to take the initiative. Chapter 81. The taunts from Bu Ligay within the encirclement of the Golden Crown Serpents. Yao Ziyan moved with the grace of a sprite. Apart from their formidable physical strength, the venom in the serpent's fangs was devastatingly lethal. It would not be an exaggeration to say that a single drop could lead to certain death. Yet, Yao Ziyan maintained a calm demeanor, each evasion executed with precision, devoid of any superfluous movement. A true epitome of agility. Gu Yunqi and Jiang Wanchang were left agape at the spectacle, to their astonishment, at moments when it seemed there was no avenue for escape. Yao Ziyan consistently discovered the sole path to survival, transforming impossibility into possibility. Is such maneuvering even feasible? This was the singular thought resonating within their minds as they gazed at Yao Ziyan, their eyes filled with profound admiration. Who would have anticipated that the attendant within the proprietor's shop was a hidden master of such caliber? Perhaps our mentor would not even be capable of such feats. Gu Yunxi mused. Jiang Wanchong nodded in agreement, her eyes ablaze with fervor. At this juncture, Yao Xian's realm was that of the first stage of spirit perception, and so too were the dozens of golden-crowned serpents. To achieve Yao Xian's level of skill, it could be said that her agility had at least reached the realm of mastery. I feel my blood boiling, Jiang Wanchong exclaimed, determination glimmering in her eyes. You've arrived, a calm voice interjected. The two turned to find Luo Chuan had unexpectedly exited the trial tower. Boss, we wish to engage in the trial tower. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong chimed in unison. Luo Chuan nodded, accepting their spirit crystals before they entered the game. Of course, prior to this, they had not forgotten to procure a bucket of instant noodles. The tenfold increase in cultivation speed would apply within the trial tower as well. Luo Chuan stood behind the counter, seemingly recalling his responsibilities as the shopkeeper. This was not merely due to duty. He also vividly remembered that last night, the Celestial Star Emperor was to compensate him with 50,000 spirit crystals. Luo Chuan expressed that he was not particularly interested in spirit crystals. He merely accepted them to prevent Ji Wuhui from overthinking that if he had refused, how could Ji Wuhui possibly rest easy? The heart of an emperor is inherently filled with suspicion. Now, as time passed, it was becoming late, and he pondered when the spirit crystals would be delivered. Luo Chuan gazed out of the shop. Lost in thought, before long, footsteps echoed, and upon seeing the approaching figure, Luo Chuan's expression dulled, a flicker of joy extinguished from his heart. Entering the shop were Bushi and her brother, along with Jiang Xingjun. As expected, upon entering, Jiang Xingjun immediately noticed the changes within the shop. His eyes filled with curiosity as he surveyed the 10 new seeds. The artifact capable of enhancing cultivation. Truly fascinating. Boss, 2 buckets of instant noodles, please. I wish to participate in the trial tower, Buligay called out. Luo Chuan nodded. Help yourself, and pay me with spirit crystals. Jiang Xingjun, however, was somewhat puzzled. Is there a connection between instant noodles and this game? Buligay replied with an air of mystery. You should be aware that instant noodles can enhance cultivation speed 10-fold within an hour. Each hour in the trial tower equates to 8 hours of training. Thus, 1 hour in the trial tower corresponds to 80 hours of cultivation. Jiang Xingjun was left utterly astonished. Luo Chuan and Bu Shi exchanged glances, speechless that it seemed that Jiang Xingjun had been thoroughly influenced by his prolonged association with Buligay. This is addition, not multiplication, Buligay scoffed. 80 times the cultivation speed? Are you dreaming? He had completely forgotten that he himself had been the center of attention during yesterday's events. Jiang Xingjun cleared his throat twice to mask his embarrassment. As a celebrated genius of GUS City, finding himself ridiculed by Jiang Xingjun was truly a twist of fate. Chapter 82. The arrival of compensation. At this moment, the duo engaged in the trial tower, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong, drew the attention of the 3 newcomers. Are these 2 perhaps students of the Lingyun Academy? Jiang Xingjun inquired, astonished as he noticed the cloud motifs on their garments. That seems likely, Buligay replied, though with uncertainty. While they had encountered each other in the shop yesterday, no words had been exchanged, as their attention had been captivated by the trial tower. Nevertheless, it was hard to believe that any cultivator would dare impersonate a member of Lingyun Academy. Luo Chuan nodded, affirming they are indeed from Lingyun Academy. With Lingyun Academy present, it appears the tranquility of GUS City may not endure for much longer. Bushi remarked with a hint of concern. Soon, it was time to indulge in instant noodles. After savoring their meal and feeling the invigorating flow of spiritual energy within their bodies, the trio eagerly entered the trial tower, commencing a new round of battles. That as time ticked away, Luo Chuan sat behind the counter. Lost in contemplation, cultivation necessitates a balance of relaxation and focus, and gaming is no different. After an entire day of gaming yesterday and a morning of play today, Luo Chuan felt somewhat fatigued. Though he appeared to be daydreaming, he was actually assimilating the experiences gained from the battles. That if he failed to grasp these lessons, continuing to play would yield no benefit. Time continued to pass. Before long, Luo Chuan seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards the entrance. That an elderly man with a head of white hair appeared from the alleyway. It was Elder Bai. Elder Bai immediately spotted Luo Chuan behind the counter and entered the shop. Respectfully bowing, greetings, senior. That I have told you. Simply call me boss, Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly. Yes. Elder Bai responded repeatedly and then stepped forward, placing a spatial ring before Luo Chuan. "This is the 50,000 spirit crystals that His Majesty instructed me to deliver to you." Luo Chuan accepted it and tucked it away. Did I ask for the spatial ring? Luo Chuan showed no inclination to return it, and Elder Bai remained silent. Furthermore, he continued, Ji Tianhao was stripped of his cultivation last night and has been dispatched to the southern wilderness. Luo Chuan nodded, indicating he was already aware of this. Elder Bai's mission was thus conveyed, and with its completion, his attention shifted to the store. Observing the dramatically transformed Origin Mall, a hint of astonishment flickered in Elder Bai's eyes. Compared to before, it now boasted many novel and previously unseen items, appearing akin to some extraordinary spiritual artifacts. Yet, why was there not a trace of spiritual energy emanating from them? At that moment, Elder Bai suddenly sensed something amiss. He realized that the space within the store seemed rather peculiar. It appeared significantly larger than normal. Could it be that there was a spatial array concealed within the shop? Astonishment flooded Elder Bai's mind. He could hardly fathom that the enigmatic proprietor would employ such a precious spatial array within such a modest establishment, but he felt a twinge of regret. Naturally, Elder Bai quickly noticed Bu Li Gu and the others, who were currently engaged in challenges within the trial tower, stirring deep curiosity within him. Each of them wore a silvery device atop their heads, while a screen displayed their images depicting them in combat with monstrous beasts. Could it be that they were experiencing the events shown on the screen? Elder Bai speculated internally. Just then, he caught sight of three familiar figures: Bu Li Gu from the Zhennan Marquis Mansion, Bu Shi and Jiang Xingjun, the son of the left chancellor. "Boss, what are they doing?" Elder Bai inquired with curiosity. "Playing a game," Luo Chuan replied casually. "A game? Is there such a game?" Elder Bai was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend. "What is displayed on the screen is indeed the game they are currently playing," Luo Chuan elucidated. Elder Bai's eyes widened in disbelief that if the boss's words were to be believed, did it mean that one could truly battle monstrous beasts within the game? Moreover, judging by the visuals, there seemed to be no discernible difference from the real world. "Boss, may I take a look?" Elder Bai asked. Luo Chuan nodded. With his permission, Elder Bai moved to stand behind Bu Li Gu and the others, observing intently. The small shop fell back into tranquility, yet within Elder Bai's heart, a tempest of emotions surged. As he watched, his astonishment deepened, and he began to grasp the true meaning behind Luo Chuan's mention of a game. During their gameplay, Bu Li Gu and the others would occasionally make mistakes, resulting in their demise at the hands of the beasts. Yet, in the next instant, they would resurrect without a scratch and rejoin the fray. That if such a mechanism could be applied to an army, the soldiers' combat capabilities would undoubtedly multiply several-fold. Practitioners could hone their battle experience within this game without fear of sustaining injuries. Such a miraculous artifact existed in the world. This thought involuntarily crossed Elder Bai's mind. The opportunity to gain invaluable combat experience without the peril to one's safety was an incredible stroke of fortune. Had someone told him this before, he would never have believed it. Combat experience, aside from real battles, how could one possibly achieve any other form of enhancement? But now, this perspective had undergone a profound transformation. 3 hours have passed so swiftly. A sudden exclamation jolted Elder Bai back to reality. Jiyu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong simultaneously removed their helmets. Exhaling deeply, the two shook their heads, dispelling the lingering disorientation from their minds. The game within the trial tower felt astonishingly real. It was nearly indistinguishable from the world outside. "Who are you?" The two noticed Elder Bai behind them, prompting Gu Yunxi to inquire. "Bai Hong," Elder Bai replied. Recognizing the cloud-like emblem, he understood their identities as students of Lingyun Academy. "Bai Hong, you are the renowned expert from the side of the Celestial Star Emperor." Elder Bai, Jiang Wanchong expressed surprise. Elder Bai, Gu Yunxi's face mirrored her astonishment, clearly having heard of him. Subsequently, the two introduced themselves briefly. "Aren't you both students of Lingyun Academy? What brings you here?" Elder Bai asked with curiosity. "Wanchong and I stumbled upon this secluded alley with a shop, and out of curiosity, we decided to enter." Gu Yunxi chuckled, adding, "Moreover, the items in the boss's store are anything but ordinary. My greatest gain from this trip to Jiuyo City is discovering the Origin Mall." Jiang Wanchong nodded in agreement, sharing the same sentiment. Their gazes turned toward Luo Chuan, who remained indifferent and unmoved. They had come to understand Luo Chuan's personality, and his reaction was entirely as they had anticipated at this moment. Bu Shi noticed the commotion in the shop, exited the game, and removed her helmet. "Did I see you, Elder Bai?" Bu Shi greeted upon spotting him. Elder Bai nodded, smiling warmly. "Little girl from the Bu family. The last time I saw you, you were just a child. How you've grown into such a beautiful young lady over the years." That Bu Shi smiled bashfully, simultaneously calling over Bu Li Gu and Jiang Shengjun, the two, originally in the midst of a crucial battle, felt a surge of irritation at being interrupted. However, upon seeing Elder Bai, their demeanor shifted entirely. "Greetings, Elder Bai," Bu Li Gu and Jiang Shengjun said respectfully, both harboring a hint of curiosity about Elder Bai's presence in the boss's shop. Bu Li Gu suddenly recalled that Elder Bai had indeed visited the boss's store before. The Celestial Star Emperor's cola had been purchased by him. Elder Bai nodded. Soon after, the three of them and Gu Yunxi exchanged brief introductions about their identities. As it was only natural for customers in the boss's store to familiarize themselves with one another, at that moment, Yao Zian also exited the game. Upon seeing Elder Bai, her eyes narrowed slightly as she remarked, "An 8th grade human, competence is passable." Elder Bai's body stiffened suddenly. Under Yao Zian's scrutiny, he felt as if a terrifying presence were fixating upon him, causing his muscles to involuntarily tense. He had never anticipated that the girl accompanying Luo Chuan would possess such formidable strength, so powerful that he felt no inclination to resist. However, Yao Zian had now fully embraced her role as a shop assistant. Nodding, a subtle smile graced her exquisite features. "I am Yao Zian, a shop assistant at the Origin Mall." Elder Bai dared not be negligent. Responding repeatedly, "I have seen the senior. You may simply call me Bai Hong." In that fleeting moment, he had already discerned that Yao Zian's strength surpassed his own by leaps and bounds. If Elder Bai's spiritual power were likened to a rushing river, Yao Zian was an expansive ocean. There existed no comparison. The chasm between the realms of a Tao-seeking expert and a venerable was akin to a vast gulf. Simultaneously, Elder Bai's heart brimmed with astonishment. If a mere shop assistant possessed such prowess, how formidable must the boss be? He dared not contemplate further. Additionally, a lingering curiosity occupied Elder Bai's mind. With Yao Zian's strength, how could the boss merely regard her as a shop assistant? It seemed a prodigious waste. Could this be the habit of the great? On another note, he mused about how Ji Tianhao had the audacity to target such a powerful being. Truly a reckless endeavor. Meanwhile, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged peculiar glances upon hearing Elder Bai's words. What had they just heard? Elder Bai had addressed Yao Zian as senior. Could it be an auditory illusion? Yao Zian was merely a shop assistant. Could her strength truly surpass that of the Tao-seeking Elder Bai? Bu Li Gu and the others were aware of Yao Zian's identity as a member of the Beast Sovereign lineage. Yet they too had not anticipated her strength to be so formidable that Elder Bai would even refer to her as senior. In an instant, the three grew more reserved to at present. "I am merely a shop assistant in the boss's establishment." Yao Zian smiled gently. After speaking, she glanced at Luo Chuan behind the counter. However, he remained as unperturbed as ever. Soon, the group's attention shifted away from Yao Zian. "Elder Bai, what brings you here?" Bu Shi inquired with curiosity. Elder Bai nodded. "I am here to deliver the compensation promised by His Majesty to the boss." Compensation. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged puzzled looks. That is an elder by someone close to the Celestial Star Emperor? Why would you need to provide compensation to the boss? The others wore expressions of understanding as they recalled the events that transpired last night at Fengxian Tower, where they had all been witnesses. Bu Shi had heard the account from Bu Ligay upon returning to the town's South Marquis residence. At that time, Ji Wuwei had mentioned compensating the owner with 50,000 spirit crystals. And to their surprise, the payment had already been made today. Chapter 85. It turns out the owner is the most concealed master. Wait. At this moment, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong suddenly realized something. The news that had spread throughout Jiuyo City in less than a day. Could it be that the owner is the protagonist of the rumors? Indeed, it must be so. First, there was the compensation from Old Bai, followed by the prowess of Yao Zian, coupled with the mysterious shop. That it turns out that the owner is the most concealed master of all. And Sister Zian, who is clearly a super powerhouse, has shown no signs of her strength. Their gazes towards Luo Chuan and Yao Zian shifted. Amidst the profound shock lay a hint of disbelief. Upon closer inspection, one could also discern a trace of admiration for the strong. As the saying goes, gossip knows no borders, and this holds true even in another world. The moment I arrived here yesterday, I knew the owner must be extraordinary, Gu Yunqi declared with unwavering certainty. Indeed, Jiang Wanchong nodded repeatedly, confessing, honestly, I didn't realize earlier that Sister Xian and the owner were both hidden supermasters. Indeed, if one were to merely judge by appearances, it would be impossible to discern their true cultivation levels. One reason is that both of them appear remarkably youthful, and the other is that they can effortlessly conceal their aura. Listening to their words of admiration, Luo Chuan maintained a calm demeanor. Yet a faint sense of comfort stirred within him. Yao Xian remained unfazed, even appearing slightly bored as she stifled a yawn. By the way, what game were you playing earlier? Old Bai's voice rang out at the opportune moment. Diverting everyone's attention, the Trial Tower, Jiang Xingjun added it so. It's called the Trial Tower. Old Bai continued to inquire, is the game truly as depicted in the visuals? Of course. Gu Yunqi replied with excitement. The Trial Tower is like an entirely new world. Inside, one could hardly perceive any difference from reality. The others nodded in agreement. Hearing them speak thus piqued Old Bai's curiosity, but he turned to Luo Chuan and asked, Owner, may I also give it a try? Luo Chuan nodded. Naturally, you may. The rules of the shop are all written on that board. Old Bai, you can take a look first to prepare yourself mentally. Bu Ligay kindly pointed to a small whiteboard hanging on the wall. Upon seeing the whiteboard, Old Bai felt a mix of amusement and disbelief, but he hadn't expected such a small shop to have so many rules. However, since it was the owner's establishment, adhering to the rules was only proper. Old Bai, before you play the Trial Tower, it's best to have a bowl of instant noodles, Jiang Xingjun suggested. Instant noodles? What is that? Old Bai inquired, puzzled. The unfamiliar name suggested it was another new product created by the owner, though he was unsure of its purpose. Lost in thought, Old Bai approached the shelves and began browsing the descriptions. Hiss, 10 times the cultivation speed, lasting a full hour, priced at merely 10 spirit crystals? Old Bai widened his eyes in disbelief. There are indeed many items that can increase cultivation speed in Tianlan continent, but most of them resemble spirit herbs, blessed grounds, formations, or food made from high-tier demon beasts. These items, apart from blessed grounds which are rare, require substantial resources to construct formations, only accessible to organizations with immense financial backing, like Lingyun Academy. Although spirit herbs or ingredients are common, their prices are typically beyond the reach of ordinary cultivators, starting at least in the hundreds of spirit crystals. The instant noodles priced at merely 10 spirit crystals in the owner's shop, in Old Bai's view, seemed almost like a gift. Chapter 86. The astonished Old Bai. The instant noodles are only effective when using the shop's hot water. Yao Xian reminded at the right moment. Moments later, as expected, Old Bai's astonished exclamations rang out again. Life spring water. This is truly life spring water. Cough, cough. Old Bai, the items in the owner's shop are astonishing in many ways. You must be mentally prepared, Bushi cheerfully cautioned, noticing that Old Bai didn't seem overly rigid. What a joke. I have traveled the Tianlan continent for nearly a century. What peculiar things have I not seen? Old Bai slightly widened his eyes, somewhat dissatisfied. Your earlier astonishment was quite evident, Bushi muttered softly. Old Bai couldn't help but feel his face flush, clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment. It is only natural that the items in the owner's shop are somewhat astonishing. Well then, Old Bai, you enjoy your meal, and we shall proceed to play the game. Bu Ligay stated they had been engaged in a critical moment of battle earlier. And thankfully, the Trial Tower had a pause function. Otherwise, he would have had nowhere to cry. All right, you all go ahead and play. I'll join you after finishing my instant noodles. Old Bai nodded at AS for Gu Yunqi and Jiang Wanchong. Having already reached 3 hours of gameplay today, they bid farewell to the group and left the small shop. Old Bai was also quite astonished by the taste of the instant noodles. It was hard to believe that such a simple dish, merely prepared with hot water, could be so delicious, especially since the hot water was life spring water. His internal spirit energy was nearly 10 times more active than usual, resulting in a 10-fold increase in cultivation speed. Old Bai took a deep breath, suppressing his excitement, and prepared to try his hand at the Trial Tower. That moment, he suddenly caught sight of a solitary Hanyu bottle on a nearby shelf. Unlike the instant noodles, there was only one Hanyu bottle, showcasing its uniqueness. Miss Yao, could this also be a product of the shop? Old Bai hesitated for a moment before asking that he had initially intended to address her as Senior Yao, but opted for Miss Yao instead, considering she worked at the shop and likely did not wish to overly rely on her strength. Yao Zian nodded. That's right. This is Cheongjiangdu, and the shop sells one bottle every 7 days. Another unfamiliar name. Filled with curiosity, Old Bai approached the Cheongjiangdu and began to read its description. Gradually, his breathing became somewhat rapid. Life. This item can actually replenish life. Although Old Bai was a master of the way, his lifespan exceeded that of ordinary cultivators. He was now nearing the decline of his life. This meant that if he could not break through, he would ultimately face the inevitable depletion of life force and the end of his existence. Seeing something that could replenish life was akin to a lost wanderer in a desert stumbling upon an oasis. While the life spring water had life in its name, it lacked the ability to replenish life force. At most, it only invigorated bodily functions. However, the description of Cheongjiangdu explicitly stated that it could replenish life. To possess something that replenishes life force is nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Each appearance in Tianlan continent would spark a storm of bloodshed. I must buy it. Old Bai's eyes sparkled with determination. Chapter 87. Arena Mode 100,000 Spirit Crystals. Upon seeing the price of Cheongjiangdu, Old Bai was momentarily incredulous. Not because it was too expensive, but rather too inexpensive for a master of the way like him. While parting with 100,000 spirit crystals might sting a little, it was entirely within his means. Miss Yao, owner, I shall purchase this Cheongjiangdu. Old Bai inhaled deeply and decisively stated. With that, Old Bai placed a spatial ring before Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded, picking up the spatial ring. Within his mental perception, he found it filled with piles of spirit crystals that in the next moment, the spirit crystals vanished. Here you go. Luo Chuan tossed the spatial ring back to Old Bai. Unlike the previous compensation from the Heavenly Star Emperor, this spatial ring was Old Bai's personal property. The proprietor of the Origin Mall, Luo Chuan would never seize a customer's belongings. Old Bai fumbled to catch the spatial ring, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. This spatial ring had a capacity of several dozen cubic meters, worth tens of thousands of spirit crystals. Old Bai naturally harbored his own intentions that he wished to use this spatial ring to cultivate a favorable relationship with Luo Chuan. Gaining the goodwill of such an extraordinary master was an inconsequential price for several thousand spirit crystals. However, it was evident that Luo Chuan was not someone easily swayed on the bright side. This indicated that the owner could not be bought. Carefully storing away the Cheongjiangdu, Old Bai did not intend to consume it just yet. He needed to adjust his condition to the best state possible and find the safest location before drinking the Cheongjiangdu. This was Old Bai's plan. Subsequently, Bai Lao settled into his seat and donned the helmet. Under the guidance of the ethereal purplish mist, he initiated the creation of a new account and embarked on his first gaming experience within the Trial Tower. The scenes, remarkably akin to reality, the plethora of exotic weapons, and the authentic combat experience left Bai Lao utterly astonished. Before long, he found himself completely immersed in this virtual realm. Luo Chuan observed his little treasure trove, feeling quite pleased that in just a single day, accounting for the 50,000 spirit crystals compensated by Ji Wuhui, he had earned over 60,000 spirit crystals. Of course, this was before any division of profits. However, considering the sheer speed at which he was accumulating wealth, it was enough to make 99% of merchants in the Tianlan continent feel ashamed. System. Can the spirit crystals I have earned through my own efforts be directly converted into cultivation? At this moment, Luo Chuan suddenly recalled a crucial detail. The system had previously stated that spirit crystals obtained from completed transactions could be converted into cultivation, but it had not mentioned those acquired through other means. Not possible. The system replied succinctly that I knew it. Feeling a slight tinge of disappointment, Luo Chuan had anticipated this outcome, that if all spirit crystals could be directly converted into cultivation, there would be numerous methods to earn spirit crystals that surpassed merely running a shop. Congratulations, host, for completing a hidden task. More than 10 players in the Trial Tower. The system's notification suddenly echoed in his mind, catching Luo Chuan off guard. That a hidden task? Such a mechanism existed. His earlier disappointment vanished, replaced by a flicker of joy. Maintaining an impassive expression, Luo Chuan inquired in his mind. What rewards are there? What matters is the tangible reward, Luo Chuan thought, as he desired something concrete. System. The arena mode of the trial tower will commence tomorrow. A piece of information regarding the arena appeared within Luo Chuan's consciousness. Chapter 88. Where does the system's inheritance lie? As the name implies, the arena mode is a battleground for players to engage in combat. Naturally, entering these battles requires the payment of spirit crystals, with the amount varying according to the participants' realms. Here, combatants have the autonomy to select their weapons. Moreover, there are not only one-on-one combat modes but also team battles, free-for-all skirmishes, and various other formats. There exists a victory points ranking system, where participants can earn corresponding rewards based on their rankings, though currently, the only reward available is additional game time within the trial tower. However, it seems that due to the insufficient number of players, the victory points ranking system has yet to be activated. Luo Chuan fell into a moment of contemplation, realizing that the system's method of generating spirit crystals felt eerily familiar. Could it be that it was inherited from a certain Master Ma or Mr. G? Ah, how swiftly time flies! Bu Li Gu exclaimed as he removed his helmet. Unable to suppress his amazement, the Bu Shi and Jiang Shengjun followed suit, also lifting their helmets. The trio had spent 3 hours within the trial tower today. Glancing around the familiar environment of the shop, they felt a sense of disorientation. Let us grab a bottle of cola. My treat, Bu Li Gu declared grandly, his affluence evident in his generous demeanor. Before long, the sound of a cola bottle being opened resonated. Refreshing. The cool cola invigorated them, prompting Jiang Shengjun and Bu Li Gu to exclaim in delight. Bu Shi, in contrast, maintained a more reserved demeanor, refraining from such exuberant remarks. Bai Lao is still engaged in the trial tower, Bu Li Gu remarked in surprise. Let us see how far Bai Lao has progressed. Jiang Shengjun said, curiosity lighting up his face. The three approached Bai Lao from behind, observing the scene displayed on the screen. Bai Lao was wielding a long spear, entangled in combat with a dozen golden crown snakes. The beasts of the second layer of the trial tower. Has he truly reached the second layer in such a short span of time? Jiang Shengjun exclaimed in astonishment. Today marked his first experience with the trial tower. And after 3 hours of effort, he had barely managed to complete the simple mode of the first layer. Only upon clearing the simple mode of the first layer could one unlock the normal mode and subsequently access the second layer's normal mode. With the simple mode of the second layer also becoming available at that point, I can't take this. I'm feeling utterly defeated. Jiang Shengjun clutched his chest, wearing an expression of despair. Bu Shi and her brother exchanged glances, bemused by Jiang Shengjun's antics. They realized that he seemed to be veering further down the path of absurdity. One by one, the trio exited the shop. And soon Bai Lao's 3-hour gaming session came to a close. Unbeknownst to them, noon had arrived. That is it already this late? Bai Lao remarked in surprise after logging out of the game, gazing at the sun hanging directly overhead. He felt as though only a brief moment had passed. Being engrossed in the trial tower can make one oblivious to the passage of time, Luo Chuan observed. Bai Lao nodded in agreement, then said his farewells to Yao Ziyun before heading to report back to Ji Wuhui. Today, let us dine at Fengxian Tower, Luo Chuan decided. After all, Ji Wuhui had mentioned that their meals there were complimentary. So why not take advantage of it? Upon arriving at Fengxian Tower, Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyun received an exceptionally warm welcome. Even the tower's proprietor, a rotund man weighing 300 to 400 pounds, came out to greet them. Luo Chuan could feel the ground tremble slightly as the man approached. Beside him, Yao Ziyun's eyes widened in surprise, an expression of astonishment gracing her features. This time, Luo Chuan requested a private room. Being scrutinized by so many while eating felt rather peculiar to him. Chapter 89. Bai Lao's report. Who is that person to warrant such a personal greeting from the owner of Fengxian Tower? Luo Wanjin? That girl beside him is stunningly beautiful, like a celestial being descended to earth. This is a new patron. Many have heard of Luo Chuan's actions yesterday, but most importantly, they were unaware of the identities of the protagonists. Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyun. How dare he lay eyes on that girl? He must be courting death. Someone sneered. What do you mean by that? Yesterday, the second prince suffered dire consequences for similar actions. Exiled to the southern borders, do you think your status is higher than his? As these words fell, the room fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping audible. They suddenly recalled a rumor that had swiftly circulated throughout Juyao City earlier that day. The mysterious powerhouse with purple hair and eyes, who even the Tianqing Emperor bowed to. Could it be them? Indeed, it seems so that I never expected this elder would return here. Countless eyes were fixed on the room Luo Chuan entered, their gazes flickering with intrigue. Some cultivators contemplated whether to attempt to befriend them. After a moment, when they noticed that Luo Chuan and Yao Xian had not emerged, confusion ensued. Someone brazenly pushed open the door, only to find that the two had vanished without a trace. After dining at Fengxian Tower, Luo Chuan and Yao Xian tore through space to return to the Origin Mall. They had become increasingly adept at utilizing space, tearing as a means of travel. However, traversing through space using one's own body was not a feat all cultivators could achieve. Only those at the Dao-seeking realm could barely withstand the various spatial turbulence and rifts, while also avoiding becoming lost within the infinite voids of space. Only those at the Venerable realm could navigate freely within spatial passages. Nonetheless, no Venerable would choose to tear through space merely for the sake of walking. Upon returning to the shop and finding no customers, they both immersed themselves back into the trial tower. Without system tasks, Luo Chuan adopted a more laid-back approach. Why bother with advertisements when he could simply enjoy playing games peacefully in the shop? At the same time, he felt a growing anticipation for the so-called arena mode, a fair competition among various cultivators, where one need not worry about injuries. The mere thought was exhilarating. After returning to the imperial city, Bai Lao promptly made his way to Ji Wuhui. Initially, Ji Wuhui felt somewhat anxious. Bai Lao had been gone for the entire morning, fueling Ji Wuhui's concern that the enigmatic elder might be dissatisfied with his actions. Must I pay a personal visit? Ji Wuhui pondered, feeling frustrated at the situation. This matter had originally stemmed from Ji Tianhao's fault. In retrospect, Ji Wuhui felt as if Ji Tianhao had been sent by heaven to cause trouble. The emperor is not above the law. After the events of last night, Ji Wuhui harbored no lingering feelings for Ji Tianhao. Now, seeing Bai Lao return safely, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Bai Lao, how did it go? Ji Wuhui inquired that a smile spread across Bai Lao's face. I have fulfilled my duty. That Ji Wuhui exhaled deeply. That's good. Having spent decades with Bai Lao, he could easily discern the shifts in his emotions. Bai Lao, you seem quite joyful. Did you encounter something good? Would you care to share it with me? Ji Wuhui asked with a smile. That I purchased something that can replenish life force at the owner's shop. With that, Bai Lao carefully produced the precious elixir, holding it delicately in his hands. Replenishing life force. That mysterious powerhouse possesses such a treasure. Gazing at the exquisite nectar, Ji Wuhui found it impossible to maintain his composure. Such a treasure was truly a divine object, encountered only by chance and utterly unattainable. Allow me to extend my congratulations to Old Bai. It appears that a breakthrough to the 9th order of the Tao is within reach. After calming his emotions, Ji Wuhui remarked with a smile that he had no intention of claiming it for himself, for his lifespan was ample, and he need not worry about the depletion of vitality. Old Bai responded, I appreciate your majesty's kind words. Suddenly, Ji Wuhui recalled something and inquired, Old Bai, acquiring this exquisite nectar must have come at a considerable cost. Am I right? Upon hearing this, Old Bai's expression grew somewhat peculiar. Ji Wuhui, puzzled, asked, What troubles you, pray? Speak freely. Your majesty may have misjudged the situation, Old Bai replied while shaking his head. The exquisite nectar, like the other were sold by the proprietor, has a fixed price. That Ji Wuhui regarded him with curiosity. Old Bai revealed a price that left Ji Wuhui momentarily speechless. 100,000 spirit crystals. 100,000 spirit crystals? Old Bai, are you jesting? Ji Wuhui exclaimed, his calm demeanor evaporating as he could not restrain his astonishment. To procure a miraculous substance that replenishes vitality for such a price is akin to finding it on the ground. I assure you, I am not jesting. Old Bai replied earnestly that I cannot fathom that a being of such strength as the proprietor would stoop to such trivialities. Ji Wuhui fell into deep contemplation as he meticulously pondered the recent activities of Luo Chuan in the city of Juyou. Reflecting on past events, from the actions of Chu Yongping, the lord of the Silver Moon Mansion, to the incidents of yesterday, Ji Wuhui felt a blend of amusement and exasperation. It seemed that this formidable figure had been content to play the role of a shopkeeper. Could it be that he had truly immersed himself in this role? Ji Wuhui mused internally. Your Majesty, I intend to drink the exquisite nectar tonight. The Eighth Order of the Tao has bound me for far too long, Old Bai declared, since being rescued by Ji Wuhui decades ago. Old Bai's strength had stagnated. Were it not for the spiritual herbs provided by Ji Wuhui, his cultivation would have undoubtedly regressed. The root of all this was the deficiency of vitality. Now, with the exquisite nectar capable of replenishing his life force, Old Bai could no longer endure. The embers of desire for greater power ignited once more in his long-dormant heart. Very well, Ji Wuhui responded without hesitation. I shall guard you as you unlock the royal tomb tonight. The royal tomb served as the eternal resting place for the emperors of the Tianqing Empire. Protected by myriad powerful formations, that it was indeed the safest location within the entire empire, and Ji Wuhui's willingness to access it for Old Bai spoke volumes of his regard for him. Thank you, Your Majesty, Old Bai said solemnly. Their decades of friendship rendered words unnecessary. That be why the way, Your Majesty. The proprietor has introduced new merchandise in the shop. Old Bai suddenly remembered, though. Pray tell, Ji Wuhui replied with keen interest. The previous offerings of cola and spicy strips had already astonished him. That it was unfortunate that he could not reach an agreement with the proprietor due to the shop's numerous regulations. Now, hearing of new products, Ji Wuhui was convinced they must be extraordinary. Old Bai then informed Ji Wuhui about instant noodles and the trial tower. While he did not pay much heed to the notion of instant noodles enhancing cultivation speed, after all, the imperial treasury possessed numerous such items. What truly piqued his interest was the game known as the Trial Tower. Perhaps I should find some time to visit the shop of that formidable individual. Ji Wuhui mused to himself. As time slipped away, night fell swiftly. Old Bai and Ji Wuhui had long arrived at the site of the royal tomb, nestled within a mountain range at the junction of the Juyou Mountains and Juyou City. This location was akin to a forbidden zone for countless cultivators who could rarely approach. The royal tomb opened only on the day of ancestral worship each year. From a distance, a colossal barrier, spanning 1,000 feet, enveloped the area. Ji Wuhui retrieved the imperial seal and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, the seal radiated a soft glow, resonating with the royal tomb ahead. With a flick of his finger, a drop of crimson blood was released, landing on the formation before them. That a portal slowly opened within the formation. The two entered, passing through a stone door towering over 10 meters. Immediately, the scene before them expanded into a vast hall, seemingly hollowed from the entire mountain. Surrounding the hall stood statues of the past emperors of the Tianqing Empire. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, mingled with wisps of white mist, a manifestation of vitality at its zenith. Additionally, an inexplicable aura lingered within the hall, exuding a sense of grandeur and righteousness. That if all went as expected, this must represent the national fortune of the Tianqing Empire. National fortune is a form of luck. Though ethereal in nature, it is intricately linked to the prosperity or decline of a nation, and even to the fate of individuals. Thus, the significance of the royal tomb to the Tianqing Empire becomes abundantly clear. Old Bai, your efforts are much appreciated, Ji Wuhui said as Old Bai solemnly produced the exquisite nectar. Ji Wuhui stood a short distance away, curious to behold this item capable of replenishing vitality for the first time. Simultaneously, Ji Wuhui extended his senses outward, perceiving every rustle of the wind and blade of grass. Although the likelihood of encountering danger within the royal tomb was nearly non-existent, Ji Wuhui dared not let down his guard. For the safety of Old Bai was at stake. Taking a deep breath to steady his racing heart, Old Bai slowly unscrewed the cap of the exquisite nectar. A refreshing and ethereal fragrance enveloped the hall. Reminiscent of fine wine, it was indeed the aroma of wine, intermingled with the essence of hundreds of fruits, intoxicating all who inhaled it. Both Old Bai and Ji Wuhui found themselves entranced by the scent. As if transported to an expansive forest, the mere fragrance of the wine was enough to intoxicate. What an alluring aroma! They both exclaimed in unison. The exquisite nectar truly lives up to its name. Ji Wuhui marveled, unable to contain his admiration. Such a fine wine could only be savored by celestial beings. I wager, Old Bai, were it not for its significance to you, I would have almost succumbed to the temptation of tasting it myself. Ji Wuhui, as the esteemed emperor of the Tianqing Empire, was also a lover of fine wines. Having tasted myriad varieties, he found that none could compare to the fragrance emanating from the exquisite nectar. After inhaling this aroma, Ji Wuwei felt he could no longer enjoy any other wine, that he resolved to seek an opportunity to savor the exquisite nectar sold by that mysterious powerhouse. The proprietor's shop offers a bottle of exquisite nectar every 7 days. Old Bai informed him. Once every 7 days, Ji Wuhui exclaimed, astonished that is it possible that such a miraculous item has become so commonplace. Old Bai, now prepared, took a deep breath and drank the exquisite nectar in one gulp. What a fine wine! Old Bai's eyes widened in exclamation. As the nectar coursed down his throat, a refreshing sensation surged through him, bringing unparalleled comfort that a wave of rich fruit essence enveloped him, as though every pore in his body was being opened wide. Before he could fully savor the experience, an overwhelming surge of vitality suddenly erupted within him. Old Bai's gaze sharpened as he began to absorb this newfound power. Simultaneously, his body transformed at a visible pace. Moments later, Old Bai slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flashing before fading away. Compared to before, he appeared to have regained at least a decade of youth. If he had previously seemed like a man in his 70s, he now appeared to be in his 50s. Old Bai's hair had regained its lustrous black hue. This power, he marveled at his own hands, overwhelmed with emotion. How long has it been since I felt such vitality? In that moment, Old Bai felt an overwhelming urge to let out a triumphant roar. Congratulations, Old Bai, Ji Wuhui remarked with a smile, having watched silently until now. Seeing Old Bai's transformation left him both amazed and apprehensive. The exquisite nectar, indeed, possessed the power to turn back the hands of time. Should those nearing the end of their lifespans learn of this, they would undoubtedly fight tooth and nail to acquire it. What fate would then await Juyo City? Would it burgeon into a larger metropolis or descend into chaos? Ji Wuhui's mind raced with possibilities. Old Bai, regarding the exquisite nectar. Ji Wuhui's brow furrowed slightly. However, Old Bai shook his head, having evidently anticipated Ji Wuhui's thoughts. Your Majesty, the proprietor's shop cannot cater to just me alone. Done on my previous visit, I also encountered students from Lingyun Academy. Chapter 92. The Manifestation of the Heavenly Tribulation. So it is that Ji Wuhui sighed helplessly. It seems that blocking information related to the Cheongjiang Do will be an arduous task. That moment, his gaze suddenly fell upon the statues surrounding him. Ji Wuhui appeared to have recalled something, momentarily lost in thought. Gradually, a hint of pride flickered in his eyes. What if the strongest gather in Juyo City? Here, all must adhere to the laws I have established. I am not inferior to the emperors of the Tianqing Empire. I am the great emperor of Tianqing. As if to affirm a point, Ji Wuhui enunciated each word with conviction. Why should the news regarding the Origin Mall be suppressed? Only amidst chaos can the Tianqing Empire seize the opportunity to rise. Elder Bai, observing this scene, wore a smile on his face. How long had it been since such fervor had returned to Ji Wuhui? Since following Ji Wuhui decades ago, Elder Bai had witnessed his transformation from arrogance to steadiness. The current Ji Wuhui was genuinely confronting his true self. Has it arrived? Elder Bai seemed to sense something. Gazing upward, his sight appeared to penetrate the roof of the grand hall, reaching the heavens. The heavenly tribulation is upon us. Ji Wuhui, too, sensed the wave of energy and spoke slowly. The heavenly tribulation is a calamity that practitioners must endure to break through. Of course, not every practitioner's breakthrough involves experiencing a heavenly tribulation. At the very least, one must be at the asking Tao realm. The power of the heavenly tribulation varies. Generally, the higher the realm, the stronger the tribulation's force. For demonic beasts, facing the tribulation is considerably more perilous than for human practitioners. Meanwhile, in the outside world, although it was already evening, a setting sun still lingered on the horizon. The orange sunlight draped the landscape in a veil of hazy beauty. Suddenly, an anomaly occurred. Dense dark clouds inexplicably blanketed the sky, resembling an impenetrable shroud. Deep, thunderous roars echoed, and through the sporadic flashes of light, one could glimpse the writhing serpents of lightning within the clouds. The demonic beasts in the Juyo Mountains trembled under this overwhelming celestial power, daring not to make a single move. The peculiar phenomenon hanging in the sky was naturally noticed by the practitioners in Juyo City. For ordinary folk, the heavenly tribulation bore no impact. However, for practitioners, the pressure emanating from the tribulation was palpably real. The stronger one was, the greater the influence felt. What? Why has the sky suddenly darkened? Where did these clouds come from? This is the heavenly tribulation. Could it be that a super expert is advancing nearby? Such a terrifying heavenly tribulation must be of the late asking Tao realm, not far from becoming a respected master. Countless individuals gazed at the flickering storm clouds above, each pondering different thoughts. That in the Zhu Pavilion, the students of Lingyun Academy wore solemn expressions. Ing Wujie and Murong Haidang also gazed in astonishment at the distant sky. If the heavenly tribulation were of the asking Tao ninth tier and successfully passed, the world would gain yet another pinnacle expert of that realm, Murong Haidang exclaimed. Judging by the direction of the heavenly tribulation, it should not be far from Juyo City that I intend to take a look, Ing Wujie stated expressionlessly. Murong Haidang nodded. I will go as well, to see which powerful individual is undergoing the tribulation. Subsequently, Murong Haidang turned her gaze to the group of students and earnestly said, As for you all, stay here in Zhu Pavilion obediently. If we return and discover anyone has ventured out without permission. Murong Haidang cast a sweeping gaze over the students, her eyes narrowing slightly, exuding an air of danger that was unmistakable. Upon witnessing this, the students collectively shivered. Rest assured, Teacher Haidang, we will not go out. At this critical moment, Jiang Wanchong stepped forward, a serious expression on her face. Murong Haidang nodded in satisfaction before departing Zhu Pavilion with Ing Wujie. The students breathed a sigh of relief. Among the two teachers, while Ing Wujie was cold and indifferent, Murong Haidang was gentle and amiable. However, the students were most wary of Murong Haidang. The way she punished students was unforgettable after just one experience. Phew, Wanchong, I owe you one. Otherwise, who knows what Teacher Haidang would have said. Jiu Yunshi chuckled. The other students nodded in agreement. Chapter 93. It's just the heavenly tribulation. What is so noteworthy? Origin Mall Luo Chuan and Yao Zian also witnessed the anomaly in the sky. The clouds converged and thunder descended. Could it be that someone is undergoing a tribulation? Yao Zian remarked, somewhat astonished. Luo Chuan nodded. It seems so. Judging by the intensity of the heavenly tribulation, it is indeed of the asking down ninth tier. Elder Bai is preparing to undergo the tribulation. Earlier in the morning, Elder Bai purchased the Chongjiang Dew, and Luo Chuan understood he must be using it to replenish his vitality for a breakthrough. However, Luo Chuan did not expect Elder Bai to be so impatient. Boss, shall we go take a look? Yao Zian's face was filled with excitement. She was quite curious about the heavenly tribulation of a human expert. Luo Chuan pondered for a moment before shaking his head. It's just a minor, heavenly tribulation. There is nothing worth seeing. Given that Luo Chuan's strength only extended 10 kilometers around the shop, Elder Bai's location for the tribulation would surely exceed that distance. For the sake of his own safety, Luo Chuan decided to suppress his curiosity. However, Yao Zian interpreted this differently. Indeed, for a powerful being like the boss, an asking Tao realm, heavenly tribulation is truly unremarkable. Yao Zian nodded. Then I want to go. Boss, I'll continue challenging the trial tower in Juyo City. Numerous practitioners gathered, each reacting differently to the heavenly tribulation. Those confident in their strength soared towards the location of the tribulation. Upon arriving, these practitioners were somewhat taken aback. This place is the royal mausoleum of the Tianqing Empire. ISNT. Could it be that another asking Tao ninth tier expert has emerged from the Tianqing Empire? Upon this thought, nearly everyone found it hard to believe that Ji Wuhui, the great emperor of Tianqing, is already a peerless master of the asking Tao ninth tier. If another such expert were to emerge, the Tianqing Empire's influence would undoubtedly increase significantly. At this moment, Elder Bai had stepped outside the protective barrier of the royal mausoleum. Under the heavenly tribulation, the formation could not provide any protection. Elder Bai's garments billowed wildly in the fierce winds as he fixed his gaze upon the dark clouds above, filled with intense combat spirit. The arriving practitioners began to murmur among themselves. Is that person Elder Bai? It can't be, can it? Didn't Elder Bai's lifespan nearly reach its end? This person looks to be in his 50s. Could it be that Elder Bai has obtained some divine object to replenish his vitality? Yet, on another note, have any of you noticed a faint fragrance of wine in the air? It seems somewhat reminiscent of the scent that appeared in Juyo City a while back during the night. Ah, Yes, it does seem to have that faint aroma. With Elderbai's strength, he holds considerable renown among the major powers of the Tianqing Empire and its surroundings. Yet now, the individual undergoing the tribulation appeared at least a decade younger than they remembered Elderbai. However, the aura he radiated was unmistakable. They knew it was indeed Elderbai. Could it be that Elderbai has obtained some divine object to replenish his vitality? In an instant, all eyes were wide with astonishment. Yet no one dared to approach recklessly. This was precisely when Elderbai was undergoing his tribulation. Should any practitioner enter the range of the heavenly tribulation, they would suffer indiscriminate attacks from it. The stronger one was, the greater the force of the attack they would endure. No practitioner would willingly subject themselves to the baptism of a heavenly tribulation, especially when there was no enhancement to their own strength. The notion of utilizing the thunderous power of the heavenly tribulation to temper one's body was merely a tale from legends or ancient lore. Only in ancient times could one harness such celestial forces to refine their body. In the face of the destructive might of the thunder, ordinary practitioners would do well to avoid it, let alone willingly absorb it into their forms. Chapter 94. Elderbai undergoing the tribulation, the dark clouds grew ever thicker, resembling a black curtain draping across the sky. Almost within reach, strands of flickering lightning permeated the atmosphere, dancing like serpents. "It has begun," a whispered voice sounded, as if heralding the commencement of the heavenly tribulation. Crack! A bolt of lightning, as thick as an arm, emerged from the clouds, aimed directly at Elderbai. The lightning shimmered with a silvery glow, emanating a sense of destruction. Just this single bolt was comparable to the full-force strike of an ordinary asking down master. Elderbai dared not be negligent. He took a deep breath, channeling all his spiritual energy. Before he knew it, a black long spear had materialized in his grip. The spear's hilt bore dark, scale-like patterns. The Black Dragon Spear. With such might, it was no wonder he was known as the Spear God in White. Someone gasped in astonishment. The Black Dragon Spear is indeed Elderbai's famed weapon. Obtained during his youth from an ancient relic. Legend has it that within the Black Dragon Spear lies the remnant soul of a black dragon. Decades ago, it was precisely with this spear that Elderbai carved out his illustrious reputation. The title of the white-clad gun god is universally acknowledged. However, after following the Emperor of the Celestial Stars, Ji Wuhui, the Black Dragon Spear was sealed away. Now, as the Black Dragon Spear reemerges into the world, it seems that many are reminded of the figure that struck fear into numerous factions decades ago, wielding one spear with unparalleled prowess. "Break through!" roared Elderbai, his eyes bulging with fury, veins bulging on his arms as he thrust the spear toward the descending thunder. Instantly, it was as if a dragon's roar echoed, and a spectral dragon emerged from the Black Dragon Spear, colliding with the thunder. Boom! An explosive sound erupted, and Elderbai was involuntarily sent flying back dozens of yards. The dragon-shaped specter shattered, and the bolt of thunder vanished without a trace. There were still 8 more to go. Elderbai took a deep breath, murmuring to himself that the lightning tribulation of the questioning realm generally manifests an additional bolt of thunder with each advancement in level. Of course, this does not apply to those monstrous beings who transcend the norm. For them, the tribulation exists solely for destruction. It is not uncommon for a lightning tribulation to involve dozens of thunderous trials. It is said that in ancient times, those extraordinary cultivators who faced tribulations could even provoke the lightning to take human form and engage in battle. Before Elderbai could catch his breath, the dark clouds in the sky began to roil violently, and a bolt of thunder, even more ferocious than before, struck down with great force. Some cultivators with weaker abilities felt a heaviness in their chests under the overwhelming pressure. Nearly coughing up blood. "Ha ha ha, bring it on." Elderbai laughed maniacally, his garments billowing as he wielded the Black Dragon Spear, spectral dragons swirling around him. In the face of the lightning tribulation, Elderbai felt not a shred of fear, only an intense battle spirit. Decades of dormancy were all for this moment. The lightning tribulation was nothing to Elderbai. After years of accumulation, it was inevitable that Elderbai would break through to the 9th tier of the questioning realm. Witnessing this scene, many minds echoed the same thought. One man, one spear, shattering the bolts of thunder. The rumbling sounds continued, and brilliant flashes of lightning flickered. There were already 8 bolts down. only one more remaining. After fending off 8 bolts of thunder, Elderby found himself slightly out of breath, his body still bearing numerous injuries to this moment. Countless dark clouds began to swirl and gather, ultimately forming a vortex nearly 100 feet in diameter. He squinted slightly at this sight, sensing a hint of danger emanating from within the vortex. Crack! In the next instant, a bolt of lightning several feet in diameter coalesced from the vortex and charged toward Elderby. The surge of spiritual energy rippled, and as the thunder passed, the very space bore fine cracks of darkness. Chapter 95. An unfathomable maneuver. Elderby's hand swept across his spatial ring, and a bag of spicy strips and a bottle of soda materialized out of thin air, which he then devoured ravenously. To ensure he could safely weather the lightning tribulation, Elderby had naturally procured these spicy strips and soda from the Origin Mall for emergencies. At this moment, the surrounding cultivators watched in astonishment. Typically, those undergoing tribulations prepare elixirs or medicinal pills to restore their health and energy at critical moments. Yet, what Elderby produced seemed utterly out of place. Why did it resemble mere food and drink? The air was filled with a spicy aroma that left the cultivators both bewildered and salivating, for the scent was simply too alluring. Wait, look at Elderby! Suddenly, someone noticed a change in Elderby and couldn't help but exclaim. They saw his injuries heal within the blink of an eye, and even his aura surged at a terrifying speed, surpassing his previous state and reaching the pinnacle of the questioning realm. The expressions of the surrounding cultivators turned to shock. They could hardly fathom what Elderby had consumed to achieve such remarkable effects. Elderby took a deep breath, feeling an unprecedented sense of perfection within his body, his eyes gleaming with excitement. All of his spiritual power was fully mobilized, converging on the black dragon spear that a genuine dragon's roar resounded, and an overwhelming, expansive aura enveloped Elderby, exuding unmatched might. The Dragon Clan, seizing the creations of heaven and earth, had boasted a formidable reputation since ancient times. Even with just a remnant dragon soul within the black dragon spear, it possessed a unique arrogance. With the black dragon spear in hand, Elderby advanced boldly, charging directly forward. In the next instant, the two forces collided. In an instant, the entire world was enveloped in blinding light. Under the intensity of the sound, countless spectators felt as though they had gone deaf, unable to hear anything. After several breaths, as the light began to dim, a series of dull rumbling sounds echoed. However, the cultivators paid little mind. Despite the light remaining painfully bright, they focused intently on the spot where Elderby had stood, eager to witness the outcome. As the dust gradually settled, a figure slowly emerged. It was Elderby. At this moment, he appeared somewhat disheveled, his hair and beard singed, his clothes tattered, with residual arcs of dazzling electricity still flickering across his form. His aura was notably weakened, clearly showing signs of having sustained considerable injuries during the confrontation with the Thunder Tribulation. Yet, even so, the aura radiating from Elderby was not to be underestimated and continued to rise. Having successfully stepped into the 9th tier of the questioning realm, what Elderby needed to do now was absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to solidify his advancement. Many cultivators observed this scene, their gazes flickering. Elderby was currently at his most vulnerable moment. This meant it was the perfect opportunity to slay him. Eliminating a peak expert of the 9th tier of the questioning realm would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Celestial Star Empire. A cold snort suddenly rang out as Ji Wuhui's figure soared from the Imperial tomb. The unique pressure of a peak expert in the questioning realm radiated outward, stunning the surrounding cultivators. It was only then that they realized Ji Wuhui had been silently guarding Elderby nearby all along. If any of them attempted to make a move, he would undoubtedly strike with thunderous force at the first opportunity. Congratulations to Elderby for reaching the 9th tier of the questioning realm. The Celestial Star Empire has gained another super expert, Murong Haidang said with a beaming smile. For her, the strength of the Celestial Star Empire was of little concern, as she had the powerful Lingyun Academy backing her, standing tall atop the Tianlan continent. Even Ji Wuhui, as the Emperor of the Celestial Stars, dared not show the slightest negligence. Thank you for your kind words. Yuan Wujia also nodded slightly toward Ji Wuhui. The other cultivators understood that making a move against Elderby was now impossible. Furthermore, they had no idea if Elder Bai still possessed the items that had allowed him to instantly recover from injuries and enhance his strength. It would be better to offer their congratulations and perhaps gain a favorable connection. Yet, they all harbored a question in their hearts. Elder Bai's sudden surge in strength must have been due to the food he consumed, which apparently had a temporary effect of enhancing one's realm. But now that the tribulation had concluded, why did Elder Bai show no signs of side effects? It was quite the enigma. Chapter 96. Gratitude for the blessing of the ancients. Cheers of congratulations rang out continuously, and Ji Wuhui responded to each one. However, these powerful figures did not leave, for the true opportunity was yet to come. The vortex formed by the previous lightning tribulation had not dissipated. Instead, it grew even more substantial. An endless stream of spiritual energy gathered into the vortex, forming a storm of spiritual power. At the center of this storm stood Elder Bai. His body resembled a black hole, devouring the nearly 1,000-foot wide storm of spiritual energy. Simultaneously, his aura rose steadily. The injuries he sustained during the last bolt of thunder were visibly healing at an astonishing rate. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth had nearly reached its peak. The nearby cultivators seized the opportunity, rapidly absorbing the energy. This was the essence of fortune. After a brief moment, as if connecting with the heavens, the storm of spiritual energy gradually began to dissipate. The dark clouds in the sky slowly parted, revealing twinkling stars. This time, it was deep into the night. Elder Bai opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance flickering within. In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from him, before gradually receding. Taking a deep breath, Elder Bai stood up, his expression solemn as he bowed in the direction of Luochuan. That a resounding voice echoed across the heavens and earth. Thank you for the blessing of the ancients. Had it not been for the precious Luochuan essence, he might not have been able to replenish his vitality, let alone advance to the 9th tier of the questioning realm. Upon hearing Elder Bai's words, the surrounding cultivators were filled not only with curiosity, but also with profound astonishment. Could it be that Elder Bai's breakthrough to the 9th tier of the questioning realm was due to the favor of a certain powerful being? To bestow such blessings upon an 8th tier expert, what level of strength did this mysterious figure possess? A revered one? Or perhaps the legendary sage? Wait a moment. The direction in which Elder Bai had bowed seemed to be Juyao City. Hidden within Juyao City was such a formidable figure. Moreover, it is said that recently, within Juyao City, a mysterious, powerful figure shattered the soul projection of the peak Taoist, Chu Yongping, with a single strike. Yesterday, the second prince provoked this enigmatic master, prompting both Elder Bai and His Majesty to intervene personally, leading to the second prince's immediate exile to the southern frontier, coupled with Elder Bai's earlier remarks. The depths of Juyao City's intrigue have proven to be astonishingly profound. It appears that upon returning to Juyao City, I must exercise greater restraint over my subordinates. Yet, I cannot help but wonder if these mysterious masters are also drawn by the allure of the ancient relics. If that is indeed the case, the forthcoming exploration of the ancient relics within the Juyao mountain range may very well incite a tempest of bloodshed. However, should these individuals discover that all these machinations are the doing of Luochuan alone, what might they think? Congratulations to Elder Bai for successfully advancing to the 9th rank of the Taoist realm, Ji Wuhui expressed with a smile. Your assistance in protecting the law was invaluable. Your Majesty, Elder Bai replied. Due to his recent breakthrough, Elder Bai appeared significantly younger, his previously graying hair now entirely restored to a deep black. Elder Bai, you are too modest, Ji Wuhui chuckled, a glimmer of eagerness in his eyes. Now that both of us have attained the 9th rank of the Taoist realm, I feel we cannot afford to remain oblivious to the opening of the ancient relics. Elder Bai nodded, a hint of nostalgia gracing his features. That it has been decades since I last engaged in battle. I wonder how many still remember the name of the white-clad spear god. After the group returned to Juyao City, even in the dead of night, numerous cultivators hurriedly departed, intent on disseminating the recent events and related speculations. Naturally, Luochuan, the mastermind behind it all, had already succumbed to slumber. Chapter 97. The Decision of Wuji Wuji. Are you unwell? In the Ziyu Pavilion, Murong Haidang observed the unusually silent Ing Wuji beside her with growing concern. The thoughts of women are invariably intricate. Although Ing Wuji typically bore a somber demeanor, Murong Haidang keenly sensed that he harbored some inner turmoil. Ing Wuji shook his head, indicating he was fine that my time is running short. He said softly, extending his palm, which was shrouded in wisps of deathly energy. Murong Haidang sighed at the sight. Ing Wuji's cultivation method consumed his vitality, yet he could not abandon it, resulting in such consequences. From Elder Bai's appearance, he must have acquired some miraculous item that replenishes vitality. Ing Wuji remarked, narrowing his eyes slightly. Are you considering? Murong Haitang's eyes widened in realization. Ing Wuji nodded faintly. I plan to enter the Imperial City tomorrow to inquire where Elder Bai obtained the item that replenishes vitality. I am willing to pay any price for it. A rare fervor flickered in Ing Wuji's gaze. Observing his expression, Murong Haidang could not help but sigh inwardly. While she too wished for Ing Wuji to learn how to replenish his vitality from Elder Bai, she understood that the likelihood of this was exceedingly slim. Not only were the miraculous items that could restore vitality exceedingly rare, but even if Elder Bai possessed such items or knew how to obtain them, he may not be inclined to share such secrets with others. After all, the ability to restore vitality was intimately linked to extending one's lifespan, and no one would readily divulge their secrets to unrelated parties. However, Murong Haidang found herself powerless to dissuade him. Everyone in Lingyun Academy understood Ing Wuji's character. Once he made a decision, he would never waver, just as he was unwavering in his cultivation. Then I wish you good fortune, Murong Haidang said, offering her blessing. The next day, as per usual, Luo Chuan rose, completed his morning routine, and prepared to venture out for breakfast. However, upon opening the door and witnessing the scene outside, he paused in surprise. Elder Bai and Ji Wuhui stood before the entrance. Despite Elder Bai's remarkable transformation, Luo Chuan recognized him instantly. Good morning, boss, Elder Bai greeted, beaming. To Ji Wuhui also smiled in greeting. How long have you been here? Luo Chuan inquired, momentarily silent before asking. Not long, we just arrived, Ji Wuhui replied with a smile. Faced with such a mysterious powerhouse as Luo Chuan, Ji Wuhui dared not mention that they had been waiting for a full hour. I see, Luo Chuan nodded. Just as the two were about to enter the shop, Luo Chuan's next words left them both amused and bewildered. Did I in that case? Let's wait a bit longer. Did I haven't had breakfast yet? With that, Luo Chuan ignored the two and walked towards the alley. That Ji Wuhui's eyes widened slightly, his expression comically astonished. He never expected a boss of such stature to utter such a statement. Moreover, what was his identity? The Emperor of the Tianqing Empire. It was customary for ordinary cultivators to show reverence, regardless of their strength, when encountering someone of such significance. Yet in Luo Chuan's presence, his title seemed to hold little weight. It was only natural for such a formidable figure to possess a rather eccentric personality. And no anger. No anger. Ji Wuhui repeatedly reassured himself in his mind. Chapter 98. Ji Wuhui enters the shop having visited the Origin Mall twice. Elder Bai had gained some insight into Luo Chuan's character. Observing Ji Wuhui's ever-changing expressions, he could not help but find the situation amusing. Elder Bai cleared his throat softly. Your Majesty, the boss's temperament is simply like this. You need not take it to heart. The Ji Wuhui took a deep breath, a smile appearing on his face. Rest assured, Elder Bai, I am not a petty person. Thus, the two stood quietly at the entrance. Waiting to have Elder Bai and the Emperor of Tianqing waiting at the door. One could only imagine that it was a unique occurrence brought about by Luo Chuan alone. After several minutes, Luo Chuan's figure finally appeared before them. However, the manner in which he arrived caused both Elder Bai and Ji Wuhui's eyes to twitch slightly. What did they witness? A spatial passage materialized out of thin air in the alley, and Luo Chuan emerged leisurely from it. Only a master of Luo Chuan's caliber could traverse space so nonchalantly. Both men shared an unspoken thought. This was truly remarkable. They soon noticed that Luo Chuan held a breakfast in his hand. Had the boss taken so long that he hadn't finished his meal? Ji Wuhui pondered, bewildered. Oblivious to Ji Wuhui's thoughts, Luo Chuan opened the shop door. Both Ji Wuhui and Elder Bai sighed in relief and followed Luo Chuan into the Origin Mall. After standing outside for over 2 hours, it was fortunate that both were masters of the Taoist realm. Otherwise, they would never have been able to endure. What a peculiar shop! Upon entering the Origin Mall, Ji Wuhui marveled at the decor. Although Elder Bai had previously provided a brief overview of the items within Luo Chuan's establishment, witnessing it firsthand was an entirely different experience. That Luo Chuan's shop seemed to blend modern sci-fi aesthetics with Western magical styles. standing out as truly unique in the Tianlong continent, which was predominantly characterized by the architectural styles of feudal China. Moreover, the abundance of items crafted from glass left Ji Wuhui feeling somewhat pained. This is far too extravagant. My royal chambers do not even boast such luxury. Indeed, the shop possessed a spatial formation. After carefully assessing the size of the shop space, Ji Wuhui was taken aback. However, that astonishment soon turned to acceptance. Given such opulence, having a spatial formation hardly seemed extraordinary. That moment. The sound of footsteps echoed as the enchanting Yao Yin descended the stairs. The beast's sovereign clan. Even with some forewarning, Ji Wuhui's body tensed instinctively upon seeing Yao Yin. Juyou City was adjacent to the Juyou mountain range, where many cultivators made a living by hunting the beasts that roamed the mountains. As a result, the beasts harbored a deep-seated animosity toward the cultivators of Juyou City that a century ago, a beast sovereign of the half-steppe revered realm emerged from the Juyou mountain range, leading a tide of beasts to assault Juyou City. In the tales of ordinary cultivators, the beast sovereign ultimately retreated, unable to breach the city's defensive array. Yet only Ji Wuhui knew how much power the royal family had expended to repel the beast sovereign. The emperor of that era sacrificed his foundation in the process, passing away at merely 40 years of age in a world where cultivators typically enjoyed lifespans of at least 100 years. Such a premature demise was indeed lamentable. Chapter 99, truly delightful. Upon seeing Ji Wuhui and Elder Bai, Yao Yin merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement before her gaze shifted to Luo Chuan. Her eyes instantly sparkled upon noticing the breakfast in his hand. "Your breakfast," Luo Chuan stated expressionlessly. "Thank you, boss." Yao Yin quickly descended the stairs to accept the breakfast from Luo Chuan, her radiant smile captivating. Luo Chuan remained unfazed, perhaps due to having grown accustomed to such interactions, since becoming a shop attendant at the Origin Mall. Yao Yin had found her life exceedingly pleasant, free from the scheming of human cultivators. She could indulge in restful slumber, waking naturally each day, even receiving breakfast from her boss, savoring the warm and delectable food. Complemented by spicy strips, Yao Xian's eyes narrowed into crescent moons, exuding sheer contentment about what a blissful existence. Noticing that Yao Xian seemed indifferent to his presence, Ji Wuhui could not help but exhale in relief. Though they had met the previous day, Ji Wuhui had failed to discern Yao Xian's true identity at that time, as his focus had been solely on appeasing the irate proprietor, that is a revered figure. Yao Xian was not someone whose identity could be easily unveiled by Ji Wuhui, even at the pinnacle of his cultivation. Furthermore, when Elder Bai acquired the elixir from the Origin Mall to report back, he merely mentioned a female attendant at Luo Chuan's shop. In Elder Bai's eyes, Yao Xian's strength and status were indeed trivial when compared to the proprietor. This disparity fostered the peculiar atmosphere. Nevertheless, Ji Wuhui felt a flicker of curiosity regarding Yao Xian's presence as a mere shop assistant, which seemed incongruous for someone of the prestigious beast monarch lineage. Reflecting on this, Ji Wuhui decided to cease his musings and followed Elder Bai to the shelves. Elder Bai introduced, "Your Majesty, these are the items available in the shop. Cola, spicy strips, instant noodles, and the elixir." His gaze shifted. He pointed towards the original spot of the elixir. Unsurprisingly, a small whiteboard was now displayed there, with bold black letters proclaiming, "Sold out, restocking." After a brief pause, Elder Bai added, "That is the shop's policy. Your Majesty, do take note." Following Elder Bai's indication, Ji Wuhui noticed a small whiteboard hanging on the wall, filled with numerous regulations. Indeed, there were quite a few. The thought crossed Ji Wuhui's mind involuntarily. Subsequently, both men each grabbed a bucket of instant noodles. "Miss Yao, His Majesty, and I will each take a bucket of noodles, and then we shall engage in 3 hours of the trial tower." Elder Bai remarked with a smile. Yao Xian nodded. That will total 380 spirit crystals. It was Ji Wuhui's first time participating in the trial tower. He needed to spend 100 spirit crystals to register an account. Hearing the price, Ji Wuhui felt a twinge of surprise. The items in this shop were certainly not inexpensive. For an ordinary cultivator, it would be a considerable burden. A few minutes later, Elder Bai and Ji Wuhui squatted by the wall, each with a bucket of noodles, their faces glowing with satisfaction. Delicious. At that moment, any semblance of discontent had vanished from Ji Wuhui's demeanor. Such exquisite flavors were worth every bit of the several hundred or even 1,000 spirit crystals. It was akin to a person weary of gourmet delicacies suddenly relishing a local delicacy. Indubitably a delightful experience. This price was justified. Chapter 100. Good morning, Your Majesty. Elder Bai and Ji Wuhui polished off their noodles, feeling the vibrant spirit energy coursing through them, and let out satisfied belches. How was it? Luo Chuan inquired at the opportune moment that Ji Wuhui took a deep breath and replied earnestly, "The items in your shop are indeed extraordinary. My perception of the world's spiritual energy has increased nearly tenfold. The items here are worth every spirit crystal," Luo Chuan replied nonchalantly. Not merely worth it, but truly exceptional value. Upon hearing Luo Chuan's words, Ji Wuhui and Elder Bai exchanged silent glances of disbelief. "Thank you for your providence, esteemed proprietor." Elder Bai suddenly spoke with gravity. Luo Chuan understood the weight of Elder Bai's words. It was precisely due to the elixir sold in the shop that Elder Bai had the opportunity to replenish his vitality and subsequently break through to the 9th tier of the path of inquiry. However, Luo Chuan shook his head. "This is your own fortune, unrelated to me." Elder Bai chuckled ruefully, realizing that the proprietor's disposition remained unchanged. "Oh, Your Majesty." At that moment, a voice of astonishment arose. Following the sound, they beheld Bushi, her brother, and Jiang Xingjun standing at the entrance. The trio gazed at Ji Wuhui within the shop, their expressions a mix of surprise and disbelief. The fact that even the emperor had personally visited was astounding. Naturally, such thoughts remained unspoken. "Good morning, Your Majesty." The three exchanged glances and spoke in unison. Ji Wuhui was momentarily taken aback upon seeing them. He had not anticipated encountering them here. However, being the Celestial Star Emperor of the Celestial Star Empire, Ji Wuhui possessed an unparalleled mastery over his emotions that he nodded and smiled. "What brings the offspring of the left Prime Minister and the Duke of Jinnan to the proprietor's shop at such an early hour?" "Well," the trio exchanged glances before Buli Gu spoke. 3 hours in the trial tower equates to a full day's worth of cultivation. Your Majesty should be aware of this. That Ji Wuhui nodded, as Elder Bai had already informed him. "Precisely, and with only 10 machines available in the proprietor's shop, what if we were to arrive late and find them all occupied?" Buli Gu continued. "That seems to be the case," Ji Wuhui agreed. "Did I end that light? I shall test the trial tower to see if it truly possesses the miraculous qualities Elder Bai spoke of, capable of enhancing cultivation," Ji Wuhui declared with a smile. "Elder Bai?" Upon hearing Ji Wuhui's address, the trio glanced at Elder Bai with confusion. As for Elder Bai, they failed to recognize him. The transformation he had undergone was simply too dramatic. Just yesterday, he had appeared as an elderly man with white hair. Today, he looked decades younger, his hair now a lustrous black. "Did you not recognize me after just one day?" Elder Bai chuckled warmly. The tone and familiar visage confirmed it was indeed Elder Bai. "Elder Bai, how have you managed to appear so youthful?" Jiang Xingjun could not resist inquiring. "Yesterday, I was fortunate enough to advance to the 9th tier of the path of inquiry." Elder Bai replied with a smile. "The 9th tier? You broke through yesterday?" The trio could not help but exclaim in surprise at that moment. They understood the cause of the peculiar phenomenon they had witnessed yesterday. It was Elder Bai's breakthrough. News of Elder Bai's advancement to the 9th tier was known only to the major powers that had attended. It had not circulated within Juyou City. Elder Bai nodded. "Thanks to the elixir from the proprietor's shop, I was able to replenish my vitality and achieve this breakthrough." The trio turned their gazes toward Luo Chuan, who remained unfazed. "Impressive. Congratulations, Elder Bai," they said earnestly. Shortly after, Ji Wuhui and Elder Bai donned their helmets and entered the trial tower. Upon suddenly finding themselves in a pitch-black space, where their spiritual energy inexplicably vanished, Ji Wuhui felt a fleeting moment of panic. However, upon realizing he could still sense his physical body and the surrounding environment, he breathed a sigh of relief. Is this the starting space? He pondered, curiosity etched upon his face. Before him appeared the option to create an account. Without hesitation, Ji Wuhui selected it. Subsequently, 2 distinct small structures materialized within the starting space, one resembling a miniature tower and the other a circular platform. Ji Wuhui found himself momentarily dumbfounded. What is going on? Elder Bai never mentioned these 2 items. Unbeknownst to him, Elder Bai was equally bewildered. Why does the starting space appear different from before? What is this platform? Chapter 101. Arena mode now open. Buli Gu and the others have been intently focused on Elder Bai and Ji Wuhui, curious about how two formidable figures of the Path of Inquiry would fare in the trial tower. However, upon observing the display screen, they too were taken aback. The starting space seems different from yesterday, Bushi remarked, her brow furrowed. That Buli Gu nodded. Indeed, there's an additional small tower and a platform that I can surmise that the small tower is likely the location for the trial tower game. But what is that platform? Yao Ziyan, having finished her breakfast, approached them swiftly upon hearing their conversation. Indeed, it seems different. What is going on, proprietor? She inquired, her curiosity piqued. The group turned their attention to Luo Chuan, who stated matter-of-factly. As you can see, the new mode of the trial tower is the arena. The mode you were playing is referred to as challenge mode. Challenge mode? New mode? Arena? Please explain, proprietor. The group gazed at Luo Chuan with eager anticipation. Maintaining his composure, Luo Chuan elaborated. The arena, as the name suggests, is a place for players to engage in combat. It features various battle modes, solo, duo, and multiplayer. The group nodded in understanding, their eyes alight with excitement at the prospect of engaging in fair battles with other cultivators. Luo Chuan continued, each battle in the arena requires a corresponding payment of spirit crystals. For battles involving physical, sensing, and transformative realms, a fee of 10 spirit crystals is required. For battles involving spiritual, returning to the source, and Path of Inquiry realms, a fee of 100 spirit crystals is necessary. The pricing is determined by the highest tier of the participating combatants, with a default assumption of equal realms based on the lower tier's strength. However, both parties may also choose their realms independently. The group exclaimed in unison, this certainly reflects the proprietor's style. Before Luo Chuan could finish, he added, additionally, the arena features a ranking system based on victory points. The top-ranking participants shall be rewarded with additional game time in the trial tower. The mere mention of game time as a reward caused several individuals to draw in sharp breaths. To be frank, they believed that 3 hours of gameplay each day in the trial tower was woefully insufficient. Far too brief. Often, they found themselves scarcely engaged in battle before their allotted time had elapsed. Yet, with the store's rules firmly established, they felt powerless. Now, however, the emergence of a new avenue for acquiring extra game time stirred their excitement. Nevertheless, the subsequent words of Luo Chuan left them in a state of amusement. Of course, due to the current low player count, the victory points ranking system is not yet operational, Luo Chuan stated, his expression impassive. Ah, boss, do you not feel any pangs of conscience saying that? Buli Gu nearly howled at the sky, while the others wore expressions of bitter amusement. Unfazed, Luo Chuan continued. Soon enough, their attention shifted to Jiang Xingjun. Do you have the courage to engage in a battle shortly? Buli Gu asked, looking at Jiang Xingjun with eager anticipation. Ha! Who's afraid of whom? I shall make you unable to distinguish east from west. Jiang Xingjun retorted with a cold smile. Busher Yi, observing the two boastful individuals, let out a helpless sigh inwardly. She had no intention of battling them, for with her current strength, even against an opponent of equal rank, the outcome would be a foregone conclusion. However, if she could seize the opportunity to fight against a formidable foe, it would indeed be a splendid chance. With this thought in mind, her gaze fell upon Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui. How would the two, already considered opponents by Busher Yi, react to this notion? In the trial tower, both Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui independently selected the arena mode. Curiosity is inherent to all. They were eager to discover what this newly introduced platform entailed. Suddenly, an information panel regarding the arena mode appeared, echoing the details provided by Luo Chuan. After perusing the introduction to the arena, both Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao appeared enlightened, their hearts brimming with astonishment. The prospect of engaging in a battle under absolute fairness, without the worry of sustaining injuries or impacting the surrounding area, was a rare phenomenon that could likely only occur in the boss's establishment. Bai Lao, shall we engage in a duel? Ji Wuhui proposed with a smile. Of course, I'm all for it. Bai Lao replied merrily, that I just advanced to the 9th rank of the Dao yesterday, and I've longed to stretch my limbs upon hearing the conversation between Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui. Buli Gu and the others became instantly intrigued that it was a rare spectacle indeed to witness a battle between such formidable opponents. Player Bai Hong invites Ji Wuhui to engage in combat. Do you accept? A notification appeared before Ji Wuhui, who naturally selected confirmed that in an instant, both individuals felt their surroundings shift. And when they reappeared, they found themselves atop a majestic snow-capped mountain, in the arena mode of the trial tower. If no specific selection is made, the battle map is generated randomly. Luo Chuan timely explained, and the group nodded in understanding. Even Yao Zian, curious, approached to observe. The display presented a vast, desolate scene, with endless snow-covered mountains surrounding them, and countless snowflakes dancing in the air. Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui, taken aback by their environment, could distinctly feel the biting chill in the air, as well as the sensation of snowflakes mingled with the cold wind striking their bodies. "Your Majesty, please select your weapon," Bai Lao called out to Ji Wuhui, his voice resonating across the expanse. That Ji Wuhui nodded, discovering that a black dragon spear was indeed available here. Bai Lao opened the shop with a mindset of experimentation and was pleasantly surprised to find the black dragon spear. Without hesitation, he made his selection, and instantly, a spear identical to his own materialized in his grasp. Bai Lao could even sense the dragon's soul within the spear. In the arena mode, each participant can choose their weapon freely, and this is provided at no cost. One cannot expect to pay an entry fee only to be charged for weapon spirit crystals. That would be rather unscrupulous. In Ji Wuhui's hands appeared a 3-foot-long azure blade, radiating an imperial aura. Bai Lao recognized the sword immediately. The sacred weapon, the imperial sword. He had not anticipated that the shop would offer not only the black dragon spear, but also Ji Wuhui's weapon at this moment. Both parties stood at equal strength, each having just entered the 9th rank of the D.O.D.A.S. Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui regarded each other. A tempest of spiritual energy began to coalesce in the center of their standoff. Snowflakes swirled wildly, and the cold wind cut like a blade. "Your Majesty, please bestow your teachings." Bai Lao's voice rang out as his figure vanished from sight. "Ha, Bai Lao, do not hold back." Ji Wuhui laughed heartily as he swung the imperial sword to the side. In an instant, a black spear materialized in the previously empty space, its tip even tearing through the fabric of reality. Bai Lao's figure reappeared. Clang! A crisp sound resonated as the imperial sword clashed with the black dragon spear. The point of impact erupted into a maelstrom of black spatial fissures, and an overwhelming aura surged outward, leaving deep cracks in the ground beneath their feet. Having missed his strike, Ji Wuhui retreated thousands of meters in an instant. Bai Lao, relentless, surged forward, his figure accompanied by a booming laughter. The name of the white-clad spear god is not merely for show. As the battle raged on, Bai Lao moved with the swiftness of lightning, his spear resembling a dragon, unleashing a torrent of dragon-shaped spear lights that barreled toward Ji Wuhui with an overwhelming force. The very fabric of space strained under the pressure, cracking like a shattered mirror. If they were sparring in reality, Bai Lao would certainly not unleash his full strength. The title of the white-clad spear god is not to be taken lightly, even if Ji Wuhui stood at the pinnacle of the Tao. Should Bai Lao go all out, he would not emerge unscathed. However, the circumstances were different now. They were within the trial tower, where even death meant instant revival, allowing no room for hesitation. Thus, Bai Lao unleashed his full might from the outset. This technique was none other than his renowned move, the Dragon Battle Across the Abyss. Ji Wuhui dared not underestimate the gravity of the situation. His expression grew solemn as he inhaled deeply, an emperor's aura enveloping him. In that instant, the already dim sky flickered ominously, heralding an extraordinary phenomenon. That a colossal phantom, clad in a dragon robe and towering hundreds of feet tall, emerged from behind Ji Wuhui, holding a green blade that bore a striking resemblance to Ji Wuhui himself. This was the emperor's divine body, a manifestation of the cultivation technique practiced by the emperor of the Tianqing Empire. Ji Wuhui raised his arm and, with a single stroke of his sword, cleaved through the oncoming storm of spear lights. The phantom behind him mirrored his action, with a blinding flash of cold light. The sword's edge shimmered with searing golden flames, igniting the very air itself. This strike seemed capable of cleaving the heavens and the earth. Before the blade could descend, the mountains below could no longer bear the weight, and a chasm of unimaginable depth opened up. As the two attacks collided, the world fell into a profound silence for an instant. A brilliant light erupted from the point of impact, enveloping the entirety of existence. What has transpired? The onlookers, fixated on the screen, felt a surge of anxiety as they witnessed the blinding radiance. Just when it seemed the crucial moment had arrived, why could they see nothing? The outcome is clear. Luo Chuan's voice resonated calmly. At that moment, the crowd realized that, unbeknownst to them, the boss had approached their side. Boss, how can you be so certain? The outcome is yet to be determined. Bully Gu expressed his confusion. Luo Chuan replied, it's a matter of intuition. The others nodded in agreement. With Yao Zian chuckling, I too sense that the victor is already becoming apparent. Then, Sister Zian, who will ultimately prevail? Bu Shi inquired with curiosity. Yao Zian shook her head, maintaining an air of mystery. Let us observe. The results shall soon be unveiled. At that moment, the brilliant light on the display began to fade, revealing the once pristine ground now riddled with gaping wounds. The fractured space gradually repairing itself, that of course. Two figures remained suspended, locked in a distant standoff. After a few breaths, the image finally clarified. Upon seeing the two individuals, Bully Gu and the others gasped in shock. Bai Lao appeared utterly exhausted, his complexion ashen, with a prominent wound slicing across his torso, revealing the writhing of his internal organs. Vivid crimson blood poured from the wound as if it were flowing without restraint. Were it not for the formidable vitality afforded by the Tao's strength, he would have surely perished by now. In stark contrast, Ji Wuhui appeared almost unchanged from before the battle. The disparity between the two was unmistakable. It turned out that the victor was indeed His Majesty. Jiang Xingjun remarked in astonishment. That Bu Shi and her brother nodded in agreement. That it was evident. Bai Lao, having sustained such grievous injuries, would have lost all combat capability in reality. Meanwhile, Ji Wuhui appeared unfazed, as though he had not suffered a scratch. The difference was palpable. As Ji Wuhui gazed at Bai Lao, a wry smile emerged on his face, accompanied by a gentle sigh. I never imagined that after all these years, Bai Lao's battle prowess remains undiminished. In this contest, I have been bested. As the sound of falling notes faded, a slender trace of blood appeared at Ji Wuhui's throat, and his body transformed into countless specks of light, dissipating into the air. Your Majesty, I concede, Bai Lao said with a hearty smile, his own form also turning into radiant light. Subsequently, the two emerged in the starting space. The three onlookers were utterly astonished. Could it be that Bai Lao was the victor? Bu Shi murmured in disbelief that shouldn't the emperor's strength surpass Bai Lao's? How could this outcome be possible? Jiang Xingjun wore a perplexed expression, and the others shared his sentiments. Yao Zian squinted slightly, speculating. Bai Lao's marksmanship emphasizes lethality, while Ji Wuhui's techniques seem to be tied to the forces of fortune that in this arena, devoid of such forces. Ji Wuhui could not unleash his full potential. Though the concept of fortune may seem ethereal, it undeniably exists. The nation's fortune is but a form of such power as the emperor of the Tianqing Empire. Ji Wuhui naturally wields the power of fortune. The holy emperor's body he cultivates can only achieve its utmost might through this very force. Having exited the trial tower, Ji Wuhui nodded at Yao Zian's words and smiled. What you say is indeed true. My cultivation of the holy emperor's body is intricately linked to the power of fortune. However, had I truly been able to wield that power, the outcome of my battle with Bai Lao would have remained uncertain. Bai Lao's reputation as the white-clad god of gun has been forged by countless formidable warriors. Your Majesty, you flatter me, Bai Lao, having also exited the trial tower, waved his hand with a smile. In a genuine confrontation, I would surely not be a match for your Majesty. At that moment, Bu Shi gazed at Bai Lao, her mouth opening as if she wished to speak. What do you wish to say? Young lady of the Bu family? Bai Lao inquired. Having detected the conflicted expression on her face, Bu Shi bit her lip. Bai Lao, I wish to spar with you, to gauge the disparity between my abilities and the realm of inquiry. Upon uttering these words, both Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun widened their eyes in disbelief. Fighting against Bai Lao? Are you not seeking punishment? Sister, you jest. Bu Ligay's lips twitched in exasperation. However, Ji Wuhui laughed heartily upon hearing Bu Shi's words. Excellent. Truly worthy of the bloodline of the Duke of Jinan. You have spirit. Bai Lao, will you not engage her in a match? Bai Lao shook his head with a hint of reluctance. Since your Majesty has spoken, I shall oblige, but do not accuse me of bullying the young, in the arena mode. The strengths of both combatants are, by default, determined by the lesser one, ensuring absolute fairness to this moment. Luo Chuan's calm voice resonated. And Bai Lao and Bu Shi entered the trial arena together. They found themselves amidst a forest. Your talent, little miss from the Bu family, is indeed exceptional, even among the entirety of the Tianlan continent. Bai Lao remarked, slightly taken aback by his own perception of strength. Bu Shi smiled faintly. My apologies, Bai Lao. A surge of ethereal energy enveloped her, and she seemed to emerge as a sharpened blade. Youth should possess such vigor, Bai Lao observed with approval, stepping slightly to the side. Whoosh! The sound of air being sliced filled the space as Bu Shi's strike missed its mark. Undeterred, she transformed her thrust into a sweeping motion, her long sword arcing through the air. Bai Lao flicked his finger gently, precisely striking a few inches above the sword's hilt. Bu Shi's expression shifted slightly. Bai Lao's fingertips struck the weakest point on her sword, dispersing all the force contained within. Chapter 105. The disparity revealed a grave expression crossed Bu Shi's face. Bai Lao's opponent. She felt an overwhelming pressure. Bu Shi continued her assault, while Bai Lao remained steadfast in defense. Yet, Bu Shi's countenance grew increasingly grim, for she realized that facing Bai Lao felt akin to striking against a mass of cotton. No matter how fierce her attacks, they sank into an abyss, yielding no effect whatsoever. Moreover, as time passed, she was astonished to find that her movements had been entirely ensnared by Bai Lao. This meant she could not cease her offensive. To halt was to accept defeat. Why does Bai Lao not counterattack? Why only defend? Bu Ligay queried, puzzled as she observed the screen. Jiang Xingjun, equally bewildered, shared her sentiment. It seemed as if Bai Lao was being suppressed by Bu Shi's strikes. Yet both understood the impossibility of such a notion. Bai Lao was a formidable warrior of the 9th rank of inquiry, while Bu Shi was merely at the soul realm. Even in the arena, despite their equal cultivation levels, their perspectives and experiences were worlds apart. Thus, the current scenario left them utterly confounded. Ji Wuhui shook his head, chuckling, Your realms are insufficient. It is only natural that you cannot comprehend. From the very outset, Bai Lao has dictated the flow of battle. Bu Shi's attacks have left her in a position from which she cannot retreat. Soon, it shall reach its conclusion. Ji Wuhui's words echoed. Bai Lao finally made his move. A withered branch appeared in his hand, and with a simple thrust, he advanced. Simplicity is the ultimate path. In that moment, Bu Shi felt as though she were facing a collapsing world. Though their realms were equivalent, the utilization of spiritual power bore no comparison. In the next instant, Bu Shi's long sword shattered inch by inch, and her form transformed into countless specks of light. One strike. From beginning to end, only a single strike. Bu Ligay exclaimed, struggling to believe that I have lost. Bu Shi said softly as she removed her helmet. Little girl, do you now see where your weaknesses lie? Bai Lao inquired with a smile. Bu Shi nodded, having gleaned her shortcomings from the preceding battle. Not only did she lack combat experience, but her application of techniques was rather clumsy. Bai Lao, on the other hand, appeared as a flawless piece of uncut jade. Each of his movements seemed instinctual, devoid of any superfluous actions. Such an exquisite battle awareness had been thoroughly ingrained within Bai Lao's being. It was impossible to attain without the crucible of countless battles. However, in the Origin Mall, this notion might not hold true, for the combat within the trial tower mirrored reality without distinction. Point 1 could still enhance their battle awareness within the game. The subsequent time was designated for gameplay within the trial tower. As the saying goes, combat is the finest means of augmenting one's strength. Thus Bu Shi directly entered challenge mode. The reason for not choosing the arena was the lack of suitable opponents. Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun were too weak, while Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui were beings of grand stature and could not serve as her sparring partners. As for the boss and Yao Ziyan, well, that was not even a consideration. Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui also opted for challenge mode. Ji Wuhui, witnessing such lifelike, demonic beasts for the first time, felt a surge of excitement, though he needed some time to acclimate to the sudden shift in his realm-to-body refinement. Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun entered the arena, their strengths closely matched, both at the creation realm, with combat experiences of similar caliber. Of course, before entering the trial tower, the three of them had not forgotten to grab a bucket of instant noodles each. An hour of 18-fold cultivation speed was not to be squandered. Chapter 106. The dejected bosses logged in as the five entered the trial tower. The Origin Mall returned to its usual tranquility. Yet this tranquility was intermittent, for the occasional shouts of Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligay pierced the air. Damn it, Jiang Xingjun, you rogue, resorting to underhanded tactics. So what if I lost? You think I can't accept it? I simply refuse to accept it. Let's have another round. Bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? And thus, the banter continued. Though they could converse in the game while their real-world counterparts remained silent, the two felt this added a touch of momentum. Akin to soloing others in the game, unwilling to let their defeat go unavenged. Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui, irritated by the incessant noise, chose to shut off their perception of the outside world. Bu Shi, however, remained attentive. She sensed that listening to the two during combat might enhance her ability to withstand distractions. Yao Zian sat behind the counter, observing the shop, while Luo Chuan set up a reclining chair outside the door. Basking in the sun. Even when striving to enhance one's strength, a balance must be struck. One cannot remain in the trial tower all day. Engaging in combat is all well and good, but relishing the warmth of the sun is far more pleasurable. As for the notion of working hard to grow stronger, there is no need to rush. Luo Chuan squinted, savoring the gentle sunlight, his heart at peace. Just like yesterday, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong arrived in the alley. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of Luo Chuan lounging in his chair, basking in the sun with an expression of utter contentment. Why does the boss seem so dejected? Gu Yunxi couldn't help but whisper. He looks like a salted fish, Jiang Wanchong added. Even though they were aware of Luo Chuan's formidable strength and often cold demeanor, he bore no semblance of an unrivaled powerhouse, and neither did Yao Zian. Thus, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong voiced their sentiments. The Origin Mall indeed appeared to be a peculiar establishment. As the conversation flowed, the two approached Luo Chuan, boss, still basking in the sun at the entrance. Jiang Wanchong greeted with a smile. The sunlight was obstructed, prompting Luo Chuan to open his eyes. Upon seeing the two young ladies, he nodded slightly, his voice calm as he spoke. A new mode has been introduced in the trial tower today. New mode? Wanchong, let us go take a look. Gu Yunxi's eyes sparkled with excitement as she pulled Jiang Wanchong into the shop. Hey, don't drag me, Jiang Wanchong exclaimed, a look of helplessness on her face. While she turned to Luo Chuan, saying, Boss, we'll head in first. Luo Chuan nodded and closed his eyes once more to enjoy the sun. Greetings, Sister Zian. The two entered the shop and greeted the enchanting Zian behind the counter. Zian smiled. Are you still playing in the trial tower today? Of course, Gu Yunxi nodded. The boss just mentioned a new mode in the trial tower. Could you enlighten us? Zian pointed towards Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun. The arena mode allows players to engage in free battles. Those two are currently participating. Suddenly, the raucous shouts of Bu Ligay and Jiang Xingjun echoed once more, stirring curiosity. That Ji Yunxi remarked, it's just a game. Is it really necessary to be like this? By the way, who are those two? Jiang Wanchong inquired, noticing Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui with a hint of confusion, though they had encountered Bai Lao the previous day. The transformation was so significant that they did not recognize him immediately. Moreover, even though Murong Haidang and Ning Wuji were aware that Bai Lao was undergoing tribulation, they had chosen not to disclose this to the students. Presumably to keep them uninvolved. As for Ji Wuhui, not everyone is familiar with the appearance of the Celestial Star Emperor. You met him just yesterday. Have you forgotten? Zian chuckled, but Ji Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged puzzled glances. Yesterday, how come we are unaware? That is Bai Lao, Zian clarified, noticing their bewilderment. Sister Zian, are you jesting? Bai Lao doesn't look this young. Both expressed disbelief. Last night, he successfully transcended the Thunder Tribulation and advanced to the 9th grade of the Inquiry Realm, which is why he appears youthful. Zian explained this revelation. Both Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were taken aback. It dawned on them that the strange phenomenon they witnessed last night was indeed the result of Bai Lao's tribulation. Then, who is that beside Bai Lao? Gu Yunxi hesitated, uncertain that at that moment, a bold speculation began to form in their minds. Zian nodded. He is Ji Wuhui, the Emperor of the Celestial Star Empire. Surprisingly, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong felt less astonished. Perhaps due to the overwhelming surprises they had already encountered at the Origin Mall. Indeed, the boss's establishment is quite extraordinary. Jiang Wanchong managed a wry smile, before pausing to find a fitting phrase to encapsulate her thoughts. Unusual indeed. Hey, Yunshi Wanchong, you're here? A delighted voice resonated. Bushi had just removed her helmet, her eyes shining with joy as she looked at the two. We arrived shortly after breakfast, but we didn't expect you to be here so early. Gu Yunshi replied, bemused. They had thought they were early enough, only to find that others had outpaced them. With only 10 seats available in the boss's establishment, a sense of unease crept into their minds. If the patronage of the boss's shop increased, would there be no space left for gaming? This thought solidified their resolve to keep the news of the Origin Mall from their teacher and fellow students. Unbeknownst to them, Bully Gu and others were harboring the same sentiments, tacitly treating the Origin Mall as a closely guarded secret, refraining from sharing it with anyone. Shall we engage in a friendly spar? Bushi asked straightforwardly. With Gu Yunshi at the 5th grade of the Soul Realm and Jiang Wanchong at the 6th, their strengths were comparable, which was why Bushi was so thrilled to see them. Ah, a spar? Gu Yunshi and Jiang Wanchong were momentarily taken aback. Yes, Bushi affirmed. In the arena mode of the Trial Tower, you can choose your equipment, and both sides can match their strengths for a truly fair battle. Upon hearing this, both young ladies felt their interest piqued. Jiang Wanchong nodded, absolutely, but first, let us each have a bowl of instant noodles to boost our cultivation speed tenfold. All right, I'll go challenge the mode for a few rounds. And you can call me when you're done eating. With that, Bushi donned her helmet and entered the Trial Tower. Thus, Jiang Wanchong and Gu Yunshi each grabbed a bucket of instant noodles. Naturally, the two affluent individuals also purchased spicy strips and cola. The spicy strips and cola they had acquired earlier remained untouched, stored in their spatial rings for emergencies. Now, they were curious about the taste of the cola and spicy strips. Given the delightful flavor of the instant noodles, without further ado, they indulged in their newfound treats. After tasting, they widened their eyes in amazement at the peculiar flavors. This unique taste is unlike anything I've ever experienced, Gu Yunshi declared, her small face alight with rapture as she held a bottle of cola. The icy beverage slid down her throat, the effervescence exploding in her mouth, causing her to feel a euphoric uplift. Gu Yunshi felt that cola was the most delicious thing she had ever consumed. This spicy strip is also incredibly delectable. It surpasses all those spiritual herbs, Jiang Wanchong exclaimed, savoring the flavor. It's so good that I can't stop. Moreover, the energy within their bodies surged, becoming extraordinarily active, even experiencing a significant enhancement. This was the effect of the spicy strips and instant noodles that as for the cola. Since neither had any injuries, its effects were not as pronounced. Within minutes, they had devoured everything completely. The Gu Yunshi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged satisfied burps, their faces glowing with contentment. But it's been ages since I've enjoyed a meal this much. As the time passed, the Trial Tower gaming commenced. Meanwhile, Ing Wuji had left Yuexuan and was making his way towards the Imperial City, but he sought out Bai Lao to inquire about how to replenish vitality. Out of an abundance of caution, Ing Wuji even carried a spatial ring containing all his possessions. This journey was one he intended to succeed in. Before long, Ing Wuji stood before the grand entrance of the Imperial City. The citadel loomed majestically, its towering red walls emanating a powerful aura of spiritual energy, indicative of the presence of protective formations. Adjacent to the main gate, dozens of armored figures stood sentinel. They were the Imperial City's elite guards, each exuding formidable auras, all being powerful cultivators of the Soul Realm. The strongest among them was the commander of the guards, Xia Tianyu, who had even reached the 9th grade of the returning Origin Realm. Stop right there. A commanding voice rang out as Ing Wuji approached. Once, the elite guards, weapons drawn, focused their gazes on Ing Wuji. Even an ordinary cultivator at the returning Origin Realm would likely be no match for such a formidable display. For these guards, the power of their collective assault was far greater than mere addition. However, before the pinnacle of the Inquiry Realm, Ing Wuji, even their combined efforts would yield little effect. Fortunately, Ing Wuji was not here to cause trouble. He spoke, his indifferent voice resonating in every ear. I am Ing Wuji, a senior mentor from Lingyun Academy, here to pay a visit. Simultaneously, a unique aura emanating from the Inquiry Realm radiated from him. Despite the guards' impeccable training, upon hearing his declaration, their faces paled in unison. The aura of the Inquiry Realm instilled a sense of helplessness, quelling any thoughts of resistance. Lingyun Academy was a superpower standing atop the Tianlan continent, a fact they were all too aware of. Xia Tianyu's expression shifted instantly. Although he was unaware of Ing Wuji's identity, the terrifying aura was unmistakably genuine. He waved his hand, signaling the guards to sheathe their weapons. "Please wait here for a moment while I inform my superiors," he said, his tone grave. One could not help but admire his composure. In the presence of such a formidable figure as Ing Wuji, he managed to maintain his poise and articulate such a statement. Typically, a Peak Inquiry Realm powerhouse would be treated with the utmost reverence, yet Xia Tianyu had the audacity to keep him waiting at the entrance. A bold move indeed. Fortunately, Ing Wuji's character allowed him to remain unfazed. He nodded and fell silent, patiently awaiting the outcome. Xia Tianyu hurried to the Grand Hall, where Ji Wuhui often reviewed official documents. In a departure from the norm, he found no sign of Ji Wuhui. "Why is His Majesty not in the hall?" he inquired, pulling a palace maid aside. Reporting to the general, His Majesty and Bai Lao departed the imperial city early this morning. The maid replied, her voice tinged with panic. Xia Tianyu furrowed his brow. He had certainly heard of the events from the previous night. His Majesty had personally compensated for the incident, and the second prince had been stripped of his title and exiled to the southern frontier. It was indeed a tumultuous time. Now that His Majesty and Bai Lao had left the imperial city, was there yet another unforeseen occurrence? Unable to ascertain the situation, Xia Tianyu chose to set aside his thoughts. Returning to the main gate of the imperial city, he addressed Ing Wuji, who was still waiting there. "Senior, His Majesty is currently not within the city. That is of no consequence that I shall wait here for His Majesty's return." Ing Wuji maintained an unchanging expression and spoke softly. After saying this, he closed his eyes. Xia Tianyu felt a slight headache. What was it about standing directly in front of the imperial city gate? As a formidable figure in the realm of Dao, they certainly couldn't just be dismissed. This moment, a gathering of onlookers, unaware of the truth, began to point and whisper about the scene before them. Chapter 109. Ji Wuhui's Reflections in the Origin Mall. Ji Wuhui, who had reached the first level of the Trial Tower's challenge mode, suddenly furrowed his brows. Why did I suddenly have a foreboding feeling? But the next moment, the attack of the Amethyst Magic Wolf came crashing in. Ji Wuhui dared not be negligent and cast aside his distractions. Currently, his cultivation was merely at the pinnacle of body refinement. And facing two Amethyst Magic Wolves, equally at the pinnacle of body refinement, he couldn't afford to let his focus waver. Bu Shi, Gu Yunxi, and Zhang Wanchong had already fought several rounds in the arena. The battles had seen victories and defeats on both sides. To be frank, both Gu Yunxi and Zhang Wanchong were somewhat alarmed. It was known that they had been studying at Lingyun Academy for 2 to 3 years, while Gu Yunxi had not. Yet, the duel results were evenly matched. Furthermore, Bu Shi appeared to be of a similar age, which only underscored her astonishing talent. As for Jiang Xingjun and Bu Ligei, after battling a few rounds in the arena, they dove back into challenge mode. Even after several days of effort, they still could not pass the first level's normal mode, continuously repeating the cycle of failure and revival. Of course, during this process, their strength was steadily improving. This time, Jiang Xingjun's body suddenly trembled and his aura began to rise steadily. Jiang Xingjun had directly broken through to the third tier of transformation. It was as if it came naturally, without any hindrance. Under normal circumstances, it would have taken Jiang Xingjun at least a month to achieve such a breakthrough. However, with the instant noodles from Luochuan's shop enhancing his training speed and the assistance of the Trial Tower, his progress was akin to a meteoric rise. Naturally, Jiang Xingjun was oblivious to his own breakthrough while immersed in the Trial Tower. Both Luochuan and Yao Zian noticed the fluctuations from Jiang Xingjun's breakthrough, but paid no heed. After all, breaking through to the third tier of transformation, was that truly worthy of surprise? The gaming time had reached its limit. The game has forcibly ended. Within the Trial Tower, one could hardly perceive the passage of time. When Ji Wuhui was confronted with this prompt, he remained bewildered, utterly unaware of the events unfolding. But in the next instant, the scene before him flickered, and he found himself in the familiar starting space. Ji Wuhui removed his helmet, a hint of madness flickering across his face. So close, so very close to passing the second level's easy mode. At this moment, Elder Bai also took off his helmet. 3 hours pass, so swiftly. Elder Bai couldn't help but exclaim. Hearing this, Ji Wuhui suddenly recalled something. his eyes reflecting a moment of realization. He had just remembered that there was a time limit for players in the trial tower. How was it? Luo Chuan approached him, inquiring that Ji Wuhui understood that the proprietor was asking about his experience. After all, he was the only one visiting the Origin Mall for the first time. Ji Wuhui nodded, a trace of astonishment lingering on his face. He asked the emperor of the Tianqing Empire. He had long since forgotten the last time he had been so amazed. The game of the trial tower seemed to have opened the door to a new world for him. Training could actually be conducted in such a manner. I feel as if I have stepped into an entirely new realm, and even when my cultivation was reduced to the body refinement stage during battles in the game, it enlightened me greatly. Ji Wuhui spoke solemnly. The higher one's realm, the more one could gain from their first experience in the trial tower. Chapter 110. You cannot afford it when cultivators reach a certain level. They often become overly reliant on spiritual energy, neglecting some of the most fundamental aspects, such as the latent potential of the human body. Only when spiritual power is not of paramount importance do they begin to notice its existence. Boss, I have a question, Ji Wuhui contemplated before finally speaking. Luo Chuan replied, speak. Boss, I wish to purchase something that allows me to play in the trial tower, Ji Wuhui said, gritting his teeth as he expressed his thoughts. In his view, the trial tower was quite remarkable. However, as the emperor of the Tianqing Empire, he couldn't possibly visit this shop every day to play. Thus, the idea took root in his mind system. Someone wishes to purchase a holographic device. Luo Chuan communicated inwardly, but he cannot afford it. The system responded succinctly. Luo Chuan remarked, you are quite blunt. He shook his head and said coolly, you cannot afford it. To Ji Wuhui sighed, a hint of disappointment creeping into his heart. Nevertheless, the proprietor's response was within his expectations. Indeed, how could the worth of such a divine item be measured with spiritual crystals? That would be an affront to its value. After bidding farewell to Luo Chuan, Ji Wuhui and Elder Bai left the Origin Mall, not forgetting to purchase all the products in the store before departing. The two of them indulged in cola and spicy strips. The royal family certainly did not lack funds. Before long, Buligay and the others' time also concluded that my cultivation has improved significantly. It seems it won't be long before I can advance, Buligay said cheerfully, feeling the strength of spiritual energy within his body. Just recently, he had advanced to transformation, and now he was on the verge of reaching the second tier of transformation. Such speed was indeed astonishing. Of course, the primary reason for this was the exceptional items available in the shop. Bushi nodded in agreement, her own cultivation having increased considerably. Although she still had some distance to go before breaking through, it was not far off that I actually broke through. Jiang Xingjun suddenly exclaimed, his face awash with disbelief that he was acutely aware that his cultivation had reached the third tier of transformation. Are you joking? Buligay responded incredulously. For ordinary cultivators, the higher the realm, the greater the commotion caused by a breakthrough. A silent breakthrough, one that even the individual themselves was unaware of, was something he had never even heard of. Unbeknownst to Buligay, the Origin Mall had long since installed a security system. Not to mention breakthroughs at the transformation stage. Even a breakthrough at the Dao stage would hardly stir any waves here. To witness the phenomenon that Elder Bai experienced during his breakthrough, one would have to step outside the shop. That, of course, I'm not joking. Jiang Xingjun replied earnestly. How could he be unaware of his own realm? Previously, while they were in the trial tower, they had completely missed Jiang Xingjun's breakthrough. Yao Zian interjected at the opportune moment. You were all occupied with the trial tower. The three of them exchanged glances, a moment of realization dawning upon them. After greeting Luo Chuan, they exited the Origin Mall. Before long, Gu Yunqi and Jiang Wanchang's gaming time also came to an end. After bidding farewell, they hurriedly returned to Zhu Xian. Yunqi, Wanchang, why have you two been out for so long every day? Murong Haidang inquired, a hint of confusion in her tone. That it wasn't that she was overly concerned. The current Juyo city was a mix of fish and dragons, and the identities of these students were extraordinarily esteemed. If something were to happen, she couldn't bear the responsibility. Chapter 111. Ing Wuji's visit. Upon hearing Murong Haitang's words, Gu Yunqi and Jiang Wanchang immediately halted their steps. They exchanged glances, silently communicating their thoughts. Teacher Haidang, we were simply out for a bit of fun, Gu Yunqi replied with a sincere smile. Exactly. We were curious about Juyo City, so we wanted to explore a bit more, Jiang Wanchang added. Both of them tacitly refrained from mentioning the Origin Mall, that IT would be absurd. With only 10 machines in the shop, what would happen if too many people showed up? Murong Haiding nodded, not delving further into the matter. She remarked, as long as you're just exploring, that's fine, but do take care of your safety. Juyo City is not what it used to be. Her tone was laced with a sense of nostalgia. Murong Haiding felt that even as a pinnacle figure in the Dao realm, she felt somewhat constrained in Juyo City. After all, so many significant events had transpired recently. Who knew how many unparalleled experts were lurking in the shadows? Upon hearing Murong Haitang's words and witnessing her emotional expression, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchang couldn't help but find it amusing. They were already aware that the recent events in Juyo City were solely due to the proprietor's actions. Truth be told, it was quite delightful to possess knowledge that others remained oblivious to. Ahem. Understood. Teacher Haidang. Gu Yunxi obediently responded to be by the way, whereas Teacher Ing Wuji, Jiang Wanchang noticed something unusual and curiously inquired. Given that Ing Wuji typically resided in Ziyuxian, and considering his character, he would not be one to waste time idly strolling about in the eyes of these students. Ing Wuji was undoubtedly a fervent cultivator. Murong Haidang replied, he has gone out for some personal matters that The two exchanged knowing nods before retreating to their respective chambers, where they began to assimilate the combat experiences acquired within the trial tower. Such experiences, only when thoroughly grasped, would lead to a substantial enhancement of their prowess. Alas, one couldn't help but wonder how Ing Wuji was faring. Such a lengthy period had elapsed. After their departure, Murong Haidang sighed, softly muttering to herself in exasperation. Her sentiments towards Ing Wuji were predominantly those of concern for a colleague. When Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao returned to the Imperial City, they immediately spotted Ing Wuji standing at the main gate. His unique aura, emblematic of the pinnacle of the Tao of Inquiry, was unmistakably prominent, rendering it impossible to overlook, especially for formidable figures like Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao. Did I ask this truly Ing Wuji of Lingyun Academy? Ji Wuhui furrowed his brow, puzzled. Last night, when Bai Lao underwent his tribulation, Ing Wuji had been present, though he did not intervene. Both Bai Lao and Ji Wei retained a vivid memory of him, a powerful figure at the pinnacle of the Tao of Inquiry. A mentor at Lingyun Academy, both identities impossible to disregard. What brought him here? Bai Lao too was bemused. Your Majesty, upon seeing the two approach, Xia Tianyu bowed alongside a cohort of Imperial Guards that A.S. Bai Lao and Ji Wuhui acknowledged Ing Wuji. The latter, since their arrival, Ing Wuji, have come to pay my respects to Emperor Tianqing. He intoned gravely that Ji Wuhui waved his hand, chuckling. Let us discuss inside. The hospitality of the Tianqing Empire does not adhere to such formalities. Ing Wuji nodded in agreement, following the two into the Imperial City. Chapter 112. Exquisite Tea. On their way, Ji Wuhui could not contain his curiosity. Brother Ing, how long have you been standing there? Not long, just over an hour, Ing Wuji replied with an impassive expression. The Ji Wuhui and Bai Lao exchanged glances, the former clearing his throat to mask his embarrassment, internally chastising Xia Tianyu for allowing a master at the pinnacle of the Tao of Inquiry to stand at the gate for over 2 hours. What an astonishing oversight. Brother Ing, I sincerely apologize for the inadequate reception. Please forgive me. Ji Wuhui earnestly expressed that in no offense taken. Ing Wuji shook his head, his temperament not inclined to dwell on such matters. Soon, the trio arrived at the Grand Hall, where Ji Wuhui conducted his affairs, attended by maidservants who presented them with tea. Brother Ing, this is the 7-colored Moonfall tea from the Juyo mountain range, brewed with the essence of Vitality's spring water. The Dio, take a sip. Ji Wuhui smiled. In the realm of Tianlan, spiritual medicines are categorized by rank, akin to the classification of spiritual artifacts: earthly, mysterious, profound, holy, imperial, and celestial. The 7-colored Moonfall tea is a heavenly grade tea, a specialty of the Juyo mountain range. Known for its significant benefits to mental acuity, Ing Wuji nodded and drained the cup in one gulp, then, with an impassive demeanor, remarked, excellent tea. Could you feign a bit more enthusiasm? Ji Wuhui felt at a loss for words. His lips twitching slightly, such a manner of consumption seemed a gross waste. Even he would not dare to treat such precious tea so cavalierly, devoid of any semblance of savoring it. Fortunately, after his previous experience with Vitality spring water-infused noodles at the shop, Ji Wuhui had come to regard the worth of Vitality's spring water with less reverence. After exchanging pleasantries, Ing Wuji grew somewhat impatient. His nature was simply such that in truth, I have come with a request for you. Bai Lao, Ing Wuji stated earnestly. Bai Lao appeared surprised, not expecting to be sought after. Feel free to share, Brother Ing. I shall see if this old man can accommodate your request, Bai Lao replied with a genial smile. Ing Wuji nodded and got straight to the point. I wish to learn how you replenish your vitality. Upon uttering these words, the hall fell into a profound silence, observing the two men lost in contemplation. Ing Wuji paused before continuing. To be candid, due to the nature of my own cultivation method, my body has suffered significant vitality depletion. The means to replenish vitality are of paramount importance to me, and I am willing to offer a substantial price in exchange. To Ing Wuji's astonishment, Bai Lao merely coughed lightly, smiling gently as he said, There is nothing to conceal regarding this matter. I shall tell you directly. From their previous encounters at the shop, it was evident that the proprietor did not mind the number of patrons, a stark contrast to their prior assumptions. Moreover, the news of the Origin Mall would inevitably spread throughout Juyou City and even across Tianlan. By divulging this information to Ing Wuji, Bai Lao could secure a favor from a master at the pinnacle of the Tao of Inquiry, an endeavor with no risk and great reward. Ing Wuji found it difficult to believe that Bai Lao would make such a decision so readily. Furrowing his brow, he sensed that the situation was not as straightforward as it appeared. Is it truly acceptable to share such vital information so casually? He inquired, aware that nothing in this world comes without a cost. Bai Lao shook his head, chuckling. It is merely a piece of information. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, consider it a favor owed to me. Chapter 113. Their speculations. Ing Wuji nodded in acquiescence to this request that a favor owed is often the most challenging to repay, especially when it pertains to a master of the Tao of Inquiry. However, in comparison to the means of replenishing vitality, he would gladly accept even 10 such favors. Bai Lao then proceeded to unveil the details regarding the Origin Mall. To be candid, upon hearing Bai Lao's account, Ing Wuji was initially skeptical. Any entity capable of replenishing vitality would be treated as a treasure by any fortunate cultivator who came across it, either hoarded or utilized immediately. The notion of openly selling it for a mere 100,000 spirit crystals seemed the epitome of recklessness. Yet, given the prior events surrounding Bai Lao, there was a high probability that this information was indeed accurate. Ing Wuji could not fathom that Bai Lao would take it upon himself to deceive him. By the way, Bai Lao suddenly recalled, the exquisite elixir at the shop is sold for 1 bottle every 7 days. Today marks the 3rd day since my purchase. Ing Wuji nodded in acknowledgement. After conversing for a while longer, he took his leave from the Imperial City. Bai Lao, are you certain there are no repercussions in disseminating the news of the Origin Mall? Ji Wuhui inquired, seemingly directed at Bai Lao, yet also expressing his own musings as he observed Ing Wuji's departing figure. Your Majesty, the news regarding the proprietor's shop will inevitably spread, Bai Lao replied with a smile. And to exchange such intelligence for a favor from a master at the pinnacle of the Tao of Inquiry is an opportunity that bears no loss. It appeared that the so-called proprietor of the Origin Mall was no ordinary individual. On his way back, Ing Wuji continued to contemplate the revelations shared by Bai Lao, but he was no fool. Bai Lao had not disclosed Luo Chuan's identity while discussing the Origin Mall. However, piecing together the events that transpired in Juyou City, Ing Wuji had surmised the truth of the matter. The enigmatic proprietor of the shop was likely the hidden master orchestrating these recent occurrences. Lost in thought, Ing Wuji unknowingly arrived back at Ziyuxian. You have returned. What was the outcome? Murong Haidang inquired eagerly upon seeing him. Alas, Ing Wuji's perpetually stoic countenance betrayed nothing that he nodded, stating, Bai Lao has informed me how to replenish my vitality. Murong Haidang let out a sigh of relief. So, it seems there is hope for replenishing your vitality. Curiosity piqued, she hesitated slightly before asking, if it's not too much trouble, could you share the details with me? Ing Wuji replied, Bai Lao mentioned that there is a shop in Juyou City that sells an elixir capable of replenishing vitality. After a moment's pause, he added, it costs 100,000 spirit crystals per bottle. Murong Haitang's eyes widened in disbelief. Upon hearing Ing Wuji's words, she instinctively felt he was jesting. However, she quickly dismissed that notion, knowing Ing Wuji was not one to joke. Yet uncertainty lingered as she asked, You are truly not jesting, are you? Ing Wuji affirmed, This is what Bai Lao and the Emperor have relayed to me. They would not deceive me. When do you intend to visit this shop? Murong Haidang inquired further. Perhaps tomorrow morning. Ing Wuji contemplated that I have my suspicions that the proprietor of that shop may be the individual behind the recent happenings in Juyou City. So I decided to investigate further. Ing Wuji then shared his conjecture with Murong Haidang. After listening to his account, she fell into deep contemplation that if this were indeed the case, then the mysterious master must be plotting something. And as for what that something might be, surely it was the impending unveiling of the ancient relics. However, can it be that even the divine object that revitalizes life can be extracted? Are there truly items of worth within the ancient ruins that would catch his eye? Or is it merely that all his actions are intended to create chaos among the myriad forces drawn here? Chapter 114. The proprietor has long seen through everything. Ultimately, Murong Haidang could not deduce the reasoning behind it. How about I accompany you tomorrow? Murong Haitang's eyes sparkled with excitement. To be honest, she was quite intrigued by the shop opened by that formidable individual. Since it is a shop, it surely does not merely sell the exquisite nectar. I wonder if the other goods are equally precious as the nectar. Certainly. Ing Wuji agreed. Before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Wei Qingzhu and her companion strolled through the streets of Juyou City. All three were strikingly beautiful, drawing the gaze of many passers-by. It is truly unexpected that even the outskirts of the Juyou mountain range have become so perilous. If it weren't for the spicy strips and cola from the proprietor's shop, we might not have returned. Song Qiuying could not help but exclaim, a hint of lingering fear in her eyes. The trio had not visited the Origin Mall in recent days due to hunting demon beasts in the Juyou mountain range. After all, the prices at Luochuan's shop are not exactly modest. Without diligently earning spirit crystals, they might not even afford a cola. Wei Qingzhu smiled. Returning safely is worth more than anything. Speaking of which, I wonder if the proprietor has any new items in the shop after all this time. Song Qiuying chuckled. Hearing you say that makes my mouth water, that I miss the cola and spicy strips from the proprietor's shop. As they chatted and laughed, the three entered the narrow alley leading to the Origin Mall. Before their eyes lay a familiar scene. The proprietor lounged in a chair at the entrance, basking in the sun. Observing this, their spirits lifted, as if everything here was imbued with tranquility. Good afternoon, proprietor. The three greeted. It has been a while since we last came. Luochuan opened his eyes, his voice as calm as ever. What can be done? Wei Qingzhu shrugged. The items in your shop are simply too expensive. Without earning spirit crystals, it is indeed unaffordable. Indeed, proprietor, look at how pitiful we are. Could we perhaps receive a discount on our purchases? Song Qiuying's face was alight with a most pitiable expression. Unfortunately, this tactic was ineffective against Luochuan. No, Luochuan unequivocally rejected without a moment's hesitation. It seems the only reason you converse with me is for the wares in my shop. Alas, this proprietor has long seen through it all. Song Qiuying sighed in resignation. Although she anticipated this outcome, the proprietor's complete lack of hesitation sparked a twinge of self-doubt within her. Could it be that my charm is insufficient? After bidding farewell to Luochuan, the trio entered the shop. Welcome. Yan Zian, who stood behind the counter, smiled warmly. It has been a while since we last met. The moment Wei Qingzhu and her companions entered, they were captivated by the significant changes within the shop. Zian, what are all these items? Wei Qingzhu inquired, curiosity piqued. Ye and Zian provided a brief introduction, and it was no surprise that shock adorned their faces upon hearing the details. Instant noodles that enhance cultivation speed, games that elevate one's prowess. Indeed, these are the hallmark of the proprietor. Lin Wanshuang could not help but exclaim. Wei Qingzhu and Song Qiuying nodded in agreement. Wei Qingzhu, you are also here? A hearty laugh echoed as Zhou Hu and his companions entered the shop. Oh, Zhou Hu? Wei Qingzhu was taken aback. You all have come here as well. Zhou Hu chuckled. Naturally. If it weren't for your earlier words, I would still be unaware that the proprietor has a shop in Juyou City. Those foolish individuals who do not believe you are truly missing out on the treasures in the proprietor's shop. Chapter 115. The initial signs of turmoil for these mercenary squads. A competitive relationship exists among them. The existence of such a miraculous place as the Origin Mall, known only to their two squads, means they can seize the advantage before the news spreads to others. Wei Qingzhu smiled. The earlier revelation about the Origin Mall was entirely at the proprietor's behest. However, it was beyond her control that only Zhou Hu and his companions believed her, that I noticed earlier that you all must have just returned to Jiao City. Right? Zhou Hu remarked with a grin. Wei Qingzhu nodded. We managed to find a shadow leopard. That fellow was quite formidable, but its escape skills were top-notch, and it took us several days to finally subdue it. The shadow leopard is a unique demon beast within the Jiao mountain range, typically possessing strength around the 5th tier of creation upon maturity. However, a fully grown shadow leopard is valued comparably to some of the slightly weaker demon beasts of the return to origin stage. This is due to its unique talent, allowing it to merge with shadows, making it exceptionally elusive. The fur of a shadow leopard can partially inherit this ability, enabling ordinary cultivators to conceal their presence significantly while wearing garments made from its hide. You all are indeed fortunate to have encountered a shadow leopard, Zhou Hu remarked with a sigh. The value of a single shadow leopard is at least several thousand spirit crystals. Captain Zhou is jesting. Wei Qingzhu replied with a smile, that I heard you all took on a mission. How did it go? Alas, do not mention it. Zhou Hu waved his hand, a look of helplessness on his face. Recently, the demon beasts in the Jiao mountain range seem to have gone mad, all flocking to the outskirts. Just as our convoy entered the mountain range, we were ambushed by a pack of violet crystal demon wolves. Had it not been for our luck in bringing along the proprietor's cola and spicy strips, we might not have made it back at all. The other four shared expressions of apprehension. Upon hearing Zhou Hu's words, Wei Qingzhu and her companions furrowed their brows. Could it be that something truly significant has occurred within the Jiao mountain range? Only those formidable forces or powerful cultivators are privy to the awakening of the ancient ruins. Scatterers like Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu remain oblivious to such matters. They could only infer the situation based on the changes in Jiao City and the abnormalities in the Jiao mountain range. Recently, it is best to avoid the Jiao mountain range. Yan Xian's voice resonated in their ears. Upon hearing her words, their eyes brightened. Given her strength, which they regarded as pinnacle among cultivators, she surely possessed knowledge of these matters. Xian, what exactly has transpired? Wei Qingzhu asked with curiosity. Yan Xian shook her head. For those of your strength, knowing would be of no use. It is not something you can interfere with. Among the two mercenary squads, even the strongest is merely at the pinnacle of creation, Zhou Hu. When the ancient ruins awaken, even cultivators at the return to origin stage become mere fodder, that I see. The others nodded in understanding. Since Xian has said so, it must indeed be a grave matter. For the sake of their own safety, it would be best to remain steadily within Jiao City for the time being. Engaging in games at the proprietor's shop while enhancing their cultivation sounds far more appealing. Subsequently, each of them grabbed a bucket of instant noodles and ascended the trial tower to it was their first time playing. Wei Qingzhu and her companions needed to register their accounts first. Chapter 116. A new task. The items in the proprietor's shop remain as exorbitant as ever, observing her considerably diminished purse. Wei Qingzhu could not help but exclaim that in such a brief span, they had spent nearly 700 spirit crystals. Although the items in the proprietor's shop are pricey, they are indeed worth every spirit crystal. Zhou Hu laughed. Indeed, the others nodded in agreement. After finishing their instant noodles and feeling the surge of nearly 10 times the spirit energy within them, the group donned their helmets and entered the trial tower. Upon entering, Wei Qingzhu and her companions were astonished. Had they not been forewarned, they might have believed they had stepped into a real world. Oh, it seems the starting space has changed. Zhou Hu's voice rang out in surprise. Yes, an arena mode has been added, allowing players to engage in combat within it, Yan Xian explained. You can find more specific information in the starting space. Before long, exclamations of realization and bemusement filled the air. Both modes have a mechanism for collecting spirit crystals. Truly, this bears the hallmark of the proprietor. Zhou Hu's group had engaged in both the challenge and arena modes that in reality, Zhou Hu's strength indeed overshadowed his teammates. However, in the arena, the default condition forces both parties to operate at the level of the weaker individual. Hence, all four sought to challenge their captain, Zhou Hu. Naturally, only one could challenge at a time. While the other two entered the challenge mode, Wei Qingzhu and her companions also opted for the challenge mode. Task issued. Achieve a turnover of 1 million spirit crystals. Remaining time, 50 days. Reward, one chance for a lottery. That a voice suddenly echoed in Luochuan's mind. A task. System, you have been silent for so long. I thought you had forgotten to issue tasks. Luo Chuan could not help but grumble in his mind. The system remained silent. This time, the system was in its aloof mode. However, achieving a turnover of 1 million spirit crystals in 50 days is no trivial feat. Now, the Origin Mall has garnered a modest number of repeat customers, with daily sales hovering around 1,000 Lingjing. However, it is evident that at the current pace, completing the task in 50 days is utterly implausible, even if the exquisite Xiongjiang nectar, refreshed every 7 days, were to sell out immediately. It would merely yield a total revenue of 70,000 Lingjing, leaving over 20,000 Lingjing as a deficit. Rarely, a sense of urgency began to stir within Luo Chuan. It appears that establishing the reputation of Origin Mall is of utmost importance. Despite this thought lingering in his mind, for reasons unknown, Luo Chuan felt as though his body was ensnared by a recliner. Thus, an entire afternoon slipped away quietly, and before long, a day had passed. The following morning, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong, as they had done in previous days, finished their breakfast and set out from Ziyu Pavilion, heading towards the Origin Mall. Unbeknownst to them, not long after they left, Murong Haidang and Ning Wuji also departed from Ziyu Pavilion, with their destination being unmistakably clear. The Origin Mall. As Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong stepped into the Origin Mall, Murong Haidang and Ning Wuji arrived at the alley outside. Is this the place? It hardly resembles a shop, Murong Haidang remarked, eyeing the surroundings with a puzzled expression. In such an isolated area, one would hardly expect to find a store. Chapter 117. An awkward encounter within the alley. Ning Wuji ventured deeper, followed closely by Murong Haitong. As anticipated, they soon discovered a shop nestled within the alley. This senior truly has a unique character. To open a shop in such a secluded location, Murong Haidang couldn't help but comment. The Origin Mall is indeed deserving of its name, Ning Wuji mused, gazing at the signboard at the entrance. Subsequently, the two entered the store. Inside, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were preparing to cook instant noodles when they noticed two familiar figures entering. Both parties were momentarily taken aback, exchanging silent glances, creating an atmosphere of palpable awkwardness. A few seconds later, it was Jiang Wanchong and Gu Yunxi who broke the silence first. "Good morning, Teacher Haidang, Teacher Ing," they said in unison. "Pray tell, what brings you both here?" Murong Haidang squinted slightly, a smile playing on her lips. "You must have been here these past few days, I presume." Upon recalling the recent activities of the two, Murong Haidang swiftly deduced the reason for their presence. "You might find it hard to believe, but we stumbled upon the owner's shop quite by accident," Jiang Wanchong explained earnestly. Indeed. Gu Yunxi nodded vigorously. "Welcome to our establishment," a soft voice chimed in as Luo Chuan emerged from behind the counter. "Boss," exclaimed Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong in unison. "This young man is the proprietor of the shop." Upon seeing Luo Chuan, Murong Haidang was immediately taken aback that he appeared so youthful, not at all aligning with her preconceived notion of a master. However, Ning Wuji, standing nearby, did not dwell on this and directly inquired, "I heard from Elder Bai that this shop sells items that can replenish vitality." Luo Chuan, momentarily taken aback, realized that he had been recommended by Elder Bai. He nodded, gesturing towards an empty shelf. "Indeed, we sell Xiongjiang nectar, but unfortunately, it is currently out of stock and will require a few days for replenishment. No matter. I can wait," Ning Wuji replied. "After all these years." "What are a few more days? The shop has other merchandise for you to peruse," Yao Zian added. Yes, Gu Yunxi nodded eagerly. "Since it is your first visit, let me introduce you to our offerings." "Wait a moment. You are from the Beast Clan?" Murong Haidang finally noticed Yao Zian, her surprise evident. With her purple hair and violet eyes, she was quite striking. Yao Zian nodded. "Correct." Murong Haidang felt somewhat speechless. She sensed no trace of spiritual energy emanating from Yao Zian, which indicated that her strength must far surpass her own, at least at the level of a venerable master. It was quite perplexing to see a dignified venerable serving as a shop assistant. Yet this only served to highlight the mystery and prowess of this young proprietor. "Beast Clan? Xianjie, are you not human?" Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were taken aback. Had it not been for Murong Haitong's inquiry, they would not have noticed. Yao Zian shook her head with a smile. Of course not. The two did not dwell too long on this matter, whether Yao Zian was human or the Beast Clan. She was merely an employee in the proprietor's establishment. This moment, Murong Haidang and Ing Wuji also took note of the shop's decor, their evaluations of Luo Chuan rising significantly. Such a lavish establishment could only be managed by someone of exceptional strength. In the ensuing hours, the two guided Murong Haidang and Ing Wuji around the shop. After learning about the effects of the products, it was fair to say that even the mighty Murong Haidang and Ing Wuji were taken aback. Instant noodles that enhance cultivation speed, healing cola, spicy strips that temporarily boost strength. These items would incite a frenzy among cultivators if sold elsewhere. Yet here, the most expensive item was merely 100 lingjing. Now they began to question the purpose of Luo Chuan's shop. IT did not align with their initial assumptions. Such a store could hardly be found without careful searching. Was it possible that he was simply indulging in philanthropy due to an excess of wealth? Chapter 118. A failed endeavor. In the following hours, Murong Haidang and Ing Wuji also experienced the remarkable aspects of the trial tower that a game capable of enhancing cultivation levels had truly reshaped their perspectives. The stronger one was, the more extraordinary the trial tower appeared. They could hardly believe that such a game existed. What sort of formidable being was the proprietor to have created a world within the trial tower? Engaged in challenge mode, as an incredibly realistic giant wolf lunged at them, Murong Haitang's face was a canvas of astonishment. Ing Wuji's sentiments mirrored hers, and he began to truly grasp the meaning of the phrase, "There are always greater heights beyond." Before too long, Bushi and her brother arrived at the shop. Upon noticing the presence of two unfamiliar individuals, they were quite curious. After Yao Zian's explanation and learning the true identities of Murong Haidang and Ing Wuji, they were astonished, but that was the extent of it. In the Origin Mall, one grew accustomed to such surprises. After greeting Luo Chuan and Yao Zian, the two indulged in instant noodles before immersing themselves in the trial tower. Buligay engaged in challenge mode, while Bushi invited Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong to join her in the arena. Jiang Xingjun also entered the shop, embarking on his usual quest. He had been tackling the second level of challenge mode for several days and had resolved to conquer it today. Time slipped away swiftly. 3 hours vanished in an instant as Gu Yunxi removed her helmet. Unable to suppress her exclamation, Jiang Wanchong, Ing Wuji, and Murong Haidang nodded in agreement. The four of them had entered the trial tower simultaneously, and thus their time concluded together. Boss, Gu Yunxi blinked her eyes, gazing at Luo Chuan with an innocent expression. Under such a gaze, Luo Chuan couldn't help but shiver. What is it? He asked, his face a mask of wariness. 3 hours is far too brief. Can we extend the game time in the trial tower? Boss? Gu Yunxi pleaded with a tone of endearment. Indeed, boss. I believe 6 hours would be splendid. Jiang Wanchong Chandian that it must be said, being besieged by two beautiful maidens in such a manner was indeed quite disarming. Unfortunately for them, Luo Chuan had grown somewhat immune to such charm, having been accustomed to the ethereal presence of Yao Zian. He shook his head, resolutely refusing. Absolutely not, boss. We can pay more. Indeed, boss. We can offer 10 times the price. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong, both affluent, readily offered their lingjing. Luo Chuan remained unmoved. Was he the type to alter the rules for the sake of money? Observing Luo Chuan's demeanor, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged glances, each reflecting a sense of helplessness. The attempt to entice the proprietor had clearly failed. Meanwhile, Murong Haidang pondered for a moment before asking, Boss, I have a request. Luo Chuan, speak. Could you allow my students to join in the games here as well? Murong Haidang inquired a bit anxiously. After experiencing a substantial increase in her cultivation level over 3 hours in the trial tower, she instinctively thought of her students, a testament to her dedication as a mentor. Luo Chuan's heart leaped with joy that he had been worried about the insufficient number of customers in the shop and the impossibility of completing the system's tasks. Murong Haidang had essentially delivered the perfect solution to his dilemma. Chapter 119. Nothing shall deter me from breakfast. Luo Chuan nodded. At Origin Mall, all are welcome. The implication was unmistakable. Murong Haitang's expression brightened. Thank you, boss. After hearing those words, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong sighed inwardly. It appeared that the tranquil days at the Origin Mall were destined to fade into oblivion. However, they understood that this was an inevitability. Nonetheless, a sense of discomfort lingered in their hearts. After bidding farewell to Luo Chuan, the four departed from the Origin Mall. Soon, the gaming session for Bushi and Jiang Xingjun came to a close. In the afternoon, the two mercenary teams, led by Zhou Hu and Wei Qingzhu, Arrived at the mall to embark on their daily grind at the trial tower, in the blink of an eye, a day slipped by unnoticed. The next morning, Luo Chuan rose from his slumber. Washed up, and as per his daily routine, descended to the ground floor, opened the shop door, and prepared to procure breakfast. The morning sunlight shone brilliantly, causing him to squint slightly. Once his eyes adjusted, he was taken aback by the scene outside. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were already waiting there. "Good morning, boss," the two girls greeted Luo Chuan with smiles. "What brings you here so early?" Luo Chuan inquired, somewhat puzzled. Typically, the two would arrive at the Origin Mall around 8 or 9 o'clock. Yet it was only around 7 in the morning now to Gu Yunxi sighed. "If we don't come early, there won't be any space left. Teacher Haidang is bringing a group of students, a full dozen or so. So we needed to secure a spot." Jiang Wanchong's eyes lit up as she pondered, "Boss, could you possibly increase the number of seats at the trial tower? Don't you think 10 is rather insufficient?" Luo Chuan appeared contemplative that a side quest was issued. Achieve a revenue of 10,000 spirit crystals at the trial tower. Reward: increase the seating capacity from 10 to 20. Another side quest was issued. Reach a total player count of 30 at the trial tower. Reward: a new mode for the trial tower. That opportune moment, the system's voice resonated in Luo Chuan's mind. It seemed that the previous task regarding a total revenue of 100,000 spirit crystals was indeed the main quest. "We will certainly increase the seating capacity," Luo Chuan remarked. "Really? That's wonderful." Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong's faces brightened. "However, it's still not time for business. We should wait a bit longer. I need to go have breakfast," Luo Chuan declared before departing the alley. Nothing is more important than breakfast. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were fortunate enough to enjoy a taste of the same treatment as the Emperor of Stars. Yet both of their moods were somewhat dampened. "Boss, did he really just leave like that?" Gu Yunxi murmured in disbelief, staring at Luo Chuan's receding figure. "That he left to have breakfast," Jiang Wanchong echoed, equally incredulous. "The boss actually walked away, leaving behind 2 beautiful girls just for breakfast. Can you believe it? I feel like arriving here so early was a mistake." Gu Yunxi inhaled deeply, her disappointment palpable. They had even skipped breakfast to arrive early at the Origin Mall. A rumbling sound emanated from their stomachs. "Shall we also go for breakfast?" Jiang Wanchong suggested after a moment's thought. "Perhaps not," Gu Yunxi sighed in resignation. "What if the boss and teacher arrive while we're eating? There certainly won't be any space left then." Jiang Wanchong nodded in agreement, understanding the rationale. Due to their lack of breakfast, both Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were not inclined to converse. They stood silently at the entrance of the Origin Mall, relishing the gentle morning breeze. Chapter 120. The boss's refreshingly unique entrance teacher. Is that shop truly as extraordinary as you claim? A game that can enhance one's cultivation sounds rather exceptional. I've heard the other products there are quite remarkable as well. I wonder if that's true, Mu Rong Haidang remarked as she walked down the street, flanked by 4 students from Lingyun Academy. 2 boys and 2 girls, all radiating youthful exuberance, named Han Yang, Xiao Cheng, Mu Yuruo, and Su Tianxian. Their status was not much different from Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong, and they all bore expressions of excitement that Mu Rong Haidang had mentioned that she would take them to a wondrous shop. But she only briefly introduced the Origin Mall, refraining from divulging too much information. After all, the boss was shrouded in mystery, and it would not benefit the students to know too much. Most students from Lingyun Academy hail from noble backgrounds and were not particularly intrigued by Mu Rong Haitang's enigmatic shop. Some even scoffed at the notion that it's just a small Juyao city. What could possibly be so miraculous? They thought, dismissing the idea. They would rather indulge in entertainment than waste time on such trivialities. Ultimately, only these 4 chose to follow Mu Rong Haitang. The others were not compelled to join. The opportunity was presented, and it was up to them to seize it. As for Ing Wujing, he opted not to accompany them, showing little interest in the trial tower. Only the rare Cheongjiang liquid piqued his curiosity. As they chatted and laughed, they soon arrived at the alley leading to the Origin Mall. "Yunxi, Wanchong, why haven't you gone inside?" Mu Rong Haidang inquired, a hint of confusion in her voice as she spotted the 2 waiting at the entrance. The other 4 shared her bewilderment upon seeing Mu Rong Haidang approach with her students. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong felt a wave of resentment wash over them, that it's all the boss's fault. He said it wasn't time to open the shop yet, and made us wait here. Gu Yunxi stated flatly. "And where is the boss?" Mu Yuruo asked. "Off to have breakfast," Jiang Wanchong replied with a deadpan expression. The group collectively gasped, "So, you're just waiting here?" Mu Rong Haidang found the situation amusing yet exasperating. The boss of the Origin Mall truly had a unique style, taking his breakfast while leaving two beautiful girls waiting at the entrance. Quite fitting for a boss that Jiyu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong responded with mechanical nods. "Let's wait a bit longer. The boss should be back shortly," Mu Rong Haidang said. Unsure of how to comfort the two before her words could fade, a terrifying energy wave suddenly surged through the alley. Mu Rong Haitang's expression changed dramatically. "Be careful. Everyone, step back." The group gasped in alarm, hastily retreating. Even though their strength was merely at the soul realm, they could sense the overwhelming power emanating from the energy. It was beyond their capacity to withstand. As the group stood in shock, the space before them shattered like glass, forming a pitch-black passageway. Then, a figure emerged from within. As Luo Chuan stepped through the spatial rift, he was met with the startled gazes of the 7 individuals. "What are you all doing?" Luo Chuan inquired, his brow slightly furrowed in confusion. "It's the boss," Mu Rong Haidang exclaimed in relief upon recognizing him. "So, this is the owner of the Origin Mall. He looks incredibly young, hardly older than us. Yet to be able to tear through space, his strength must be at least at the path-seeking realm." Chapter 121. Ways to unlock more modes. The students, hailing from noble lineages, were well acquainted with the extraordinary. The fact that Luo Chuan could calmly step out from a spatial passage indicated that he was indeed formidable. "Boss, you're back," Gu Yunxi said wearily. "Do you have any idea how long we've been waiting here?" Jiang Wanchong couldn't help but roll her eyes at 23 minutes and 32 seconds. Luo Chuan replied, ignoring the speechless looks from the 7. He opened the shop door. With the security mechanisms bolstered by the system, not even a sage could breach the Origin Mall without his permission. Subsequently, everyone entered the Origin Mall. Yao Zian had been waiting behind the counter, and her eyes lit up upon seeing Luo Chuan return. With an impassive expression, Luo Chuan handed the breakfast he had brought to Yao Zian, while a perplexing thought crossed his mind. Why did he feel more like a shop employee? It seemed imperative for Yao Zian to learn cooking soon. He couldn't be dining out every day. Wouldn't that render the shop's kitchen a mere decoration? Besides, he had initially intended for her to handle the cooking when he recruited her. As Luo Chuan regarded Yao Zian, he made a mental note. For reasons unknown, Yao Zian, who was thoroughly enjoying her delicious breakfast, suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. She frowned and glanced around, finding nothing amiss, before returning to savor her meal. "Welcome. I am Yao Zian, the shop assistant at the Origin Mall. If you have any inquiries, please feel free to approach me," she greeted the new arrivals while munching on her food. The newly arrived 4 were wary and respectful, having been informed of Yao Zian's identity by Mu Rong Haidang. Though she appeared ordinary at first glance, they knew better than to be deceived by appearances. Underestimating a member of the Bee Sovereign clan could lead to dire consequences. "Hello, Sister Zian." 4 distinct greetings resonated in unison. Yao Zian smiled and nodded. Polite children leave a favorable impression. "Come, allow me to introduce you to the Origin Mall," Gu Yunxi said with a smile. Upon entering the Origin Mall, she regained her former vivacity, directly taking over the tasks originally assigned to Yao Zian. Yao Zian did not mind, even relishing the leisure. Indeed. Jiang Wanchong nodded repeatedly. "You have no idea how extraordinary the products in our boss's store are." Subsequently, the 2 eagerly led the 4 to the shelves. Observing their animated chatter, Mu Rong Haidang chuckled and shook her head. She turned to Luo Chuan and asked, "Boss, you don't mind, do you?" Luo Chuan nodded. It's rather nice to have some liveliness in the store. After a moment's contemplation, he casually chose a spot to sit and entered the challenge mode of the trial tower. Although he had been somewhat inconsistent in his efforts lately, he had now reached the 3rd layer of the trial tower's normal mode. This progress could be deemed exceptional among the patrons of the Origin Mall. Even Yao Zian had only reached the 3rd layer. The mere fact of this highlighted the terrifying potential of Luo Chuan's abilities. Back on Earth, he could effortlessly ascend to the pinnacle levels of any online game he tried. The Trial Tower was merely regarded by Luo Chuan as a somewhat unique game, but he had previously inquired with the system regarding the methods to unlock the subsequent 4 modes. According to the system's response, one could only access the hard mode by conquering the normal mode of their current realm. Each layer corresponds to a significant realm, which means this rule is somewhat unfriendly to players of higher caliber. The following 3 modes correspondingly follow this principle. Currently, The highest layer achieved by players in the Trial Tower was merely the third layer. Chapter 122. The third layer of the Trial Tower in the challenge mode of the Trial Tower. Each layer features a unique map and adversaries. The first layer's map is a grassland, with opponents being the peak-level Crystal Magic Wolves. The second layer's map is a forest, where one faces the pinnacle-level Golden Crown Serpents. The third layer features a canyon filled with peculiar rock formations, with the adversary being the Shadow Leopard, renowned for its stealth. With his strength having ascended to the peak of creation, Luo Chuan now possessed similar prowess. Although he had surpassed his original capabilities, he wielded his power with complete ease, as though it were second nature. Standing there, he appeared utterly relaxed, while his senses were attuned to the surroundings. Suddenly, a sound akin to air being torn asunder echoed. From what had seemed an empty space beside Luo Chuan, a slender-bodied leopard lunged toward him. Its fur bore an eerie quality, seemingly capable of reflecting light. This was the unique ability of the Shadow Leopard, allowing it to conceal its form. In the face of the assault, Luo Chuan exhibited an uncanny foresight, swiftly retreating a step just in time to evade the attack. Simultaneously, he slashed with his dagger, sending a gleam of cold light toward the Shadow Leopard. The leopard, agile and dexterous, twisted its body at an almost impossible angle mid-air, narrowly evading Luo Chuan's strike. However, at the very moment Luo Chuan made his move, the air behind him began to distort, and another Shadow Leopard, having hidden there, launched its assault. Luo Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and astonishingly, he chose to endure the attack without flinching. With a swift motion, his dagger sliced across the second leopard's face, producing a vivid spray of crimson blood. A piercing howl echoed as a wound marred the leopard's visage, effectively blinding it. Luo Chuan couldn't help but grimace. 3 gruesome gashes adorned his right arm, blood flowing forth like a stream. Despite his valiant efforts to evade in a critical moment, one of his arms had been rendered useless. Though he had not been eliminated outright, it could be considered a silver lining. With one Shadow Leopard's vision compromised, its combat effectiveness had diminished to less than half. Yet, another Shadow Leopard remained at full strength. Meanwhile, Luo Chuan's own combat capability had decreased significantly due to his injury. After several exchanges with the 2 Shadow Leopards, the outcome was as expected. Luo Chuan fell, but not before he had slain one of the leopards in a final act of defiance. "Today I'm not feeling my best, so I want to continue," Luo Chuan remarked, removing his helmet. However, upon noticing the circle of onlookers surrounding him, he was taken aback. "What are you all gathering around for?" he inquired, raising an eyebrow, his tone nonchalant. "Boss, why haven't I seen the magical beast you're fighting before?" Gu Yunqi asked, her curiosity piqued. "Indeed, boss. Which layer are you currently on?" Jiang Wanchong followed up. "Third layer," Luo Chuan replied. Whoa! Stars appeared in their eyes. They had only just reached the second layer, battling the Golden Crown Serpent. What are you all talking about?" Muyu Ro asked softly. The Trial Towers game features various layers in challenge mode. The higher you go, the more difficult it becomes, Murong Haidang explained. "Teacher Haidang, which layer have you reached?" Su Tianxian inquired. Han Yang and Xiao Qing also looked on with curiosity. Murong Haidang smiled. "I just arrived here yesterday, so I've only completed the first layer." Chapter 123. Daily Life in the Origin Mall with Your Strength. "Teacher, you haven't cleared the first layer in a day." The students expressed their astonishment. After all, Murong Haidang was a peak-level master in the path of cultivation. The Trial Tower is no simple feat, Murong Haidang chuckled. "All right, let's grab some instant noodles, and then we can dive back into the game." Gu Yunqi suggested, agreed. They all concurred. Soon, they lined up at the hot water dispenser, each clutching a cup of instant noodles. Upon discovering that the water in the dispenser was actually spring water, Muyu Ro and her companions were utterly astonished. However, once they entered the Trial Tower, their astonishment reached new heights. Donning their helmets and stepping into the world of the Trial Tower, they almost believed they had entered a genuine realm. Yet, the adaptability of youth proved strong. And soon they were immersed in the thrill of battling through the challenges. It is worth noting that at Lingyun Academy, opportunities to face life and death battles were exceedingly rare, let alone against ferocious magical beasts. Not long after, Bushi and her brother arrived at the Origin Mall. "Why are there so many guests today?" Bushi exclaimed in surprise. With 7 members from Lingyun Academy, the 10 available seats in the Origin Mall were nearly filled. To ensure there would be space for customers, Yao Zian refrained from entering the trial tower, as she explained to them. The two nodded in understanding. Contemplating something, Bu Ligay sighed. Alas, the number of customers in the boss's store is increasing. If we come late, we might not find a seat. Indeed, Bu, she agreed, adding with a smile, I feel like the rule of each person only being able to play for 3 hours is rather good. At least it allows more people to enjoy the game. Luo Chuan overheard their conversation and interjected, Rest assured, we will be adding more machines to the store soon. Really? That would be fantastic. Bu Ligay and Bu Shi beamed with delight. After finishing their instant noodles, the two entered the trial tower to embark on their daily challenges. The battles within the trial tower were undeniably captivating. The sheer exhilaration of combat, without the constraints of reality, was an experience nearly impossible to replicate. After all, how many practitioners would risk their lives merely to gain combat experience? Why do practitioners cultivate? ISNT it ultimately for the sake of better survival. Good morning, boss. Good morning, Zian. Before long, Jiang Xingjun arrived at the Origin Mall. Wow, so many new guests, Jiang Xingjun remarked, surprised. Yao Zian explained the situation to him. Jiang Xingjun nodded, a smile gracing his handsome features. It seems my luck is quite good. There is still one spot left. He promptly took a seat at the last available machine and entered the trial tower, having already set his sights on conquering the first layer today. This was a contest between him and Bu Ligay. As all the customers engaged in battle within the trial tower, the Origin Mall returned to tranquility. Luo Chuan reclined in a chair at the entrance, as he always did. Inside the store, Yao Zian rested her chin on her hand behind the counter. Her gaze unfocused, seemingly lost in thought. Luo Chuan withdrew his gaze and squinted slightly that a new day had begun. Chapter 124. You should learn to cook. As the 3-hour session concluded, Murong Haideng bade farewell and led her students back to Ziyuxian. Was that shop truly as amazing as teacher Haideng described? One student inquired with a smile. Yu Ro and her companions nodded vigorously. Of course, how could teacher Haideng possibly deceive us? Then the 4 individuals began to animatedly recount the tales of the Origin Mall to their classmates, embellishing their stories with vibrant details. Despite the esteemed status of the students, they listened with wide-eyed astonishment. Items such as cola, spicy strips, instant noodles, and exquisite elixirs were all unfamiliar to them. Yet astonishingly, their effects rivaled those of high-grade medicinal pills. Most remarkably, there were immersive games that not only entertained, but also enhanced one's cultivation. At that moment, numerous individuals felt a pang of regret for not having accompanied Murong Haideng to the shop named Origin Mall earlier that day. After sharing their experiences with the students, the 4 returned to their respective rooms to process the insights gained from their battles in the trial tower, the Jiyu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong, both in a somewhat disheartened mood. Felt as though a secret they cherished had been divulged. Upon returning, they immediately retreated into their rooms. Tomorrow, they resolved, they would certainly accompany teacher Murong Haideng to the intriguing Origin Mall. Many students exchanged furtive glances, each silently making their own decisions. The reason they had not ventured to the Origin Mall that afternoon was quite simple. They had been unaware of its location, that in the afternoon, Wei Qingzhu and Zhou Hu, 2 mercenary teams, arrived at the Origin Mall one after another. When it came to the matters concerning the mall, they chose to remain tight-lipped. Having already disseminated the information previously, they were unconcerned about the lack of visitors. Their current mindset was simply to quietly amass their fortunes, the day as business hours came to a close, after dining at Fengxian Tower and returning to the Origin Mall through the spatial passage. Luo Chuan called out to the ready-to-game Yao Zian. Boss, is there something on your mind? Yao Zian asked, somewhat puzzled. This was the first time she had witnessed Luo Chuan so solemn, to be honest. A hint of nervousness flickered within her. Luo Chuan, gazing into Yao Zian's violet eyes, earnestly stated, Zian, you should learn how to cook. Eh? Yao Zian was taken aback. Luo Chuan elaborated, dining out all the time feels a bit off. And besides, the shop has a kitchen that's sitting idle. Another reason was that Luo Chuan longed for the flavors of earth. Instant noodles did not count. Yao Zian's expression wavered, but she ultimately acquiesced. As a staff member of the Origin Mall, it is only reasonable that I alleviate the boss's troubles, that I shall take care of every meal from now on. Simultaneously, a sigh echoed in her heart. Farewell to a life of leisure. Can you cook? Luo Chuan inquired. Yao Zian hesitated, then flashed a somewhat shy smile. I can manage a little, but it pales in comparison to what they serve at Fengxian Tower. Luo Chuan nodded. You can always learn. System provides some cooking tutorials that he mentally summoned the system. Please note, this system is a shopkeeper system, not a gourmet system. The system's stern voice echoed in Luo Chuan's mind. That IT sounded familiar, reminiscent of the night he saved Yao Zian. Ah, I understand, Luo Chuan replied dismissively, but I trust that such a simple task is within your capabilities, right? Chapter 125. A wave of students approaches over time. Luo Chuan had discerned that the system possessed a tsundere personality, somewhat yielding to gentler approaches. This system boasts an endless array of products, including culinary tutorials, the system declared, its tone tinged with pride. The cooking tutorials have been dispatched to the holographic devices. Please check your devices. The system stated before retreating into silence. You can learn from the beginner tutorials available in the devices. Luo Chuan gestured towards the row of holographic equipment. Yao Zian, surprised, initially thought those devices were solely for the trial tower, unaware they had additional functionalities. Curiously, she donned a headset that on the external display, two distinct icons appeared. Yao Zian found herself in a pristine white room, facing two luminous orbs, one resembling a small tower, the trial tower, and the other resembling kitchen utensils, presumably the cooking tutorial. She selected the second orb, and as the familiar sensation enveloped her, she suddenly found herself in a modern kitchen. Seeing Yao Zian successfully enter the state on the monitor, Luo Chuan nodded with satisfaction before casually finding a seat to engage in the trial tower challenge mode. As night fell, it quietly passed. The following morning, as Luo Chuan awoke, a delightful aroma wafted through the air. Good morning, boss, Yao Zian greeted, peeking from the kitchen. Good morning, Luo Chuan replied, washing up before heading downstairs, curious about what Yao Zian would prepare. After having tricked the system into providing some culinary tutorials last night, he had also requested some special vegetables from Blue Star. Naturally, these vegetables were far from ordinary, imbued with rich spiritual essence. One could even call them spiritual herbs. After all, products from the system were undoubtedly high quality. Upon opening the shop door, Luo Chuan was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. There were even more individuals than he had encountered the previous morning when returning from Fengxian Tower. At the entrance stood a group of over a dozen young men and women. Murong Haidang was at the forefront, and upon spotting Luo Chuan opening the door, she greeted him with a warm smile. Good morning, boss. Luo Chuan nodded, fully opening the shop door. Boss, aren't you going out for breakfast today? Gu Yunxi couldn't help but ask to prevent a repeat of the previous day's scene. She had risen early to have breakfast before arriving. Luo Chuan replied, Yao Zian is cooking today, so I won't be going out. For some inexplicable reason, Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong exchanged glances, each seeing deep resentment reflected in the other's eyes. In an instant, a crowd of over a dozen students surged into the Origin Mall. Thanks to the spatial array set by the system, the shop did not feel crowded. These students visited the Origin Mall for the first time. Their astonished exclamations filled the air. Wow, all of these are exquisite glasswares. I bet even a single piece is worth thousands of spirit crystals. Look at that Na'vi expression. Have you not noticed that the shop space is far larger than the outside? Clearly, a spatial array exists within. I never anticipated such a wondrous store. Teacher Haidang truly did not deceive us. These students occasionally cast glances at Luo Chuan, the mysterious proprietor of the Origin Mall, whose identity they surmised was anything but ordinary. Chapter 126. Such a marvelous shop. All right, everyone quiet down. Murong Haidang waved her hand, signaling the students to settle down. She smiled. I presume you've already heard about the Origin Mall from your classmates yesterday. The students nodded in agreement. Murong Haidang continued. I understand that for most of you, this is your first visit, and you may still harbor some disbelief. Fortunately, Yunxi and her group have visited before, so let them guide you around. Very well. Gu Yunxi nodded and addressed her classmates. The products in the boss's shop are all displayed on the shelves, and each item has a corresponding description. The students nodded in understanding and began to meander towards the shelves, examining the offerings with keen interest. Honestly, everything in the boss's shop not only rivals the effects of spiritual herbs, but also boasts remarkable flavors, Han Yang remarked with a smile. Though it is a pity that each individual can only purchase each type of product once per day. Su Tianxian interjected, there is such a rule? The other students expressed their confusion that is it customary for shops to impose such restrictions on customers. Just look over there. Xiao Chung pointed towards a whiteboard filled with rules on the wall. The students followed his gaze, observing the numerous regulations listed as so many rules. A girl remarked, her lips twitching as she spoke. Without these rules, the boss's products would likely be sold out in no time. Leaving nothing for latecomers, another student voiced a differing opinion, and some nodded in agreement. Indeed, they concurred. Boss, I want to buy cola and spicy strips. Boss, I want one of each item in the shop. Boss, a chorus of eager voices rang out. As students approached Luo Chuan to pay with their spirit crystals, Luo Chuan methodically collected the spirit crystals, in good spirits. Given the current pace, completing the main task within 50 days seemed entirely feasible. After payment, some could hardly contain their excitement and eagerly opened their colas. With a sudden hiss, the carbonation startled many. This thing even fizzes. How amazing! Gasps of astonishment filled the air. What a fuss, Han Yang scoffed. Gazing at the astonished crowd, oblivious to the fact that he had reacted the same way the day before. The flavor of these spicy strips is simply divine. Indeed, not only are they delicious, but my spiritual power has also increased by a tier. Someone opened the packaging of the spicy strips and upon taking a bite, was utterly astonished. Not only were the strips delicious, but they also promised a temporary enhancement of strength. The proprietor had even mentioned that they might assist in a breakthrough. Jiang Wanchong stuffed the open spicy strips in her mouth, her words somewhat muffled. Hearing this, the other students cast inquisitive glances towards Luo Chuan. The effects of the spicy strips had not been detailed in the introduction. Luo Chuan nodded slightly. Indeed, he had mentioned that before. Are there really so few strips? They're gone in just a few bites. I am left wanting more. Hey, brother, why haven't you eaten yours yet? How about selling it to me? Not a chance. I'm saving it to enjoy at Xuexuan. I'll offer 500 spirit crystals for it. Just sell it to me. Suddenly overhearing this exchange, Luo Chuan felt a flicker of intrigue. The prices of items in the shop were not particularly high. What if someone bought them and resold them at a higher price? Chapter 127, The Stingy System. I believe I have discovered a flaw in the shop's operation, Luo Chuan called out in his mind, just as he thought the system would remain silent. Its voice resonated. Regulations of the Origin Mall have been updated. Reselling of products is prohibited. Violators will be permanently blacklisted. Luo Chuan. System. Yes, host, what is it? I've uncovered such a significant loophole. Surely there should be some reward. How fortunate. I've managed to exploit the system once more. The system fell silent for a moment before responding. The reward was dispensed last night in advance. Luo Chuan. So yesterday's culinary tutorial was merely in advance on the reward. What a cunning system. He silently cursed, warning. Should the host continue to speak ill of the system, this system reserves the right to deduct the host's rewards. The mechanical voice of the system echoed once more. Luo Chuan secretly rolled his eyes as stingy cough. New regulations for the Origin Mall. Luo Chuan cleared his throat gently, his calm voice resonating in everyone's ears. The crowd paused in surprise upon hearing him. Luo Chuan stated plainly, reselling of products from the Origin Mall is prohibited. Violators will be added to the blacklist and barred from purchasing anything from the Origin Mall. After saying this, Luo Chuan took down a small whiteboard and inscribed the new rule in the corner, that I suspect the boss is targeting me, but I dare not voice it. The student who had previously offered to buy the spicy strips at a high price couldn't help but mutter under his breath. But no one paid him any mind. Under the guidance of Gu Yunxi and the others, the students each began to enjoy a bowl of instant noodles. The spring water from the hot water machine once again sparked a chorus of exclamations. As for the shelf that had originally displayed the Zhejiangdu but was now marked sold out, it went unnoticed. Boss, the meal is ready. The voice of Yao Zian echoed as she descended the stairs. 2 bowls of golden fried rice in her hands. Each grain of rice was plump and evenly coated with egg, glimmering like gold from a distance. Instantly, a tantalizing aroma enveloped the entire Origin Mall. The students, glancing at their instant noodles, suddenly found them unappetizing. Upon seeing Yao Zian's appearance, all the first-time visitors were momentarily stunned that Jiu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong had only briefly mentioned Yao Zian, but now, seeing her in person, everyone was utterly captivated. Luo Chuan stood up and accepted the fried rice from Yao Zian. How is it for a first-time attempt, boss? Yao Ziyan inquired with a smile. Luo Chuan nodded, taking a bite. The flavor was exquisite, infused with a rich, spiritual essence, far surpassing the food at Fengxian Tower. Luo Chuan cast a surprised glance at Yao Ziyan, not expecting her to possess such remarkable culinary talent. After swallowing the food, he displayed an approving expression. The taste is quite delightful. Really? Upon receiving Luo Chuan's praise, a smile graced Yao Ziyan's face. What are you staring at? Eat your instant noodles. Seeing her students fixated on Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan, Murong Haidang glared at them. The group shifted their focus back to their instant noodles. Teacher Haidang, we mean no offense. Did you go out this morning? Luo Chuan casually asked while enjoying the fried rice. Though Yao Ziyan was an employee of the Origin Mall, Luo Chuan wouldn't restrict her freedom. Moreover, a master at the level typically faced little danger. Yes, Yao Ziyan replied, I noticed the ingredients in the kitchen weren't of the best quality. So, I took a trip to the Juyo Mountains. She was perhaps the first to openly criticize the quality of the items provided by the system. Luo Chuan inquired, what ingredients did you find? With a slight smile, Yao Ziyan pointed at the fried rice in Luo Chuan's bowl. This, of course, I discovered a small bird with phoenix bloodline on the outskirts of the Juyo Mountains and brought back its egg. What Yao Ziyan did not mention was that the bird had not laid the egg willingly. Under the intimidation of a level demon beast, it had laid one for the sake of survival. Chapter 128. Never underestimate anyone originally. Murong Haidang was enjoying her instant noodles when she felt something was amiss upon hearing this, that a bird with a phoenix bloodline. Juyo Mountains? Wait, is the Qijin Xian K we brought along from the Juyo Mountains? That small bird you mentioned. What is its strength? After some contemplation, Murong Haidang decided to inquire further, just in case it was indeed the Qijin Xian Quebec. Yao Ziyan looked puzzled, unsure why she was being asked such a question. But she replied nonetheless. Its strength is passable, roughly at the third tier of the Inquiry Realm. Third tier of the Inquiry Realm? Murong Haidang wore a wry smile, that it seemed they had indeed brought back the Qijin Xian Quebec. However, she still felt puzzled. Although she knew the bird was female, it shouldn't be laying eggs yet, right? Of course, this question was only entertained in her mind to Tio call a third-tier Inquiry Realm strength merely passable. Such arrogance. Just a shop employee, and yet she dares to say such things. Upon hearing Yao Ziyan's words, some first-time students frowned and began to whisper among themselves, their gazes toward Yao Ziyan shifting. She may be pretty, but her personality is like this. I didn't expect her to be such a person. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were aware of Yao Ziyan's true strength but chose to remain silent, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Murong Haidang also held her tongue, believing this was perhaps an excellent opportunity for these arrogant students to gain a true understanding of the cultivation world. Yao Ziyan, unfazed by their comments, looked at the somewhat naive students and lightly chuckled. I wonder if your parents taught you a valuable lesson. What lesson? Never underestimate anyone. Yao Ziyan extended her slender finger and lightly snapped it. In an instant, the space before her crumbled, as though a black hole had appeared. Luo Chuan cast a helpless glance at Yao Ziyan. Well, she is my employee. I suppose I can relax the shop's rules for her. That said, this fried rice is truly delicious, though a tad dry. Luo Chuan reached for a nearby cola. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Refreshing and invigorating. The students widened their eyes in shock, staring at Yao Ziyan's fingertip. What did they just witness? A snap of the fingers that actually tore through space? Even an ordinary Inquiry Realm expert couldn't accomplish that, could they? In an instant, Yao Ziyan's status in the eyes of the students soared, surpassing that of Murong Haidang. Idea, you still think I'm bragging? As Yao Ziyan erased the spatial black hole, she smiled at the crowd. Had it been the old her, she would never have performed such an act. Anyone who questioned her, just eliminate them. However, after spending so much time in the Origin Mall, Yao Ziyan felt her heart had undergone a tremendous transformation. The crowd shook their heads, their expressions devoid of disdain. They mentally labeled the Origin Mall as a place not to be trifled with. What a joke. If the employee's strength was already so formidable, how powerful must the owner be? Wait a moment. Think about it. Isn't the Qijin Xian K that we brought along also at the third tier of Inquiry Realm? In other words, the bird she mentioned in reality was... One student suddenly realized something was amiss and looked at Yao Ziyan with a mixture of astonishment and fear. An Inquiry Realm Qijin Xian K, and she just called it a small bird. Big shot. We cannot afford to offend you. This brief interlude quickly passed, and the students resumed relishing their delicious instant noodles, subconsciously ignoring Luo Chuan and Yao Ziyan, who were enjoying the fried rice. After finishing their noodles, a dozen students exchanged glances, sensing an unusual atmosphere. Did I say, there are only 10 seats in total. How should we divide them? Gu Yunxi observed her classmates, frowning slightly. She had been concerned about this issue earlier, and now it had reached a point where they had to confront it directly. Chapter 129. Comprehensive Development in Virtue. Intelligence, physical ability, aesthetics, and labor. The dozen or so students exchanged glances, momentarily at a loss for how to proceed. Murong Haitang watched them, curious to see how they would resolve the issue. After all, each person could only play for 3 hours. Did it really matter who went first? Luo Chuan, in a state of confusion, exclaimed, "Boss, this is not merely a matter of first come, first served." Jiang Wanchong rolled her eyes and retorted with righteous indignation. Luo Chuan fell silent, pondering the complexities of youthful minds. After several minutes of deliberation, the group ultimately resolved to determine the order of play for the trial tower through a game of rock, paper, scissors. The sound of their playful contest echoed throughout the Origin Mall. Before long, the 10 spots were claimed, and by fortunate chance, both Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong emerged victorious. For those attempting the trial tower for the first time, a fee of 100 spirit crystals was required to create an account. Donning their helmets, they entered the virtual realm. In a departure from previous experiences, the visual environment had transformed. Upon donning the helmet, they found themselves in an immaculate white room adorned with 2 icons. The first depicted a small tower, unmistakably the trial tower, while the second, intriguingly, bore images reminiscent of kitchen utensils. That moment, gasps of astonishment erupted from the onlookers, clearly overwhelmed by their inaugural experience in an immersive virtual world. "Boss, is this a newly released game?" Gu Yunxi inquired, casting a questioning glance at Luo Chuan. Surprised, Luo Chuan recalled his recent exploits with the system that had unexpectedly equipped each device with culinary tutorials. Meeting Gu Yunxi's gaze, he shook his head. "This is not a game. You may examine it for yourself. As of now, everything within is complimentary." "Complimentary? Is there truly something free in your establishment?" Jiang Wanchong interjected. Unable to contain her curiosity, Luo Chuan offered her a nonchalant glance, prompting Jiang Wanchong to playfully stick out her tongue and obediently fall silent. Gu Yunxi, intrigued, ventured to explore further. Upon her arrival, she found herself in a modern kitchen. Gu Yunxi, not only was she puzzled, but so were the others who had also curiously ventured into this virtual space. Faced with the kitchen-like surroundings, they exchanged bewildered glances. "Boss, what purpose does this newly appeared icon serve?" "It bears no resemblance to the trial tower." Jiang Wanchong directed an inquiring look towards Luo Chuan, while the others awaited his clarification. Luo Chuan surveyed the group, speaking in a calm tone. "As you can see, you are currently situated in a kitchen. For reasons unknown, a mischievous thrill coursed through Luo Chuan. Cooking. This atmosphere seems rather off." Murong Haitang, observing from the sidelines, could no longer maintain her composure and widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief. Luo Chuan confirmed, "Indeed, it is a kitchen." The group responded in unison. "Boss, why have you included this feature in the equipment?" Gu Yunxi remarked, perplexed yet unable to articulate what to call this newfound element. "Culinary tutorial," Luo Chuan stated. "Yes, culinary tutorial." Gu Yunxi nodded repeatedly, contemplating the seeming lack of utility. After a moment's reflection, Luo Chuan earnestly declared, "In my view, it is imperative for the younger generation of cultivators to focus not solely on their training, but to embrace a well-rounded development encompassing moral, intellectual, physical, aesthetic, and labor skills. Culinary arts represent an excellent avenue." Chapter 130. The steps to crafting 9-spirit dragonbone soup. He could not reveal that he had merely exploited the system to obtain the culinary tutorial. Nor could he confess that the motivation stemmed from a yearning for the flavors of home, as that would undoubtedly jeopardize the aloof persona he had painstakingly cultivated. Hearing Luo Chuan's rationale, the others were left speechless. What a bizarre justification for well-rounded development. As the conversation waned, some students began to enter the challenge mode of the trial tower, soon followed by waves of incredulous exclamations. Perhaps they were astonished by the indistinguishable resemblance between the game and reality, or perhaps they fell victim to carelessness and were vanquished by ferocious beasts. To Gu Yunxi, reflecting on Luo Chuan's response. Decided to investigate the culinary tutorial for herself. Few were aware that she was an avid culinary enthusiast, often experimenting with spirit herbs or beast ingredients to create exquisite dishes. Perhaps dark cuisine would be a more fitting description. Her close friend Jiang Wanchong served as the willing taste tester for these experimental dishes. With a casual tap on one of the options displayed on the screen, a semi-transparent interface appeared before Gu Yunxi. As she perused the information presented, her eyes widened in astonishment. Disbelief etched across her face. The interface displayed an array of culinary delights alongside brief descriptions. However, these were no ordinary dishes. The ingredients were extraordinary: phoenix egg fried rice, 9-spirit dragonbone soup, and chaotic green lotus soup that Gu Yunxi felt as if she had unlocked the door to a new world. Although most of the names eluded her understanding, they exuded an air of power and significance. The Dragon Clan and Phoenix, legendary beings of Tianlan continent, were among the pinnacle of existence. How could they be reduced to mere ingredients? Boss, are you certain there are no issues with this culinary tutorial? After contemplating, Gu Yunxi deemed it prudent to inquire. What issues could there possibly be? Luo Chuan responded, a hint of confusion in his tone, maintaining his calm demeanor that he had yet to peruse the culinary tutorial. And he could not fathom how a simple cooking guide could be deemed extraordinary. Seeing the unperturbed expression on Luo Chuan's face, Gu Yunxi's estimation of him soared exponentially. If even the Dragon Clan and Phoenix were beneath his notice, what must his own strength entail? Suppressing her emotions, she selected an ingredient, and in an instant, she felt as if she had transformed into another being. This sensation was surreal, distinctly different from the trial tower. While she could not control her body, she could vividly perceive her surroundings and sense her physical condition, akin to a possession. Now, she hovered above a vast ocean, and ahead loomed a colossal black dragon. Its imposing presence radiating an aura that even the pinnacle of the Tao could not rival. Simultaneously, Gu Yunxi clearly heard the guiding voice. First and foremost, the initial and most crucial step in crafting 9-spirit dragonbone soup is to slay a pure-blood dragon. In the next moment, she felt a kitchen knife materialize in her hand. Raising her right arm, she swung downward towards the black dragon. The strike seemed to rend the very fabric of space-time. The distorted space twisted in a bewildering manner. Despair flickered in the dragon's eyes as a crimson gash appeared upon its neck. The dragon's head fell, sending forth towering waves. The pure-blood dragon had been vanquished. And the next step in crafting 9-spirit dragonbone soup awaited. The voice continued to guide her. Gu Yunxi watched, somewhat dazed, as she deftly began to process the black dragon's body. Upon regaining her composure, an overwhelming sense of joy surged within her. Chapter 131. The shift in Gu Yunxi's mindset, this first-person perspective of action, presented a stark contrast to the mindless battles within the trial tower. It felt as though she were experiencing the combat scene of an unfamiliar, yet formidable adversary firsthand. Such was the invaluable training experience. She had not anticipated that the culinary tutorial would be so formidable. Nearly missing out on it entirely, Gu Yunxi considered herself fortunate to be among the first to recognize the utility of the culinary tutorial. Well, excluding the boss and sisters in any case. The boss was simply impressive. Hey, come quickly. Why does Gu Yunxi's display differ from everyone else's? At that moment, someone noticed Gu Yunxi and gasped in surprise, while others displayed their own avatars on their screens. Gu Yunxi's screen showcased a mysterious man clad in black. Those who had not secured spots lingered in the store, opting to wait for the next 3 hours to pass. Upon hearing the exclamations, the unselected students gathered behind Gu Yunxi, their faces etched with disbelief. That a member of the Dragon Clan? Surely it is. That aura, could it rival even the pinnacle of the Tao, at the very least? It must be at the level of a revered one. Gu Yunxi is facing such an opponent? I can't believe it. Gu Yunxi has drawn her knife. She wields a kitchen knife. Does she intend to chop the dragon into pieces? Laughter filled the air, but soon their mirth faded, replaced by expressions of disbelief. All eyes widened in shock as they beheld the display. What did they witness? Gu Yunxi had effortlessly slain the black dragon with a single strike. Am I seeing things? The thought echoed in the minds of all present. Murong Haidang, too, observed the screen before Gu Yunxi, her face a mixture of astonishment and profound concern. the higher one's cultivation, the more one comprehends the arduous journey of cultivation and the terrifying nature of higher realms. As a peak Taoist, Murong Haidang could assert with absolute certainty that the Black Dragon's power surpassed the Tao, and by a considerable margin, let alone a revered one. It could even be on par with a saint. Yet, Gu Yunshi had managed to slay the Black Dragon in one fell swoop. Truthfully, Murong Haidang found it utterly unbelievable. The disparity in realms cannot merely be compensated for by sheer strength of spiritual energy. It is akin to placing a sharp sword into the hands of a child. Although the child may grasp the weapon, they cannot wield it with the finesse and precision required, risking harm not only to others but also to themselves. Conversely, if that sword were entrusted to a seasoned assassin, their prowess could multiply exponentially, allowing them to dispatch an ordinary person with effortless ease. This exemplifies the gap created by differing realms. However, Gu Yunshi remained oblivious to the attention of those around her, utterly engrossed in the tutorial for crafting the 9-spirit dragon bone soup. After a brief moment, her immersive experience concluded, and she exhaled a deep sigh of relief. Alongside her profound astonishment, she was left with an indescribable feeling. The once seemingly insurmountable divine beast clans now appeared rather unremarkable to her. After all, to those at the pinnacle of cultivation, they were merely simple ingredients that ascend to the highest echelons of the cultivation realm. One must first possess unwavering faith in oneself. This crucial step, to Gu Yunshi, had been completed in a rather muddled fashion. Chapter 132, on the self-cultivation of a shopkeeper. Hey, why are all of you looking at me? Gu Yunshi finally noticed the crowd surrounding her, a look of confusion etched upon her face. Yunshi, did you just conquer the trial tower? Why didn't I see that scene? I never expected your strength to be so formidable. Gu Yunshi, where did you find this game? Instantly, a chorus of chatter erupted among the students that Gu Yunshi felt overwhelmed by the noise and could no longer contain herself as she exclaimed, "Stop, stop, stop. Everyone, please calm down." Her voice, though not particularly loud, caught the attention of everyone in the Origin Mall, including those immersed in the trial tower game. They cast bewildered glances at Gu Yunshi, unsure of the reason behind her sudden outburst. In the trial tower, their focus had been entirely consumed, rendering them oblivious to the events transpiring around them, leaving them perplexed at Gu Yunshi's behavior. That Lo Chuan and Yao Ziyan also heard Gu Yunshi's exclamation, directing confused looks toward her. Under the scrutiny of so many eyes, Gu Yunshi felt her face grow increasingly warm. That it was only then that she realized the rudeness of her actions among her peers. She had always been regarded as the epitome of tranquility and charm. Clearing her throat softly, Gu Yunshi attempted to regain her composure. I was just a bit too excited for a moment. Please don't mind me. No one responded to Gu Yunshi acutely felt the awkwardness of the silence. She then cast a pleading glance towards her close friend, Jiang Wanshang. Jiang Wanshang, being exceptionally astute, immediately grasped Gu Yunshi's intent. Yunshi, that outburst was certainly not characteristic of you. What happened? Gu Yunshi explained, I simply entered the kitchen of the culinary tutorial, randomly selected a dish, and then inexplicably experienced a scene of dragon slaying. Culinary tutorial? Are you joking? ISNT that just for cooking? How could there be any combat involved? The students were filled with confusion. Previously, they had also seen the icon and entered the kitchen, but upon realizing it was a culinary tutorial, they lost interest. With only 3 hours a day, who would squander precious time on cooking? Gu Yunshi could only add, while I was experiencing that scene, I heard an explanation stating that it was for acquiring ingredients. Everyone, what on earth do you mean by acquiring ingredients? Are there really foods made from dragon species? This is absurd. Gu Yunshi shrugged. Feeling somewhat helpless at that moment, she suddenly noticed Lo Chuan, her eyes lighting up. The boss must know the details. Let him explain it to you. Immediately, Lo Chuan felt the weight of numerous gazes upon him. System, what is going on here? Although his expression remained unchanged, Lo Chuan silently called out to the system, feeling a twinge of curiosity himself. After having played the system yesterday with the culinary tutorial, only Yao Ziyan and Gu Yunshi had truly utilized it thus far. That Lo Chuan was entirely in the dark. However, as the shopkeeper, he had to maintain an air of authority. There was no way he could admit ignorance. Remaining composed is the most fundamental quality of a shopkeeper. Chapter 133, Essential Skills of a Chef System. The culinary tutorial provided by this system encompasses endless ingredients. Moreover, to enable users to master each dish perfectly, the tutorial offers a comprehensive first-person perspective throughout the cooking process. What? Lo Chuan felt as if he had just stumbled upon something extraordinary. Wait. Are you saying it includes the entire process? Even the steps for acquiring ingredients? System. Perfect culinary arts must be paired with perfect ingredients. Only ingredients personally acquired by the chef are in their optimal state. Lo Chuan. However, the system's response clarified his doubts. He finally understood why Gu Yunxi and the onlookers were so astounded. It was highly likely that they witnessed Gu Yunxi's experience of acquiring ingredients during her culinary learning. Lo Chuan. The system is impressive. System. Thank you for the compliment, host. Suddenly, Lo Chuan sensed something amiss. Hold on, even if the culinary tutorial is remarkable, it seems rather pointless, as it is fundamentally free, no matter how many people are watching. I gain nothing from it. Upon this realization, a sense of imbalance washed over Lo Chuan. System. I feel that the culinary tutorial is far too valuable to be freely accessible to these players. Lo Chuan stated with righteous indignation. The system fell into a brief silence before responding. The host makes a valid point. Should we then charge for spiritual crystals? Lo Chuan suggested persuasively. System. Naturally, we should. But how should we set the price? Lo Chuan inquired. System. Please decide for yourself. Lo Chuan nodded. Let us categorize the tutorials like those in the arena, with each tutorial costing 100 spiritual crystals. Shall we? System. Classification complete, price recorded. Shall we commence charging fees? After a moment's thought, Lo Chuan replied, let today be free, and we'll start charging tomorrow. Each person can select only one tutorial per day. The system promptly retreated into silence. Once more, Lo Chuan looked at Gu Yunxi and the crowd and stated calmly, to become a chef, one must possess not only excellent culinary skills, but also the ability to independently procure ingredients. The crowd, although they sensed something was amiss, they figured it was just a quirk of the Origin Mall, and they would adapt. In summary, the boss is incredible. The culinary tutorial is free today. And starting tomorrow, it will cost 100 spiritual crystals for each tutorial, with each person allowed to choose only one per day. Being able to genuinely experience the process of a peak expert acquiring ingredients for just 100 spiritual crystals was undeniably a bargain. Having learned of the culinary tutorial's remarkable nature, the following hours saw 10 individuals entering to experience it. Naturally, with countless tutorials available, each person's experience was unique. Xian, when you utilized the culinary tutorial yesterday, didn't you notice anything different? Lo Chuan inquired of Yao Xian. Yao Xian's delicate face displayed an expression of confusion. Wasn't that something you deliberately created? Lo Chuan, suppressing his exasperation, nodded. Indeed, I simply wanted to ask for your opinion. What is my opinion? Yao Xian pondered briefly before earnestly replying. To be able to receive guidance as if from a powerful expert while learning culinary skills is certainly a win-win situation. After receiving Yao Xian's response, Lo Chuan went to fetch a bucket of instant noodles and a bowl of egg-fried rice, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. Chapter 134. Commercial flattery. Haha, boss, we're here. As soon as he finished pouring hot water, a cheerful voice rang in Lo Chuan's ears. Without needing to look, he already knew who it was. Bu Li Gu, Bu Shi, and Jiang Xingjun entered the Origin Mall. Hey, why are there so many people in the shop? Jiang Xingjun remarked, surprised by the scene. There's no more seating. I should have come earlier. Bu Li Gu sighed, his mood shifting in an instant. It's all because you woke up so late. Bu Shi shot an irritated glare at Bu Li Gu. Realizing his fault, Bu Li Gu offered an embarrassed smile at that moment. He needed to change the subject. Bu Li Gu subtly shifted his gaze towards the individuals in the shop. His expression one of astonishment. Seems that everyone here is from Lingyun Academy. He noticed the insignia on their clothing. Indeed. Jiang Xingjun also observed to be by the way. Have you noticed that the images on their displays seem to be different? As Bu Shi suddenly discovered something, her eyes brimmed with curiosity. Could it be that the boss has unveiled a new item in the shop? Boss, is there something new in the store? Bu Li Gu inquired of Luo Chuan. Luo Chuan nodded. A new culinary tutorial has just been released. That's what they're engaged in. Culinary tutorial. Bu Li Gu felt somewhat bewildered, questioning whether he had misheard. Are you certain you aren't joking? Boss? Bu Shi couldn't help but interject that I appear to be jesting. Luo Chuan replied in a flat tone, and coupled with his expression, it was difficult to doubt his words. Not at all. The three of them unanimously shook their heads. However, a culinary tutorial sounds like something related to cooking. Why are these individuals behaving this way? Jiang Xingjun expressed his confusion. You'll understand once you take a look. Yao Zian interjected at the right moment. Consequently, the three of them joined the ranks of onlookers. The students, who had no seats, initially regarded the arrival of three strangers with disdain, as they were proud students of Lingyun Academy. Yet high attractiveness often grants certain privileges. And Bu Li Gu and his companions were no exception. The handsome male and the beautiful females dissuaded any feelings of alienation. Moreover, the key point was that Bu Li Gu was quite the sociable individual. Hey, brother, you are from Lingyun Academy, right? Bu Li Gu struck up a conversation with the person beside him, who happened to be Xiao Cheng, a forthright character he had encountered just the day before. Unfortunately, his luck had not favored him in the recent game. Indeed, Xiao Cheng replied with a smile. It seems like you have visited before? Absolutely, Bu Li Gu nodded with pride. I was the very first customer at the boss's shop. This phrase had almost become a catchphrase for Bu Li Gu. Upon hearing this, Xiao Cheng's gaze towards him shifted significantly. I truly did not expect you to have such a remarkable feat. Xiao Cheng expressed with admiration. You flatter me. Bu Li Gu laughed heartily. I knew from the moment I entered the Origin Mall that your status was extraordinary, but I never imagined you were a student of Lingyun Academy. That place is not accessible to just anyone. Flattery, flattery. Commercial banter reached its peak. After exchanging compliments, Bu Li Gu gradually steered the conversation towards the Origin Mall that I just heard the boss mention that everyone is studying a culinary tutorial. Why aren't they playing in the trial tower? Bu Li Gu posed his question. You are unaware of this. Xiao Cheng chuckled. The culinary tutorial is something the boss just launched today. Initially, it was completely overlooked by everyone. Bu Li Gu nodded. Indeed, just the name itself fails to spark any interest. Who would waste 3 hours on cooking? The two happened to be standing behind Gu Yunxi, although she was currently immersed in a first-person perspective experience. She could still hear the voices nearby, which filled her with a strong sense of resentment. Strange. Do you feel like it suddenly got a bit colder around us? Bu Li Gu couldn't help but shiver. Not at all, Xiao Cheng replied, puzzled by the question. Perhaps it was just my imagination, Bu Li Gu mumbled. Subsequently, Xiao Cheng informed Bu Li Gu about obtaining ingredients through the first-person perspective experience in the beginner tutorial. Bu Li Gu was taken aback. That, in a way, really? He exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. The superlative battle scenes of top-tier experts in the first-person perspective were experiences that were unattainable in the real world. However, in the virtual world, it was entirely feasible, even allowing for a complete and accurate replication. To be honest, when I first heard the boss explain it, I thought it was utterly absurd. Xiao Cheng shrugged. Bu Li Gu nodded in agreement. After chatting a bit more with him, Bu Li Gu approached Bu Shi and Jiang Xingjun. That I know what they are playing, he declared, his face alight with excitement. What a coincidence. We also figured it out, Jiang Xingjun replied with a smile. Bu Shi looked at him, equally beaming. Standing beside them was Murong Haidang. Bu Li Gu addressed her. Senior Haidang, at present, I do not possess the intention of joining Lingyun Academy. Bu Shi spoke to Murong Haidang, who had previously met her yesterday but had not engaged in conversation. Today, upon seeing Murong Haidang again in the Origin Mall, she finally recognized Bu Shi's extraordinary talent. Not having joined the academy, Bu Shi had independently cultivated herself to the 5th rank of the Divine Soul and was on the verge of a breakthrough, in comparison to the exceptionally gifted Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong. She was by no means inferior. In that instant, Murong Haidang felt a surge of appreciation for talent that I see. Murong Haidang sighed helplessly, clearly recognizing that Bu Shi was not the type to easily change her decisions. After some contemplation, Murong Haidang retrieved a token from her spatial ring. The token, crafted from silvery white metal, bore the inscription Lingyun along with her name etched discreetly in a corner. Handing the token to Bu Shi, Murong Haidang smiled. Please accept this token. Should you change your mind, you can directly enter Lingyun Academy and find me. It was evident from Murong Haitang's words how significant this token was, as Lingyun Academy was not a place just anyone could enter. As Bu Shi contemplated refusing, Luo Chuan's indifferent voice interjected from the side. Accept it. With your talent, it is a gross underutilization to be confined to a small place like Juyo City, with the boss's endorsement. Further refusal would seem overly pretentious. Bu Shi accepted the token. As events unfolded, the time for observation had arrived. Having come this far, Leaving was not an option. They could only pass the time watching others play the game. With 10 positions available, each monitor displayed a unique scene that, to be honest, Bully Gu and his companions were quite curious about how many recipes existed within this so-called culinary tutorial. Time passed swiftly, and 3 hours soon elapsed, marking the conclusion of the first batch of students from Lingyun Academy. Many of them reluctantly removed their helmets. Leaving the Origin Mall, in those brief 3 hours, they had acquired far more than they would have in their studies at Lingyun Academy. Now, the most pressing task was to thoroughly digest and transform what they had seen and learned into their own strength. After bidding farewell to Gu Yunxi and the others, Murong Haitang, Luo Chuan, and Yao Ziyan hurriedly departed the Origin Mall, collectively returning to Ziyu Pavilion. Finally, it's our turn, Bully Gu exclaimed with a smile, eagerly selecting a seat. With 10 seats available, only one remained after everyone had taken their places. Luo Chuan contemplated for a moment before sitting down as well. To be honest, he felt a flicker of curiosity about the culinary tutorial. Once the helmet was donned, they entered a pure white starting space. And Luo Chuan selected the icon for the trial tower. Instantly, the surrounding environment shifted, and he found himself in a modern kitchen, as did the other 8 participants. Opening the options at the bottom of the screen, a dazzling array of dishes filled Luo Chuan's view that he was somewhat astonished. System. Which dish has the highest rating here? Luo Chuan inquired. There are too many high-rated foods in the culinary tutorial for the system to provide an answer. Never mind, just recommend me one with the highest level, Luo Chuan said, feeling a bit exasperated. System. Charcoal grilled realm beast. Realm beast? Is that the name of some creature? With a hint of curiosity, Luo Chuan nodded. Sure, let's go with that. The words left his mouth. Luo Chuan felt a flash before his eyes, as if he had transformed into another person. A figure cloaked in black, he observed his surroundings from a first-person perspective. Finding the environment somewhat peculiar, surrounded by an endless void, countless stars twinkled. Is this the universe? Luo Chuan pondered inwardly. Suddenly, an utterly black and indescribably bizarre creature tore through the void, revealing its form. Its size was terrifying, rivaling that of a star. Luo Chuan began to understand. This creature should indeed be the Realm Beast. The first and most crucial step in preparing the charcoal-grilled Realm Beast was to slay one of these beasts. Luo Chuan, or rather the figure in the black cloak, sprang into action. A blood-red battle knife suddenly appeared, and with a swift slice, it fell. This strike seemed to tear through time and space. The void quaked, and nearby planets burst like bubbles. The Realm Beast sensed the impending threat, emanating a black radiance as strange laws descended, causing its body to grow increasingly ethereal. It sought to escape, facing the black-cloaked figure's strike. The Realm Beast, born of destruction, dared not resist. As the blade's glow passed, the Realm Beast's body solidified again, yet it had already lost its breath of life. Luo Chuan observed this scene from a first-person perspective. His heart swelling with excitement that in the future, he too would possess such strength. Chapter 137. The unease of Zhuowanji in the process of crafting the carbon-grilled beast progressed to its second step as sounds echoed. And the scene shifted once more. In that fleeting moment, Luo Chuan felt as though he had traversed into an entirely new existence. It was truly astonishing that such exhilarating elements existed within a culinary tutorial. Luo Chuan couldn't help but exclaim. Yet this also ignited a spark of contemplation within him. After some thought, he resolved to enhance the culinary tutorial with additional functionalities that he called out to the system. System. What is your command, host? I believe it is indeed beneficial for players to genuinely experience the process by which the strong procure ingredients. However, there are also drawbacks, Luo Chuan replied. But some limitations are necessary. Which limitations? The system inquired. Let us set the pinnacle of strength in this world as the highest level and shield higher tiers from access, Luo Chuan stated. Limitations have been enacted, the system confirmed. Luo Chuan's reasoning for this decision stemmed from his own considerations. The Origin Mall was already sufficiently astounding. Revealing the vastness of the world to these cultivators could potentially stir chaos, for the sake of tranquility on Tianlan continent and world peace. Luo Chuan felt compelled to take this action. However, unbeknownst to him, the world in which he currently resided might be entirely different from his imagination. It could very well lack the very concept of the universe. Removing his helmet, Luo Chuan exhaled deeply, surveying the familiar surroundings of the shop. Truth be told, he felt an almost surreal sensation, having just experienced the cosmos firsthand. Can you believe it? Although it was within an immersive holographic world, it bore little difference from reality. Luo Chuan felt he needed a bottle of cola to calm his nerves. After finishing the cola, Luo Chuan donned the helmet once more. This time, he entered the challenge mode of the trial tower. Today, he set himself a modest goal, to conquer the third level in normal mode. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already noon. With a sigh of relief, Luo Chuan finally succeeded. Wounded and weary, a faint smile graced his face as he stood before the two slain shadow leopards. Truth be told, defeating these two creatures had required considerable effort on his part. Often, while he engaged one leopard, the other would lurk in the shadows, poised to launch a surprise attack. That it was precisely due to this that he had met his demise dozens of times. Yet in the end, he triumphed. Moreover, with his formidable talent, he had reaped substantial rewards during this endeavor. Not to mention, his explosive power had increased significantly throughout the process. At that moment, Luo Chuan suddenly caught a whiff of delectable aromas. Exiting the game, he removed his helmet and discovered the shop was devoid of customers. That it appeared that the hour had come, and they had all departed. "Boss, lunch is ready," the voice of Yao Zian echoed from upstairs. A ripple of excitement stirred in Luo Chuan's calm eyes. That it seemed his decision to have Yao Zian learn culinary skills was indeed wise. At least he no longer needed to frequent Fengxian Tower every day. Little did he know, at that very moment, the proprietor of Fengxian Tower, Zhuo Wanjin, was anxiously awaiting at the entrance, his heart in turmoil. Given Zhuo Wanjin's stature, it was impossible for him to go unnoticed as he stood there. In the past, when Luo Chuan frequented Fengxian Tower for meals, Zhuo Wanjin had felt no particular concern that as long as he presented the culinary delights of the establishment well, there were no issues. However, today was different. Luo Chuan had not only missed breakfast but also lunch. This left Zhuo Wanjin in a state of panic, fearing that perhaps something was amiss with the dishes at Fengxian Tower. The words of the Celestial Emperor, Ji Wuhui, echoed in his mind. If he failed to host Luo Chuan properly, there would be no place for him as the proprietor. Yet, these matters were far beyond Luo Chuan's awareness. Chapter 138. This shop is quite interesting. Returning upstairs, Yao Zian had already set the prepared meal on the table. There were two dishes: Yuxiang Ro Si, fish-flavored shredded pork, and Hong Xiao Ro, braised pork, accompanied by 2 bowls of rice. The portions were modest, yet they emanated a rich aroma that tantalized the senses. Naturally, the dishes were imbued with a profound spiritual energy, suggesting the ingredients were far from ordinary. Sitting down, Luo Chuan inquired, somewhat astonished, "Did you learn to make these from the culinary tutorial as well?" Yao Zian nodded, smiling. "Indeed, that I found the preparation of these 2 dishes to be quite novel, so I decided to learn them." "And the ingredients?" Luo Chuan prompted. "All sourced from the kitchen," she replied. Luo Chuan nodded, a thread of delight weaving through his thoughts that he had not anticipated the system could yield such gratifying outcomes, although it was her first attempt at cooking. Both dishes were delectable. Luo Chuan indulged heartily, savoring the meal, for it imparted a sense of homeliness that in the afternoon, having feasted to his heart's content, Luo Chuan settled outside the shop to bask in the sun. Wei Qingzhu and her companions arrived at the Origin Mall as they typically did. Shortly thereafter, Zhou Hu and his group entered the shop. They quickly noticed the alterations within the machines. Yao Zian provided them with a brief explanation. "Who would have thought there were complimentary items in the boss's shop?" Wei Qingzhu remarked with a light chuckle, her gaze drifting toward Luo Chuan, who sat with his eyes closed, seemingly unperturbed at that moment. Yao Zian seized the opportunity to elaborate further, revealing the astonishing experience of witnessing the strong hunt for their prey, which left them all in a state of shock. However, the time is quite limited. "Only one day," Zhou Hu sighed, a hint of resignation in his tone. "Zhou Hu, don't be so opportunistic," Song Qiuying chided, casting him a disapproving glance. "That it's already remarkable that we can enjoy the boss's offerings for free for a day. What more do you want?" Zhou Hu offered a sheepish smile, refraining from retorting. Almost all of them opted for the newly introduced culinary tutorial. Moments later, exclamations of astonishment erupted, though labeled as a culinary tutorial. It seemed that few had genuine intentions of learning to cook. The items in the boss's shop are indeed incredibly straightforward. They all mused internally. Time passed quietly, and before long, several days had slipped by. Today was different as the long-awaited Xiongjiang Lu, a rare spirit nectar, arrived, restocked every 7 days that I in the early morning. As Luo Chuan opened the shop door, he found the outside eerily quiet, with hardly anyone around. Regulars at the Origin Mall were well aware that the boss had a fixed schedule for opening. Upon entering, the first order of business was always breakfast. That it must be noted that Yao Zian possessed an extraordinarily terrifying talent in the culinary arts. In just these few days, her cooking had far surpassed that of Fengxian Tower, producing dishes of exquisite flavor. To avoid witnessing the boss indulge in her culinary creations, the regulars had tacitly agreed to visit after some time had passed following the shop's opening. After finishing breakfast, as Luo Chuan prepared to relax his muscles in the trial tower, the sound of footsteps approached and a man clad in black approached him. The man appeared to be around 30. With an unremarkable appearance, one that would easily blend into a crowd, he emitted no discernible spiritual energy, resembling an ordinary person. This was due to his complete suppression of his own spiritual force. Luo Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly, scrutinizing the newcomer. It seems he too has reached the pinnacle of questioning the Dao. His strength is passably adequate. By the way, there have indeed been quite a few Dao experts emerging in Juyou City lately. The Origin Mall, daring to name itself thus, is quite intriguing. The man gazed at the sign of Origin Mall, a flicker of interest crossing his face. Chapter 139. An acquaintance of Ing Wujia to the man. It seemed that anyone bold enough to adopt such a name would either be a peak cultivator who remained hidden from the world or an individual utterly ignorant of their own limitations. Of course, given that the shop was situated in such an extraordinarily secluded alley, the latter possibility was virtually guaranteed. That a faint smile crept across the man's lips as he prepared to ascertain whether this so-called Origin Mall truly lived up to its name. Upon entering the shop, he was greeted by shelves crafted from translucent crystal and an interior design that exuded a futuristic ambience. Unable to restrain himself, the man inhaled sharply. Wow! What an extravagant display! The sheer value of the glass alone was staggering. Yet, he was left wondering what goods were actually sold within the establishment. His gaze shifted to Luo Chuan, who stood within the shop. "You are the owner of this establishment?" The man inquired, his brows momentarily furrowing. That it was evident that Luo Chuan's appearance had taken him by surprise. The man surmised that with such lavish expenditures, the proprietor must surely be an extraordinary individual. Yet, the seemingly youthful figure before him, who could not be more than 20, raised doubts about how formidable he truly was. "Indeed, I am the owner," Luo Chuan affirmed with a nod, his tone unremarkable. The man opened his mouth, seemingly ready to speak, when a voice of astonishment suddenly erupted from the entrance of the shop, drawing his attention away. "Xia Yuan, what are you doing in the boss's store?" A look of surprise crossed Ing Wujia's usually calm face as he entered, followed by 7 students from Lingyun Academy. These students regarded the man with expressions of curiosity, indicating that it seemed their teacher, Ing, was indeed familiar with him. 15 students from Lingyun Academy have arrived in Juyou City. Due to the limitation of virtual seats in the Origin Mall, which accommodates only 10 people, and to avoid occupying all the spots, Murong Haidang divided the group into 2 batches, one arriving in the morning and the other in the afternoon, each led by 2 individuals. At this moment, Ing Wuji felt a twinge of surprise. He had not anticipated encountering Xia Yuan in the Origin Mall. "Just a casual stroll in Juyou City, and I stumbled upon this place." Xia Yuan casually remarked that is it possible that the instructor leading Xinyu Academy this time is you? Ing Wuji furrowed his brow slightly. Xinyu Academy also stands tall at the pinnacle of Tianlan continent, rivaling Lingyun Academy with no less prestige. The man named Xia Yuan's identity was evident. He was indeed an instructor from Xinyu Academy. Xia Yuan nodded, explaining that the students from Xinyu Academy entered Juyou City in a rather unceremonious manner. Having only been there for 2 or 3 days, that he glanced at the 7 students behind Ing Wuji, a look of intrigue crossing his face. "Ing Wuji, what brings you and your students to this shop?" Since Xia Yuan was already aware of the Origin Mall, there was no point in concealing the truth. Thus, Ing Wuji replied with a nonchalant tone, "To play games." With that, he brushed past Xia Yuan and led his 7 students into the Origin Mall. Gu Yunxi and Jiang Wanchong were among the 7 that not only they, but the other 5 also cast admiring glances at Ing Wuji, filled with deep reverence. "Truly, our teacher Ing is impressive, so commanding." At that moment, Xia Yuan, still reeling from being pushed aside, furrowed his brow in confusion, questioning whether he had misheard. Did Ing Wuji just say he brought his students to this obscure shop to play games? What a joke! A surge of indignation at being toyed with welled up within Xia Yuan. After all, they were acquaintances. Was it truly amusing to treat him this way? At this juncture, Ing Wuji paid no heed to Xia Yuan's thoughts. He approached Luo Chuan, feeling an unexpected flutter of anxiety. "Boss, may I inquire if you have any Cheongjiang today?" Ing Wuji asked with a hint of trepidation. Luo Chuan nodded yes, the shipment just arrived today. Instantly, Ing Wuji exhaled in relief. A surge of excitement washing over his face. With the Cheongjiang available and his spiritual crystals in hand, replenishing his vitality seemed promising. What exactly is Cheongjiang? At some point, Xia Yuan had moved closer. His expression one of perplexity. It dawned on him that this shop was shrouded in too many enigmas. The seemingly ordinary proprietor commanded such respect from Ing Wuji. It was indeed peculiar, given his understanding of Ing Wuji, who typically maintained a frosty demeanor towards everyone. This was utterly out of character. Moreover, the students had begun perusing the shelves, each retrieving various items. Some held buckets, while others clutched dark potions and small transparent bags, all of which were completely unfamiliar to him. "Why do you ask that?" Ing Wuji replied, his expression guarded that in his mind, Xia Yuan had become a rival for the Cheongjiang. "Is it wrong to ask?" Xia Yuan responded, exasperated. Just then, Yao Zian descended from upstairs. Upon seeing Xia Yuan, she smiled. New customers in the shop. Xia Yuan, initially taken aback by her beauty, soon widened his eyes in shock that a member of the Beast Emperor clan. He exclaimed involuntarily. The onlookers cast indifferent glances at him. For a peak master of the Tao to react so dramatically was rather unbecoming. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xia Yuan realized that these individuals had long been aware of the woman's identity as a member of the Beast Emperor clan. Hence their lack of surprise. "Hello, Sister Zian," the students greeted in unison, to which Yao Zian responded with a nod and a smile. Xia Yuan, still in disbelief, pondered how a small shop in Juyao City could harbor such hidden talents. Was it perhaps the allure of the ancient relics soon to be unveiled that drew them here? It seemed that this journey would not proceed smoothly. Moreover, Xia Yuan held a suspicion that the woman before him might be the true mastermind behind the shop, while the young man merely served as the figurehead. "Ing Wuji, what is the true nature of this establishment?" Xia Yuan inquired in a hushed tone. "What do you mean?" Ing Wuji replied, somewhat confused. Xia Yuan, exasperated, lowered his voice further. "A member of the Beast Emperor clan? In a shop? You must be quite familiar with this place. Explain the situation to me." "Oh," Ing Wuji nodded. "I'll tell you later. I need to purchase the Cheongjiang first." With that, he made his way to a nearby shelf. Xia Yuan contemplated for a moment and decided to follow him, eager to uncover what exactly this Cheongjiang was that had so captivated Ing Wuji. They approached the shelf where the Cheongjiang was displayed. The sign indicating it was sold out had been removed, revealing a small cold jade bottle sitting there. Ing Wuji's face lit up with excitement as he carefully lifted the jade bottle, exclaiming, "This is it." Xia Yuan's expression turned peculiar. Cheongjiang, such an exalted name, led him to expect something extraordinary, yet it turned out to be merely an ordinary jade bottle. How disappointing. I have waited a full 4 days for this. Finally, I can buy it. Ing Wuji exclaimed, his voice brimming with enthusiasm. "What is the use of this Cheongjiang? Xia Yuan questioned, perplexed. Ing Wuji's reaction astonished him. After all, he knew Ing Wuji to be a person of extremely indifferent temperament, bordering on expressionless. Where is the introduction regarding the Cheongjiang? Ing Wuji's excitement faded as he pointed to a board on the shelf. "You can read it yourself. I'm off to settle the bill with the boss." With that, Ing Wuji strode towards Luo Chuan. Introduction. Xia Yuan furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the details presented. Cheongjiang, brewed from the spring of life. What is this spring of life? I've never heard of such a thing in Tianlan continent. Suppressing his curiosity, Xia Yuan continued to read. Effect. Restores vitality. Ensures survival. Revives the deceased. Xia Yuan was taken aback. This claim, not overly grandiose. Wait a minute. Does it imply that it can replenish vitality? He read through it once more, and the calm demeanor on his face vanished, replaced by profound astonishment. Surely, this is a joke. It can actually replenish vitality. Upon glancing at the price listed at the bottom, his eyes nearly bulged out. 10. 100,000 spiritual crystals? Such a miraculous item capable of restoring vitality was priced at a mere 100,000 spiritual crystals. Was this not akin to giving it away for free? Initially, Xia Yuan had been skeptical, but Ing Wuji's fervent expression compelled him to reconsider. The claims made in the introduction were likely true. Meanwhile, Ing Wuji approached the counter with the Qiongjiangdu, handing over a spatial ring to Luo Chuan. Miss Yao, this contains 100,000 spiritual crystals. Yao Zian accepted the spatial ring, retrieving the spiritual crystals before returning it to Ing Wuji. His excitement was palpable, unable to hide his joy at finally obtaining the Qiongjiangdu, which held the promise of restoring his vitality. After regaining his composure, Xia Yuan quickly perused the introductions of other items, that if they were selling something as extraordinary as the Qiongjiangdu, the other products must be remarkable as well. Cough, cough, instant recovery potion, spicy strips that boost strength without side effects for a short period, instant noodles that increase cultivation speed tenfold. What manner of shop was this? Xia Yuan found himself momentarily dazed as he approached Ing Wuji. Whispering, "Brother Wuji, who exactly is the owner of the Origin Mall?" Xia Yuan surmised that even a member of the Beast Emperor clan could not possess such grand resources. "Did you not see?" Ing Wuji replied, somewhat bemused, gesturing towards Luo Chuan, who was basking in the sun at the shop entrance. Xia Yuan's expression shifted once again. Initially, he had perceived Luo Chuan as merely a puppet-like figure, yet it was becoming clear that this seemingly ordinary individual was far from simple. "Could you serve the hot water any slower? Hurry it up!" A voice of discontent arose from a nearby group of students. Xia Yuan instinctively turned his gaze in that direction, once more struck by astonishment. "The Spring of Life!" he exclaimed, unable to contain himself. He understood the rarity of the Spring of Life. To think that these students were simply drawing hot water from it. In an instant, a wave of distress washed over him. What a waste! The pure energy contained in the Spring of Life was immensely beneficial for cultivators seeking breakthroughs, yet no practitioner would recklessly use the Spring of Life in such a manner. "You may partake as well," Ing Wuji remarked expressionlessly. "It costs 100 spiritual crystals per use." "What? How much did you say?" Xia Yuan could hardly believe his ears, his eyes widening in disbelief. 100 spiritual crystals. Ing Wuji confirmed. Xia Yuan felt as though he had experienced more shocks today than he had in several years combined.